Welcome to the 2023 year-end marathon of episodes 32 through 46 of On the Pin Live. All the episodes with guests. We will be playing in sequential order here today. I just wanted to do this as a look back on at least part of the year. It's just hours and hours of content, so it's a lot to pull together, but I'm excited to share it with you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the best part of this channel. Make sure you hit that like, hit that bell, hit that sub as you're coming in here. The first episode that we will be airing today is going to be the episode with Kesha Dixon. And I'm so excited to share that again with you, but we'll have in order, we'll have Kesha Dixon, Daniel Rosen, Lee Fitzen, Dr. Dan from over here on YouTube. We'll have Triplet Dad, Kat from the Plus Sides. We'll cover the Eli Lilly conference call from a couple weeks ago, the 1-year anniversary of my On the Pin show. We'll have Pug, plus the episode where I handed the keys to Pug and AJ. Of course, we had Chrissy G and then Brent last week. So we're going to go through all of those episodes, starting with the Kesha Dixon episode. I'm so excited to share these all with you, and we're going to get it rolling. Thank you for being here. Make sure you hit that like, hit that bell, hit that sub. Happy New Year.
Alive on the moon, Mounjaro, it's on the pen alive, with your host David Knapp.
Thank you, Claptrack, and happy Thursday night. I'm Dave Knapp, man of the Mounjaro. That's why I'm here. You are on the pen. Saxenda, Wegovy, Ozempic, Trulicity, Mounjaro. That pen. That's why you're here. We're all here to learn a little bit more, not only about the conditions that we have, but the medications that are changing our lives for the better. We're here because it's better done in community. And when you're dealing with an issue, chances are somebody else has dealt with that issue. So we all meet here and we talk about our issues so that we are as equipped as possible, informed as possible, to talk to our medical providing team, our care team, to live our best life, right? So that's why we're here. If you are new here, welcome. Put an N in the chat next to your name so that I know that you're new. Let us know what medication you're on, right? But if you're not new, it's because you're back for more punishment. And I couldn't be more thankful for you. You are the reason that I keep doing this, because you keep showing up. If you stopped showing up, I'd stop doing it. Actually, maybe I wouldn't, because I was just telling Kesha, I entertain myself. So maybe I wouldn't. But thank you so much for being here. Y'all are the best part of what I do. Thank you for being here. We've got a great show for you tonight. I'm so excited to bring a special guest into the show. It's been a couple weeks since we've had a guest on the show. Life has been a little bit crazy for me lately, but I'm so excited to welcome a little bit later on Kesha Dixon into the stream. If you know Kesha, put it in the chat. Let me know that you know Kesha. Let her know how excited you are to have her on the pen tonight. Kesha is a content creator, not only on YouTube, but over on TikTok. And that's where I got to know her content. And she's a hoot. I'm super excited to meet her and talk to her about her journey from Mounjaro to Wegovy, right? So she's going to talk about that. We're just going to have a good time. So I'm excited for that. And we're going to do the normal things that we normally do. We're going to talk about what's fresh in the world of GLP-1s this week. We're going to talk about fake news in the world of GLP-1s this week. And we're just going to have a good time. Y'all ready to have a good time tonight? I am. And I hope you are. It's so good to have you here tonight. So the first thing I want to mention is a shout out to the members. For those who are members of this channel, they give a couple dollars a month to the channel. It helps to support the work that I do here on this channel. So if you would like to also become a member, it's $2.99 a month. You can basically just click the link in the description of this video. It'll take you right to it. A couple bucks a month helps to support the work that I do here on the channel. And I was just telling the members in the members only live stream before the show how encouraging that is to me for those who choose to do that. It helps to motivate me to continue making content, to continue bringing this awesome community together on a week by week basis. We are 15 members away from 100, which is a really big milestone. So if you want to become a member, tonight is the night to finally do it. So I hope that you will. So we're going to talk about our first little segment of the night that we like to do. It's a little segment that we like to call housekeeping. Housekeeping. You want mint for pillow? So a little bit of housekeeping tonight. Housekeeping is really where we talk about just the channel, like what's going on the channel. And the most exciting thing that I have to tell you about what's going on the channel right now is that we have some really exciting guests, starting with our guest tonight, Kesha Dixon, who is a content creator, a nurse, and she's been on Mounjaro. She's now on Wegovy. She's going to come in. She's going to share about her journey. I'm so excited to meet her because she's an absolute riot. Next week, we've got Dr. Daniel Rosen on, who is a bariatric surgeon from New York City, who's got just gobs of information. He's a wealth of knowledge. He's going to bring some of his knowledge into the stream next week. We've got Lee Fits In, who is another creator over on a TikTok. And Lee is fresh off the Oprah set. He got Oprah'd. So he's going to come over and tell us what it was like to get Oprah'd. And then tentatively, we've got Dr. Spencer Nadolski, who has agreed to me to come on the show. We're just waiting to hear back from him to arrange a time. So Spencer freaking Nadolski. Can you believe that? So a lot of really exciting things in the work for the channel right now. I am so excited for the next couple of weeks that we're going to bring to you, and just an awesome time. I'm super energized by it, and I'm super excited to bring those guests starting tonight with Kesha Dixon to you. As always, we've got a couple of folks who really help take this show to the next level by sponsoring it. The first sponsor is, just a shameless plug for a little company that I have called On the Pen Marketing. You can visit onthepenmarketing.com, where I just help take your small business to the next level from a marketing perspective, right? So we got a little bit different way that we approach marketing and learning about your company and telling your company's story to the world. So if you are interested in taking your marketing to the next level, or helping somebody that you know take their small business marketing to the next level, On the Pen Marketing is the company to call. You can check it out, onthepenmarketing.com. And we announced this last week, but we have kind of partnered with our friends over at the Plus Sides podcast. If you have not checked out the Plus Sides, I'm using a highly irritating mouse tonight. So I'm scrolling through all my stuff, and then everything just jumps about 30 feet. But last week we announced how the gals over at the Plus Sides are promoting Man on the Mounjaro. We're promoting them. And so here's a little bit more about the Plus Sides podcast.
Are you interested in understanding GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro? Then join us on the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, the groundbreaking podcast helping people change their lives one episode at a time. The Plus Sides podcast is a disruptor. We're breaking down barriers, smashing stereotypes, and sharing inspiring stories that'll leave you feeling informed and empowered. Join us every week to learn from doctors who are specialists around GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro. They'll provide you with science and facts to validate these incredible stories. But that's not all. We'll also bring you the voices of the GLP-1 Mounjaro TikTok community, real people who face the challenges of obesity-related diseases and disorders and discovered the incredible plus sides of GLP-1 medications. Our episodes are filled with heartwarming stories, laughter, and moments of triumph. You'll connect with our amazing community members who are reclaiming their health and experiencing their fullest lives. Are you ready to embark on a journey of discovery and empowerment? Tune in to the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, and together we'll change the narrative around obesity and end the stigma. Subscribe now on YouTube or your favorite podcast platform and join our incredible community. Let's celebrate the plus sides of life together. The Plus Sides Podcast, because every story deserves to be heard, every life deserves to shine, and everyone deserves access to expert knowledge and medication. The Plus Sides Podcast. You're not alone. It's not your fault.
The gals over at the Plus Sides have been so kind to me, especially my transition over to TikTok. I didn't know what I was doing over there. Kim has been so helpful to me. I've tried to be helpful to Kim and her crew as they've tried to break into the YouTube world. And we're all just, what we're trying to do is just raise awareness about what it's like to live life in a obese body, in a body that is metabolically broken, and just take the stigma out of the words that the world has used to maybe kind of stigmatize us. And, you know, this is all about education, right? We're educating ourselves, but we're also educating the world on, hey, did you know that people who struggle with obesity are oftentimes dysregulated in their gut hormones, and these GLP-1s are helping to regulate that and make that right for people? Do you know that things happen chemically in the brain in people who are obese that don't happen in people who are not? Like, there's just things scientifically that happen that we know about now. So, like, let's tell the world about it. And the gals over the Plus Side certainly do a great job with that, and we are thankful for them. And they have put out some great content over there, including an interview with Rosie O'Donnell, which is pretty cool that they got Rosie O'Donnell to talk about her journey with Mounjaro as well. So thank you for supporting those who support Man on the Mounjaro. Appreciate that. We're going to get right into our next segment tonight. Am I frozen? Ooh. I don't know. I hope I'm not frozen.
Alive on the moon, Mounjaro, it's on the Penline, with your host David Knapp.
Hey. Am I here? This is the first time that I've ever had technical difficulties like this in my entire time streaming on this. If you can hear me, let me know in the chat that you can hear me. Can you hear me? Am I here? Can you hear me? This is we're calling an audible tonight because technical difficulties, right? If you can hear me, I'm streaming now on my phone. Sometimes you got to just do things on the fly. Sometimes it do be like that. Life will throw you a curveball every now and again. And when it does, it's all about how we respond to it, right? So, yeah, I got a new computer. And Kesha, I blame you. So Kesha Dixon got a new Mac Mini, and I thought that's what I need. And I got one, and it's worked marvelously. Actually, it's not your fault, Kesha. I don't know what happened yes, from beyond the grave. Yeah, so I don't know exactly what happened. Computer just completely froze up on me, and which is always fun when you're doing a live stream and you've got no technical people here to help you out. But really what we did, we're pulling it up on the phone, and we'll do it this way. So I hope that works out for everyone here. Yeah. So what were we going to talk about? I think we were about to jump into another segment. So I think we can still roll that from here. Let's talk about what's fresh. So, what is fresh? What is fresh this week? So, there was some really interesting news this week in the world of semaglutide, which I feel like the good news for semaglutide just keeps rolling. Every week there is just some astounding study about how semaglutide or GLP-1, you could throw in the whole class of medications in there, I think. How they are positively affecting things beyond weight loss, beyond type 2 diabetes. So we've talked about the really positive stuff that's come out about heart health, right? People who struggle with things like heart failure, right? And the outcomes have been improved, reduction in heart attacks, strokes by 20% in a massive trial. We've heard about recently how there are markers that show that people with depression show improvement in their depression symptoms on GLP-1 medication. All sorts of things are coming up. This last week was a really interesting, maybe the most interesting one that I've heard so far. And that was that it's a small study that a doctor is doing or has been doing. And, it's a small subset of patients. And it's like one of those things where it's one of those small trials that, hopefully will encourage Novo Nordisk or the scientific community to do a bigger, broader study on this. But basically, they took recently diagnosed type 1 diabetic patients. So type 1. So all these GLP-1 medications are approved for type 2 diabetes, right? These were type 1, where, ultimately your pancreas gives out and stops making insulin altogether. So you rely to live on synthetic insulin injections. And so basically, in this small trial, they gave semaglutide to folks who had just been diagnosed with type 1, who were on insulin, or recently diagnosed, I should say, who were on insulin to keep their blood sugars down, or to basically control their blood sugars at all. And over a short period of time on semaglutide, were able to come off their mealtime insulin altogether. And it was only 10 people in this study, but all 10 of them were able to come off of their mealtime insulin. And then, so you got two different kinds of insulin. You got kind that you take at mealtime, and then you have a basal, which is being just like a long-acting insulin. 7 out of 10 were able to come off all insulin altogether and saw restoration of their, I think they're called beta cells in their pancreas, which are responsible for helping to make insulin. So we are talking a landmark, groundbreaking study for those with type 1 diabetes. Now, this was a small study done by a doctor that's a part of a university. I can't remember off the top of my head. And of course, I don't have my notes because my computer's all frozen. But the hits just keep on coming with GLP-1s and the just life-changing effects that they are having for people. And so it's just a really exciting time to be at the forefront of what these medications can do. And so that kind of leads into some other news about semaglutide, Wegovy, that came out this week, which is that they extended the shortage in the 0.25, the 0.5, and the 1 milligram to basically an indefinite shortage. And now we've covered on this channel, we've talked about this on this channel, but for those who haven't caught those videos, just a quick refresher. Novo Nordisk, unlike Eli Lilly, has not kept up with their manufacturing capacity. They have outsourced a lot of their pen filling to third-party vendors, and they're having issues overseas with their third-party vendors that can't keep their facilities clean up to FDA standards, and so they're getting shut down, and their capacity is reduced. So not only do you have this massive demand increase for semaglutide, especially with all this groundbreaking information coming out about semaglutide, but you have an inability to manufacture it. So the shortages of the 0.5, the 0.25, and the 1 milligram are going to be long lasting. People are like, how long is it going to last? Well into 2024 and beyond, to be totally honest with you. Another reason that Eli Lilly is super well positioned to just capture this market entirely, because Novo Nordisk has fumbled this so badly, so remarkably badly, and there's no excuse for it. There's absolutely no excuse for it. But I am thankful for Eli Lilly for the way that they have positioned themselves with the bringing on the plants in North Carolina, bringing on additional plants in Indianapolis, bringing on plants overseas to help keep up with the supply, but also getting approved by having the foresight to get different presentations of tirzepatide approved by the FDA. And we've covered this extensively on the channel, the vials and the pre-filled pens, right? So those have been approved by the FDA. So those will hit probably overseas markets before they hit the United States, but some of those will be available here in time. But they're doing so much to keep out ahead of it. Now, will they be able to keep out ahead of it with the Novo shortages? The Novo shortages are going to contribute ultimately to more Mounjaro shortages, just the reality. Because Novo can't keep up. People are going to look at Mounjaro, especially once it gets a weight loss indication, and it's going to be a mess. But we're going to be here. We're going to remain here on this channel for you with all the latest, greatest information, the hacks, the things that we can do to stay out ahead of it, the things that we can do to stay on the moon, right? You're going to get from Dave Knapp, Man on the Mounjaro. And that's where you're going to get it from this community, because there's so many in this community who are constantly sharing just gobs of good information. And so we'll be here. So another good reason to make sure that you like this channel and that you subscribe to this channel. And if you want to go the extra mile, you can become a member of this channel as well. So that's what's fresh in the world of GLP-1s this week. Just some really, really exciting information. And I'm excited for, the future of what these medications have to offer outside of the indications that we're even looking at now, because we know that even with tirzepatide, we're looking at things like heart health, and we're looking at things like liver health. We're looking at things like sleep apnea, all things that tirzepatide can help. But then we've got our good friend retatrutide, or retatrutide, which is in the works, which is going to be even a greater game changer. And when we talk about retatrutide, that brings us to tonight's fake news. Take out the trash, because there's some we got to talk about. So this is a page right out of Sue's Happy Fun Time Pharmacy Playbook. I noticed this week a major influx in bootleg. So we've talked about bootleg Mounjaro. We've talked about bootleg semaglutide. How about bootleg retatrutide? It's here, and it's being marketed, and it's being marketed aggressively. So I've already warned you about these bootleg options. Run far, far, far away from them. Anything that does not require a prescription is not something you should be screwing around with putting in your body. Period. Full stop. I want to tell you another warning about retatrutide specifically that is not something that people have to worry about with tirzepatide or semaglutide, Mounjaro, Wegovy, Ozempic. Retatrutide is unique because retatrutide acts, or retatrutide acts on a third receptor. So you've got Wegovy, Ozempic that act on GLP-1, which is an incretin hormone. Then Mounjaro took it to the next level and says, we're going to act on another incretin hormone. We're going to act on the GIP, right? Retatrutide said to Mounjaro, we're going to do you one better. We're going to act on another incretin hormone, the glucagon hormone. Well, what have we learned about glucagon receptor agonists in the past? Other pharmaceutical companies have tested and abandoned tests of glucagon receptor agonists because glucagon receptor agonists have a propensity to cause, in some people, heart arrhythmias. Okay? They're studying this in retatrutide. This is something that Eli Lilly has addressed in their conference calls. We've talked about it on this channel. Another reason that you need to follow this channel and stay on top of all this information. But retatrutide, because it acts on the glucagon receptor, has a propensity to cause heart arrhythmias in a small amount of people who take it. But here's my concern, is that with this bootleg stuff coming out, people are going to save $1, they're going to go right to the highest dose of this stuff. No titration schedule, nothing, with no idea how they're going to respond in a cardiac way to this. And this is a big problem. This is a big problem beyond the issues that you've seen with semaglutide and tirzepatide, is that retatrutide has that glucagon receptor agonist that can cause cardiac issues. It's fine if it's done in a controlled environment under a doctor's supervision in a clinical trial, which is all the farther that it's gotten right now. It's got clinical trials. They're in phase 3 clinical trials for weight loss. They're about to start phase 3 clinical trials for diabetes. Let me tell you, if you get an ad to purchase retatrutide, you run as far away from that as possible. And somebody else I just saw, Clark Kent, said retatrutide was also shown in phase 2 trials to increase heart rate for the first few months. And that some people experience that with the other GLP-1s as well. It's a little bit higher even yet with retatrutide. So there are cardiac concerns for certain people, which is just another reason why this should never be done outside of doctor supervision. And so this is my warning for you this week, is that if you see an article or an advertisement for retatrutide, it's 100% something that you need to run away from. It is only in clinical trials right now. And be aware and be educated as to what the potential concerns are with those that you maybe didn't see with some of the other peptides that are out there. So thank you for bearing with me there. And please be vigilant and run far, far away from people that are trying to sell you peptides that aren't even approved by the FDA. And that's all I got to say about the matter. So this is a little bit interesting for me, streaming from this tiny phone on StreamYard. This is a little bit of a challenge tonight, so please bear with me tonight. But I am excited to bring into the stream tonight. We've got a hot channel tonight, which I'm excited for because, like I said, it's been a few weeks since we have had a guest on the show. And I told you tonight that we have one of our best guests that we've ever had on the show. I'm really excited to bring her in. Tonight's guest is Kesha Dixon. And if Kesha's good to go, I'm good to go. We're excited to bring her in and chat with her a little bit tonight. So tonight, I'm excited to present to you our hot channel.
Hot channel.
Hot channel. Kesha Dixon. Let's bring her in. Kesha, how's it going? I hope it's going better for you than it is for me.
Your commercials and stuff are so good and so funny.
Oh, ridiculous is another word for it. But we have fun, right? We will never be accused of not having fun on this channel.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Hilarious.
It's so nice to meet you. And you were so kind to give some of your time to this stream. Thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
It's an honor to meet you. I'm so
glad to be here. Who else would I want to talk to? You are a brilliant mind. I love people like you.
Oh, bless your heart. And I love people like you. So before I came over to TikTok, like, over here on YouTube, the format is long, the content is long, which is great, right?
Yeah.
But if you're a content creator, you know this as well as I do. It's so hard to consume long form content when you're making long form content.
Yes.
There's so much that goes into it.
Yeah.
So I really got to know you and your content when I came to TikTok. And I was like, oh man, I've been missing out. So first of all, let's take care of some business. Where can people find you? Like, where do you post the most, and what are your call outs? And then I'll make sure to get them in the description of this video later on.
So on TikTok, mostly, that's where my largest following is. You can find me at Charge Nurse Kesha, at Almond Eyes. And on YouTube, you can find me at Kesha Dixon, as well as Facebook, Kesha Oliphant Dixon.
So Facebook, if you're on Facebook, YouTube if you're on YouTube, but then your biggest channel is TikTok.
Yes.
You got a big following over there.
Yeah.
TikTok is fun. It's fun because you can just do so much so quick over there. Like,
yes.
I started trying to kind of make similar content for TikTok that I do for YouTube. And I really quickly learned that it's way more fun to just make goofy stuff over there. So like if you catch my TikToks from when I first started, it was like breaking news, it was like serious stuff. And now like I've got like little shorts about
it up.
Yeah,
I like that.
I like to keep it light for sure, because I think, like a lot of this can be serious and heavy for a lot of people. I mean, people who have struggled with obesity, it can be a really heavy topic for people.
Yeah.
And so I like to bring the information and keep people informed, especially like when I first started my YouTube, it was like it blew up because of the coupon, right? So I was like, oh, I gotta keep making content, keep making news. But like I think what I learned very quickly is like the community carries a heavy burden. Can you tell everybody a little bit about your story, your journey to the GLP-1s, like how you got on GLP-1s to start with?
Yeah, first of all, let me just tell everybody, for those of you who don't know, I am a nurse by trade. I've been a nurse for 22 years, and I started out in cardiology. The heart is my love. It's my love. I love the heart. And then 12 years ago, I got breast cancer. And breast cancer led me to the hospital that I work at now here in Houston. I work at the #1 trauma center. And working at this hospital made me fall in love with traumas. First of all, I found out that I had breast cancer through a trauma. I was in a T-bone collision and broke my clavicle, and through the scans, that's where I discovered that I had breast cancer. And working at this hospital, I fell in love with the trauma of it all, like all the trauma cases. I fell in love with that. And so through that cancer recovery and all of the treatments that I was going through, my oncologist had me on these high dose steroids. And being on the steroids, that caused me to gain about 60, 70 pounds. So I'm a short person. I'm 5'2". I never really was I never was an obese person. I might have been overweight, but I never was obese until really after my chemo and radiation treatments. And then last year, I went on vacation with a couple of my friends. We went to Miami, and in my photographs, when I got back home, I didn't recognize myself in the photographs. So I felt like when I was smiling in my pictures, you couldn't tell if my eyes were open or closed. And then I just didn't look like myself. Now, I've never been an insecure person. I've always felt like I was an attractive girl. Even being on the heavier side, I've always been happy. But when I came home and I didn't recognize myself in the photos, I asked my husband, like, when did I get this big? Like, it just was like a epiphany to me. Like, I'm really like a big person. I really need to do something about this. I need to get ahead of this. It's out of control. How did I let this happen? All of the questions that a lot of us have. So I had an emergency room physician who was taking Mounjaro. She had an eating disorder. I think she was binge eating. Well, she has a history of binge eating, and her doctor recommended Mounjaro to her, and so she was taking it. She was telling us about it. She told my friend about it. My friend told me about it, and I was like, I don't know. I was really skeptical, which a lot of people who aren't familiar with this medication, and especially when you find out that it's an injection and you're not accustomed to taking medication as an injection, you get real skeptical and you be like, this is too much. Well, the physician and my friend also lost a lot of weight in 1 month's time. My friend specifically, I saw her lose 15 pounds in 1 month. And when she lost weight, I was like, okay, I need to try this, because if my friend can do this, I know I can do it. So that's when I started. I started back probably when you started, Dave, when the coupon came out, when Eli Lilly was giving the coupon out to everybody. So I was blessed to be in that group of people who was able to get the coupon and only pay $25 for Mounjaro. So that's when my journey started. Last year, September 13th is when I actually started. And as of today, I'm down 61 pounds total.
That is an amazing story. And there's like, there's so much I could like go off and I have so many questions. Yeah. So the first question I have is like, all right, so the first thing that you have to understand about me is I'm a person of faith, and I believe that God does things, everything has purpose behind it, right?
I'm telling you.
So first, I want to understand this correctly. You were in a car wreck, and that car wreck led you to find out that you had breast cancer?
Do you understand me? And here's the key. I found it, and it was in an early stage. As in my experience, people find out that they have cancer when it is stage 3, stage 4,
when it's
like
causing
when they start
problems.
being symptomatic, right? So the fact that I was able to find out in the early stage, and early prevention is the best. Early detection is the best prevention. So the fact that mine was a stage 2, and I knew that it was curable, it was destiny for me to be in that. That was supposed to happen for me that way. So yeah, that's how I found out.
So you are it's interesting to me because I have it's a long story, but we have some people who have recently come into our lives who have some children that are our age, right? So they're a little bit farther ahead of us in life, but they have a daughter that's my age who last year was diagnosed with breast cancer. And I don't mean to make this about breast cancer, but
yeah,
I just think it's interesting because it seems like women are getting that younger and younger.
Yes.
What is that about? Like,
well, here's the thing. I know with breast cancer, there are certain breast cancers that are hereditary. And so with me, I carry the gene. My family, we carry the gene forward. We get breast cancer early in my family. I've had several cousins who have had breast cancer or ovarian cancer because the gene that we carry attacks the reproductive system. Okay. And it's called BRCA. So I got breast cancer. And when I got breast cancer, my family, all the girls in my family, we did genetic testing because that's available to everybody now. And so with genetic testing, my sister tested positive. She had to have a mastectomy. My mom tested positive. She had to have a mastectomy. My niece, my oldest niece, who is 24 now, tested positive. She had to have a mastectomy. And thankfully, my daughter, when she turned 18, tested negative. So she followed her dad's side of the family.
You do not have an 18-year-old daughter.
I'm telling you, my daughter will be 20 in November.
No, that's made up. That's made up. I can't trust anything else this woman says.
I'm telling you. I'm 46 there. I look young.
No. Now you're really playing with me.
Listen.
I don't believe that for a second. Wow. Well, 40, whatever you said, 40 and change has treated you very well. So you go, you go through treatment, you go through that whole thing. You find yourself like kind of like, I don't want to say dysmorphia because that's probably not what you were getting at, but like you're seeing yourself in the mirror and you're not really recognizing yourself. And you go to work and basically there's people who are seeing success on GLP-1s. Did I get that?
Yeah. So
that leads you to Mounjaro. You got roped in by the bait and switch coupon. They got you on Mounjaro. You see a bunch of success, and then the rug gets pulled out from under you, just like it did everybody else.
Yes.
All right. Yes. So I got that part right.
My coupon expired. Lord have mercy. And then my insurance company said they would cover it. It was on my formulary, and we didn't need a prior authorization. They paid for one script for me. It was like, that's it.
They're like, Merry Christmas, you get one.
Yes, it changed in 15 days. Yeah.
I saw one of your videos, and you had like a stack of Mounjaro boxes. So I thought, man, Kesha's doing all right. And then the next thing I know, you're like shaking the Wegovy bottle in front of the camera. I'm like, or a box in front of the camera. I'm like, oh, I guess maybe those were empty boxes. But okay, so this is what I was really excited. I mean, I didn't know what we were going to talk about. I knew that I wanted to talk about this. And so thank you for giving me the background on your journey here, because that's a miraculous journey to where you're at today. And you know, like, how can you deny that was divine intervention?
Yes,
to get you. I mean, the Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yes.
So the part of it that has you switching over to Wegovy, I think this is a lot of people's story, because people got on that bait and switch coupon. They got the rug pulled out. Everybody stockpiled in June, and now they're running out of their medicine.
Yeah.
And so they're looking at Wegovy, which now Wegovy's in shortage. So you've been fortunate enough to get it. Now, you told me in a live stream on TikTok, you're like, I'm switching to Wegovy. And I was like, yeah, but not to the highest dose, right? And you're like, I'm going to the 2.4. And I was like, I hope that treats you well. Tell us.
You warned me.
I warned you.
You
okay,
warned me.
So tell me and tell everybody, how has that transition been? What have you, I mean, I know you've experienced some stuff, but I'll let you tell your story, and you tell people how that transition has gone for you.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say this. Everybody's journey is different. This is just my journey. This is my experience, guys. Everybody's journey is different. Not everybody is going to have crazy side effects. Okay. I'm super sensitive to medications. Super sensitive. I was sensitive to Mounjaro. It took me months for my body to get acclimated and accustomed to it. And I should have known when you said that to me, Dave, I should have even thought about that then, about how my body is really sensitive to medications. However, I thought because I had been on the highest dose of Mounjaro and my provider was using the conversion scale, which tells him which dose to put his patients on, I trusted that. And I still trust it. But here's the thing. When I was on Mounjaro, I never could take Mounjaro every week. I couldn't. I had to do every 10 to 14 days because my body was so sensitive to it. And with Wegovy, I feel like my body is doing the same exact thing. Now, with Mounjaro, I could play around with my pregame, and like my body would give me indications when I needed to do stuff. But however, on Wegovy, I feel like with pre-gaming, it's a must. Like, I have to do it on the daily basis. I cannot miss a day where, I don't take my vitamin. I can't miss a day where I don't make sure I have electrolytes in or my protein on board, because the appetite suppression on Wegovy is real. So I really do like Wegovy. I just feel like the side effects to the medication is what's getting me. Last week I was at work, and the biggest thing with Wegovy for me is the appetite suppression. I'm having a hard time eating, so I have been doing more protein. I've been eating more calories. I've been drinking the Ensure High Cal. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but there's an Ensure High Cal for when you miss a meal and you feel like you're starting to put your body in starvation mode. It would behoove you to get that Ensure High Cal so that you can stay on track. So I've even been doing that, but I've been having dizziness, orthostatic dizziness. That's when you sit for a long period of time and stand quickly. Like I have to take my time, make sure I'm grounded before I start walking. Okay, that's one thing that's happening, and that hasn't resolved yet. It hasn't resolved yet. And then another thing that started this week is the leg cramping, and I feel like I'm hydrated. I feel like I am, so I'm not understanding why I'm having the muscle contractions in my legs and my feet and my calves that I never had that with Mounjaro unless I was intentionally dehydrated, meaning like I wasn't drinking like I'm supposed to. But I am drinking on Wegovy, and I don't understand why I'm having the leg cramping.
Interesting. And what do you, just out of curiosity, what do you use for electrolytes?
Pedialyte. I do Pedialyte and Gatorade. So and then yesterday I just started with the liquid IV because and I only started the liquid IV because last week when I had that syncope episode at work, the very next day I went into an urgent care just to get my blood levels done because I wanted to know what my electrolytes were. I wanted to have an EKG done because I've had a cardiologist in the past, secondary to all of my issues that I had on the chemo and radiation. I just wanted to make sure everything was good for me because I don't want to get myself in trouble.
Yeah.
And everything was fine except for my sodium was low a little bit.
Yeah.
So I got an IV infusion of what they call lactated ringers. It's packed with vitamins and nutrients and stuff like that. And so I started the liquid IV because liquid IV has an increased amount of sodium more than Pedialyte or Gatorade.
Yeah, that's what I found is that. So this is a quick plug for one that I found. So I found this before Mounjaro, but it's called Keto Essential Electrolytes. So my doctor put me on strict keto for a year after I was diagnosed type 2 diabetes. I was on it for a full year, and then I started Mounjaro. And so I actually found this while I was on keto because I got really low potassium when I was on keto because you shed all those electrolytes. And so he's like, drink bone broth, bone broth, bone broth. I'm like, I ain't drinking that nasty crap. I'm not drinking bone broth. It's disgusting. So,
but I mean, you can make bone broth palatable.
I mean, some people might be. It ain't for me. So I'm like, give me something in a can that I can mix with something that doesn't taste like cow juice. So I found this stuff. It's called Keto Essential Electrolytes. And I'm not sponsored by them or anything. I do have an Amazon affiliate link. But if you go to onthepen.com, my website, and scroll down, there's a canister. Check that one out because it's of all of the different electrolyte powders that I found, it has lots of potassium, lots of magnesium, and lots of sodium. So if you're somebody who has like high blood pressure and you need to avoid lots of sodium, maybe not for you. Also, it's disgusting. It's like drinking table salt that mildly tastes like a fruit, but it's got plenty of those things. And it really, really helped because I get those muscle spasms too on Mounjaro. If I'm not taking my electrolytes, what happens is I feel nauseous, fatigue, and I get those muscle spasms too. So it may be because like Gatorade, Pedialyte's a little bit better, but Gatorade just doesn't have very much of those things in it. So might be a little plug for those. I don't know, maybe not, but definitely for those in the chat who, if that's something that you struggle with, I really recommend those Keto Essential Electrolytes. I keep trying to tell the guy, like, you need to rebrand these to like GLP-1 electrolytes. But yeah, that might be something to look at because people in the chat, even while you're talking, were like, when my potassium gets low, that happens to me. And that potassium is nothing to mess around with. But
it's really not. It's really not. And another thing that I noticed too on Wegovy, that I urinate a lot. And when you urinate a lot, you are depleting your potassium. So that's another thing. I wasn't doing that on Mounjaro, and it's like every time I go to the bathroom, immediately after my legs start cramping. So I know that it's an electrolyte imbalance. I'm just trying to figure out, how do I keep it in check? If I'm drinking, I started the liquid IV. I will look into that. I will look into the keto. What is it called?
It's called Keto Essentials or something like that. I can't remember, but it's on my website. If you go to onthepen.com and just scroll down, there's a picture of it.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, maybe it'll work for some people. Maybe it won't. Cheryl says I should do a giveaway of them. I should do that sometime. I mean, like, honestly, it's like that potassium too. Like when I think of the issues that you were having with your, I know you said you got all your electrolytes checked and your potassium was good, but for the sake of those in the chat, this is why you need to follow Kesha, because she's a nurse, and like her information, like you had a video today that was so good about water retention and obesity.
Yeah.
Like I'd never heard any of that. And I was like, man, that's really good information. So follow her channel because she gives tons of information like this. But if you are struggling in the chat or in the audience with these types of issues, like potassium is nothing to play around with, because potassium can cause issues with your heart. Potassium can cause heart palpitations. Matter of fact, my son, who is young, he's 9 years old, was in the ER a few weeks ago with really low potassium levels from dehydration, just from playing outside all day and not, replenishing electrolytes. So that's nothing to play around with. And that's why I say, like, if you're feeling off, like fuzzy, nauseous, like sometimes it's just how the GLP-1s treat you, right? But sometimes for some people, it could be potassium. And it's nothing to mess around with, because your body, and you could probably speak to this better than I could, but like when you start losing weight, you start shedding, what is it? Glucagon, like your glucagon stores.
Am I saying that? Glucagon stores you start using glucagon for energy. Right. So then your glucagon stores get depleted.
And with that glucagon, don't your electrolytes kind of go with it? Like your potassium and magnesium?
Exactly. You start urinating a lot. You start shedding all of that excess fluid. And with that fluid leaves your electrolytes. And here's the thing about what you were saying about the potassium. And this is especially for diabetic patients and patients who have cardiovascular disease. When you start the muscle cramping, and or you have increased urination and your electrolytes get off, you'll start having what they call angina, and that's like discomfort on your chest. If you have like muscle cramping in your back, it could be referred pain. That can play a part in you having irregular heartbeats, which are called arrhythmias. If you already have an irregular heartbeat, it makes it worse. So when you have those type of issues, that's not something that a person who has cardiovascular disease or a patient who has diabetes, because most times when you have diabetes, you have some other type of cardiovascular issue, whether it be hypertension, congestive heart failure, some type of cardiovascular issue you will have that couples diabetes. So you are the patient that has to come in. It's better to be safe than sorry, and at least get an EKG done where we can track your rhythm, and at least get your blood work drawn so that we can track your electrolytes, especially that potassium, because you don't want to sit at home and have what we call in the medical field a silent killer, which is a myocardial infarction, which is a heart attack. So you have to take that very, very seriously, your electrolytes, if you're a cardiovascular patient or a diabetic patient.
Yeah, excellent advice. I can't stress it enough. If you have not followed Kesha's channel, it is equal parts. I mean, your delivery on some of these topics is just so on point. So like what I appreciate about your content is that you blend like humor in to what you do too. So like I think about when that news broke like last week about Novo Nordisk and what was it? Something about their shortage.
When they opened up, when they presented the Wegovy in the UK, I was like, are you freaking serious? Are you kidding me? When you have so many people here who are not able to get this medication, and we're the ones that's paying the most for it, even though I know it's a governmental issue, you still getting the coins from us. So what is going on? I can't believe that.
Her video started. She said, Novo Nordisk, can you please come to the front of the class? I had like a little bit of a like PTSD reaction to that. David Knapp to the front of the class, please. Yeah, no. So it's like equal parts humor, but like your videos are so loaded with information, and I really appreciate the information that you bring from the nurse's perspective, from the medical side of things, because you just, I mean, obviously you've seen a lot in your job, and so like being able to help people identify, like, you know, sometimes it's just the GLP-1 side effect, right? But sometimes it can be serious. And so knowing when a side effect is just a side effect, and when a side effect is something serious and needs to have attention, I think like that's really great content that you offer to people.
You know what, Dave? Here's the reality. You know, just seeing people come in and out of the ER, a lot of people have diagnoses that they just don't understand, and they don't realize how serious they are. They don't know the plan of care. They don't know the indications for medications, and they don't know things that they can do at home to prevent things from escalating. So I try to, in a comical way, grab them, and then on the cool, educate. You understand what I'm saying? So that's really
and you do a marvelous job of it. You really do. Because there's a lot that people can benefit from learning just medically. And you know, one of the things that I've been astounded by, Donna with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Donna. That's so kind and generous of you. Biggest super chat of the night chooses the injection site. That's always the case on the show. I think I forgot to mention it when my computer decided to blow up. I want to talk about that just for 2 seconds too before you go. But I am astounded by the amount of people who get put on a GLP-1 and they come into like a live stream on my TikTok, and they're like, yeah, my doctor just gave me this and didn't tell me anything about it. And I'm like, you know, and that's, I think, the benefit of you do lives over there, you do lives over here. And for me, at least, you know, I'm always like, this isn't medical advice, but what you do get is a community of people who are on the same thing, right? We're all on the pen. So if you're dealing with it, chances are somebody else in here has dealt with it. And we can at least help contextualize what you're going through so that you can go to your doctor and go, hey, I'm dealing with this and I don't think it's quite normal. Or I'm dealing with this and, you know, I heard that you can do this, but what do you recommend? Just equipping people to have the most informed conversations with their doctors is really what I'm all about on this channel. And I know you're all about that on your channel, and even more so because you're a medical professional. So I always appreciate the medical professionals that give their time to the community to educate on the cool. And you're a trip. Like every video that I see, I'm like, oh, that's so great. Just finding a way. And because I appreciate, because I try to do the same thing too. Like, you know, I think I did a short today about like diarrhea, you know, like some people get diarrhea on Mounjaro. It's a thing. You know, just like making light of things. Like it doesn't have to be this, you know, heavy thing that freaks people out about taking these medications. Like, you know, just know that it's normal and know what you can do to deal with it, you know?
Yeah. And another important thing to me, Dave, is just the empowerment of it all. You know, I honestly think that people want to know, they just don't know what to ask, you know? And so a lot of times that will keep them from having conversations with their doctors. So I feel like if I can at least put it on their mind, you know, you know, I feel like when I'm talking to the camera, like I'm actually talking to the person. Like I try to set myself up in a way where I'm having a personal conversation or interaction or engagement with my viewers, because I'm really passionate about what I'm trying to teach, and I want people to get it, you know, and I want them to get it to a point where if their doctors are trying to remain willfully ignorant, that they go in, you know, with guns loaded. They know what they're talking about. They know why they're talking about it. And they should have a level of, you know, expectation, you know, coming back, you know, with the doctor. And if the doctor wants to be willfully ignorant about what's going on in the GLP community, then they have to be confident enough to move on, because this medication is really a medical miracle, and it is saving so many lives. And there is still a large demographic of people who still don't know. It trips me out when I get people in the emergency room or clinical observation. That's where I'm the charge nurse of clinical observation, and I work in the ER. People will come in and their blood sugars will be 500, 600, 700, just crazy. And I'll ask, you know, are you familiar with Mounjaro? You know, have you been on Ozempic? And they're like, what is that? And I'm like, oh, it just blows my mind. And I'm always asking this, especially if it's I'm not going to say non-compliant diabetic, but an uncontrolled diabetic patient. I'm like, why have their doctors not talked with them about these GLP-1 medications? A lot of people still don't know. They still don't know.
Yeah. Which is just astounding. And I think that kind of speaks to, like, you have to have the right PCP. I always, you know, maybe I have this right and maybe I have this wrong, but I always think, like, some primary cares have to be a jack of all trades, right? Jack of all trades, master of none. I think that's like one of the areas where I think why nurse practitioners have become such a critical part of the GLP-1 proliferation, is because, you know, this has been huge for telehealth, right? It's not hard to get on a telehealth appointment and say, hey, here's my labs, and I'm 5'11" and 300 pounds. Probably an ideal candidate for a GLP-1. So a lot of these NPs have really learned a lot about these medications, where you could go into a PCP and you get your type 2 diabetes diagnosis, and they go, here's your prescription for metformin and X amount of units of insulin, right?
Yes.
And then we're just, you know, continuing to fight it the same old way, when there's these groundbreaking medications you know, really just help to restore that function. And like, even like what I shared earlier in the stream about how semaglutide is restoring beta cell function in the pancreas in type 1 diabetics.
Yes.
So I can imagine you seeing like that, like
a miracle.
Yes.
It's a miracle.
Absolutely.
Dave, let me tell you why nurse practitioners work hard. Well, I don't want to say all nurse practitioners. Let me just say it this way. In my experience, I feel like the difference between a nurse practitioner prescribing and getting it more than the majority of the PCPs is because nurse practitioners have once been at the bedside. We spend more time, the nurses spend more time with the patients. So we hear the stories. We have more time at the bedside. Doctors, they come in, they do their 10, 15-minute questions, and then they're out. However, we're there with them 12 hours. So we meet their families. We hear about their history. You know, what happened to them last year, their whole their surgery history, their medical history. We know every medication that they've been on. We know their pharmacies that they're using. We know everything about these people. So I feel like a nurse practitioner have more of a understanding for that type of patient, because we see what the doctors don't see. So that's why I feel like nurse practitioners work harder and take more time with the patient, because we have that experience where doctors don't. They just don't.
Yeah. Maybe instead of work harder as a blanket statement, work differently.
Differently.
You know, like, and I can totally see that. Like, you are on the front lines right?
Yes.
Where most of their work is done behind a computer screen.
Yes.
You know, yours is done with flesh and blood. And
Yes.
like, you know, what the life impact of not giving a patient information, or giving a patient inadequate information, or even just like heartless information. I think sometimes that's like a complaint of doctors, is like everything is just like, here's the deal and go, you know, and without any like concept of how that's going to affect somebody psychologically or mentally, and how that's going to have cascading effects through the rest of their lives, which will affect their health.
In their defense, Dave, when we're on, we may have six to 8 patients at a time, whereas they have like 100. So, you know, I get it. I get it. I understand it. But just saying, like, you know, the word choice, we work differently. So that was a great word choice.
Right. Yeah. Well, this has been an awesome conversation. I don't want to hold you hostage here all night tonight, but like, I have really enjoyed this conversation, and I hope that you will come back and we can do this again, because I think there's like there's never a shortage of information to talk about. I mean,
I'm telling you,
I do a show every week, and somehow I come up with content, you know, because even in the slower weeks, there's still things to talk about, and I think there's going to be. I keep telling my wife, I'm like, wait till this weight loss indication comes. There's going to be a flood, like, y'all in the chat.
We're not ready. We're really not ready.
No. Be prepared. That was the episode with Kesha Dixon. What a great episode that was, man. I really enjoyed that. We'll have to get her back. I was telling everybody in the chat that one of the interesting things about Kesha's journey is that she is actually she's actually back on Zepbound. So interesting enough that she's back on Zepbound. Thank you for being here. If you're just joining here, this is actually a live stream, pseudo live stream. It is a live stream of basically episodes 32 through 46 of On the Pen. We're just doing this as a New Year's Eve marathon to give you something to do until midnight tonight. Just flung my notes here. Sorry about that. So the next episode that's coming up is one of them that I was really, it's maybe one of my favorite episodes here. It is the episode with Dr. Daniel Rosen. Mimi's in the chat. Welcome, Mimi. We got to make sure that we get you on here. A special shout out to Sue the Dude, who gave a bunch of memberships during that live stream. And thank you to Jennifer, who gave also a $30 gift through Venmo. So thank you so much for the support and love you all have given me. I appreciate that. Both of them will be entered in to a Stanley mug drawing, which will be a Man on the Mounjaro mug. So any super chats or gifts or memberships, things like that. So we're going to go ahead and throw in the next live stream, which is episode 33 of On the Pen. This was Dr. Daniel Rosen. If you don't know Dr. Daniel Rosen, you're missing out. Dr. Daniel Rosen is a bariatric surgeon in the state of New York. He's been featured on Netflix. He's got hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok, and was kind enough to come into On the Pen and share a little bit. I think he's probably going to be willing to come back to and share, especially if I end up going the surgery route. But I'm excited to share this episode with you. This is one of my favorites, Dr. Daniel Rosen. Give him some love in the chat. Thank you again for those who are giving gifts. Thank you for those who are participating in the chat. We're here all day. So until this one ends, we'll see you on the other side of this one. The bariatric surgeon, Dr. Daniel Rosen, episode 33 of On the Pen from this year, 2023. Will empower you to have the conversations that you need to have with your doctor. How y'all doing tonight? It's so good to be here. Every week I look forward to this night, Thursday night. If you are enjoying yourself tonight. If you've enjoyed on the pen live, if you've been here before, put it in a chat. Let us know. It is so good to be with you all. If you've been here before, you know we've got a little bit of a rhythm and a routine to this show. And so we'll get right into it tonight. We've got a lot to talk about tonight, including a special guest that we have tonight, which I'm particularly excited to introduce you to. It's Dr. Daniel Rosen, who is a bariatric surgeon in New York City, one of the highest rated bariatric surgeons in New York City. And he's coming here to talk to you. And so we're so excited to have Dr. Rosen. He's so kind to give some of his time to the stream tonight. And so excited for that. So we're not going to waste a whole lot of time. We're going to get right into the first segment of our show, which is just a little housekeeping. Housekeeping. You want mint for pillow? So housekeeping is just the part of the night where we talk about the channel. We talk about what's going on. A little bit to talk about tonight, kind of a mixture of what's going on in the channel and a mixture of what's going on in my life. Just a few things that I wanted to share with you all tonight. First of all, you got to know that the biggest super chat of the night gets to choose where I plop that injection tonight. So as always, biggest super chat of the night gets to choose which approved spot I get to inject the Mounjaro pen in tonight. So that's nothing new. But what is new is we've got some new members here this week, and it's always good to be able to welcome the new members to the channel by name. So Elmo, Blessed, David Martin, Razy Joe, Deborah, Carrie, Raina, welcome. Thank you for becoming a channel member and supporting the channel with your money, right? So that's kind of what keeps this thing going, keeps me being able to justify the exorbitant amount of time I put into this hobby. And so thank you for those who are doing it. Literally, you are the reason that we're still here and the reason that we're able to bring somebody like Dr. Rosen in here who gives his time to the stream, because we built quite the community here, right? So I hope that when he comes in, you'll welcome him. If you are interested in becoming a member of the channel, it's only $2.99 a month, just a couple bucks, help support the stream. You can click the link in the description of this video. It'll take you right there, pull it up, real easy to do. Thank you for those who are doing that. No pressure. Nobody ever has any expectation of you doing this, especially me, but it's always appreciated. So thank you for those who are members tonight. And thank you for those who became members this week. So we talked about how we have Dr. Daniel Rosen on tonight. I'm really excited. 2 weeks from tonight, we've got Lee Fitzen. Lee Fitzen is a creator over on TikTok as well. And Lee, such a good dude, just one of those guys that, you know, I've never met him in person, but just by watching his videos, you can tell he's just a good human. So I'm excited to meet Lee. Lee was actually just on a panel for Oprah. He got Oprah'd. So he's Oprah famous now. So Lee's going to come on the channel. He's going to talk to us a little bit about that. And we've got a commitment, pseudo commitment from Dr. Spencer Nadolski to come on. We just got to get a time lined up with him. So that's super exciting as well. So lots of exciting things happening on the channel. Super exciting to be able to bring you that information. And yeah, so one of the things that I wanted to share with you is just a little personal win. So like y'all know, if you've followed my story for long enough, you know that I am a slower loser of the weight on Mounjaro. You know, it's as a content creator, I've got, 4,500 people over here on YouTube that I interact with, another almost 8,000 over on TikTok that I interact with. I interact with a lot of people on this medication. And so just anecdotally, I know that I lose weight a lot slower, and Mounjaro hits different for me than it does for most people. I think a lot of that is due to the fact that I'm a type 2 diabetic, and the clinical trials for not only Mounjaro, but across the board with GLP-1 show that if you are a type 2 diabetic, you're probably a slower loser on these GLP-1s, and that's okay. So one of the things that I'm always working on and always encouraging those of you who are in the same camp as I am to refocus your mind. If you're involved in social media, if you're actively engaged in social media, one of the biggest traps that you can fall into is this comparison game, right? And a lot of people say, well, don't compare. But we do. That's kind of human nature, is to compare ourselves to those around us. One of the things that I try to do is just refocus my brain, rewire my brain, that when I go down that thought train, I try to find something to be grateful for. One of the things that I could be grateful for is just the fact that I have access to this medication. As a type 2 diabetic, I have access to a medication that allows me to eat normal people food, normal people portions, and feel normal people full. That is an absolute gift for somebody like me who has not only struggled with my weight my entire adult life, but struggled now for the last couple of years with type 2 diabetes. That's a huge, huge gift. But as I was scrolling through, actually it was, if you have an iPhone, how you can kind of get little pictures that pop up in your memories. So we have a local fair that happens in my city every year. Being an Iowa boy, you got to love the name of this. This fair is called Cattle Congress, and it is exactly what it sounds like. There's like cow senators and cow congressmen, and they come and they vote on all the things that bovines have to deal with. They fight bovine injustice. None of that actually happens, but it is a place where they bring lots of cattle, right? Award-winning cattle. So, just think it's this beautiful mixture of cow manure and Tom Thumb donuts and carnival rides. It's very Iowa. Anyway, so one of the things that the local schools do is they do like little field trips. So I got to go with my son on a field trip last year. Now, this was about a little over a month before I started my Mounjaro journey. So this is a cropped picture, right, of me standing next to the cattle. And I just thought, wow, who is that guy? I barely, because I pull up this picture, like scrolling through it, it's got all my little videos are in my camera roll. And I look at that and I go, who is that guy? So 30 pounds, for me was a pretty big jump. Just from, just the weight off my face. And I think especially for somebody who struggled with sleep apnea, like if you just look at all that weight that's come off of, I think all 30 pounds were lost in my face and neck, which is probably pretty good for somebody who deals with sleep apnea. So really want Dr. Rosen said, wow, you got a neck. I got a neck. It's in there. So yeah, it really was just kind of a profound moment to look back and go, whoa. 30 pounds doesn't sound like a lot when you're comparing it to people who have lost 100 or 150. And really, I probably got a good another 80 pounds to go before I, would feel that that's the weight that I'd be comfortable at. But anyways, you got to take the wins where you can get them, right? So I was really happy to see that, and I wanted to share it all with you. Another thing that I've done this week, over the past couple of weeks, is I've started some resistance training. When I first started Mounjaro, a lot of people, so if you make videos or content on here, there's always the naysayers. There's always the people that are coming in and comparing GLP-1s to fen or, just sometimes it's ignorance, sometimes it's just people being mean, and sometimes it's just lack of education, right? And I think that's something that we're trying to combat here and educate people on, is to be able to tell people, and especially those who care about us, right? Because a lot of people that we love, people that love us and have really good intentions, hear that we're on a GLP-1 for weight loss, and that's immediately where a lot of their minds go. So a lot of this is about just educating the people around us about how, as somebody who struggles with obesity or metabolic disorder, your gut is often dysregulated in the hormones that it makes. And what these GLP-1 medications do is they just help you to make more of these hormones that help you get over the hump metabolically. And so not stimulants, not fen, not the things that people are used to, hearing about and getting concerned about. So one of the things that we try to educate on this channel about. So one of the things that I've become increasingly a little bit more concerned is just making sure that I get good resistance training in to preserve muscle mass. I've done a really good job eating protein, but the main thing I want to do is, as a young, healthy guy, I've always been more muscular, on the muscular side. And I don't want to compromise that. So in addition to, making sure I'm hitting a good amount of protein every day, and prioritizing that in my diet, I'm also doing some resistance training. And then I found out, I've also shared how life has gotten a little crazy. My wife has taken a job outside the home for the first time in 10 years. So our oldest is 9. So she left the workforce when she was pregnant with our first. As the Lord would have it in his plan, they're all in school this year together at the same school. And my wife is teaching there, where she had been homeschooling them prior to. So just a big change for our family to go from the slower pace of a homeschool home to all 4 kids from ages 3 all the way up to 9 are getting up at 6 a.m. and we're rounding up the troops, getting lunch. It's just been chaos. But I have found this little pocket of time that the house empties out. It's completely empty. And I have a good hour and 15 minutes until I need to be at work. So I have taken that time. I don't get it absolutely every day, but most of the days of the week I do. I've filled that with a walk around the neighborhood. Just a way to get moving in the morning, because as somebody who sits at a desk all day, it's just another pocket of time. So finding those areas in your life where you can just fold in some healthy habits. This doesn't have to be CrossFit. This doesn't have to be Orange Theory. And I've shared on this channel how my exercise has oftentimes been as extreme and erratic as my diet, right? I'm either on an extreme diet for 3 months and then off for 9, or I'm on an extreme exercise program and then I'm sitting on my butt for 9 months. This is the pattern of life, because everything has to be so extreme. And that's one of the gifts of these GLP-1s, is it allows you to just step back, develop healthy habits. So lifting and walking, those are a couple of things that I've folded into my life recently that, is new and completely sustainable. It doesn't in any way feel extreme or punishment, but it also feels just like I'm finding ways to incorporate some healthy habits. So always trying to stack these little habits to build towards a lifetime of good habits that are sustainable is kind of the goal here. So that's what's going on in my world. That's what's the housekeeping for the week. We've got a lot to get into, so we're going to keep the channel rolling tonight. We're going to get into the next segment of our show. But before I do, I almost forgot. Got to remember Kim. We've got I want to say a sponsor, but another channel that we like to promote over here. It's the Plus Sides Podcast. Our guest tonight, Daniel Rosen's been on over there. The gals over at the Plus Sides have a really great show, and so we just like to tell you a little bit about them in my stream. So we'll just learn a little bit about their show so that you know what you can expect from them over there at the Plus Sides.
Are you interested in understanding GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro? Then join us on the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, the groundbreaking podcast helping people change their lives one episode at a time. The Plus Sides podcast is a disruptor. We're breaking down barriers, smashing stereotypes, and sharing inspiring stories that'll leave you feeling informed and empowered. Join us every week to learn from doctors who are specialists around GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro. They'll provide you with science and facts to validate these incredible stories. But that's not all. We'll also bring you the voices of the GLP-1 Mounjaro TikTok community, real people who face the challenges of obesity-related diseases and disorders and discovered the incredible plus sides of GLP-1 medications. Our episodes are filled with heartwarming stories, laughter, and moments of triumph. You'll connect with our amazing community members who are reclaiming their health and experiencing their fullest lives. Are you ready to embark on a journey of discovery and empowerment? Tune in to the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, and together we'll change the narrative around obesity and end the stigma. Subscribe now on YouTube or your favorite podcast platform and join our incredible community. Let's celebrate the plus sides of life together. The Plus Sides Podcast, because every story deserves to be heard, every life deserves to shine, and everyone deserves access to expert knowledge and medication. The Plus Sides Podcast. You're not alone. It's not your fault.
The ladies over at the Plus Sides have been big advocates of Man of the Mounjaro, and the Man of the Mounjaro is a big advocate of the gals over at the Plus Sides. They do great work over there. Kim and her team, and of course Janine, who's been with me on my journey since she started hers. So awesome community over there as well. Ooh, hey, there I am again. There's Big Neck Dave. Fat fingered the mouse. Sorry about that. Hey guys, we're just gonna leave this up for the rest of the show. I'm just gonna talk behind this. It'll be a really good reminder for me. All right, so we're gonna get into the next segment of the night, and as soon as I can find it. One day I'm going to get fancy enough to have somebody else roll the beautiful bean footage for me. But we're going to get into what's fresh in the world of GLP-1s. So, hat tip tonight to my guys, 3 in particular, Sue the Dude, Matthew, and Billy over on my Facebook group. I've got a Facebook group. It's called On the Pen with Dave Knapp, or On the Pen with Man of the Mounjaro. On the Pen with something. Find us over there. It's a really great group. Lots of good information shared over there. I don't even really have to do research to make content anymore because people just send it to me, which is really nice because it helps save me some time. Really big news. And so especially a hat tip to Sue the Dude and Matthew, because they've been talking about this for probably 3 or 4 months, right? And now it's like news articles about it. And I think even Dr. Rosen, I think maybe I caught that he made a video about this today or yesterday. But really what the story focuses around is how the proliferation of weight loss with GLP-1s trickles down and affects really larger parts of the economy. So we've talked on this channel about this a little bit, but what's really interesting is to think of, so you think about all these people who are now being able to control or get their obesity under control, in some cases in remission, if you want to call it that, but they're being able to better control their impulses as it relates to things like fast food or addictive behaviors like drinking excessive amounts of alcohol. And you think about how what the trickle down effects into the rest of the economy are. And so, I've always known that certain parts of the media have a vested interest in beating these medications down. But I think that this is part of the thing that we have to watch, is that now we have significant sectors of the economy who are going to glom on to the stories that make GLP-1s look bad. And so what we have to do is continue to combat the narratives that will be going around about GLP-1s and do go around with the right information. And that's why we make sure to have people like Dr. Daniel Rosen on tonight. Dr. Rosen come in and share his position from the medical perspective on these medications and answer questions so that we can be equipped to deal with the aftermath of the stories that come out that make the people around us concerned for us, even if it's genuine concern. We do need to help educate. And so that's what part of the show is about. And so just really interesting way to be Sue the Dude. And Matthew, you're way out ahead of this. You've been talking about this for a long time, about how this could affect fast food, about how it could affect, prepackaged and highly processed food industry, the stuff that's just easy to eat, densely caloric, easy to eat, easy to overeat foods. And then, of course, alcohol. And there's, perhaps we can talk about this with Dr. Rosen a little bit, but the studies that are going on with GLP-1s and how they're potentially going to be able to be used to treat certain types of addictions. So awesome. Guys, thanks for sharing that. We're going to get into not necessarily fake news, but every Thursday night on the show, we take out the trash. We talk about the trashy topics about GLP-1, whether it's fake news or just news that's not that great. And doing this segment always reminds me to physically take out my trash, because Friday morning is trash day. So let's talk about the trash tonight. Like, what's the trash? So really interesting news this week. And my frustration continues to grow and grow with Novo Nordisk. So you go back, just rewind the clock, maybe even watch On the Pen from 2-3 weeks ago. It seemed like every week there was news coming out about semaglutide that was potentially earth-shattering. So you have, going back a few weeks ago, you had a small study that came out that showed that semaglutide was effectively treating patients with early type 1 diabetes. Very small scale, just a few patients, just a doctor somewhere, but something that could potentially lead to larger studies. You're talking about type 1 diabetics. 7 out of 10 got off their Prandial, their mealtime insulin, I think all 10 of them got off of their mealtime insulin, and then 7 out of 10 got off their basal insulin. Type 1 diabetics with the use of semaglutide. Again, it's a very small study, but something that could lead to a larger, broader study that could be a game changer for people who are diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. You have the other news coming out about folks with heart failure and the reduction of events like heart attack and stroke in people who were treated with the higher doses of semaglutide. Just amazing news, right? So you have all this groundbreaking news, or potentially groundbreaking news, exciting news coming out about semaglutide. And what do you have happening at Novo Nordisk? You have a major shortage of Wegovy, shortages of the starter doses of the medication. So if you're just looking to get on it, those doses shortages have been extended pretty much into perpetuity at this point. They were supposed to go through September. Now it's unknown when they'll be available again. Shortly thereafter, the bad news just kept piling on. You get news breaks last week that they have had some issues at some plants in the United States keeping the medicine pure and clean. Prior to that, it had only been overseas that they were dealing with that issue. Well, it came out this week and unfortunately so, that one of their plants in North Carolina struggling to keep a bacteria out of the medication. This goes back a couple years. So the actual issues with the medication was a couple years ago, but with recent inspections, the FDA found that they were lacking in their ability to test adequately for it and find out where it was coming from. And this particular bacteria strain was resistant to antibiotics. So this is a potentially huge deal. Shut down a factory. They're doing things to try to mitigate that. They brought on Thermo Fisher to come in and help with the manufacturing of these pens. But I got to tell you, it's an absolute mess. And it's astounding to think that a company like Novo Nordisk, who had to have a really strong inkling that all this great news was going to be breaking about semaglutide, they put millions of dollars into these studies, to have this good news, to build this hype, and then, to stub your toe so bad at the supply issue of the medication is just very, very frustrating. And I think what my big concern is, you have Mounjaro, tirzepatide, I should say. Tirzepatide is knocking on the door of the FDA approval for chronic weight management. If you follow the semaglutide track, Novo Nordisk in December used in December of, I think it was 21. I might be getting the years incorrect, but in December of 21, Novo Nordisk used a priority review voucher with the FDA to get it fast track approved. It took 6 months from the time that they submitted that application to the time that it was approved. So if you go with Mounjaro, we know from the conference calls that we cover on this channel that tirzepatide was submitted to the FDA in May. So you just count 6 months from there. We could potentially be looking at an approval in November, right? What is going to happen to all these people who can't get Wegovy? I mean, just draw a line, right? With all the great things that Eli Lilly has done to bring on additional manufacturing, supposed to be able to double their capacity by the end of the year. They've been talking about this on all their conference calls. In addition to bringing more and more plants online and being creative in that they're opening these factories, but typically when you open a factory, it's opened all at once and all the manufacturing lines go online at the same time. They're actually opening line by line in one of these factories. So they're slowly bringing on capacity. You don't have to wait for the whole building to get done. So the FDA is working with them. They're doing so much different presentations of the medication to try to hedge off potential issues with supply chain with the pens. You've got the vials, the single dose vials. You've got the, which were approved by the FDA about a month or two ago, the news that I broke, I don't know, like a month ago. And then you've got the adjustable pens. Like they're doing so much to try to get out ahead of the demand, but there's no way they can keep up with the demand of people who can't get their Wegovy, right? So this is brewing up another storm for Eli Lilly in the rollout of this new medication, and I just don't like where it's going. And so, hopefully the Novo can move mountains and get these companies like Thermo Fisher online quick to be able to help them manufacture these pens, but I am not feeling super confident about it. So one of the things that you can do right now is you can be working with your doctor to try to plan for that. Your insurance is only going to let you fill a 3-month script at a time, but my recommendation would be if you're on a dose that you're going to be on for a while, talk to your doctor about getting that 3-month script. If that's right for you, you just have a little bit of safety knowing that you're good for the next 3 months. But you've got to be advocating for yourself with your medical provider to stay out ahead of this, because I think it's going to be a big deal. And I hate bringing bad news. One of these days, there's going to be, like looking forward to like June of next year when we're going to have liraglutide in a generic form. That'll be really great for the supply. It'll ease off some of the pressure on Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk. Well, Novo Nordisk makes it, but with the generic versions coming out from other manufacturers, hopefully lift some of that burden off of them. So that's not necessarily fake news, but it's kind of crappy news. So hopefully they can get that figured out. I don't want to waste any more time because I know what you're all here for. You're all here for tonight's Hot Channel. I am so excited for our special guest tonight. So excited that Dr. Rosen has been generous enough with his time to give some of it to us tonight. I'm going to bring him in. We're going to have a great conversation about what he does. So if you don't know Dr. Rosen, he is a creator over on TikTok and on Instagram. You can find him at Dr. as in Dr. Daniel Rosen. You can find him over on TikTok and Instagram under that name. I think he's even got a YouTube channel over here. But those are where he's active at, right? And so if you don't know him, he's a top New York City medical weight loss doctor and is a practicing bariatric and laparoscopic surgeon. And as a medical expert, he's appeared on Netflix, right? Netflix is My Unorthodox Life, and recently was on a guest on the Rosie O'Donnell podcast, Onward. And tonight, he is on the pen, and we're so excited that he's given some of his time to the channel tonight. We are thrilled to bring in tonight's hot channel.
Hot channel.
Tonight's hot channel, Dr. Daniel Rosen. How are you tonight, buddy?
What's up, Dave? Pleasure to be here on the pen.
It is such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. So much to talk about. I mean, we could go off in 100 directions, but one of the things that kind of jumps out to me right away, Dr. Rosen, is I want to know how a guy like you gets into the profession that you're in. Like, where'd your passion come from?
Great question. Great question. You know, you get a lot of delayed processes and thoughts when you go into medicine, because you got to do college, and then you got to do 4 years of medical school, and then you got to do residency, which can go anywhere from 4 to 9 years. I did 7 years. And in the 5th year of those 7 years, I worked with this really talented surgeon, a really gifted guy, incredible hands, we say in the business. And his fellow, who's the guy training directly under him, had visa issues. So he couldn't work for 2 months. So as a 4th year resident, but I was in my 5th year because I did a year of research, I was thrown into the role of being this guy's, number 2. And he gave me tons of freedom and tons of leeway. And I really took to it with a lot of aptitude. And I loved the surgery. And he did a ton of bariatric surgery. And it really impressed upon me on how technical and enjoyable it is to sort of get inside someone, rework their stomach, change their intestines, do all this stuff. But it wasn't until I dedicated my life to it as an attending surgeon in my profession that I got to experience the journey that patients went on. And so originally it was the technical love of the surgery, but as a practicing doctor, it was to get to meet these people, to get to go on this journey with them, to see who they were, to get to know them before surgery, because it takes a long time before you can get on the table, and to see who they were as people, and then to watch that person emerge in some ways from the body that was encasing them and holding them in and holding them back. And so that was extremely fulfilling for me. And it's been 15 years now that I've been doing this, and I love it so much. And only recently have I gotten into social media and gotten a chance to interact with so many more people in this incredible community, both the bariatric surgery community and the GLP-1 community, as that's exploded in the last couple of years. And that's just opened things up even more.
Absolutely. And I think there's so many folks who come into my lives or leave a comment on the channel that there's overlap, right? They're either on a GLP-1 in preparation to getting down to an operable weight, if that's the right term, or they were previously operated on and they're using it for maintenance, or they gained some weight back and they're using the GLP-1s to do that. Is that kind of how you're experiencing it, or how you're using GLP-1s in your practice?
Absolutely. Before there was this idea of trying to stage someone who was in the much higher weight categories into a safe realm to get surgery, what you call an operable weight. So if someone has surgery at 500-600 pounds, their chances of a major complication and even death are much higher than if you can get them down 50 pounds, 100 pounds before surgery. So our options were limited. There were inpatient weight loss centers where you would get put on a liquid diet or even on IV nutrition for months and months at a time, 9 months in a year. We had to be in the hospital. It was very expensive, very limiting. We would try putting balloons in people. You would wire someone's jaw shut to try and get them to lose 50, 60 pounds because your options were so limited and you just wanted to get the best surgical outcome possible. Now we can take someone in the higher BMI ranges and put them on a GLP-1 medication to try and bring them down that 40, 50 pounds. Not only is it make it easier for them to, get through the surgical process without a complication, it makes it easier for you to mechanically operate. To get to the stomach, you have to move the liver out of the way, and that liver can be very heavy in an obese person. You've heard of fatty liver. So shrinking that liver down so that you can lift it out of the way. I'm doing this, but really it's like this. It's just the mirroring of my camera. So you got to move it that way.
You do indeed know which way to move the liver once you
yeah. It always looks backwards to me when I do it naturally because it's flipped my image. But that really helps the surgeon from a technical perspective, and it helps the patient have less likelihood of complication. So it's a game changer to drop what was already low complication rates for bariatric surgery in general to even lower. So huge benefit from GLP-1s for the pre-op patients, for sure.
Very interesting. I've heard different bariatric surgeons on different social medias really coming out against. It's not like a lot of them, right? But there's a few louder voices against GLP-1s, and I scratch my head. I'm not a medical guy at all. I'm a sales and marketing guy, right? But somebody who's benefiting from this medicine, which I think is ironic when you think about, like the people that are really out there selling these medications are patients, right? People like me who have just like, we found something that's life-changing and we're preaching the gospel, right? But I'm curious where that comes from. Do you think that it comes from a lack of understanding of the medication? Like, certainly it can't be that for these guys. Like, are they feeling like their work is being, threatened by these GLP-1s? Where do you think that's coming from?
I think it's coming from a bunch of different places. First of all, there's a natural separation in medicine between kind of medical clinicians and surgical clinicians. Like, we don't get into it to be pill pushers. We theoretically don't love talking to a patient for 45 minutes. We kind of like to get to know you and then find out what your problem is and then fix it with our hand and then have a great life. Now, bariatric surgery is a little different because you get to know someone much longer and you're supposed to follow them for life. There's this concept of if you cut them, you own them. And the idea is it's really important that, especially with bariatric surgery, where there could be downstream complications from vitamins, deficiencies and protein malnutrition and things like that, that you establish a long-term relationship with the patient. But some surgical guys are just not into medicine, and that can extend into weight loss medication. And weight loss medication historically has been so far away from the results that you can see surgically,
right,
that they're just completely pushed off the radar for bariatric surgeons, especially long-term bariatric surgeons who aren't going to change, who aren't going to evolve, who may not be reading journals on a regular basis, especially in the medical sphere. So there's that sort of inbred resistance that a bariatric surgeon may have. Then, as a marketing guy, you can understand that these medications are an easier sell than surgery. And that's got to impact their bottom line. And they got to be feeling that. And they may want to be getting out there and promoting surgery and highlighting the negative aspects of medication because that helps them stay in business. That helps them put food on the table. It's something I'm experiencing as a bariatric surgeon in very real time. But you have to see the benefits, and it gets complicated. I just had a conversation with a patient this week who is spending a lot of money on medication. They can't get it approved through insurance. And I have to tell them that bariatric surgery will get approved by your insurance. It won't have a monthly cost till you get down to your goal weight. It won't have maintenance cost. If you need to stay on some level of medication to keep that weight off, you can have surgery, reliably have that 70 to 80 pound weight loss and not have a big out-of-pocket expense. But that patient weighs that against the fact that they now can get a 70 or 80-pound weight loss with a weekly subcutaneous injection, which doesn't seem like a big deal. And if you got the money for it, that might be the route you spend your money on. And, for people who are struggling with the cost, I am highlighting that option for them, especially if they have 100+ pounds to lose. I think the reliability of bariatric surgery is very high. I think the safety profile is very high. Complication rates are very low. And you can reliably get a lot of weight loss off without needing medication. But it's very much a patient's choice, and it's our job to guide them with all the appropriate data, not to push them in one way or the other that benefits us financially, because we have a closed mindset.
Sure. That's an amazing answer. And part of why I wanted to have you on the show tonight, because it's very clear to me when I watch content creators, whether there's somebody like you who is a surgeon, or whether it's, a nurse practitioner or a general practitioner or some other specialist doctor. It's very clear right away who has a passion for people. And I think that, not just in medicine, but in all professions, that can be a very lost art. Like actually seeing people as human beings with a soul and a life. And so I feel that from you, and I felt that in that answer. And I just think that's probably why a lot of people are so attracted to the content that you make.
Oh, thank you. I would like to touch. I would like to touch real quick on, you talked about it for post-op patients.
Yeah.
That I don't want to ignore that. I use it every day in my practice, not just on patients who want to lose 15, 20 pounds, not just on patients who need to lose 100+ pounds, but don't want to go on a surgical route, but on post-op patients. There is nothing more scary than to have gone through a surgery, been successful, lost 80, 100, 150 pounds, and then see that weight start to come on. And to have this medication that you can introduce to a patient instead of a revisional surgery, or instead of, hey, lady, we've done everything we can, you're on your own, diet and exercise, the same old spiel, to have this medication, which can really jumpstart their weight loss again, reverse that weight regain that they are petrified of, is amazing in the tool belt of the bariatric surgeon.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I can just think of anecdotes in my own life of people that I've known who have had weight loss surgery, who have maybe over time gained it back, and the comments that I've heard, just from different people, like, my gosh, there's just such a long way to go with having compassion towards people who deal with obesity. And I can't imagine the hopeless feeling that must be for somebody who goes to the extreme of having, their insides rerouted so that they can try to put a disease into remission, right? And then to fight through it and fight just to have it succumb. So to have that is just an amazing thing. I know.
And to be blamed as a failure, right?
Yeah,
to be
absolutely.
looked at.
Yeah, like there's something intrinsically wrong with you morally,
Yeah.
What a hard thing that must be for those people. I think of to kind of, not to completely switch topics, but one of the things that I've observed just through my channel is that, and maybe you can speak to this in your practice, whether it holds true, and maybe as to the scientific reason why, but it seems to me like the people that I've met through this journey on TikTok and YouTube is that the people who come in who are like bariatric surgery level heavy, like they're 700 pounds, 600 or 700 pound people.
Whoa, that's not necessarily those people. Yes, are bariatric surgery level heavy, but you can be 250 pounds and be bariatric surgery level heavy.
Say more.
I would just say it's like anyone who's 70 to 100 pounds overweight qualifies through insurance. And even if you don't qualify for insurance, doesn't mean that bariatric surgery, just like doesn't mean medication, if you don't qualify, can't be helpful. So I've operated on someone who's 35 pounds overweight. I've operated on someone who's 50 pounds overweight. If they understand the risks and the benefits, and they appreciate what the upsides are going to be, if they were heavier before and they fought their way down halfway and they just can't get the rest and they don't want to go back, insurance may not cover it, but that doesn't mean it's not worthwhile to a patient. If a patient can get a breast augmentation or a rhinoplasty, nose job, or a breast lift or a tummy tuck under general anesthesia and have similar complication rates, there's no reason that someone couldn't benefit from surgery. But in general, 70 to 100 pounds over your ideal weight qualifies through insurance for surgery. I don't want you to get into this my 600-pound life kind of voyeuristic concept of who is the right patient for bariatric surgery.
Sure. And I appreciate the education on that, because in my mind, that is kind of where it goes. Because my doctor, so, you know, a little bit about my journeys. I was diagnosed type 2 diabetes in 2021, the fall. My doctor put me on a strict keto diet for the following year, measured with, of course, the CGM that I wear. You know, I kept my blood sugars were low, like 90s, low 100s the whole year. I lost 7 pounds. And I had told him when we went into it, I was like, Doc, for the previous probably 3 or 4 years, it really didn't matter what I would do. I could hit, maybe if I starved myself for like 3 months, I could maybe lose 30 pounds. Right. But that was like not a sustainable or health. That was not eating effectively. I mean, very small meals, like 800 calories a day, maybe. It's not any way to live for me anyway. And so we got to the end of the year. He was scratching his head as to why I hadn't lost the weight. He said, you know, you probably just need to have the surgery. Right. And I remember thinking at that time, that he said that I weighed 312 pounds. And I honestly couldn't imagine, because in my head, I guess that's where I went. Like, I went to my 600-pound life. Like, those are the people that have bariatric surgery. So I appreciate the education on that, because I thought, what, me? I'm 30 whatever years old, and it just didn't register that would be something to do.
For me, and nothing against Dr. Naz, I think his name is, who is clearly a gifted surgeon and a dedicated surgeon. I lump my 600-pound life with the show that comes before it or after it, which is like Hoarders and Intervention, where, you know, you're talking about a voyeuristic way of looking at people in the extremes of a condition, be it mental or physical. Would it be as interesting to show bariatric surgery patients on, you know, those who were like you, 100 pounds over your ideal weight? Maybe, but it didn't grab the studio execs who were pitched my 600-pound life.
Who wanted to get somebody who needed help showering and
it just, you know, it's more voyeuristic than sort of relatable.
Yeah, sure.
Relatable is its whole other draw, you know, and this is more like looking at someone that's very easily depicted as other.
Yeah. I think one of the
so you shut it down when
no,
he brought it up?
Actually, I love my doctor. I know that my doctor, I could go into it. I know my doctor cares very much about me. And so I was willing to do it. I just didn't have bariatric coverage. So he said, well, luckily for you, you're diabetic and you can qualify for these GLP-1s. And that's what sent me down the rabbit hole of learning as much as I could about them. And eventually got, you know, within a couple of weeks, put on Mounjaro. One of the things, so what kind of brought this conversation up for me is that when I think about my friends that I've met on this journey who did weigh 600 pounds, or even one of my friends was up 700 pounds. Like I don't even think he could weigh himself. He was just guessing, and that's about where he was. Who've lost, you know, really fast, like a couple 100 pounds. So do you see that folks that are that heavy, do you see them as all being super responders, or are there some that are that heavy that don't respond to the GLP-1s at all? I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I see the same things too. Like our friend Triple Dad. Yeah. You know, like he's the perfect example of someone who you see as like a super responder to the GLP-1s. And I think like their disease is so strong in like a reactive way. Like you might think like, oh, their disease is so strong, nothing can touch it. But I think their disease is so responsive. You know, it's like so responsive to stimuli that it can take you to so high of a weight, and it can be just as responsive to a stimuli that will reverse that. And so to lose 200 pounds on a GLP-1, it seems insane, an insane amount of weight. And it's great that someone is able to do that. And we would see the same thing with a bariatric surgery. You know, someone like that, you might do a sleeve on and they would lose 250 pounds. Whereas if you did a sleeve on someone who was 100 pounds overweight, they might lose 60 pounds. But the thing you have to think about there is that the person who's 100 pounds overweight who loses 60 pounds, they've lost 60% of their excess weight. Whereas someone who is 700 pounds, they might be 450, 500 pounds over their ideal weight. And so if they only lose 200 pounds, that's 40% of their excess weight. So the bigger you get, the bigger your response is, but the bigger response you need.
Sure.
So it's interesting that you might think that they're such aggressive weight gainers from their disease perspective that these things wouldn't touch them. They do touch them in dramatic ways, but I'm not sure that the percent weight loss ever reaches someone who doesn't get that heavy. So you have to look at them in those two ways. Total weight loss is impressive, but
Right.
percent weight loss, and if it stops working at 200 pounds and they still have 250, 300 extra pounds to go, it's been a huge benefit, but there's a limit to that benefit because
Sure.
their disease is so strong. So it's not, I don't know that they can keep it going for a long time. Eventually, they usually hit a wall.
So do you think that, so let's kind of zoom this back into somebody like me. So I started my Mounjaro journey at 312, titrated up pretty fast to the 15 because the middle doses were in short supply when I was titrating up. And my doctor, as a type 2 diabetic, here's what the trials say. We need to get you up to the 15. So I went up to the 15 pretty quick. After a couple months, I hit 30-pound weight loss by, it was November to, let's say, April-ish. I was down 30 pounds. As we sit here today, that's what I'm down, 30 pounds. So I had to go off the 15 and back to the 5 and slowly work back up because I was getting really bad migraines. And so I've tried to slow the doses and do it like as long as it's controlling my sugars to kind of slowly go through the doses so that maybe that's not such a shock. So currently on the 12.5, this is my second month of the 12.5 dose.
Did you gain weight on the drop down?
So when I went to the 5, initially I just went back from the 15 to the 12.5 to see if that helped. And I only did that for a couple of weeks and it didn't. So then I'm going to go back to the 5 and I'm just going to move up slow. So when I went on the 5 that month, I gained 8 pounds back. I didn't change any behaviors, but I gained 8 pounds back, which plays into a question somebody had of, do you have to be on these for life? And I think for most people, obesity is a chronic condition, a chronic disease, which requires chronic treatment. But I think so when I get back to the 15, I know that when I was on the 15 for like the last 2 months, I seem to have maxed out what it could do for me. I mean, it wasn't doing, even today at the 12.5, I might get a day of actual appetite suppression out of it, but I've never gotten the amount of suppression that I come in here and people say, I can't possibly look at food. I've eaten 3 pieces of bread in 3 days. That's never been me. Maybe not able to eat quite as much at a meal for a day or two after I take the medication. And then I really don't feel like I have it in me at all. So I don't know what might be medically behind that other than being diabetic?
Yeah, diabetic individuals respond less robustly to GLP-1 medications. We know that. That being said, I think it's unfortunate that the middle doses weren't available because I think you missed the opportunity to lose weight on the ramp up, what I call the rungs of the ladder.
Yeah.
You don't want to blaze through the ladder so quick because then you're at the very top of the ladder and you have nowhere to go. And you didn't necessarily get all the benefit from each step up that ladder. And then when you're at that top dose, you become used to that, you plateau there. And then anything lower down, if you wanted to sort of get to lower doses, you have much lower to descend before you can get on a maintenance that's not at a 10 or at a 12.5. The higher up you get to your goal weight, the more of a wean you're going to have to do. And you may not get as low or off the medication if you were able to get there on lower doses. So those are 2 things to consider. And that's a function of the shortages and the hardware problem. I mean, I think of the medication itself as software and the delivery method as hardware. And we're dealing with a hardware issue here, not a software issue. So I think it's a function of the diabetes. I think it's a function of the fast ramp up on the rungs of the ladder. And then I think it's a function of the way these medications work over time, and that your body does accommodate, and that we have a dosing limit right now. I think over time, there's a couple options that you can look forward to. Number one is we may see an increase in the maximal dose that you can go to, which will open up the possibility for more weight loss.
Of tirzepatide?
Of tirzepatide. I could see studies that look at non-responders. Can they be on doses of 17.5 or 20, 25? I could see a study like that being done. And then you're going to weigh side effects at higher doses, because any medication, the higher up you go in a dose, the more likely you are to see side effects. So you'll have to do that analysis of increased side effect rate versus increased efficacy at a higher dose. They're being cautious in the beginning, so it's possible that you'll see higher doses come up. And the other amazing thing you have to look forward to is just the pipeline of medications. Look what's happened in the last 5 years. Right. What's going to happen in the next 5?
Right. It's amazing. Yeah, that was going to be one of the questions that I was going to kind of posit to you when you talk about bariatric surgery. And there's some people who say, well, these medications are going to make bariatric surgery obsolete. So I mean, I'm sure you have an answer at the ready for that. But I do look at something like retatrutide, which has more efficacy in the weight loss department than Mounjaro in way less time. So where do you see that going, and how does that fit into the future of bariatric surgery?
Oh, retatrutide is going to be huge. Whatever comes after retatrutide is going to be huge. I think it's such an exciting time in terms of these peptide medications and GLP-1 medications. I think while every one of them may not hit, there's so many coming down the pipe, and every pharmaceutical company is seeing the dollar signs from the market that's available, that everyone's putting research into this now more than ever. So I just think we're entering a golden age of these medications, and it's going to impact everything. It's going to impact bariatric surgery volume. So if you're a company that makes staplers, right? The staplers we use to staple the stomach for a sleeve and to reroute the intestines, your stapler sales are going to plummet. Now they're only going to use it for colon resections and cancer and stomach cancer. That's going to take off a huge portion of the market, all the way down to junk food and alcohol sales. Someone asked me, are casinos going to see decreased volume, of sales from people not coming in? I had some person say that their sister is a gambling addict, unfortunately, and they're on the medication and it hasn't impacted them. I had someone tell me they never go into the casino anymore because it's just boring. Now that they're on the medication.
That's wild.
And I was like, great. So you're paying the price, you're gaining the money you're spending on the med back on that. So it's going to impact society. And if we're just now starting to see it, what if the supply is not throttled down? And, and what if because of competition, access improves, prices come down, and access broadens? Who isn't going to be on this medication? Don't fool yourself. Being 20 pounds overweight is no fun. And while you may not necessarily carry a medical diagnosis other than being overweight, and overweight is a medical diagnosis, by the way, your knees are improved by dropping 20 pounds. It's not just going to be people who need to lose 70, 100 pounds. It's going to be anyone who would benefit from losing weight. And why should we be forced to have to muscle our way through when we can have help? There's nothing wrong with needing help, asking for help, getting help. No one gets a ribbon for walking across the U.S. when a plane can take you there in 5 hours and get you there way more successfully. So I just think these medications are going to fundamentally change more in our society than we can even imagine right now.
Sure. The domino effect is huge.
Yeah. If you're a weight loss surgeon and you think it's going to be business as usual, you're definitely in for a shock. At the same time, getting a lot of people on this medication over time will also result in a lot of people getting off this medication for whatever reason. And those people will gain weight or and realize that medication for them is not the answer. And that may open up a whole other sector of society to consider bariatric surgery who wouldn't consider it before.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious, and then I won't hold you much longer here, but I'm curious, and I think some people in the chat have kind of asked this question in different ways. But I'm curious for you, when you see a patient, knowing everything you know about GLP-1s, and what is kind of the criteria that you look at to determine this is a person who is a better candidate for bariatric surgery, or a better candidate for a GLP-1 to start, or maybe a better candidate to have a bariatric surgery up first and then maintain with GLP? How do you navigate that?
Number one driver for me is a patient's place in life, a patient's mindset. Like, I never want to convince a patient to do something they don't want to do. And so my job is to guide them and to support them. So if they come to me saying, I want these meds, I'm like, great. Have you thought about bariatric surgery? Because it's an option. I know it sounds like a lot, but here's the data. You could expect to lose this amount. You won't need to be on any medication. Now, if you start to regain, it's always an option that we can use those medications, but this is an option for you. And at your weight, in my opinion, you have a better likelihood of losing, 80 pounds with surgery than with a GLP-1 medication. It doesn't mean GLP-1 medications won't be successful for you. We won't get a lot of weight off, but I just want you to think about it. Now, let's start those medications and let's see how you do. That's like, I'm planting the seed of another options. It's all about, we talk about in surgery presenting the risks, benefits, and alternatives. So I'm trying to introduce an effective alternative. If someone comes to me saying they want surgery, then I'm like, great, let's do surgery. That's what I do. You're a good candidate. Let's rock and roll. Would you benefit from these? If I feel that you would benefit from these medications to get 30, 40 pounds off before surgery, then I'm going to introduce the option of these medications. And then for patients who have had surgery, if a patient has a certain amount of weight regain, say 10% of what they've lost. If they've lost 100 and they've gained 10 pounds back, I might be like, hey, there's this medication. It will be really good. And if they don't want to be on medication, then I'll be like, let's have an appointment with our nutritionist. Let's focus on your physical activity. Can you start working with a personal trainer? Can you commit to 45 minutes 3 times a week? Have you seen a therapist to talk about your food issues and what's coming back and your cravings that are coming back and how to manage them? And then I'll make sure to see them 3 months later, 6 months later. And if that 10 turns into 20, then I'll be like, okay, we've tried everything we can outside of medication. Let's try medication, because the other alternative is if you keep gaining weight, we have to think about a revision surgery. And those come at increased complication risk. So that's how I approach it individually, getting to know the patient, understanding what their wants are, what their needs are, where their head is at, and how can I work with them to get them to achieve their healthcare goals.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate, I don't want to keep you hostage here because I know it's an hour later where you are. I'm sure you got an early morning. I so appreciate you joining me tonight for this late night chat. I know that the chat, the folks in the chat tonight have really appreciated you being here. I don't know if there's anything else that you want to say before you head out for the night.
Just that it's an honor to be part of this community. I welcome all the engagement on all the social media channels. Let's keep it positive for the diabetics versus the non-diabetics on these medications, and the concern that someone's stealing medication from someone else. Let's not do like disease hierarchy. We'll wait out the shortages. We're all, human beings with souls. Just because I'm pushing GLP-1 medications for their benefits for all people doesn't mean that, my license needs to be reported or anything like that. We've seen that on the comment. So just all in all, it's such an honor to be part of this community. I'm so grateful to be alive during this time, to be able to treat people during this time, and let's keep it going. Let's just keep doing it. And I hope I get to come back on the show.
There's so Sorry about that. I agree with everybody in the chat who's asking to see Dr. Rosen back on the stream again. I will make sure that I reach out to him. You heard him there at the end say that he is willing to come back on the channel and share again. So I agree. Let's have him come back on and talk about the different types of bariatric surgery, especially if I start to look at that option more seriously for myself. And I'm sure that that many of you kind of feel the same way too. So thank you for sticking with me today. Today is a marathon of episodes 36 through 32 through 46 of On the Pen. So kind of the second half of this year, kind of, sort of. So I want to introduce the next video. First of all, thank you for those who gave gifts. During that segment, you will be entered in to win one of the Stanley mugs. Tanya Fambro, thank you for the super chat on that last episode there with Dr. Daniel Rosen. So this next episode is one of my friends that I've met along the journey here, another fellow GLP-1er. Actually, he's the inverse of Dave Knapp. So he was on semaglutide for about as long as I was on tirzepatide, and he's changed over to tirzepatide right around the time I changed to semaglutide. We don't talk about that on this show specifically. We talk about how he got Oprah'd. So Lee Fitzin, my buddy Lee Fitzin, came over and shared about his time going on the Oprah show and talking about GLP-1s. Oprah's been a big person in the news lately. No pun intended. She's not a big person anymore, but she's been in the news about her GLP-1 use. So yeah, for whatever, take that for whatever you think about it. But he was on her show and he came on to talk about his journey, talk about his experience getting Oprah'd. And so we're going to bring that on. That was the 35th episode of On the Pen Live with Lee Fitzin. Let's see here. Pull it up for y'all real quick. If you're enjoying this marathon, put it in the chat. Let me know. If you're new here, put an N in the chat. Let me know that you're new here. Again, this is episode 35 coming up. I did skip one. I was just showing the episodes, generally speaking, that had guests on. So the next one is Lee Fitzin. It was episode 35 of On the Pen. Let's see here. Make sure I pull the right one up. I tell you what, I'm going to roll a commercial. While I do that, I will pull up the Lee episode.
Are you interested in understanding GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro? Then join us on the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, the groundbreaking podcast helping people change their lives one episode at a time. The Plus Sides podcast is a disruptor. We're breaking down barriers, smashing stereotypes, and sharing inspiring stories that'll leave you feeling informed and empowered. Join us every week to learn from doctors who are specialists around GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro. They'll provide you with science and facts to validate these incredible stories. But that's not all. We'll also bring you the voices of the GLP-1 Mounjaro TikTok community, real people who face the challenges of obesity-related diseases and disorders and discovered the incredible plus sides of GLP-1 medications. Our episodes are filled with heartwarming stories, laughter, and moments of triumph. You'll connect with our amazing community members who are reclaiming their health and experiencing their fullest lives. Are you ready to embark on a journey of discovery and empowerment? Tune in to the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, and together we'll change the narrative around obesity and end the stigma. Subscribe now on YouTube or your favorite podcast platform and join our incredible community. Let's celebrate the plus sides of life together. The Plus Sides Podcast, because every story deserves to be heard, every life deserves to shine, and everyone deserves access to expert knowledge and medication. The Plus Sides Podcast. You're not alone. It's not your fault.
Okay, so apparently I forgot to download the Lee episode. So I was downloading about 30 episodes, it felt like. So we're going to jump over Lee. We'll get back to that one. I'll make sure I download it. We're going to go to another really great episode that we did with Dr. Dan. That was the 36th episode of the season. So without further ado, here's the episode with Dr. Dan.
Alive on the moon, Mounjaro, it's on the pen line, with your host David Knapp.
Thank you, Clap Track. Happy Thursday night. Welcome to the stream. I'm Dave Knapp, man on the Mounjaro. That's why I'm here. You are on the pen. That's why you're here. Ozempic, Wegovy, Saxenda, Victoza, Trulicity, Mounjaro, that pen, Zepbound. That pen. If you're in a clinical trial, you might be on the Retatrutide pen, but whatever has you here, I'm just glad that you're here tonight. Welcome to the 36th episode of On the Pen Live. Thank you for being here. If you are new here, put an N in the chat. Let the community welcome you in here. We've got a great community over here at On the Pen Live, and we would love to know that you're here. Thank you also. Right off the top, we hit 5,000 subscribers over on YouTube. That is a major milestone in the history of the Man on the Mounjaro channel. We hit 5,000. Thank you so much to each and every one of you who have raised your hand and say, I want more of this nonsense. We are having such a great time over here. I really, really, really appreciate it. So thank you for helping me hit that major, major milestone. I am just, I'm over the moon about it because this is a huge accomplishment. It just feels like, climbing a huge mountain. It feels like a real big accomplishment in the history of this channel. And we did it in under a year, which is so awesome. And it's only going to get better. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the best part of what I do at Man on the Mounjaro. We've got a great show for you tonight. We've got Dr. Dan in the house, an obesity expert, an obesity doctor from Canada, here to talk about his channel, here to talk about bring his expertise into this channel and educate us all. I am so thrilled that he was willing to be here. So thank you to Cloakster, who kind of made the connection here between Dr. Dan and I. I'm so thrilled to bring him in. We'll be bringing him in after we do our first couple of segments. So thank you to Dr. Dan for being here. We've got a great show for you tonight. How you doing? I hope that you're all doing well. Put some of your highs for the week in the chat. Let's hear what some of your highs for the week were. One of my big highs. Well, before we get into our highs for the week, let's get into rolling the bumper, right? Because this would definitely fall under our housekeeping. You want menthol pillow? Housekeeping. So I started the 15 milligram dose last week. And as you know, every week, the biggest super chat of the night, if I can find it, I got it somewhere here. The biggest super chat of the night gets to pick the injection site. And we started the 15 milligram again last week. And so I'm super thrilled to be back on the 15 milligram. I had great appetite suppression all week. I usually do when I up a dose, so I'm hoping that it persists. But what I noticed about this 15 milligram dose is that the suppression I felt lasted almost the entire week, which is new for me. So I'm glad to be feeling that 15 milligram. Biggest super chat of the night gets to pick where this thing gets injected. So thank you for those who have inquired about how I've been doing. Headaches have been non-existent. So that is a really exciting thing for me to be experiencing the 15 milligram sans migraine. Oh, let's see here. I missed something here in the chat. Sue the Dude gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. That's so kind of you, buddy. Thank you for doing that. I so appreciate the members of the backbone of this channel. And Sue, whatever the most important part of the backbone is, that's you. So thank you, buddy. Good to have you here. So yeah, the 15 milligram is 15 milligramming. And so I'm thrilled about that. No headaches so far anyway. So that is awesome. Oh, Donna, that is so kind of you. Donna with the super chat. Thank you so much. I feel like you have probably picked the injection site for the last month. So thank you. Matt Miller's high of the week is he's lost 3.6 pounds. That is awesome. Thank you so much, Donna. You also just such an encourager of this channel. It's a very reflective night for me. Obviously hitting that 5,000 mark is just a huge deal to me. But yeah, so the 15 milligram is 15 milligramming. Thank you for those who have checked in with me this past week. We've also got some new members. So if you're a new member here this week, thank you for being a new member. Really appreciate the members. As we said, the members are the backbone of this channel. They are the ones that really, as I was sharing with them, we do a members only live stream before we go live on the pen every week. And, they are the backbone of this channel. Absolutely. I could not be doing this still if it wasn't for the members of this channel. It's just that simple. The members of the channel justify the time that I put into this by giving back, and obviously things like Donna's $50 super chat, which just helps to justify the tremendous amount of time and effort that I put into this channel. So it feels very special to be rewarded in that way. So thank you for those who do that. But yeah, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be at 5,000 if it wasn't for the members. So a special shout out to the members. Thank you for being the best part of what we do here at Man on the Mounjaro. So moving on through our housekeeping, the opening, somebody had complained last week about the static, and I thought I had fixed it, but I realized I had rolled the static in the 2 videos together. So I'm going to get that figured out for you next week. I apologize for that. So yeah, let's talk about it today. Let's talk about what's fresh. There is a lot of fresh news in the world of GLP-1s, and we're going to keep the show rolling and get right into it. So lots of great news in the world of GLP-1s this week. And honestly, I had to whittle it down. There's a lot of really great stories going on in the world of GLP-1s. So I picked my favorite 2 this week, and we're going to talk about some really interesting. Well, first of all, it's a breaking news today on the Mounjaro shortage. So you saw today, if you caught my video, that the Mounjaro 10 milligram has been moved off of the shortage list, right? So that's really exciting. All the doses will be back in stock, should be available at your pharmacy within the next week or so. We know that typically takes a little bit of time to hit, right? So it's when they get the supply rectified at the manufacturer level, they still have to supply the distributors, and the distributors still have to supply the pharmacy. So it's a little bit of trickle down typically to get to your pharmacy. So just chill. They'll all be there shortly. So that was some breaking news today. So if you are on the 10 milligrams, some really good news for you in that regard, that they finally got that ironed out. And it's really good when you think about the upcoming potential weight loss indication for Mounjaro, because the FDA doesn't typically like to approve a new indication for a medication if the manufacturer cannot prove that they can keep an adequate supply for the current indication. It just makes sense, right? So this is really good news. While the drug is still listed in a technical FDA shortage, all the doses are showing as available, which is good, really good news. So if you're on the 10, put it in the chat. Let me know that you're on the 10. If you are over here for the first time on the Pen Live, I'd like to welcome you by name. So if you are here for the first time on the Pen, let me know in the chat. This show is in its 36th episode tonight. So Really, really, really glad to have you all here tonight. If you're on the 10, also let me know. So what else is fresh in the world of GLP-1s? Kind of an interesting story here. So semaglutide, it's like one of those deals where I feel like every week on this channel, we talk about something amazing that is going on with semaglutide. And, you know, it continues to be one of the more frustrating things because you can't stop. Like in this article, it says Novo Nordisk's unstoppable semaglutide. So there's this kidney failure study. They were studying kidney failure in type 2 diabetic patients, right? And they were just basically trying to see if they could slow the progression of kidney failure. Real quick, we got some new folks in here. Diane is new. Charlotte is new. Pearl's mom is new. Sherry is new. So thank you for those who are new here. I appreciate you coming into the stream. But so basically, type 2 diabetics, kidney failure, checking to see if the semaglutide in the form of Ozempic could slow the progression of chronic kidney disease and kidney failure. So there's, you know, Dr. Dan could probably talk much more to this topic, but essentially what it has is these trials have third-party oversight, and there's certain benchmarks that if they meet these benchmarks, they will end the trial early, right? And usually, a lot of times, that's negative, right? Because there's adverse side effects, people aren't tolerating the medicine, and so they go, we can't do this anymore. This is the total opposite of that. This actually hit such good numbers that they said it's very clear that the efficacy is here. Semaglutide will essentially help to slow the progression of kidney disease and improves outcomes and cardiovascular outcomes for those with type 2 diabetes and kidney failure. So, I mean, the good news continues to roll in. The bad news is you can't get it. You just can't get it. The 0.25, the 0.5, the 1 of the Wegovy, all in an indefinite shortage. So thank you to Sue the Dude and Mrs. Bell, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you for adding to the family, right? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's very sweet of the two of you. So yeah, you got to kind of parlay the really great news that continues to flow out of the semaglutide trials. And you have to say, man, get your game right. Get your game right, Novo. Keep up with supply. And I think one of the cool things, and again, something else that Dr. Dan, holy smokes, Mrs. Bell, thank you so much for the super chat. I really, really appreciate that. So sweet, so kind, and so generous of you. Thank you very much for that. That is so kind. Good to have you back as well. So you've got this other study that came out this past week that proved or that showed in a study, and I apologize that I don't have this. I'm just remembering it kind of now off the top of my head, but that basically showed Mounjaro tirzepatide superiority to semaglutide. And so I think you can extrapolate out that a lot of the good news that's coming out about semaglutide, because semaglutide's been around for longer than obviously tirzepatide has, that you can probably extrapolate most of that good data that comes out about semaglutide across the entire class of medications, right? Across medications like Mounjaro, and maybe even, maybe to a slightly lesser extent, the dulaglutides of the world, and even perhaps the liraglutides of the world. So very good news for the class of medications as a whole. I mean, this continues to be a life-changing and a game-changing medicines in ways that far surpass simple glucose control or assistance in weight management, right? Just so many things that are so good. You just really hope that Novo Nordisk can figure out the manufacturing woes that have continued to persist with them. So that's what we got for news, even though there's a lot more that we could cover. We'll save it for next week. There's always next week, right? So we'll talk about that. Thank you again to Mrs. Bell for the super generous super chat. Thank you so much. Want to move on to kind of keep this show rolling because we want to get Dr. Dan in here. We are going to take out the trash because it is Thursday. So we're going to always talk every Thursday night about whatever the trashy news of the week is with GLP-1s or overtly fake news. We talk about that every week. So this week is no exception. Let's get right to it. So this is one of my favorite topics to talk about on this channel. And that is this issue of research chemicals, right? And we've talked about this. Well, we pretty much beat this topic into the ground. But this week you saw the FDA actually kind of get in on the action and sent some letters out. So we've talked about, I think it was a couple weeks ago that we talked about how even retatrutide is popping up in these research chemicals, right? If it doesn't, and it's interesting because some of the names of the companies that were spotted in here are ads that I get constantly on my Facebook. And I got to tell you, folks, like we say every week when this topic comes up, if it doesn't require a doctor's prescription, you shouldn't touch it with the 10-foot pole. These medications are medications that it's so important to be monitored by a doctor, to have proper labs run. And that's not even to mention that you have no idea, there's no oversight about where this medication is made, what happens to it in the handling process. It's not for human consumption. So please, if you see these ads advertising fake stuff, don't be lured in by the lack of accessibility that you might be feeling right now, and don't take risks with your health. There's not much more to say than that. But the FDA basically is getting in on it and sending letters out and saying, we know what you're doing, we see what you're doing, and you need to stop. So hopefully an end is put to that so that people can be confident in the difference, right? In the difference, because there's a lot of people who get this stuff crossed up with compounds. This isn't the same thing. Compound pharmacies, sterile compound pharmacies, are governed by their state board of pharmacies in the states that they operate. There is oversight, and those require a doctor's prescription. This is totally different. Know the difference. Run away from those Facebook ads. I can't even believe that there are creators who lose their accounts just talking about having conversations with doctors about different ways to access medication. But then you look at these advertisements that are running on Google Shopping. I mean, some of these companies that were called by name, I've seen ads for through a Google search. I've seen them on Facebook. I've seen them on Instagram, and somehow that just continues to persist, and that doesn't get shut down. It just blows my mind. But that's all I'm going to say about that, because we have such an exciting show tonight. We have such an exciting guest. Our next segment of the show, we always talk about every week. We bring a special guest in and we talk about the hot channel of the week. This week is no exception. In fact, this is one of the hottest channels that we've had on the show in the history of the show. So we're going to roll the bumper.
Hot channel.
This week's hot channel is none other than YouTube's own Dr. Dan. So we're going to bring him in. Dr. Dan, how are you, buddy?
What's going on? I'm doing well, man. How are you doing?
So good. It's nice to meet you. I really appreciate you coming on the show tonight.
Yeah, my pleasure. Happy to chat. I know I've had a number of my peeps that have reached out and said, I need to come and talk to you. So here we are. We finally set it up.
I'm so glad, and hopefully it won't be the last time. I'm excited for this conversation because there's really pertinent news for those who are our Canadian friends who follow the channel. So we'll get into that. But I am curious, Dr. Dan, to know how was it you got involved in content creation in YouTube? You got a nice, thriving channel. What brought you over here in the first place, and how has it kind of grown?
I mean, for me, it was really like, I guess my content creation kind of like blew up on TikTok, and I did really well over there. I had like 100K plus followers and stuff. And YouTube, I mean, I liked it because I enjoy talking and whatever like that, and doing a little bit more details. And so, yeah, had a real opportunity to kind of do both for a little bit, but was more focused on the TikTok side. And then, YouTube kind of blew up, TikTok kind of blew up, and then unfortunately TikTok seemed to not really like us talking about the GLP-1 medications and the other weight loss things because of weight loss and all that wonderful stuff, and kind of some other political things that I think were going on in that avenue. And so my account actually got banned, and yeah, I've just decided to sink all my time and effort into YouTube and making more of the long form content and doing a little bit more of this kind of interaction with people. And yeah, it's kind of just been growing from there of just putting out good quality information and helping the peeps out, you know?
Absolutely. When was it that you lost access to your TikTok?
That would have been, I think that was like May or June this year, I think.
Okay,
Yeah, it was
so
May.
kind of like right before there was like a mass exodus of a lot of accounts. Now, a lot of those people got their accounts back. Did you ever try that, or you just kind of like you one and done, like I'm not going to play this game type of thing?
No, I definitely tried to get it back and, sent the emails and whatever, but yeah, they never accepted my appeal, and then they wouldn't let me do a second appeal. So I was just like, yeah, we're done. I still have a TikTok account, but really it's just kind of regurgitating shorts and stuff that I'll put on here. Like I'm not really that active on it at present. I don't even think I have it on my phone anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, that's super frustrating. And yeah, but I have a lot of friends since I just started TikTok. I started TikTok around the time you left TikTok. So I kind of begrudgingly went over there, started on YouTube, and then just like gradually got pulled over there by different viewers. It's like, you need to be there, you need to be there, you need to be there. And so now I'm kind of double dipping, but I definitely love the longer form content. I love this. The lives that you can do on TikTok just don't have the same community vibe that they do here. There's definitely a community piece to it there, but I always liken it to kind of like the difference of going to like a really big church or a really little church. Like you go to a big church and it's flashy and it's a lot going on and it's entertaining. So you go to the little church and that's where you go and like everybody knows when like somebody's aunt is sick, or somebody's dog died, like that's what it is like over here. And that's for me. So I love it. We've got a great community over here. So when did you start your YouTube channel?
I mean, I've been kind of off and on with YouTube for a few years now, but I would say it really took off in, I think it was 2021. Yeah, I kind of started picking up where I started being more consistent with it. And then I've had a couple of breaks here and there. And then since January of this year, it's been super consistent and kind of just really growing and building it out. But I would say it probably took off. One of my first viral videos was on Ozempic, and yeah, it blew up and I kind of went from a couple hundred to a few thousand. And then suddenly it's been steadily going up from there. So
you've kind of ridden the GLP-1 wave, kind of too, which is exactly obviously what I've done is all about GLP-1s. How'd you end up getting into obesity medicine specifically?
Oh, that's a long story, but the short of it is I struggled with my weight myself growing up, and actually I got jumped at a party when I was about 16 years old and had my jaw broken, jaw wired shut, and I lost 40 pounds. I don't recommend it as a weight loss method by any means, but lost a whole bunch of weight. And then, yeah, kind of struggled on the other side of losing all that weight, suddenly getting a whole bunch of attention from the opposite sex. And then kind of went through 19, 20, got very obsessed with the gym and trying to get as big as possible, and became very obsessive with diet and weight loss and et cetera, et cetera. And then went to school for 10 years, didn't really know what I wanted to do as an adult, and became a pharmacist, and then went back, got my doctor of pharmacy, and kept getting more education and stuff. And yeah, it was actually Novo Nordisk, the company that makes Wegovy and Ozempic. They approached me and they're like, hey, this obesity space, like here's these cool things that we're doing. And in Canada, we didn't really have any treatments at the time. So it was very much we were just using kind of the psychological stuff, behavioral stuff, and really dived into that. And I fell in love with that. And then we had the medications that kind of came out there shortly thereafterwards with Saxenda. And I was already hooked. I'm like, this is exactly it. I know the struggle. I know when people talk about the food noise, the conversations they have, the shaming themselves, et cetera, et cetera. And so it was a really beautiful melding of the pharmaceutical healthcare provider piece of it, and then building out the other side and looking and developing into this aspect. And then turns out I like creating content and kind of creating the community and helping people out and trying to support as many people as I can. And yeah, here we are.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, I appreciate you lending some of your expertise to our stream tonight. And I'm really curious, and I know a lot of people are curious in the chat to hear a little bit more about the big news for Mounjaro this past couple of weeks that's kind of come online. So can you tell us a little bit about what's going on with the Mounjaro launch in Canada?
Yeah, so it looks like what I've been told is the last week in October, my pharmacy that I own up here in Calgary will be able to order it, as well as every other pharmacy across Canada. And then the first week in November, it should be hitting the pharmacy shelves. So it will be available. Obviously, like you were saying, we don't have the indication on Mounjaro yet for the obesity management. So it's going to be for diabetes management at present. And that's kind of what the drug companies are putting it out for right now. But nonetheless, it is coming to market. It will be on the shelves. I've been very much told by my reps and have kind of made them basically swear on their, firstborn child that they will not have a shortage on me, because I will be very cranky about that.
Right.
And so it's coming out. I think the couple of big things that are people probably need to know about is that, Ozempic, they have kind of the pens, and I think you guys also have they're like the Trulicity pens, single dose pens or whatever. Up here in Canada, at least initially, what we're getting is, those guys right there. What we're getting for Mounjaro is we're actually getting just single dose vials, because what they're having a problem with is the preservative and the devices themselves. And so they're going to be single dose vials. So, you start at 2.5 milligrams, you'll get your 4 vials in a box, and you're going to have to draw it up old school with like an old insulin needle, draw it up, inject it, and there's your dose kind of thing. So a little bit more complexity and that sort of thing, and probably going to need a lot of education and just understanding of how to do it. Obviously, that's definitely something I'll be putting out on my channel, is the ins and the outs of how you do the dosing and injections and stuff, so that you can do it as effectively and safely as possible. But that's kind of one of the big things on that side. Eventually, they're going to be coming out with the actual pen and device itself. I've been told on that side that they're actually looking at more of a multi-dose pen, like the Ozempic pen here, versus just a single dose, so that we can have the flexibility of 2.5 and 2.5 isn't enough, 5 is too much, let's go somewhere in between, and kind of using the clicks and stuff. So I'm actually very pumped about that, because that's what I love about the Ozempic pen and the one downside of Wegovy and such. So I think that's the other thing, but when that happens, nobody knows. They're just bringing it to market and trying to get it out as quickly as possible. And I mean, there's definitely the business side, like Novo Nordisk has kind of dropped the ball in some senses and keeping up with supply. So they're going to swoop in and steal a large market share, I think, here. So that's definitely the big news. Yeah,
absolutely. And I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated by what's kind of gone on with Novo Nordisk, just because it's just, as a marketer and a sales guy, I think that's where it just grates against my every fiber of my being. Every week on this show, we talk about some landmark study that's come out about how semaglutide is changing the game. Now, we talked a little bit about how that probably extrapolates over to Mounjaro as well. It's good for the entire class of medication when this news comes out, but it is a semaglutide study. So when you talk about doctors prescribing this stuff, it's a huge opportunity for Novo Nordisk. So for them to be missing that, because there's these things going on with the suppliers, there's these things going on with their factories. It's like, oh, what a golden opportunity. But obviously, Lilly will swoop in and capitalize, and they had the single dose vial presentation and the multi-click pen presentation already in the works. So they were thinking ahead and really learning, I think, from a lot of the areas that Novo Nordisk has stubbed their toe. And so thankfully, you're getting it there. And I think, with Mounjaro coming on, maybe you agree with this and maybe not, but with the Mounjaro indication coming on in Canada for, diabetes, which is, I don't know if it's different there, if it's harder to prescribe with the way your healthcare system is set up, if it's harder to prescribe things off label. But I think that a lot of diabetics are already used to insulin syringes, maybe more so the pens. I think I maybe froze up here. I don't know if you can still hear me or not, but the vials launching there, I think, is a really all right thing for them.
Oh, totally. Yeah. It won't be the end of the world by any means. It'll certainly be, I think, it'll be an opportunity to kind of help and support people out. And if anything, I'm kind of looking forward to it, because it does allow me to kind of interact and have more opportunity with, my patients and stuff that are going on the medication, and certainly helping them to be, making sure that they're kind of on track. We're still focusing on all of the lifestyle changes and behaviors. We're not just putting people on the drug. We're actually, looking at what their nutrition intake is and making sure they're not becoming malnourished and properly managing the side effects. I would say that's one of the biggest things that I see is that a lot of people get on these drugs and then they're just not getting the support in managing side effects, or they're told to start at the max dose and then they have a world of problems and stuff like that. And it's, definitely going to cause some issues and problems for sure. So, very excited for it to kind of come down the pipe. And I don't think it'll really be that much of an issue. But if anybody has any problems with getting the proper education and stuff like that, like I said, I'll have some educational stuff on my channel and whatnot. But making sure you connect with your healthcare providers to make sure you're on the right track and not having any problems.
Absolutely. So, thanks for hanging with me there. This has happened. This is the third week in a row it's happened. I got to figure out why my computer's, it's a brand new computer, and I never had this problem with my 10-year-old Mac before this. But the question that I'm sure everybody is going to want to know is, like, there's a lot of accessibility issues with these medications in the United States. And so a lot of people have looked to Canadian pharmacies in the United States to fill their medications. Like, can you speak to that a little bit? Like I would love the single dose vials for the dosing thing, if nothing else, like being able to control the dose. Is that something that, you think will be available? I know that it sounded like maybe they were kind of putting that on lockdown with Ozempic for a little bit. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, exactly. So with regards to the Canadian pharmacies and stuff, there was the one clinician that was like based in Texas, and I think he had like a PEI or Nova Scotia physician's license. And so he was writing prescriptions via his Canadian license, sending it to a Canadian pharmacy, and then the Canadian pharmacy would then fill it and ship it down to the States. They have definitely put a hard lockdown on that, and they are cracking down on it further and further. And rightfully so. It is cheaper medications up here and such like that, but we only are allocated so much medication to our pharmacy, or our pharmacies and our drug supply and stuff. And so if that's now being taken and used by US residents and such, well, then the drug company is then going to affect our supply, jack up our prices up here and stuff like that. And really, this is overarching a much bigger issue in terms of government and politics and the US's lack of regulation and oversight on the pharmaceutical industry. Like in Canada, we have like a specific pricing policy that these companies need to match and that sort of thing. And even then, sometimes they compare the prices that a company wants to sell it at, and they look at like what the state sells it at. But now there's talk that even on the federal level, they're going to say, no, we're not even going to look at the states anymore because you guys are so out to lunch in terms of drug prices and stuff that it does not make any kind of sense for us to even compare, because we're not going to make our people pay that amount for that medication. So
Right
now I know it's very much on lockdown. I don't know of anybody that's doing it. If it is, it's very kind of backdoor, maybe a couple of places. But honestly, it's one of those things where I wouldn't necessarily get too tied to it by any means, because it's probably going to get shut down. And if you get too reliant on that supply, well, then you're kind of up, Schitt's Creek all of a sudden and not able to access it. And then you have to come off.
Right. Well, it's really exciting for our Canadian friends. I know that they've probably been really waiting for Mounjaro to hit up there. I mean, you've been waiting for Wegovy for what? I mean, it's been approved there, but not available, right?
Oh yeah. Like Wegovy, there hasn't even been an indication that it's coming to market yet. Like all the reps that I talk to that sell on like Saxenda and stuff from Novo, they don't even talk about Wegovy because they have no idea when we're supposed to get it. And I don't even think, I think you guys are still having a massive shortage down there on it. So until you guys even meet your demand down there, we're not going to see it. I suspect like 2025, maybe. So,
I mean, and what baffles me is you see them opening in like the German market. Like how? If you can't serve the markets that you're currently in, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's baffling. Well, congratulations to our Canadian friends for getting access to Mounjaro. Obviously not the weight loss medication, but I think that'll be coming, and I don't know what the lag will be when the FDA indication comes for tirzepatide for chronic weight management. Does that have any bearing on how you're able to prescribe it in Canada, or not really?
Well, no, like a medication, if a medication has the evidence for weight management like Mounjaro has, it's same thing with like Ozempic. Technically, Ozempic only has the approval for diabetes up here. So it's off-label prescribing when I prescribe it up here. And so it's the off-label piece is not a problem as long as it's evidence-based that you're prescribing it for. So Mounjaro, we have the evidence on the weight management side, so it technically can be prescribed off-label for weight management here as well. But there is that it's more or less comes down to the insurance companies and what they'll cover, and they're very specific on the indication. Like it has to be diabetes. They will not cover it for weight management unless, like I know with Ozempic, I've had some luck with some drug insurances where they just automatically cover it without any kind of special authorizations or anything like that. So unless you've got a special situation like that, unfortunately, you're probably going to have to pay out of pocket for it.
Yeah. So it hasn't necessarily been the worst thing in the world that you haven't gotten Ozempic or gotten Wegovy up there because you've had Ozempic, but obviously just in lower dose.
Totally. Well, yeah, exactly. Some people, I have some patients that are doing like say 2 1 milligram shots or, you know, a couple of 0.5 milligram shots, depending on what they need.
Sure.
Not many people, we generally bring them up to 2, maybe up to 2.5, but then suddenly they're doing 3 shots at once. And unless you want to be like a human pincushion, yeah, maybe it's not the most ideal. So it's kind of finding the balance in the interim and, yeah, and then just seeing when Mounjaro comes, and I think, well, Eli Lilly, they've got the other one in the pipeline there. That's I think going to then blow everybody else out of the water as the next big one. So very much so, it's kind of all these things that are just building up, and yeah, it's super exciting.
It is a very exciting time in obesity medicine. Very encouraging things going on, which is really a nice segue to, I think, the other part of the conversation that I wanted to have with you. Because if you don't follow Dr. Dan's content, Dr. Dan gets it. I know that you said that you had your own struggles with weight, and perhaps that is part of the reason that you have the perspective that you do. And maybe it's just experience of dealing with lots of people who have, you know, struggled with obesity. But I love what you had to say on it. So make sure that you follow Dr. Dan. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about specifically, and this is a really interesting topic that I think the community is going to be really interested in hearing tonight. So one of the things that I overheard in one of the videos that you did, and it's really stuck with me. So a lot of the people tend to think when they get on a GLP-1 that more equals better, right? And so one of the things that we've talked about on this channel with, ironically, the last doctor I had on the show was Dr. Dan as well, Dr. Daniel Rosen.
Right.
But we talked about climbing the ladder slowly, which is really hard when the doses are in shortage, right? But climbing the ladder slowly and then milking each dose for as much as that dose has to offer. But can you give your perspective on why with a GLP-1 medication, or in Mounjaro's case, GLP-1 and GIP, why more does not necessarily equal better? And I really, this is the time to listen up, because this is really fascinating information for the community.
Yeah, for sure. So I think Mounjaro is actually like a really, really good example of this. So I'm trying to remember which study it was. I think it was like the Surmount-1 trial. But anyways, regardless. So when we look at the data that kind of comes from those trials, when you go from Mounjaro 5 milligrams once a week, and then you go to Mounjaro 10 and 15, and you look at the 68-week period that they do this trial over, and we look at the amount of weight that's lost, you can just see from the data itself that with 5 milligrams, you get pretty much a majority of the weight loss that you're going to see. And then as we go to 10 and 15, suddenly between especially 10 and 15, like the extra amount of weight loss you get between those dosages, really you're starting to get less and less bang for your buck, if you will. So you get most of what you're going to see from that 5 milligram dose. You might get a little bit more with the 10 milligram, but going from 10 to 15, you're getting almost nothing extra or additional, maybe like an extra kilo or something like that. But overall, you're really not squeezing that much more out of it. And mechanistically, when you kind of start looking at the kinetics and how the body works and that sort of thing, largely what's happening is your body only has so many receptors. It only has so many sites that these medications can bind to. And so, yeah, you can pump more in, but if you're like keyhole of your receptor, you know, the drug's trying to bind to it, but you have all of these other drugs that are sitting around it, well, suddenly that one key and receptor are being bound up. All the other drug is just kind of sitting there and hanging out and not getting a chance to bind to that receptor and not getting a chance to have an actual effect at that point in time. And so essentially, yeah, you're just pumping in a whole bunch of very expensive medication that's not actually doing anything, not actually providing any additional benefit. And so that's actually why we're looking at the other molecules and medications that are coming out. And we have, you know, they have dual mechanisms like an amylin receptor and a GLP-1, is because, well, now we're not just only hitting the GLP-1 receptors, now we're also hitting an amylin receptor as well. And so it's going to provide a synergistic effect, because one receptor is not just being completely saturated. We're kind of getting both receptors. They're both having separate mechanisms of action and ultimately leading to a greater amount of weight loss. Whereas when we pump in more and more of just a single molecule like Ozempic, or I think Wegovy, the trial right now they've got going on is like 7.5 milligrams once a week. Like, how much more are we actually going to get out of that? And also, we're probably just going to get a whole pile of side effects. So, I mean, TBD on that study and such, but yeah, we're kind of getting a limited amount of return. And really, as with anything, more doesn't actually mean better or anything like that. So it's the complex interplay of that, of what the body can actually handle. And really, the cool thing about these medications, and in particular with Mounjaro, is that 5 milligrams, you don't necessarily need to go up any higher. Like, you can stay at the 5 milligrams and you're going to get a heck of a lot of benefit if you maybe...
Do you think that that is different for somebody who is diabetic versus non-diabetic? I mean, obviously you have Surmount and Surpass. Is there any real data there that kind of shows?
Yeah, I mean, you see the same pattern when you look at the A1C levels. Like at 5 milligrams, you pretty much get 2% A1C lowering. Actually, at 5 milligrams of Mounjaro, it's more effective than, for sure, Ozempic 1 milligram. And even then, when you go up to 10 and 15, I think you get 2% or like 2.1% A1C lowering with 10, and then it goes up to like 2.3% A1C lowering with 15 milligrams. So even on those dosages, you're getting a very limited bang for your buck as you go higher and higher. And so it's kind of the question of, well, do we need to go higher? Some people, yes. Some people are going to maybe have more receptors or not be as sensitive, and so we need to push more drug into them. But a lot of people, that lower dose is going to be perfectly fine, and they're not going to get much extra out of that dose as they go up on a higher and higher level.
I'm kind of putting you on the spot with a question that might not even make sense, but in my brain it does, so I'll ask it. So for somebody like me who really, responds better to the 15 than anything else, and it's very noticeable, just from the way that I feel, right? So is it possible that people with different, levels of obesity, different chemistry, that other people, for whatever reason, because of the severity of their disease, has more receptors? Or, I mean, does that even make sense?
Totally. So, I mean, what we're kind of getting into is just like, there's a whole complexity of just obesity as a disease itself and just the differences in physiology. So to kind of give you an example, some people have leptin resistance, right? Because what we know with that, individuals that have higher amounts of adiposity, they have a lot more leptin, and leptin is our hormone that basically is going to regulate and tell us to stop eating, you're satisfied, and that sort of thing. And so some individuals that have a lot of extra fat tissue, they're producing all of this leptin, but that hormone is just not getting through, whether it can't cross the blood-brain barrier, whether their receptor is just not as recepting, I guess you could say, or maybe their leptin molecule is just a little bit funky or something, and it just doesn't allow it to ultimately have its effect. There's a whole pile of theories and other physiology, but yeah, some individuals are going to have a defect in that pathway. Some individuals, and I think the people that really respond well to the GLP-1 medications, they likely have some kind of deficit or deficiency in their GLP-1 satiety pathways. And so GLP-1s for them work like a hot damn kind of thing, right? So it's all going to depend on your own personal physiology, which is going to be determined by your genetics and determined by your environment that you grew up in and your learned behaviors as to which drug is going to be the most effective for you and how much of that drug you're ultimately going to need. What I can tell you as well is that males tend to need higher doses. Males tend to have fewer side effects for the most part. As well, what I find sometimes is that individuals that had quite a bit of fat on them and they lose quite a bit, we actually need to start decreasing their dose of their medication because suddenly they start getting side effects because there's just less space that the drug is going to. And so it's more concentrated suddenly in the system and can cause some issues and problems in that regard. So absolutely, there's going to be various differences. And yeah, for some people, the GLP-1s, they don't seem to really do anything whatsoever. And so until we get other medications out, those might work like a hot damn for them because they had a deficiency in some other pathway that the GLP-1 wasn't able to correct.
That's very interesting. So I think that it's interesting that you mentioned that because I had just shared like last week some of the news that had come out on retatrutide that I think, shorter study than the Surmount studies, the initial ones that were like 72 weeks long or something like that. The retatrutide trials were like 48 weeks and people lost more weight. So people lost 24% of their body weight at the upper end. But if you were a woman, you lost 28%. And I thought that was really interesting information. Just, that women were, for whatever reason, losing more weight on at least retatrutide.
Totally. And so that's going to even come down to just a physiological difference between men and women and that sort of thing. And I don't think we actually know the exact reason for it per se. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting finding. And I think that's going to be more and more what we're going to see. I'd also be kind of curious with the male aspect of things, if that, males in general, they're heavier, yes, and there's a larger number on the scale, but in terms of body composition of that muscle to fat aspect of things, maybe they're kind of losing less weight, but ultimately retaining more muscle or something like that. Like there's a lot of different things that are kind of up and coming. And yeah, I would say, that's kind of one of the cool things about this space, cool and scary in that there's a whole bunch that we don't know, but there's a lot of really interesting things that we're starting to learn about the human body and appetite regulation and how some of this stuff works that we had no idea about previously.
So I'm sorry, because like you're saying so much that's spawning like 40,000 questions in my head. I'm not used to talking to people that are so well versed in this, and it just creates a lot of questions. So when you talk about some of the medicines that are in the trials that are like GLP-1 and amylin, can you tell me a little bit about amylin and even leptin and ghrelin? Can you talk to us about what those are and why those might be effective to target?
Okay, so to kind of give you without getting into too much detail / it's a whole bunch of physiology that even I have struggled to memorize at this point, but essentially when it comes to our satiety and hunger hormones, we have a whole I think 50, 60, even 100 different hormones that are involved in telling us that we are full. Like there's all these various different pathways. GLP-1, GIP plays a role, leptin plays a role. Like there's all these various
Are
different
these all
hormones.
under the incretin umbrella or not?
No, so these wouldn't all be under the incretin umbrella. GIP and GLP-1 will be. Amylin's a little bit different in terms of its mechanism of action and where it's going. But when we look at our hunger hormones, we have basically just one single hormone, and that's ghrelin. And the way to remember ghrelin is that the way I was told is that if your stomach is growling, so ghrelin is the way that you can know ghrelin is being released from your stomach. It's ultimately going up to your brain and it's stimulating your brain and saying, hey, you need to find some food. We need some nutrients and that sort of thing. And so there's a lot of, it's very interesting because we can't just go in and just knock out ghrelin, because if we knock that out, then that's going to cause some other issues, because having hunger and a drive to go and find food, well, that's important for your survival, right? You still need to eat and making sure you're nourishing your body and that sort of thing. So we have to also be mindful of those pieces, and it makes it challenging because you would think, oh, we just have this one hormone, we should be able to just wipe it out and no big deal. But not quite the way it's going to work, and find a nice balance in terms of you still living as a human being and doing your day-to-day things, and also helping you to manage your weight. Whereas on the satiety side of things, with all of these different hormones and pieces that are there, like there's just so many interesting and different targets to hit. And we've certainly done a lot of research with some of them, and even leptin. There's been some initial trials. I think it was in the early 2000, maybe late 1990s, where actually we were injecting people with leptin, and what we found, or maybe it wasn't, I think, yeah, it just wasn't providing any benefit. So it was all of a sudden like, okay, well, what's happening? We're providing this hormone that we know helps with satiety. So what's the deal? And that's kind of where we started getting some of the stuff around like leptin resistance. And so is it not crossing the blood-brain barrier? Is there something else? And then there's even differences if, say, you've lost a whole bunch of weight and then you've gained a whole bunch of weight back rapidly. We then start looking at things where your fat cells start dividing and start getting some issues in that regard of things. So now we have differences in the concentration of leptin levels. And yeah, I mean, I can go on and on and on and on, but like there's so much complex overlap and interplay there that it's, yeah. And I mean, there's the targets and stuff that we can look at and are going to be building out, and things that are in the pipeline is insane.
I think it sounds like there's a lot that we don't know, which I think is really interesting. Cause you know, I'm just I'm just a lay person that is trying to learn about this stuff, because I'm somebody who struggled with diabetes and obesity. And I think because I was reading something that even with the GIP, there's a drug that's kind of like Mounjaro in that it's a GLP-1 and it's a GIP, but it blocks the GIP instead of antagonizing, or whatever the word is. Instead of encouraging the production of GIP, it blocks it. And it's, equally as effective. And it's like, what is that about? Like, how does that?
Well, and even like, if we look at just GIP itself, like if you were to just inject yourself with just GIP, essentially it provides absolutely no benefit. It literally needs the GLP-1 component that then they seem to work synergistically in helping each other out. And even some of the things that GIP does work counter to what the GLP-1 does, but on the grand scheme and mechanism of it all, they seem to synergistically still come together and ultimately help you to lose and manage weight and stuff like that. And so, yeah, the kind of the antagonism and like depending even like when it's binding to the GIP receptor and that sort of thing, like we're starting to see differences in that and how it can have in one state a, satiety effect, and maybe in another state, it helps with you feeding and getting more food into you. And so, yeah, it really, this is again, a great example of just the complexities of it. And also, I always kind of go back to the low carb idea and how people will say that it's insulin that's the bad, horrible thing. But this just shows that there's so much complex interplay that it's not just insulin being higher and the fact that you ate carbohydrates that you got fat. There is like all of these other aspects and things that are playing, and insulin will play a role in building muscle, which is super important. Yes, it can store fat. And so it's, yeah, you're kind of just we're exhausting my brain right now just thinking about it, to be honest.
So I have to apologize, because this is about as much of a self-indulgent live stream as I've ever done, because I just have so many questions, and it's like dealing with the friggin' obesity dictionary on the other side. So thank you for indulging me in this conversation, because it's just fascinating to me, and it's just exciting. Like, even with the GIP, like it seems like what they're learning is that more than anything, it helps to mitigate side effects that you experience with some of the older GLP-1 receptor agonists, is that you add that GIP component and all of a sudden it mellows out some of the GI stuff that people deal with semaglutide. And as you talked about, like as they're upping the doses of semaglutide, it's like, when do you max that out based upon your receptors, and what's the trade-off for side effects? It seems like it really worked for Rybelsus, because moving from 14 milligrams to 50 milligrams made a huge difference in weight loss, but that probably is more about like the bioavailability of 14 milligrams of oral semaglutide versus the injectable. I don't know. There's just I think I could probably just like pick your brain for like 4 days. So I'm going to use a little self-control and not ask you any more questions, because I literally could sit here all night and ask you. I hope you'll come do this again, because this has been fascinating. And I can't wait to as a creator, it's very hard for me to like absorb other content, because you're so focused. Like we all have day jobs, things that we're responsible for. So consuming content, there's not a lot of time if you're creating it as well. But I'm going to binge watch your videos. I'm sure that many in the chat will do the same. Thank you so much for being here. Is there anything else that maybe you wanted to talk about tonight, or anything you wanted to say before we kind of sign off tonight?
No, I mean, I kind of, some of the things that you were saying about the compounded and like some of those fake ones and stuff like that, just wanted to kind of reiterate on that, because yeah, it's a very scary landscape that's currently out there. And, some of the things we've even talked about tonight is prioritizing health. Like, yes, weight loss is one thing, and losing weight can improve your health, but losing weight is not the end all be all. And so if you're going to such levels where you're now injecting or getting your hands on mystery medication from Southeast Asia somewhere that you have no idea what's actually in it, is that actually worth it on the grand scheme of it? Yeah, it's kind of a conversation that I have with a lot of people every single day. And it's the way our society has got us all messed up, in that weight is so much of our intrinsic value, when in reality, you being healthy and being present for your loved ones and the people in your life and stuff, and doing the things you want to do, that's what actually fucking matters, for, pardon my French, if you will. So keeping that in mind, like if you're looking at yourself and you're going to these extremes, yeah, you're just looking at the next kind of fad thing. So making sure you're taking care of yourself, your health is the most important priority. And yeah, weight is not the end all be all.
Yeah. And that, like your little spiel there at the end, is the perfect encapsulation of why your content is so friggin' awesome. Because you get it. Like, no change that you're making while you're on a GLP-1, if it's a change that you can't live with the rest of your life, is not worth it. If it's something that deprives you in some other area that you can't fathom living with the rest of your life, it's not worth doing now. Right now is the time to use the GLP-1 as a tool to make the changes that you can commit to and you can be comfortable with in a 360-degree view of your whole life, and that you can live with and be happy with and content with. And that's why your content, well, that's one reason why your content is so awesome. The other reason is just the wealth of knowledge that you have. And thank you so much for giving some of it to our community tonight. Really appreciate you coming on. Hope you'll do it again.
Totally.
Because this is just, I'm nerding out pretty hardcore tonight. Thank you for sharing your knowledge tonight. I appreciate it.
Yeah, pleasure, man. I love coming on here and spreading the knowledge and trying to help people out. So yeah, happy to come on anytime. If you got questions and what have you, let me know.
Absolutely. And you can follow him if you're not already. I'm sure you are. But if you're not, at the official Dr. Dan on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter, probably other places as well. But definitely YouTube is his focus. So make sure that if you are in the chat right now and you do not follow Dr. Dan, your number one job right now is to pause this, because you can come back and rewind it, go over and follow Dr. Dan's channel. Dr. Dan, thank you for being here tonight. Really appreciate you, bud.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks a lot for having me.
Dr. Dan, what a great episode that was. Appreciate Dr. Dan for giving his time to the stream. I hope he'll come back and share. That was an awesome episode. So playing these two episodes are a little out of order. As promised before, the Lee Fits In episode is up next. Now Lee got Oprah'd, and he came on to talk about his experience getting Oprah'd. I do want to say thank you to Michelle and Wendy for the Venmo gifts on that last live, as well as Steve the Technophile. Y'all will be entered in for a drawing for one of 6 on the pen Stanley Duke mugs. So thank you for that. I really, really appreciate the gifts. So without further ado, let's go to the Lee Fits In episode. This is a great episode. Lee, a great friend of mine, and gave some of his time to the stream. This is a great one. Let's check it out.
alive on the moon. Charo, it's on the Penalime, with your host David Knapp.
Thank you, Clap Track, and happy Thursday night. We're here. We're doing it. Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you all here. I'm Dave Knapp, man on the Mounjaro. That's why I'm here. You are on the pen. That's why you're here. Wegovy, Saxenda, Victoza, Trulicity, Mounjaro, that pen. We talk about all the things related to GLP-1s here on this channel. We talk about all the things related to type 2 diabetes and obesity, metabolic issues, so that as a community, we can be as equipped as humanly possible to have the most competent and confident conversations with our medical providing team as humanly possible. That's what we do here. So now that we've got the formalities out of the way, how you doing? How y'all doing? Welcome. Thank you all for being here. It's so good to be here with you every Thursday night. This is a real bright spot in my week. You know, I was doing a little reflecting this past week, and all I could think about, life circumstances had me in a very reflective mood of especially the last year of my life. And all I could think about was how thankful I am for this channel and for this community. You all have meant so much to me over the last year. I really can't put it into words. And there were several of you. So if you're on the member side of the YouTube channel, the member side is a special area of the show. Because I share a little bit more over on the member side. Matter of fact, I was just live with the members before we went live over here. We do that every week. And I had shared earlier this week, earlier today, just today, I had shared a video that I posted on Facebook 4 years ago. And I was announcing to my Facebook friends that I was dabbling in the world of YouTube, and I was going to share a journey on the latest and greatest diet that I had started. And it was astounding. It was honestly, it was an emotional video to watch because it was me at not a very great point in my health journey, not a very great point mentally because of the state that I was in. But I can so, watching that video back, see that even then I had a passion and a desire to share not only my journey, but the things that I felt like could work for me and could work for others. I just didn't know. I never knew back then. It's so interesting to watch that back and know what Mounjaro has done for me and what this community has done for me, because if you watch that as a member, you can sense that even then I was sensing something's going to happen with this YouTube thing. And I don't know what it is, but it was just a really cool thing to come across and then to share with the members. The membership side is a very special side of this community. So if you would like to become a member of the channel, I think there was somebody who became a member right as we started. Alice became a member of the channel. But for $2.99 a month, you can click the link in the description of this video. And you can give back to the work that I do here, which is so meaningful to me. But it's a tight knit community, right? So I think of the broader channel as like going to a big mega church, right? It's big and it's fun and it's exciting and there's a lot of things going on. And I think of the membership side of going to the church in the small town rural area where everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows when somebody's grandma dies and when somebody needs a little bit extra encouragement. And so the members are a very special part of this community. If you would like to become a member, you can do so for only $2.99 a month. The link, if you're on an Apple phone, is in the description of this video. If you're on an Android phone, there's just a button that says memberships or become a member. So thank you for those who have done that. But that was a special thing to share with the members to this week. I hope that if you were a member, that you got to see that video. And I know Stu the dude said that he couldn't watch it. It's an emotional thing because if you followed my journey, you look at that video and you go, whoa, but if you watch it all the way through and listen to the words that I had to say, I so appreciate some of the comments on that video. I had them pulled up just before because you can't even know how encouraging they were to me. But I think of Mimi and Themby and all up in the comments. The messages that you left on that were just so uplifting, and you just never know like how much somebody needs that. And this week has been a week that I've needed it. So thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do that before we get into the show. We've got an excellent show tonight for you all tonight. A really, really fun show. A really big show. We've got a really big show for you tonight. We've got our friend Lee Fits In. So Lee from Lee Fits In. Now Lee has a channel over here on YouTube. He's got a Facebook and an Instagram at Lee Fits In. And then over on TikTok, Lee's got a nice little channel over there. And Lee has drawn the attention and graced the presence of such cultural icons as Oprah. And he's also appeared on Good Morning America on behalf of the community. So Lee is here tonight to share a little bit about Lee's journey and what it's like to be thrust from his little corner of the world into the presence of the almighty Oprah, and to be on a show like Good Morning America. So such a cool experience that Lee has had. And so I'm excited to bring him in, and he's been kind enough tonight to offer to, kind of do the segments with me. So if you're new here, the rhythm and cadence of this show is we do some housekeeping stuff, which was kind of what I just did. I just share something personal for the week or what's going on the channel. And then we talk about what's fresh in the world of GLP-1s for the week. We talk about some fake news, and then we typically bring in the person with the hot channel. But sometimes the person with the hot channel is kind enough to grace me with their presence through the all the content, because they're nerds like I am on all this information, and they like to go back and forth. So we're going to bring in the hot channel first in just a moment, but not until we roll the bumper.
Hot channel.
So without further ado, I'm going to bring in my new buddy, Lee. Lee, how you doing, man?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, bud.
All right. I'm good, man. Just down here in the dark. I got the light set up because, whatever. In my dungeon, this is a little spare room we've got, but I'll make it a YouTube studio for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Hey, I really like to hear all the positive stuff about your community. And I want to reiterate to your community that Dave here is legit. He is a good human being. We've got to spend some time planning this show and talking on the phone. And he's been a total pleasure. So if you were wondering if Dave is actually nice in real life, he is. So there you go.
Well, I appreciate that. And the same can be said of you. I know watching your content when I was kind of teeing up for, because, a lot of my folks over here on YouTube are not on TikTok and vice versa. So I kind of have to tee it up. Like, you're going to like Lee. He's a good dude. And the same has been true of you. So it's always cool that, when that checks out.
Yeah. If folks want to follow me on YouTube, I will commit to start uploading here too, because I'm doing that on Instagram. I don't want it to just be a TikTok thing, just because you and I are both kind of sharing a journey, and so I want to do that.
Yeah, and I kind of felt the same way about YouTube. Is like there's people all over, and each community has its different flavor. As I'm learning on each social platform is kind of a different personality type that's kind of drawn to it. But I love them all too. So definitely, I'll put Lee's call outs at some point, and when I have time, I'll put them there. We'll scroll them across the bottom, and then I'll put them in the description of the video, which is where people really in posterity find all that. So one of the things we've got a lot to get into tonight about your own personal journey, but kind of the rhythm and the cadence of this show, because you had mentioned that you'd seen it before. We
Who doesn't watch Man on the Pen?
That's what I'd like to think. So we're gonna go through just some news of the week. We call that what's fresh. So we'll roll the bumper. So Lee, I've
been watching your videos, Dave. This week's been crazy on the news front, so hit it.
Yeah, dude, it's been wild. So some of those weeks you just wait and like a lot of the, let's call them the off weeks, I find myself making silly content where I'll that TikTok filter where you just put the eyes and the mouth over something, and I'll put them over like a Mounjaro pen, because there's no news. So I guess I'll just be goofy for a week. But then it's like the next week hits and there's just like boom, 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 just rapid fire news or just stuff to make content on, which.
Yeah, we could spend a ton of time just on news stuff this week, but.
For sure. So there has. Sorry, I'm pulling up my notes. Usually I have my iPad.
Yeah, no,
Usually
you're
I'm
good.
more
You're good.
prepared than I am tonight. But
I wish I knew more about patents.
I know. So like, do you mind sharing what you do for a living?
Sure. Yeah, I'm an attorney. Trained. I was actually a teacher. I taught middle school social studies, oddly enough, back in the day. And then I went to law school and I became a trial attorney. Been doing it for like 15 years up in near Seattle. Well, actually all around Washington State. So attorneys call me to help put on their jury trials. And so I'll go around to different courts around the state. And so what I like to say, I am an attorney, but kind of professional storyteller, because that's what trials are. And it turns into kind of a one-man show while you're doing arguments and stuff. So it kind of plays well into what I like doing on TikToks and making videos and stuff. So yeah, I'm an attorney, but what I do is workplace injuries, workplace safety, a lot of physical and mental injuries, that kind of stuff. And somebody's kind of getting screwed over by an insurance company also, which lends well to the content that we make here. So, that's kind of the gist of it. I don't do any kind of specialized patents or scientific stuff. So that's where it's like, your content is as good as mine as far as guessing what could be going on with some of this litigation. I understand the nuts and bolts of it because I do litigate in federal court too. But the only case that's going on right now that's right up my alley is this lawsuit against semaglutide. I think it's on Novo Nordisk, Ozempic, for the stomach paralysis that's going on. So I am following that one pretty closely. So we can
that tracks because it's like an injury
yeah.
thing. Which we've kind of covered that on this channel. I think that's a really interesting one because you talk about GLP-1 it's a warning on the box of the medication that it's something that people experienced in the clinical trials, but it's also like sort of a mechanism of action turned bad, right? I mean, it's slow gastric emptying. That's like one of the things that it's supposed to do, or GLP-1, the hormone, does, right?
Yeah, what I find interesting is that Ozempic's been around for 6 years, and you don't see a lot of these lawsuits filed until just now when things have taken off, which makes me wonder what's going on there, why we haven't seen lawsuits like this before. Does it mean people just haven't brought the lawsuits, or does it mean that this one's a bit of a stretch? Hard to say. I will let you know that the lawsuit was filed August 8th, I believe the 8th, and the answer that Novo Nordisk has to make, so when you file a lawsuit, you file the complaint, the other side has to answer the complaint. Well, they've gotten that bumped out to November to even answer the lawsuit. So this will take quite a while to play out. So
yeah, and would that be indicative of something? Would that be indicative of a stall tactic for them to build a case?
Definitely a stall tactic. Well, no, it's pretty normal. You only have 30 days to respond to a complaint. This particular complaint was huge, enormous thing. And so the fact that they needed a little more time to respond to a really detailed complaint, that's probably pretty normal. So
even with an
they basically got another like 6 weeks.
Yeah. That'll be an interesting one to follow. I feel like with that one specifically, it's going to be hard to prove because gastroparesis is something that diabetics are more prone to, and these were diabetics taking diabetic medication. So I don't know how you necessarily correlate that, especially, and even how you kind of teed that up. You're like, I don't know, they've been around for 7 years or however long you said. Well, isn't that more of an indictment that since this is the first time it's been brought up, that it's probably
Yeah, the causation, what we call causation, in these litigations, you have to have a negligence of some sort, but you also have to have causation. So that negligence has to actually cause what you're complaining of. And that will be the link, even if there is some negligence found, which I don't know.
Yeah.
But the link on causation will be tricky because so many things can lead to these conditions. And the complaint was vague about what diagnosis the people really even had.
Yeah.
But I have had lawyers who are fishing around I definitely know some of my colleagues are looking for plaintiffs and seeing if people are being affected. I didn't lose a friend, but I responded to one of them and I said, "Hey, I'm actually on it, and it's amazing."
Yeah, it's
they
changing
didn't
lives.
They didn't respond.
Please don't screw this up for us.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Okay,
so one of the no, I meant like you saying that to him. Generic semaglutide, that's been one that I've been following closely because it's one that on my channel since about, I don't know, the early part of the year since I started doing this show. And I don't think Michelle Hess is here tonight. Michelle worked in law offices over her whole professional career, and some big movers in law, and especially in patent law. And she's
nice.
always been so good at like helping me understand, like, the way that I kind of encapsulated what she had to say was like, a peptide can't be patented any more than like a B vitamin can, because they're naturally occurring substances in nature. So then, if that premise is true, it kind of changes this whole conversation. And so, it'll be interesting to see how the thing comes out about semaglutide, because I at first when I read the article the other day, and I because I made one video that went pseudo, I mean, it was the most viewed video that I've had on TikTok, but it was like basically Viatris or I don't know how you say, I don't care how you say it, but they were going after Novo on 3 different patents for semaglutide, which is very interesting. They lost the first 2, and then they were granted the third. Now, the first article that I read had the wrong patent number on it, I believe, and I looked up that patent, and it had a lot of things on it like that were included in it. One of them was the sequencing of the peptides. So for those of you watching that don't understand what we're talking about, like, so these medications, GLP-1 medications, or in Mounjaro's case, GLP-1 and GIP, they're receptor agonists. So they're basically a medication that helps your body to produce more of the incretin hormone, which is GLP-1, and in Mounjaro's case, also GIP. Those are incretin hormones, and they're responsible for doing a lot of things. But, let's just say at the end of the day, they help control blood sugar and they help people lose weight. With these, the name of the active ingredient all ends in tide. So with Wegovy, Ozempic, Rybelsus, it's semaglutide. With Mounjaro, it's tirzepatide. The tide is because these are peptides. So what are peptides? Well, polypeptides. They're just long chain amino acids, right? So what that means is basically there's just a sequence of amino acids, and they compound them together. They put them together in these medications. We inject them, and then they help us to produce more of these hormones. So they're amino acids that are in specific patterns. So one of the things that I found that was really interesting, because it turns out that the initial report that I read incorrectly named the patent that was going to move forward in the challenge. So the one that did ultimately move forward, and let's see if I can share this. Hang tight, folks. All right. So it's this patent. Sorry, I have the world's worst mouse here. But basically what this patent says or relates to is the dosing schedule. So patent 10,335,462. The first one that I read was actually patent 8 million something. Okay. So that's like very boring for most of you, but so what it sent me off on, though, is I looked up this first patent that I thought it was, which is the 8,300,000 whatever thousand it was. And when I read it, what I realized was what was included in that patent was the sequencing of the amino acids, because as Matt pointed out in the chat, it's a specific chain of amino acids, right? Mm-hmm. There's lots of, for those of you who don't care, won't ever know, won't ever look into this, it's just a bunch of letters in a row. That's what it looks like on a screen, right? A bunch of random letters in a row. So what I found when I looked this up, Lee, was that this was liraglutide which is Saxenda and Victoza, which are coming off, which are off patent. The patent's expired on those. So we'll have generics of those, and that's a Novo Nordisk medication, just like semaglutide. That is off patent. And semaglutide and liraglutide are almost the same exact thing.
Yeah.
When you just look at the sequence of the letters, right? I'm going to dumb this down because this is how I look at it. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a patent expert. I'm just a guy on YouTube who gets interested in this stuff. Thank you, Sabrina, for the super chat. That's very sweet of you. Always appreciated, but never expected. So liraglutide and semaglutide are virtually the same thing. The only thing that I could really see that was different is they add fat molecules to this, and this is where I think that the patents come in, right? So if the basis of
they change it just enough or add a little bit.
Yeah, and it's not like they're adding it for no reason. Adding fat molecules to it is actually, peptides have a very short half-life. Like, it can be measured in hours. So that's why liraglutide is a daily injection. You need to take it every day because your body absorbs it quick, processes it quick, and it's out of your system. Semaglutide, as we know, is a weekly injection. Or in Rybelsus' case, we're going to just take Rybelsus out of this conversation. The injectable semaglutide is a weekly injection. So the way that they extend the half-life and stabilize the peptide is they add fat molecules to it to protect it and to help with the absorption rate, which extends the half-life. And that's where the patents lie. And that's where the conversation of compounds, if this theory is correct, this is like deep into nerd territory. So I hope people stick with us. But like,
they're sticking around, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the first time they've heard me go off on.
Oh yeah,
Peter Hopkins is here. I don't know if you know Peter.
Yeah, he's a follower. Hey, Peter.
Yeah, he's here to support you. So he's like, but I didn't sign up for this nonsense. What are we talking about? So yeah, get to the point, Dave. So my point is basically they change the fat molecule in semaglutide versus liraglutide. So they used a different kind of fat. They use like an vegetable fat in one and then a animal fat in another, something like that. Like crazy, right? And then they just changed like the order of like one of the things.
So Ozempic isn't vegan, Dave?
Yo. There we go. That's
getting
riled up. That's a really great point. So yeah, and this is again just from what I've seen that liraglutide and semaglutide are very similar. So now what I'm wondering, as just a guy on YouTube and TikTok, is if there are stronger patents with different peptides, like tirzepatide. It's not like tirzepatide was built off of another medication because it's dual acting. So I think tirzepatide's
it's very different. Yeah,
a stronger patent
coming out is a whole nother level too.
Say that one more time.
The triple, there's one that's going to have 3.
Retatrutide, yeah. So
I'm going to try and pronounce it.
I pronounce it wrong. People are all over me about it. But Retatrutide,
triple G. Oprah called it triple G.
Yeah, the triple G. And this guy's been covering the triple G since December. So like, I'm a nerd. I know.
I've seen your videos on it.
So I think that some patents are stronger than others, because that was one of the big questions. So that video had like 100,000 views on it, and like that was the consistent. You're like, I'm never going to keep up with answering all these questions, but the one I got over and over and over is, how does this affect tirzepatide? Won't they just come after that? And I don't think so, because tirzepatide's a dual agonist. So you get a little bit stronger patent there, and it's also not built off a previous GLP-1 because it's a GIP. So a really long nerdy conversation. We'll see how this kind of all shakes out, and as it kind of, as the dust settles on all this. But I think that there might be something to this, where at first I thought, like everybody else did, there's probably nothing to it,
Yeah, but I think best case scenario, even if they win, you're probably not going to see generic semaglutide till 2026 or it's still going to be a while.
Yeah, at best we might get it slightly earlier, right? And that's what I said in the first video. Like, even if this thing does go through, there's a lot that has to happen. But
yeah, it moves very slowly.
But I think that where this conversation about the patents, if my theory is correct, I think it bleeds into the compound conversation, because what these lawsuits say about the compounded versions of sema and tirzepatide is that these drug manufacturers, if you read the verbiage in these lawsuits, it says it's a non-FDA approved version.
Yeah, I have read them. And a lot of these companies that are getting sued, though, the compound pharmacies aren't getting sued for selling compounded semaglutide. They're getting in trouble for saying it's Ozempic.
They're getting sued over the trademark, not the patent. But in these cases, the drug manufacturers are stating that it's a non-FDA approved version of the active ingredient, even though that's not like the basis of their case. They go out of their way to mention it. And I think
they're trying to make it sound dangerous.
Well, maybe. And yes, they could be making, and I'm not anti compound, but what the point that I'm making is, if my hypothesis is correct that they don't have the same lipidization, because I don't think this has to do with shortages. I think the shortages go. I think the compounds stay too. But there's so much to shake out.
A lot of compounds, they send you refrigerated or frozen, or they have you freeze it when they send it to you. And I think that might be something to do with the lipidization as well, because it doesn't preserve as well as just in the refrigerator. Whatever they're doing on the compounds, it certainly could be
like the same chains, the same specific sequence of amino acids, but with different lipidization or no lipidization, which brings me to another point, that if these compounds do have different lipidization or none at all, the dosing schedule should be different. So that's one thing that I've, because then the half-life changes. So, I'm for doctors and patients finding the best course of treatment that's available to them. That's what I'm for. I'm not anti anything. But these are the things that I've wondered, because I think, like, we talk about these all as if they're separate issues, but I think they're kind of all woven together in a weird way.
Yeah, I think so too.
Nerd conversations.
Nerd talk.
To be sure. Nerd talk. Hey, if you're still hanging with us in the chat, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for joining us. We've got tons of news to talk about. So let's talk about the potential delay in the Mounjaro weight loss indication. So there's a few things that are happening, and hat tip to Matt, who is a excellent follower of my channel. And Matt sends me all sorts of information. This was one of them. And he's like, dude, so here's what's going on. And I had seen all these reports individually, but I hadn't put the pieces together like Matt did. So earlier this week, Eli Lilly had announced that basically they had made some major restructuring in their leadership in the diabetes and obesity management part of Eli Lilly. So all, executive level positions, all changing. So that's happening over here. And of course, there's a very corporate spin on it. This so-and-so is retiring. So-and-so is getting promoted. This, a nice, corporate spin put on all of it. So you've got that happening on one end. But then separately, you have, and I don't remember the name of the drug, but they have had this, this drug that they've been trying to get through the FDA for kidney disease, I think. And it was approved over in Europe, but the FDA over here has not approved it, and it's been because of issues with the factories, and not to the level that Novo Nordisk has had with semaglutide, but basically they're saying, there's some issues with the manufacturing facilities that haven't been addressed, and we want to see those addressed first. So then that, kind of put those two things together. You could say, is the FDA looking at this and saying, because they're not getting these issues rectified within these facilities, that we're not going to approve any new medications that's coming out of any of these facilities. And if they're relying on that for the Mounjaro tirzepatide supply, which we also know that the 10 milligrams still remains in shortage, that hasn't been updated. FDA doesn't like to approve medicines for a new indication when there's short supply, although it's not on the official, I mean, it's on the shortage registry, but they have a separate registry under a different congressional act for drugs that are in shortage. That, you know, it's a congressional act that basically says if a medicine is in shortage for a current indication, we can't approve it for a new indication. So it's not on that list, but it is on the shortage list of the FDA as a drug that's in shortage officially. So interesting. You put all this stuff together and you say, is maybe the restructuring that's happening because they know that they missed the approval for now for Mounjaro or for tirzepatide for the weight loss indication, and that you know, that's why this stuff is happening. And could that mean a delay until sometime next year, which would be terrible news for a lot of people, especially given the news of Novo Nordisk and their shortages. So that's kind of the news. What do you make of all that? Are we stretching things too far?
I don't know. I think it's hard to predict what it really all means. I mean, everyone has been indicating that this new indication will be dropped in the fall or maybe by the end of the year. But I mean, yeah, I think anytime you see red flags, you know, at the same time that you're seeing problems with production and then changes in leadership, and it's like, okay, something is going on. What is it? What exactly does it mean? I don't know. I get a lot of people who, in my practice, want me to play out all the scenarios that you could think of and where it's going to go. And I always just have to tell them, you have to wait and see. You're going to kill yourself with the guessing game because you don't know. You know, we don't know. I think it's fun to speculate because it is interesting and the timing is there. But I do not know. It could mean nothing.
It could be nothing. If I'm anything, I'm a speculator. I
like that
spend a lot of my life in that lane, just because I enjoy the exercise. So you know, Matt shares a lot of information, and a lot of him, I love it because it always makes me think, if nothing else.
Yeah. You
know, and up until today, I think that's a little bit of a stretch because it is plausible that, you know, with how big the obesity indication is going to be for tirzepatide, potentially the highest selling medication of all time.
Yeah, 50 billion or something.
It could just be time to make that change within Lilly, but also Lilly does everything so calculated. I can't imagine them making that change right before a major launch either. So I don't know. But then today, so this is interesting for those of you watching today. I don't know if you caught it, if you were in the members live stream before this. We talked about this a little bit, but CNN did a random tour of a Eli Lilly Raleigh Durham. I don't know if it's Raleigh.
Really? I did not see this.
It's very interesting. You should check it out. It's on the CNN website. I will go back and drop the link to it in the description of this video after we're done here. But the CNN video is really fascinating because they bring them into the facility and they show the line. They show the Mounjaro pens getting filled up. They talk about how that they're running the factory 24/7 there to keep up. It felt very PR-ish. It felt very PR-ish, like they were trying to get out ahead of something here. Because otherwise it seemed really random because the coverage.
Like they maybe tied some of their advertising money to CNN doing a puff piece.
It could be, you know, it could be, you know, I mean, here's the thing. Everything that comes out right now, and we'll talk about this when we get to the fake news, everything that talks that the media talks about is Ozempic.
Oh yeah. They had a big story about Walmart. Now nobody's buying food anymore.
Yep, exactly. So it's like all of a sudden we're talking Mounjaro. It felt very calculated. So, you know, I kind of throw that back in the bin and I say maybe there is something to the fact that this Mounjaro indication could be delayed. Now, folks, there is a spot on so much work, but I can go and find it and I can link this in the description of the video as well. But I've been following the FDA website because every day they release more and more medications that they're approving. And there was a flurry of them in September, like more than usual. And so I think that if you don't see Mounjaro drop in there in the next couple of weeks, I don't know. My what I was surmising all along was November, because if you look at Wegovy took a 6 months. 6
But
months.
you're not the only one, Dave. I mean, I've seen multiple people who seem to have at least some knowledge about how this may play out, that all are saying the same thing. So,
Yeah.
But who knows?
Yeah. So TBD, right?
Yeah.
So in the chat, I think folks are referencing maybe your visit over to the Plus Sides podcast. Is that right?
Yeah, one of the Deb in there said, "Hey, did you guys see that?" And I responded, just said, "Yeah, that was a fun show." So
yeah, this is a good time for the reminder, because the Plus Sides, they talk about Man on the Mounjaro on their lives, which I really appreciate, and we talk about them over here too, because they such great advocates for those struggling with obesity. And they talk about a lot of the same things we do, just in a totally different way. So I like to roll a little video to inform people about them. So we'll do that real quick here.
Cool.
And everybody can take a pee break. One moment.
Are you interested in understanding GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro? Then join us on the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, the groundbreaking podcast helping people change their lives one episode at a time. The Plus Sides podcast is a disruptor. We're breaking down barriers, smashing stereotypes, and sharing inspiring stories that'll leave you feeling informed and empowered. Join us every week to learn from doctors who are specialists around GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro. They'll provide you with science and facts to validate these incredible stories. But that's not all. We'll also bring you the voices of the GLP-1 Mounjaro TikTok community, real people who face the challenges of obesity-related diseases and disorders and discovered the incredible plus sides of GLP-1 medications. Our episodes are filled with heartwarming stories, laughter, and moments of triumph. You'll connect with our amazing community members who are reclaiming their health and experiencing their fullest lives. Are you ready to embark on a journey of discovery and empowerment? Tune in to the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, and together we'll change the narrative around obesity and end the stigma. Subscribe now on YouTube or your favorite podcast platform and join our incredible community. Let's celebrate the plus sides of life together. The Plus Sides podcast, because every story deserves to be heard, every life deserves to shine, and everyone deserves access to expert knowledge and medication. The Plus Sides podcast. You're not alone. It's not your fault.
The Plus Sides gal. So Lee, the Plus Sides gals got to you before I did on the.
They did ask first. I'm sorry, Dave.
Oh, well, that's because I tell you what. That's because Kim is on it.
She's a hustler in a good way. The best way.
In all the best ways. Kim is awesome. That's why I love to talk about the work that they do over on the Plus Size, because they are they're awesome. And
but your show's totally different, man. I mean, it's good. They're both good shows, and they're both very different. There's plenty of space in this area for
absolutely
all the podcasts.
Absolutely. I'm in sales, and one of the things that I'm in a pretty cutthroat industry, but one of the things I always tell people is there's room for everybody. If you understand what you're good at and what your competitors aren't, and what your competitors are good at and what you aren't, you'll quickly understand that we're fortunate enough to live in a time where the pie is great, right? And on social media, there's people absorbing all sorts of different kinds of content, and mine has definitely got its own flavor, and so does theirs over on the Plus Side, and Kim does a great job. So I am a fan of what they do. They're a fan of what I do, and so we try to prop each other up, which I love. That's definitely part of, kind of who I am. So in that vein, we've got some fake news to get to, but then I can't wait to get to the discussion about your time on Good Morning America.
Oh my Lord.
And your time with Oprah. And so we're going to get there. But before we do, we have another segment that we like to go through here. I used to call it Fake News Friday. Then I moved the show to Thursday, and Fake News Thursday doesn't have quite the same ring. But the one thing that I have to do every Thursday night in my real life is I have to take the trash out because it comes and picks up early on Friday morning. So I decided on Thursday nights on the Pen, we're going to take out the GLP-1 news trash. So that's what we're going to do together here. So Lee, this is this is a lot here.
Okay, what do you got? Fake news. Hit me.
All right. So this one's interesting.
Okay.
So let's do this thing, for better or for worse.
Are we getting married?
I don't think so.
Business and health.
Let's see here. Edit, stop screen. I don't know. I want to change this to something else. We'll see what happens. I might break the internet.
Don't break the internet.
Present.
That is a big trash can. Well, it's a lot of garbage this week, I bet. I was reading your comments.
There's a lot of garbage and a lot of wild stuff. And nothing gets more wild than somebody getting their crotch burned off with Ozempic. So,
oh, what?
I don't know what to make of this
The
one.
New York Post. I mean, they always have some interesting stuff in that New York Post.
They do, and this is no exception. Now, I don't want to get into the finer details of this article, but it is as advertised. It is not clickbait. If you're just relating the title of the article to the content is very much on brand with the name of the article. So this gal claims that this happened. This happened.
Is that where she was injecting it? That's not an injection.
That's valid. That's valid. Somebody may want to follow up. So, okay, what were you saying earlier about your practicing law, correlation and causation?
Yes, well, right, exactly. So the example that I use is if you're on an airplane and every time the flight attendant walks by you, you have turbulence. Is the flight attendant causing the turbulence? No, that's correlation. It's not causation. So,
well, either that or maybe the flight attendant could use a GLP-1. That was in poor taste. That was in poor taste. I'm gonna get some comments on that one.
Yeah, give it to him.
Just lay it on me. I got it coming. Trust me, and then some. So yeah, that's actually a really excellent analogy. Because here we got a very isolated incident. But one of the things, and I don't want to go off on this rabbit trail, but another thing that Matt sent me was a really great article I'll do a long form video about this week.
Okay.
Because it deserves it. But dude, there's a scary article that came out today, and let me actually look up where it came from.
Yeah, there's some legit scary stuff that people publish, and CNN ran with a big one on stomach paralysis based on 2 people. And everybody was talking about that for a week or more because it sounded terrifying.
Yeah. So this article basically talked about fake versions of Ozempic. And I'm not talking about compounds, or I'm not talking about research chemicals.
No, I know.
I'm talking about people who at the wholesaler level. So we talked about this on this channel. You've got basically the manufacturer, right, up at the top of the food chain, Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, that sell to wholesalers, and wholesalers sell to pharmacies. This fraud is happening at the wholesaler level.
That's crazy.
And they've only been able to prove that it's happening overseas, but they're surmising that it's also happened on some level here, where they have people that are going into these wholesalers and selling them bootlegged versions of Ozempic that have no semaglutide. The pens are the same. The boxes are the same, except for some distinct markings. And that it was found that these medications contained insulin glargine in them and not semaglutide, which is so dangerous because semaglutide, there's no warning, at least as far as I know, there's no warning on semaglutide or tirzepatide for hypoglycemia, low blood sugar, right? One of the great things about GLP-1 is that it helps your pancreas make more insulin when you need it, not all the time.
Right.
Right. So that's the amazing thing about these drugs. Insulin is very different. When you shoot insulin in your body, you could have very low blood sugars very quickly, and it could be a very serious medical event. So this will be something to watch because, I mean, goodness gracious, I can see this happening with things like research chemicals for which there's no guarantee. I can even see this maybe happening at really super shady compound places. Maybe even, probably not even then. Like this is so far fetched and hard to believe. So I want to see.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's literally dangerous.
Yeah.
I think compound. If there's a shady compound, they're giving you something that's worthless, but not necessarily actually dangerous.
Yeah. I mean, because even we talked about this many times on our channel. Compound pharmacies, though they're not under the same regulations under the FDA as a manufacturer like Novo or Lilly, they are so strictly governed by their state boards of pharmacy. So and their state boards of pharmacy are advised by the FDA. So there's FDA oversight to some level. But they're governed by their state board of pharmacy. And so, like you said, I mean, compounds are one of those things. Talk to your doctor. Your doctor will probably know who's reputable, who has good, and you can look it up on your state board of pharmacy website too. You can find out who the good ones are and who the ones that haven't done so well in the inspections and all that. But this is happening at the wholesaler level. So theoretically, you could have been picking up something from your pharmacy that wasn't.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and so that's where something like this, you go, could it be that whatever this lady was injecting was something that could have caused that? But
she was sold. I mean, I'm just thinking about the headline. I could see maybe it being sold as an ointment or a skin application.
Yeah, like a salve.
She didn't realize it, and so she applied it on her skin for some reason. I just don't get the burning, but
yeah, if you read the article,
and why there? I don't know.
Yeah, mercy me.
Right.
So we're gonna put that under the take out the trash because although it's not necessarily fake news, it's definitely the kind of news that makes you go, ugh. It's like garbage juice leaking onto your foot or something. It makes you go.
That does happen.
Garbage juice. Ugh.
Garbage juice. Okay.
All right. So
I'd rather take. Well, I don't think I would rather take garbage juice than fake.
Nah.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't want either one.
It depends on what's in the garbage. All right. Moving on. What else we got? Let's see here. Usually I'm running off my iPad, and this is a more seamless. Okay, so we've got Walmart. Okay, so I got a fake news myself for a second, Lee. So there's an article that came out today, actually yesterday, I think, or the day before, about the Walmart CEO basically saying people on Ozempic are buying less groceries. So then Dr. Daniel Rosen, who was a guest on the show, if you watched the Dr. Daniel Rosen episode, put it in the chat. Let me know. Dr. Daniel Rosen was an awesome guest a couple weeks ago. He did a video and tagged me over on TikTok. And he's like, so this information that the Walmart CEO was citing was actually not just like, hey, we're down in grocery sales and it's Ozempic's fault. Is actually that they followed their customers who had bought Ozempic from their pharmacy through their stores and then said, these people bought less groceries that were on Ozempic. So they were tracking people who were on Ozempic by virtue of purchasing it from Walmart. And then they followed them through the grocery store, presumably, through the app or however, and said that, their cart had marginally less groceries in it. And I just thought, I liked it better when I just thought they were blaming Ozempic. This is like one of those just like, so they're just following these people around. And I realize, they said that it's anonymous and all that stuff, but gosh, that's freaky.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they have this in Iowa, presumably, but the grocery stores out here, in order to get discounts, you have to enter your phone number.
Yep.
When you check out. Well, so Kroger, that's the big one out here. They know everything you buy every time you shop because you enter your cell phone number, and then the pharmacy is in the Kroger.
Right.
So if you get your Ozempic or whatever at Kroger, they'll see that you've purchased it from them and then be able to just run your numbers without following you. I find that interesting that Walmart physically, it sounds like, follow these people around. I'm surprised they can't just track. Do you have to enter your number at Walmart? I don't go.
Well,
there.
they have that. They have a mobile app, and I think at least like Sam's Club has the scan and go. I don't know if Walmart does. I really don't shop at Walmart that often if I can avoid it. Well, because groceries are so expensive, and I got 4 kids, so it's Aldi for us when we grocery.
Yeah, we don't have Aldi's out here.
Yeah, Aldi is great. But yeah, just like I liked it better when I just thought it was him saying we're down in grocery sales and it's Ozempic's fault.
No, yeah.
I actually kind of like that better than, hey, we track the people who bought Ozempic
Yeah,
and they're buying less groceries. That just freaks me out. So
yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of things that go into why folks might be buying less groceries. Maybe, inflation.
Yeah. Like what I don't know is how that stacked up against people who were not on Ozempic and what their habits have changed. Because everybody's buying less groceries. They're spending the same, but they're buying less, or spending more and buying less.
Jinx.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Diet Coke.
Yes.
So yeah, like, and you talk
Diet
about
Coke.
even just like the soft inflation, like the prices go up slightly, but then you also realize you're buying, 10 ounces instead of 14 ounces. If you pay
that box of mac and cheese doesn't feed as many people as it used to for some reason.
So yeah, it's going to take a lot of Ozempic to offset the inflation, but yeah, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff nonetheless. So had to mention it in the fake news. Now let's get to your journey, Lee. Let's talk about it.
I know. Hopefully, folks, stuck with it. Me and Dave start talking, it just could go forever.
We could go for a very long time, I feel like. So yeah, thank you. Hey, if you're new tonight, put an N in the chat next to your name and let us know that you're new here. There's 91 people in the chat, nice. And a lot of the folks that I see that are usually here are in the chat. But if you're new here, put an N in the chat next to your name. Let me know that you're new. And also, if you're from TikTok, put TT in the chat. I'd love to welcome our TikTok friends over. Jeremy's new. Thank you for being here. Themby, thank you for the really super sweet comment that you gave on the members only video. You definitely did have me welling up with tears. That was a very sweet comment. Mac is new. Welcome. Hey, consider Tanya's over here from TikTok. That's what I like to hear. Welcome. Make sure that you hit that subscribe button. So if you enjoy this content, there's 3 things that you can do. The first 2 are free. Hit the like button and then hit the subscribe button. And then if you really like it, you can become a member of the channel. And you do that by clicking the link in the description of this video. Helps to support what I do here. Thank you for that, Lee. But let's get into, thank you for letting us know that you're here. Deborah's new here, and she's a new member as well. So thank you, Deborah, for being a new member of the channel. I appreciate that. So let's talk about it, Lee. So let me know, let's lay the groundwork for what led you to Ozempic.
Okay. Well, so I'm 44. I turned 45 in November. It's coming up, but I've done the whole yo-yo. I think everybody who's watching your content, I'm sure, understands the diet ups and downs, but the steady march is up, right? And so after COVID, I gained a lot of weight over COVID. An immense amount of things happened, which I know I'm not unique to that. And so I got through sort of what the post-COVID recovery period and got to the point where I was ready to try and commit to getting healthy again. But this time I meant it. My phone is full of photos of day ones that didn't go anywhere. But I thought, hey, I'm going to start a TikTok to document what I'm doing and getting healthy. So I started that. And then I said, I'm also going to get all my blood work done because I want to see where my A1C is at. My dad's a diabetic. He's lost his leg. He's had all kinds of issues from diabetes, heart issues. cholesterol. I want to get it all checked right when I'm starting this journey. And so I did those, and they came back bad. I was, 6.0, which I know isn't crazy high, but I've seen some horrible things from my dad's diabetes. So the fact that it was that high and marching on up, and then the resting blood sugar was like 120, just below 125, which is a big marker, and cholesterol's high. They checked my heart, and I do have some starting heart disease stuff going on that runs in the family too. So my doctor was like, look, I want you to get healthy, but I think you should do this. You should do the Ozempic because you need to get this turned around ASAP, And I was like, yeah, I want to do that. And so I did it, and I had already started doing these videos, right? For like, I don't know, you can go back and look. It just started last March. And I said, well, okay, I'll post my experience with getting on this medicine because I'm already doing videos. Well, I had no idea at the time. I was watching videos about people trying to lose weight, counting calories and stuff like that. I didn't know the world that I was about to step into. So I started posting these videos about my experience, and my main ones that kind of blew up were where I was like, here's 5 things I learned after 1 week. Here's 5 things after 2 weeks. And I was talking about the food noise because I'd started to see videos, of course, because now I'm starting to engage with Ozempic and GLP-1 community members. And those just blew up. And so within I'm not market savvy. I'm not out. I don't have a publicist. I'm not trying to promote myself. I'm just posting videos. I don't even do lives. I rarely do lives. So it's literally only video content on TikTok. And they were getting hundreds of thousands of views, which is bonkers. And within probably a month, 6 weeks, I get an email to my work email. And it said, Good Morning America. And I was like, it's probably junk, but it didn't look quite like junk. I was like, what is this? So I open it up, and it's like, hey, this is a producer from Good Morning America. We saw your TikToks. Like, what? What are you talking about? So then they're like, can we chat? So I called her and I Googled her because I was like, this seems like
this is fake.
Yeah. And no, she's really a producer for Good Morning America. And I talked to her on a Friday, and we sat and we filmed it on Monday. And so I did a Good Morning America, and then a couple of weeks later, the segment came out on Good Morning America. They didn't really plug my TikTok, so it was just me. But I did try and push it and say, "Hey, look at this!" And then, sure enough, still making content because it's just having fun. And then I got on Good Morning America, so now everyone and their mother in my hometown knows what I'm doing.
Right.
And I'm not hiding it anymore. And then a producer from Harpo Productions, Oprah's production company, messaged me on TikTok directly and was like, hey, we've seen your TikTok videos and we're curious if you'd want to be part of a conversation we're putting together. And I was like, what? And it was Oprah. And so I called him right away, and they were like, oh, we thought you were in New York because the show gets filmed in New York City. And I was like, hey, man, if you think I'll be on Oprah, I will fly myself to New York. You don't need to. I'll come to New York if you think I should be on the show. So we had a really good conversation, just talking about all the benefits of Ozempic and different things. So they started putting together the show, and I kept waiting and waiting to see if they were really going to have me come out or want me to fly out or what. The show the show's taping was the first Monday of August. Okay. I didn't find out that they were flying me out for sure until Wednesday before. And then they said, yes, you're officially green light. And what is that noise? I'm hearing something.
Can you hear me?
Oh, no. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. My computer's frozen. So just keep talking. I'm working on it.
Oh, okay.
You got this.
So, okay, Dave's working on it. So then Monday, they say, we'll fly you out Sunday. And I talked them into letting my mom come. I had to pay for her, but I had airline miles from COVID because we didn't go anywhere. And so we flew out Sunday morning, got to New York City, and there was like a guy with a sign that said my name, and with like a big old blacked out SUV, took us from the airport into the city, a hotel right next to Central Park, 1 block off. And so we walked around Central Park. We walked down from Central Park down to Times Square and had dinner at Carmine's down at Times Square, and then just headed home, or headed to the hotel. And the next morning, a car picked us up. I met another TikToker actually there who was also on Oprah. Then they drove us to the Hearst Tower, which is a really cool building where it's like an old-timey brick building at the bottom, and then this brand new like structure that's all kind of angly and crazy up top. Go through security, go up to the top floor, and there's this huge, beautiful studio with windows that are kind of smoked out that look over to the city skyline. And we were sitting there, and they come up to me and they're like, "Oh yeah, not only are you," and I was in the audience, so I wasn't up on the stage with Oprah and her guests, but in the studio. And one of the producers came up to me and was like, "Oh yeah, also you're going to go first. And she's going to call on you by name and go, 'Where's Lee?'" And I was like, "Oh my God, what are you even talking about?" So Oprah's going to talk directly to me and ask me a question, like on the, what presumably would be a national audience at some point. So sure enough, they wanted me to talk about food noise, which is kind of one of the main things I like talking about, or I enjoy talking about, because it's just a big benefit for me. But so yeah, then we ran the show, which if you haven't seen, it's on Oprah Daily. We can talk about that a little bit. I'm posting little clips of it too on TikTok. I will get it onto YouTube because I have not uploaded those to YouTube. But that's because I have literally 0 followers, despite having posted some great content, including me going to all the fast foods in town, taste testing their pickles. Got very few views. I was very sad, so I was a little upset with the YouTube at that point. And so there you go. So basically, Dave, from going from nothing, 0 followers, which wasn't ever my goal, but I started with my only thing I had is a phone, no high tech gear, no nothing. I started in March, got on Ozempic April 1st, basically March 30th. And within 3 months, I'm being flown to New York to be on Oprah. So it has been bonkers, literally crazy.
That's a crazy journey.
And I didn't like I said, they came to me. I don't know. There's so many creators who do so much amazing stuff, and I feel guilty at sometimes because I'm like, well, why me? But I don't know. It is what it is. I mean, I'm not going to say no.
Why? Yeah. Why not you? I mean,
well,
I think here's one of the cool things. And I think people have mentioned this to me, and it was kind of like a no brainer to me. But like when I first started making content about my Mounjaro journey, it was because I didn't feel like other guys were, and I didn't quite understand that. But I actually think it's kind of unique, because I don't think that guys like to share anything that could, in general, that is like maybe a little vulnerable. So I think like when you do, and I don't even think I'm not that vulnerable. I watched a lot of our female counterparts, and man, they put it all out there, and I'm like, man, I don't know that I can.
Yeah, I mean, you do though, but you're also very much on the news and sort of tech. Cutting edge stuff about what's coming up. I mean, you have a very specific vibe though too. I like it.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I feel like we've got a really unique thing going here over here. First of all, thank you for keeping this thing going. This is the second time that my brand new iMac computer has crashed in the middle of a thank you, I'm retired, for the super chat. Awesome. In the middle of a live stream, and it's like I have this old iMac. This from 2015 that I used up until I bought this, and this never happened with that. So I might go back to it. That's ridiculous.
Well, Dave, you invited a lawyer on your show, so if you ever needed a guest to just keep talking, you've got the right one, my friend.
Yeah,
So,
I hope you don't charge by the minute because I don't know how long it's going to take me to get this thing back up.
You don't want to pay for me by that. Somebody in the chat was asking if my content on YouTube is Ozempic. Yeah, it is. The pickle thing's just a joke. I like to make pickle content also because I'm
Pickle
just
content.
I make pickles. I do pickle talk. I also do cottage cheese recipes and other cooking and stuff. But yeah, it's semaglutide, GLP-1, Mounjaro. I actually don't name drop brands and compounds. I kind of stay out of the compound branding. I just call it, GLP-1s and stuff. But yeah, the whole journey, that's kind of what the videos are. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm kind of the same way. I mostly talk about Mounjaro, but I you end up talking about all of them. I do mention my brand because hashtagging, but this is a great plug.
Although that can sometimes make it seem like they're not letting your videos go anywhere because you're talking about the brand names, and I can never tell with these algorithms what they're mad at one week or another.
Yeah, or one video to another. Like I think.
Yeah, the YouTube is the same. It's Lee Fits In, which.
Yeah, make sure that y'all get over there to Lee Fits In.
It's on YouTube and Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. My main one is TikTok, but yeah. I like YouTube, and we spent a big chunk of the pandemic on YouTube, so always kind of wanted to try and get content going on YouTube, but the TikTok just took off, so I was like, well, that's what we're doing.
If I can. There we go.
Oh, we got it. Oh, I got you. I see.
I'm doing this all on the fly on my phone.
No, you're good, man. You're good. So yeah, I don't. The Oprah thing was just surreal, and it's still kind of crazy to think. But I've got pictures on my phone that prove that it's real.
It wasn't CGI, Lee.
No, she met with me and my mom after the show, shook hands, told me to keep it up. I mean, she was super nice. All of her people were super nice. So if you're, and the show is, the whole thing is not about Oprah. It's about GLP-1s and having this conversation. But of course, it tends to become about Oprah, at least that part of it. And so.
Well, I mean, I just look at.
But some people don't like Oprah, so I try and be like, well, don't focus on Oprah, focus on the conversation. So.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, exactly. So a lot of people have said she's polarizing. I'm like, I don't feel like she's that polarizing. It's just, there are others that are, but Oprah seems pretty neutral for me. I mean, what I love about Oprah is that
you're gonna get yourself into a rabbit hole if you keep talking like that.
Yeah. whatever.
Hopefully the folks in your chat don't get you.
Maybe I don't follow her enough to maybe if I did follow her more closely, I'd be like, oh, she's polarizing. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't.
No. People are polarizing.
People are polarizing. The world is polarizing. So here's what I think about Oprah is nobody's had more of a public battle with their weight, and nobody's been more pigeonholed or judged by their weight. I mean, she's conquered the world, literally. I mean, she's literally conquered the world. She's done everything except run the free world. And someday she might, who knows?
Well, she's 70. I think she's.
Is she really?
Yeah, she looks good though.
She doesn't look 70.
Yep.
That's crazy.
69. She maybe is 69. I looked it up. I thought she was 70, but then somewhere else it said 69, but she's 69, 70.
Wow.
And I see some folks saying they're following. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. And follow Dave. I mean, you already are though.
Yeah. Make sure you follow Lee. Yeah. If you do anything tonight, follow Lee. Let's see here. So I'm curious, I'm less, I think.
Your sound cut out.
Oh, did it? Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah, I got you. Yep.
So I think one of the things that I'm super curious about as far as the Oprah journey is I think I knew when that special came out that people would be picking apart what was said on the show, and I think I think the most important thing to come out of that whole thing is just the conversation starter element to it. Yeah. It's it gets the conversation into the mainstream. I care less about what any specific person has to say. about
Yeah.
GLP-1s, and I care more that we just get talking about it. Because like I was telling this to somebody else the other night, it's like really what Oprah has to say, or anybody, I don't want to pick on Oprah because she was gracious, had you on your show. She was gracious to you, your mom. And so it sounds like she's a great person. But what I want to say is the most important thing is like, it's people like you and me and the communities that support us and come into these live streams and facilitate these conversations and educate ourselves so that, you know, we are on a like grassroots level having these conversations with people that don't know about GLP-1s so that we can educate them that like we've always looked at obesity as a behavioral issue, which there's an element of it that is behavioral, but we've made it all about that. And most people who struggle with obesity, nobody's worked harder to not be obese than they have. No thin person. There's a biological element to it that for a lot of people is broken. And that is what GLP-1s do. And they don't do it in the same way that a stimulant does, but people just go there mentally. They go to fen.
Well, there's been so many horror stories over the years. And, you know, ephedrine making people's hearts stop and fen. And I mean, it's just, I get it, but this is not that. And so, you know, what I found interesting is like we're competing, like you said, at a grassroots level against media that is huge and prolific that we can't compete with. Well, they're starting to change their narrative too, which I appreciate. Good Morning America did a really nice spot. There's been some good coverage, but when people see those articles, then they turn, because now everyone gets their news off social media, whether that's good or bad. They will look at TikTok to see what people are saying about this article that they've read. They'll look to YouTube. They're going to look in these places. And if the more content we can have out there, that when people go to look because they've seen some scary article, they see better content that's like, whoa, no, this stuff is great. It's fine. It's not this or that. That's a benefit to what we're doing, and I think it's why, you know, I like to do it. Plus, it's fun. You know, I like making videos. They're goofy. So
me too, obviously. So I think if I had to encapsulate this down into one soundbite, Lee, that's what I do. I'm a sales guy.
Oh yeah, you're in sales. Yeah.
So I feel like somebody like Oprah has the power to shine a spotlight on people like you and people like me that are in the grassroots, in the trenches, doing the work of not only helping to educate people, because it's not like, you know, I'm not the greatest resource for education. Your doctor is, but like you can't go to your doctor and get into a conversation with 100 people that are on the same medication, experiencing, you know, overlapping things, and what are you doing to deal with it? Like, doctors can't give you that. You can get that in community with people who are here, but more so because we're in community, because we're sharing information, because we're doing things like, you know, trying to stay out at the forefront of the clinical trials and all, you know, we are Oprah bringing this conversation into the fold points people to content creators like us, who are then doing the work of helping to facilitate conversations, educate people. She's shining a light on us by doing it, because people then come to social media and they're interested in what we have to say.
And the articles, I mean, even though you don't, you know, folks maybe don't want to sign up for Oprah Daily, the yearly subscription thing, to see the original video. Well, I mean, if you Google Oprah, Ozempic, whatever, man, now there are dozens and dozens of huge national, international articles about what the conversation was. So, you know, and then again, people see that and then they come to social media, because that's just what we do now. So
here's the $1 million question, Lee.
Okay.
You were on Oprah. Have you peaked? Like, what comes after
Oprah?
Boy. The White House?
How? Yeah, where do you go?
Where do you go from Oprah?
Dave, man on the Mounjaro, obviously.
On the pen, right?
On the pin.
I teed you up perfectly.
Is a perfect follow-up for Oprah. Any other Oprah guests and you know, should come on your show. Yeah, I know, it's pretty crazy. Well, the thing is, it's sort of like, I don't know. I'm not I don't know if this is true, but for me, it's sort of like a social media creator's absolute dream to immediately go from zero to Oprah in months with nothing
Zero
more
to
than,
Oprah.
nothing more than your phone. Um, I think that's where some people, I've had some people who do give me a hard time, or are like, you can tell that there's a jealousy factor, and I hate that, because I don't care. I'm not trying to make money off this. I have a job, and I just do this for fun. I'm not trying to steal anybody else's limelight. But I think a lot of people have been making content for a long time and not obviously seen what I've seen, and I don't know why it's happened that way. But
I think
where
part
you
of
go
it,
from
part
here,
of it
I don't
is
know.
you're a pretty disarming guy.
Oh, well.
Your content is very approachable. Your personality is very approachable, and you just seem like the kind of guy that is like a great ambassador for the community. So first of all, thank you for being that, because you have been given that opportunity and you've stewarded it well. In the form of just going on there,
No
sharing
scandals yet.
What's that?
No scandals yet.
No scandal. Yeah. TBD. TMZ's coming for you. They're hiding in the bushes.
TMZ. Actually, TMZ did email me, but I didn't.
Did they really? Of course they did.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I actually didn't see they hit me up on Instagram, and it went to like, I don't know if you're on Instagram a ton, but
I miss messages on Instagram all the
your
time.
messages go to these weird other boxes that aren't your inbox. And I didn't even know. And then I go over there and it's like, oh, well,
I missed that.
TMZ. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, but if if folks in the chat want to know about Oprah or what that thing was like, shoot questions. I mean, which one of us was on Oprah?
You said that's a new comeback. Yeah. Yeah. Anybody
Oh,
says
that's
anything to
my
you like,
comeback.
which
Yeah,
one of us was on Oprah? Oh yeah, that was me. Sit down.
I know, but I'm not like that. You know,
Use it in court. See how that works.
Yeah. Well, you know,
use it with the judge.
So here's the funny thing too, is like, I'm a trial attorney. So I do jury. I'm in a jury trial right now. I was just doing jury selection all day today. So I'm kind of beat, but luckily we don't have trial tomorrow. So this worked out good. But like, part of me is thinking, I wonder if some point somebody walks into the jury and they're like, oh my God, are you the guy from TikTok? You know? Or are you the guy who was on Oprah? And like, oh God. So I'm just waiting for that to happen. Has not happened yet. But.
Yeah. Let me know when it does. That would be a cool moment. That would be a cool moment to be recognized.
Well, going around, I'm curious about for you, Dave. So a lot of people don't share with friends and family in their community that they're doing this. For me, it's been public since basically week 6. Everywhere I go in town, I live in a small town outside of Seattle by about an hour. Everyone knows what's going on with my TikTok and Oprah and all that crap. And so I'm kind of swimming in it on TikTok and also in real life.
And IRL. So I kept it on the down low for the longest time because I didn't keep it on the down low with like my IRL friends, but like with the broader circle of people, like at work, I didn't talk about it. But I have talked. I mean, at least the social media part. I'm being specific. Yeah. The social media part. Yeah. The part about being on the pen, I've told everybody about it. As a diabetic, I can't, like, if something is changing my life, I can't help but talk about it. Like, if you follow me long enough, you'll catch me talking about my faith sometimes. Yeah. Like if it touches my soul in some way, you're going to hear about it. So, and I think it helps, to be diabetic, because I think like with the older generation, Lee, I think, like I'm talking people, that were born, before 1970, there's such a stigma with diabetes. Like, you just got it because you're fat. Like, there's plenty of science out there to show you that that's not it. There's an element of lifestyle that maybe, you're already on the tracks and it accelerates you, but it's
people on hormone
genetic
therapy, people on steroids. I mean, there's medical stuff that can make it, so that food has nothing to do with it. But yeah, sorry.
Okay, so two things. Themby wants to know what Oprah smells like, and she's being serious.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, she wasn't wearing any kind of perfume or cologne that I can recall. I didn't catch any kind of strong smell of perfume. We shook hands. She held my hand and was like, you know how you shake hands and somebody kind of holds it for a second? Because she's like a nice person, like a
Endearing,
nice old lady.
in an endearing kind of way, yeah.
Yeah, and so, skin, of course, was perfect. Her hair and makeup was ridiculous. In fact, in the pictures with me and my mom and Oprah, because who doesn't have a picture like that?
We all do.
She looks photoshopped.
Do you have a picture with Oprah? Do I have
do.
a picture?
Oh, yeah. Do you?
Who has the picture of Oprah?
She did give away free stuff at the end. She was
you?
like, everybody gets a thing. But you know what it was? And everyone was laughing because it was.
Was it just a sack full of assorted GLP-1 pens?
No. I wish it was GLP-1 pens, but no, it was like a bag. What do they call them? It's like denim bag, and stuffed with like a magazine and a journal and some free stuff. So
nice. No car, no Tesla.
Everyone gets the thing.
No
Tesla
cars,
though. No cars. But yeah. But she's probably, I want to say, like 5'6". She wasn't like crazy tall, but she wasn't short. Because sometimes people in TV and movies are really kind of short in real life. But she was pretty normal, average height. She didn't seem short at all. And she didn't smell strongly of any kind of thing. So, good question. All questions are good. What do we got?
I thought that was an awesome question. And Mimi, I love what Mimi said, because she's like, yeah, I didn't know I needed to know the answer to that, but now I do.
Neutral.
That's awesome.
Oprah smelled neutral.
Neutral.
I didn't give her a hug though. Like there wasn't a hug, but we were
an endearing handshake.
Yeah, and I can't wash my hand now. So
right, haven't washed his handsets. That's awesome. That has got to have been such a surreal experience, and so nice that she took some time with y'all after the show, and so cool that you got to go with your mom. Like, what an experience.
Well, yeah. Well, I made that my mom's about to turn 75, so I thought that'd be a fun thing to do. And then I've got a brother and 2 sisters, and so I also thought to myself, I'm going to get the picture of Oprah. We'll see if I can show you guys. That if they ever do anything nice for her, I'll be like, yeah, that's nice. But remember that time I took you to see Oprah? And then it'll be over. End of conversation. I win best child.
Did you take mom to Oprah?
Did you? I feel like I was the one.
I feel like that was me. It might have been you. I might be remembering this wrong, but I feel like there was something about New York and fancy dinner and lasagna and Oprah.
There was lasagna.
That was probably you.
There was lasagna. And although Carmine's, if you're ever have you been to New York?
I've been almost everywhere in the United States, and I've never been in New York City.
Oh yeah, you got to go to New York. But okay, there's Oprah.
Here.
There's me and my mom. There you go.
That's legit.
Oprah smells like money. Actually, what does money smell like? Money smells like different things depending on the condition of the money. Because I've seen money that looks pretty stinky, and then I've seen money that looks like it's fresh. So it depends on. Yeah. Depends on.
She definitely smells like fresh money, not stinky money.
Fresh money, yeah, right. Fresh money. What? I'm just looking at your comments because
I know I'm looking at them too. I accidentally put somebody on the screen that didn't want to be on the screen. Somebody got a swag bag. Oprah smells like money. There's a lot of good. I interact with the comments a lot less on YouTube.
Yeah, what will happen? Oh, okay. Sue YouTube wants to know what will happen to Sam Bankman-Fried. Me and Oprah didn't talk about that. I don't know.
I saw Sue's comment on that. Is Sam Bankman-Fried somehow?
Is he connected to Oprah somehow?
That was my question. Is he connected to Oprah, or is it just a random question?
I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe I'll have to start my own YouTube about random famous people and their legal troubles. Sue said, "Thank you." There you go.
So Patricia wants to know. She says Oprah looks thin. Is she on the pen? So did she?
Oh, that's a good one because of people asking that a lot.
Yeah.
Well, okay. You want me to answer it? I don't know. She didn't say she was on it. I think she probably can't say she's on it.
Right.
Because she owns part of Weight Watchers, which now owns Sequence, which probably prescribes both Ozempic and Mounjaro and Wegovy. Not that anyone can get Wegovy, but so I don't know if she can say. I think she'd be fair to say she's on a GLP-1. I don't know why she couldn't say that, but I also think Weight Watchers is rolling out a new plan for folks who are on a GLP-1 and Weight Watchers, and she may be waiting to kind of roll out her announcement and her journey on a GLP-1 until the Weight Watchers is ready to really roll and ramp that up.
Yeah.
So there's probably all kinds of things.
I think that based upon the way that Oprah looks, she has found the right
Well,
GLP-1.
but she looks healthy. She does not look thin in
She
real
looks
life.
she looks like she found
totally
whatever
fine.
medication she needed. She looks like
She
she
looks
found.
healthy.
She looked great. I can't believe
great. She's
you know,
almost 70.
For everybody who's talking about Ozempic face, you said she's 70. I would never have guessed that by that interview. I would have guessed, much younger. But she definitely looks great. So
So no announcement. I haven't heard anything else come out since the show that she admitted to being on it. A lot of speculation, but and some people are like, well, that's her right to be private about it, which is true to some degree, except for when you're Oprah. I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of expectations of privacy. So if she was on it, I'd probably lean in the camp that I wish she would say it, but she hasn't said it, and I don't know if she's on it or not.
Yeah.
Good question though. Everybody is asking me that.
Yeah. I think it was a great conversation. I know that I was more interested in what it was like from a human perspective to just be on Oprah.
People can go watch the show, but
definitely. I think there's a little bit of a subscription fee but there is here too for some of the content that I make. So, if you're interested in following along, I think, when you said, I think there's probably plenty of reasons why she can't necessarily answer. Also, it's Oprah. She's figured out a way to monetize everything. She's like the queen of the world. So, if I'm Novo Nordisk or I'm Eli Lilly and I'm Oprah, I'm thinking that's probably worth something.
Yeah, name dropping your brand.
Yeah, I've finally figured out the thing that the world has put me under a microscope for 30 years, and this has helped me fix it. That's worth something. But also, she's a board member at Weight Watchers, and they just bought Sequins, and there's a whole bunch of
which I believe Oprah was a big catalyst.
And also, she doesn't owe anybody anything.
No.
She can just leave everybody in mystery, but she looks great, looks healthy, and certainly awesome of her to treat you the way that she did, and the community in general, just by starting the conversation and being willing to, and then pushing Weight Watchers in that direction. Because I really believe, I do believe that Weight Watchers, that let me couch it a different way, because I would love to have doctors.
You're, and I don't know if on YouTube it's as toxic, but on TikTok, Weight Watchers specifically is very triggering for a lot of people. And I don't have that history with Weight Watchers, so that doesn't resonate with me, but I know it's true for a lot of people.
Yeah. I know that it is too. But my personal opinion about this is like something like Weight Watchers, has it contributed to diet culture and some of the things. Yeah. But I mean, we don't know what we don't know, right? Like this science is new and it's all evolving. And the fact that they're willing to get on board with it, like I get it. It makes business sense to get on board with it for 1,000 reasons. But the fact that they're acknowledging, hey, we've done some things wrong, I think it's a step in the right direction. I think what the company that's ultimately going to win this is the company that understands that obesity is a disease of the mind, meaning when I say that, I mean behaviors. And then it's a disease of the body. Like there's, for a lot of people, things that are metabolically that need to be resolved, that are in disorder, that need
be put back in order. But I think what we're missing is the spirit side of it, the emotional triggers. Like you put all three of those things together, then you've got a juggernaut, right? If you can combine the mind, the body, and the spirit, and
Well,
treat
I
people
think that is
holistically,
I think that is what their goal is.
we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah. I mean, I've always kind of called it the Noom element. If Weight Watchers could also incorporate kind of a Noom element,
Yeah.
then they really have something that's at the forefront of, the treatment of obesity. So
I did Noom. Did you ever do Noom?
I tried it. I didn't.
I did.
I've
Yeah,
tried-
another thing I tried and it didn't stick.
I've
done
tried everything, Lee. I've been on Jenny Craig more times than Mr.
Jenny Craig. Oh, you know what? The funniest one. Okay, Dave, I'm going to exchange stories with you. I'll start because that's the only fair way to do things. The most random weird diet I ever tried. William and Kate were getting married, right? Anyone who follows the royal family, William and Kate, and Kate was trying to cut down before the wedding, even though of course she was already gorgeous, and she come out with this Kate. What is her last name? Kate.
Winslet.
That's just whatever.
No.
Her diet, her meal plan to cut weight, and we did it for like 2 weeks. It was weird. It was these like protein pancakes, and I don't even know, but it was we tried the Kate diet, the William and Kate wedding diet.
The Kate.
That's the most random diet I've ever tried. You go now.
Oh, thank you, Mimi. I thought I had that. Yeah.
What? I didn't hear you.
I was just while you were guessing her last name, I said it.
Oh, thank you.
I was guessing.
Middleton.
I didn't know whether I was making that up or not, but Mimi.
Well, you were right. Okay, so randomest diet you've ever done.
I mean, I've done them all, Lee. I've done them all. Although random. I take that back.
Your commenters want the most random, Dave.
I never did the Kate diet. I mean,
okay.
So the most random diet.
Matt says do the pickle diet. That's a good one.
I mean, I was back and forth. So we have to be careful on YouTube because YouTube's got some triggering words too.
Ooh,
and because
okay, my bad.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be careful here, but I've yo-yoed on one specific diet that is very very low in carbohydrates and extremely low in carbohydrates. And I've yo-yoed on that for 20 years. And I think it screwed me up metabolically, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's
But I've tried Weight Watchers. I've tried the one where you order the food. And matter of fact, the members,
okay, there you go.
The members saw, the one that I tried most recently before I tried the GLP-1, which was the Profile by Stanford diet. And so, I shared a video with the members that was pretty vulnerable today, which is,
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I've tried them all. So
right.
I mean, there's a lot of them. So I think, we've all been there. We've all kind of yo-yoed for years and years and years and done everything. And, that's, I think why, us common folk can identify with somebody like Oprah, who's been under the microscope for that whole journey. Because we've been under a microscope in our own little world while we've been on our own journeys. But she's just been on it from a meta level. And,
at a meta level. And I don't know if you've gotten to see the whole thing, but I mean, when she's talking about the struggles that the people in her audience are sharing with her and that the scientists that she had were talking about it, you can tell she is talking from her experience, and that's meaningful for somebody who's conquered the world, but has never gotten control of this yo-yo game that we're all on.
Yeah. And that's where I say, if there is anybody in this entire world that is the poster child for obesity is not a willpower thing, it's freaking Oprah, right? Yes, because you can't tell me that somebody like Oprah, who has conquered the world in nearly every other way, lacks willpower, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, if you think that Oprah lacks willpower, have you seen Oprah's bank account?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She's conquered the world.
She looks like a real slouch, doesn't she?
Yeah. She's 70 years old and somehow looks younger than I do. So for what it's
when I tell people she's someone in your comments said she does turn 70 at the beginning of the year, so she's almost 70. It's shocking.
Yeah.
Absolutely shocking.
Yeah, she looks awesome. So super cool that you were able to be a part of that and that you were able to represent the community. I got my computer back up here. It's a fine line listening and
Yeah, I know you're multitasking. Oh no, now it's just me. I feel like I'm on Wayne's World where it's just Garth.
yes.
And Garth is like
Wayne's World. That's a throwback, and that's the first or the second time this week that I've heard a Wayne's World reference.
Nice.
Randomly. Deb Foster wants to know if I've reached out to Rosie O'Donnell. I have not reached out to Rosie O'Donnell. I try not to overtly do everything that Kim does on the plus sides.
Well, you know, but this was just a one-on-one. When I was on plus sides, it was a big group, very different vibe than this. So I really appreciate this.
Yeah, it like we said earlier, it's different, same content delivered way differently. But you know, so when I went over to TikTok, you know, Kim and Janine, you know, they helped me get started over there. And so like, of course, I just met a lot of the same people. So that's why we've been able to get in touch and collaborate with some of the other creators over there, because that's who they're connected with naturally. That's who I connected with too. So obviously you're among them, but we've had Bourbon RX and Triplet Dad and Dr.
Rosen recently.
Dr. Rosen on a couple weeks ago. Yeah. And so it's been really great. And there's others, you know, lined up that want to get on too. And
there aren't a lot of, I don't know if there's a lot of celebrities necessarily that are wanting to go out and do.
There's not a lot of celebrities that are out there with it. Somebody's like, well, Tracy Morgan is a man that is on it. And I was like, yeah, I don't know that Tracy Morgan's. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's like, I'm on Ozempic. Look, he's on the show. It was great. They're like, so what? You look great. And he's like, Ozempic.
And Charles Barkley, you could get Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley's on the moon. Yeah, but it's just like, I don't know how much these guys are clamoring to go on a young, you know, little guys, not a little guy, but
why am I blanking? Rosie O'Donnell. I mean, that's pretty crazy for a small podcast to land Rosie O'Donnell.
Right. Very generous of her to give her time to that. So, I mean, for the record, Rosie O'Donnell has an open invitation here. Oprah has an open invitation here. Oprah, I know you're watching. Open invitation. I promise that if my computer freezes, I'll have a better backup, and you won't have to carry the show like Lee did. But yeah. All of them, everybody's welcome. So I appreciate you giving me some of your time here tonight, Lee. It was nice to actually meet you in person after following your content now for the last
YouTube, brother,
4 months that I've been here. And I know you got a lot going on with your trial, and so super nice of you to join us here tonight. Is there let's give the call outs again. So you're at Lee Fits In on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok.
I think I probably just got my first followers on YouTube here tonight. So now I'm very excited to go check that out.
Yeah, make sure you give them a follow.
I will get some content up on YouTube. Those are all the things. And emails. If you want to contact me directly with questions or any things you want to run by me, I'm at leefitsin@gmail. It's all Lee Fits In. And the reason I started the Lee Fits In was, for the folks who don't know, is my original goal was to fit on the Mario Kart ride, and because there's kind of a size restriction, and I wouldn't have fit. But so by the time I got there in August to Tokyo, Universal Studios Tokyo, I fit on the ride. Somebody ahead of me did not. They actually got kicked out. I walked right by the little testing station because I was like, no, you're going to have to pull my butt right off of that ride.
You're like, you should have started Ozempic 6 months ago.
So that's where Lee fits in. I was trying to fit into the ride, but then it also kind of works like I'm trying to fit into, all the cool kids on TikTok and YouTube. So
That's right. Nothing will make you feel old like going to TikTok. I'm like, especially when you go live and you're like, how do I make this go away? And you're holding your phone out here trying to see it. Yeah.
Well, and I do my lives. The times I've done it, I've just done it on my phone, and so I'm just kind of like, it's a little awkward.
Well, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for giving your time to the channel. I know that the chat has appreciated having you here too, Lee. So you're welcome anytime. Anytime you want to come back, have something to talk about, you're always welcome on the pen.
All right. If you ever see something or just want to have another, session, hanging out, chatting, hit me up, man.
We'll do it. Thank you, Lee, so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Lee Fits In from Lee Fits In. That's TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, or leefitsin@gmail.com. Make sure that you check him out, especially over here on YouTube. Make sure that you go over and give him a follow here on YouTube. We'd love to get Lee some more followers here on YouTube. So kind of Lee to give some of his time to the stream tonight. Thank you for those who have welcomed him here and in the chat tonight. Make sure you let him know in the chat if you appreciated him being here tonight. So what a great show. What an awesome time with Lee. I mean, that was every bit. I think we could have probably kept going for longer. I'm tapping out because I'm getting tired, but I think Lee could have gone for even longer. So cool to have him. Oh yeah. Let's talk about Zepbound. Matt, you didn't even get the show notes. Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about Zepbound for a minute. So this is hat tip to Dr. Michael Albert did a video on this, and he went back. So I did a video where I went back in the last 6 or 8 months of the patents or trademarks that Lilly had filed of drug names. And the one I kind of came up with that I think that Mounjaro could be called is Lueo. That's the weight loss version. But going farther back to 2022, Dr. Michael Albert found Zepbound, which, if you think about it, tirzepatide, Zepbound was a trademark that was filed by Eli Lilly. So potentially you could be looking at the weight loss indication of Mounjaro to be called Zepbound. Matt thinks it's an anti-seizure medication. I think it's a ridiculous name for a medication, Zepbound, but none of them are particularly great. So it could be anything. I'm going to
Alive on the moon, Mounjaro, it's on the Penalime, with your host David Knapp.
Thank you, Clap Track, and happy Thursday night. I'm Dave Knapp, man on the Mounjaro. That's why I'm here. You are on the pen. That's why you're here. Wegovy, Ozempic, Saxenda, Victoza, Trulicity, Mounjaro, that pen. And we're all here to learn more about the medication we're on, the issues that we're facing, and to learn it all in community so that we can be equipped to have the most competent and confident conversations with our professional medical team, right? How you doing? So good to have you here. So excited for tonight's show. So excited to welcome back in Triplet Dad of TikTok. Jamie is here tonight. Let me hear it in the chat if you are excited to have Jamie back, to hear from him. He is one of my friends that I've met over on TikTok during my journey over there, and it has been so good to have him be willing to come over and share his journey. Just an amazing journey, an amazing GLP-1 story, and I'm so glad that he has chosen to share some of that here with all of us. So happy Thursday night. Let me know in the chat if you're new by putting an N in the chat. That way I know you're new here and I can welcome you by name, but I know all of the members here. It is so good to have you all. Karen, Twinkle Ann, Carla, Sue the Dude, Donna NP, Natalie, Deb, Ann, Twinkle Ann. There's so many of you in the chat tonight. MEB, so good to have you all. Thank you for being here. Folly Beach is here again. Anna Mesa is here again. Thank you for being here. Miss T, it's good to have you here as well. So what a great community this is. I am so excited to share with you a little bit about what's going on in my world, right? It's been a lot of change for me and for my family. You know that if you follow my channel, but we're going to jump right into housekeeping tonight. Housekeeping. We're jumping right into housekeeping, and we're talking about what it is that we have been going through kind of as a family through the transition. You know that my wife took a job as a teacher for the first time in 10 years. She's working outside the home for the first time in all of our children's lives. They're all at school. Thank God they're all together. It's just been a really big change for our family. And in the middle of this, your boy decided to make a career change, right? So if you follow my channel now, that I have become very, very passionate about the medical world, right? I mean, that's obvious. So I have taken a step towards a position that more aligns with where my heart is right now, and that is helping people with medical things. I'm not a doctor, obviously, but I'm a sales guy, and I thought, what better way than to work for a medical supply company? So I am so excited to announce that I've taken another job. So I'm going to have a little bit of a break here over the next week or so. And so you're going to probably see a little bit more content from me over the next week, which is exciting to think about, being able to have a little bit of free time to do that. There's more exciting things to share about the channel coming up in the next couple of weeks as well. So I'll be excited to share some updates as things kind of progress. So really, really excellent news. Wanted to share that with you all tonight. Thank you for the congratulations in the chat. I really, really appreciate that. So good to have you all here tonight. Jim, hey, how are you? Good to have you here. AC, welcome. So thank you for all the support that you've given me throughout the last year. Who would have thought a year ago that we would have grown this thing out the way that we have? You know, my cousin Chrissy sent me this week. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. This was a little placard that she sent me that is a congratulations on 5,000 subscribers. Who would have thought back a year ago when I had maybe 10 subscribers, 20 subscribers on this channel, that a year from now we'd have 5,000 of you would be tuning in and saying, hey, I want more of this content. And I couldn't imagine, let alone the fact that this sent me off onto a path of a whole new career. And so I'm so excited about that. I'll be sharing more about it with you in the future, but wanted to announce that tonight. So tomorrow is my last day at the job that I've been at for 10 years. A lot of feels about this one. It's the job I've had since my children were born. It's all I've known for 10 years. It's been a wonderful journey. I'm very proud of the accomplishment, very grateful for the opportunity that I've had there, and also looking forward with great anticipation for what the Lord has for me in the future and for my family. So thank you for being with me on that journey. Abby, hey, how are you tonight? Good to have you back in the live. Good to have you here. Thank you. Hey, make sure you hit that like button. Let's get this out to as many people as possible. Share it somewhere, especially if you're on Facebook or Twitter. Over here on YouTube, hit that share button as well. Natalie said, wow, that's a long time at a job. Yeah, it is. It is. And it's very hard to leave when you've been somewhere that long. But I've learned that you experience the best of what life has to offer when you take a risk. And boy, that's been the truth for me. So I'm just excited for the future. So thank you, everybody, for your positive vibes and your congratulations. There's a lot of news in the GLP-1 world tonight that I wanted to get to. So we're going to kind of keep rolling with this. Let me pull up. I didn't get a chance to make show notes, right? So I'm going back to my TikTok channel to see the content that I made this week. That reminds me of kind of what. So yeah, there's a lot going on. So the few things that we could talk about, and I'm going to just kind of let you talk about and let you in the chat. I do need a stoplight in the chat. to hear what you're most interested in hearing about. So there's some news today about, well, first of all, we got to roll the bumper, right? Let's do that first. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say the members are the best part of this channel. For $2.99 a month, click the link in the description of this video. You can become a member of my YouTube channel. If you become a member, you get access to custom content. We do a custom live stream before this show here, and now we're doing more and more live streams for members only as that's become available on mobile. So if you want to become a member and support the channel that way, you can do that. $2.99 a month. It's not not an overwhelming amount of money, but we're building and building and building, and that just helps. Every little bit helps. So if you're interested, you can check that out. $2.99 a month. Link is in the description, or it should just say join if you're on an Android underneath. So we're going to roll the bumper, but before I roll that bumper, I forgot to do this last week, I think, but we are big fans of the Plus Sides podcast over here. They promote what I do over there, and I promote what they do over here. So let's hear from them first. Or we can learn about the Ozempic lawsuits. I promise I'll get it right here.
Are you interested in understanding GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro? Then join us on the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, the groundbreaking podcast helping people change their lives one episode at a time. The Plus Sides podcast is a disruptor. We're breaking down barriers, smashing stereotypes, and sharing inspiring stories that'll leave you feeling informed and empowered. Join us every week to learn from doctors who are specialists around GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro. They'll provide you with science and facts to validate these incredible stories. But that's not all. We'll also bring you the voices of the GLP-1 Mounjaro TikTok community, real people who face the challenges of obesity-related diseases and disorders and discovered the incredible plus sides of GLP-1 medications. Our episodes are filled with heartwarming stories, laughter, and moments of triumph. You'll connect with our amazing community members who are reclaiming their health and experiencing their fullest lives. Are you ready to embark on a journey of discovery and empowerment? Tune in to the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, and together we'll change the narrative around obesity and end the stigma. Subscribe now on YouTube or your favorite podcast platform and join our incredible community. Let's celebrate the plus sides of life together. The Plus Sides podcast, because every story deserves to be heard, every life deserves to shine, and everyone deserves access to expert knowledge and medication. The Plus Sides podcast. You're not alone. It's not your fault.
Love the ladies over at the Plus Sides. Just talked to Kim, had a nice long conversation with her yesterday. I really appreciate her support of Man on the Mounjaro. Obviously big fans of the advocacy that they do over on the Plus Sides. Check them out for sure. So yeah, we're going to get right into our first segment of the night. Well, our first real segment of the night, which is what's fresh in the world of GLP-1s. So we could go over a couple things here, and I want to hear from you what you're most interested in talking about tonight. So this week we had an interesting study came out about those with depression that were in a semaglutide trial and how that kind of shook out for them from a weight loss standpoint. We could talk about that. We could talk about the fact that Eli Lilly dropped 11 lawsuits on bootleggers of tirzepatide today. We could talk about some interesting news that positively affects the supply chain for Mounjaro. So let me know in the chat which one of those you'd like to camp out on tonight. So the depression study, the new news about Eli Lilly's lawsuits, or the positive news about the supply chain. Let me hear from you in the chat what you'd like to talk about. Emmy wants to hear about the supply chain. So let's Emmy was the first to speak up. So let's talk about the supply chain. So really interesting news today. So let's see here. What do we got? So Eli Lilly hires Corden Pharma to make the active ingredient, which is tirzepatide, which is amazing, right? So you have followed my channel long enough to know that Eli Lilly has been doing yeoman's work to expand their facilities to build new facilities, both in North Carolina and in Indianapolis. Now they've partnered with Corden Pharma, which has a lot of bandwidth to make this tirzepatide, which is the active ingredient in Mounjaro and its future weight loss cousin, Zepbound, we think. So really awesome. This could be $1 billion deal. So we're talking massive amounts of tirzepatide. So this is a really great piece of information, because obviously we know that it's been hard to get Mounjaro at different points depending on the dose that you're on. And we've monitored that really closely on this channel for you. We'll continue to do that. I know that with the weight loss indication coming online, there's been a lot of chatter about how will this affect that, right? And so I think this is really positive step forward that they've made this partnership, and obviously Corden has been approved by the FDA now to make this, so they can move forward with that. So I think that's really, really fantastic news. That when the weight loss indication comes online, which inevitably somebody's going to say, when will that happen? And I still think it's going to be around Thanksgiving, based upon the timeline that Wegovy took. When they submitted Wegovy for the weight loss indication, took about 6 months. And Novo Nordisk also used a priority review voucher, which is what Eli Lilly used with Mounjaro tirzepatide when they submitted that. So it was submitted in May. You do the math, around Thanksgiving is probably when I would expect that to show up. But we're monitoring it closely. You'll hear it here first, I promise. Maybe it'll happen next week when I'm off. That would be great. So awesome news. So let's talk also about another interesting topic. And that's on the topic of depression. So this was I'm doing this without notes, so don't annihilate me if I get some of these numbers wrong. But basically they did a study, a meta-analysis, they call it a post hoc analysis, which basically means the studies are over and they extrapolate data out of the studies across the different studies to learn more, right? So what they did is they looked across the step trials for semaglutide, and they looked at people who were taking an antidepressant. Now, this data did exclude, or the trials excluded people with severe depression. But in this trial, they followed people who were on depression medications like SSRIs. And what they found is that people taking SSRIs actually lost more weight than people who were not. So you're talking about 11 to about 16% weight loss for those on a SSRI or an antidepressant. Whereas the people who were not lost more like 10 to, I want to say it was like 10 to 14%. So a pretty significant jump up for those suffering from depression, which is just really encouraging data for those of our friends who are on antidepressant, because if you have taken one before, you know that antidepressants often can lead to weight gain. So coupling that up with the GLP-1 sounds like a really positive development. So that's exciting news. We're going to get into our next segment here. I think this is more of a fake newsy type segment. So we're going to roll the bumper for the fake news. We're going to take out the trash. So let's see here. I'm going to share my screen here. We talk a lot about this topic on my channel here because it's an important one to discuss. So Eli Lilly dropped 11 lawsuits today against 11 different manufacturers of these research peptides, basically saying they need to stop making them, right? And that they were putting people in danger. And they're dealing with the U.S. international something or other. I can't remember exactly the verbiage. I suppose I could read the article though, right? I mean, I do have it right in front of me. Let's see here. Kind of read through this. Okay, so yeah, it's helpful because it lists the names here. I won't say them out loud because I don't want to give them any any airtime. But these are the companies that they're basically going after, and this will go to the U.S. International Trade Commission to try to shut them down. And basically, they went into one of these bootleg peptides, ran an analysis on it, and found that the ingredients were literally sugar alcohol. Sugar alcohol. So when I say you don't know what you're putting in your body, sugar alcohol. That's what they found in this. And it was one of the Chinese manufacturers. So it's sort of one of those, you're probably fortunate that it was just sugar alcohol and not something else. But yeah, really interesting news. Stay away from those research peptides, people. Stay away from them. You don't know what they are. As much as people are like, oh, they've been around for blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but this is a new craze. The GLP-1 thing is a new craze. I understand there's been research peptides for a long time, but the GLP-1 thing is new, and everybody's trying to make a buck off of people who are desperate. That's you. You are dealing with accessibility issues. I'm dealing with accessibility issues. People are desperate. So you just crank out these vials, really super cheap. It's really attractive to people who are desperate and losing access. Don't do it. Just be patient. Be patient. Wait. All the good news about Lilly expanding manufacturing, bringing on partners, they're going to figure this out. It's largely, I put this at the feet of Novo Nordisk, because when they couldn't keep up with the Ozempic supply and the Wegovy supply, it made people go to Mounjaro. And Lilly can't account for the fact that their biggest competitor is going to completely drop the ball. And they have. But I think they've done a pretty good job, honestly, of keeping up. And I think that they will continue to do that. So take that for what it's worth. Stay away from those research peptides. Please, please stay away from them. So how y'all doing in the chat? Natalie says, don't mess with those fake meds being advertised on social media. And that's exactly what we're talking about. You just don't know. You don't know what these are. To be fair, sugar alcohol made me lose weight. I do it too. Yeah, I mean, I doubt these people were. And I understand the desperation, Brenda. None of this conversation is to belittle the fact that I understand people are desperate. But know that when people are desperate, they're taken advantage of. Just know that. And so know that when your doctor is taken out of the equation, you're way more susceptible to being taken advantage of and harmed. That's why we say run away from them. So we've got an exciting guest tonight. I don't want to make him wait any longer. Really excited to bring back Jamie to talk about his journey. If you did not watch the previous episode and you're watching this on demand after the live, you might want to go back and watch that one first, because that was a really great interview with Jamie. We're going to get an update from Jamie tonight on where he was. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a tee up here. You may have remembered last time he was on, he had been on Ozempic for a good period of time, been on Mounjaro then for a little bit, and had stalled out on the Mounjaro and was adding Rybelsus, so stacking semaglutide and tirzepatide under his doctor's supervision to try to get things moving again. So at that time, we thought, let's see how this shakes out and let's have him back. So tonight, Jamie has been kind enough to bring an update to us. So I hope you'll join me in welcoming tonight's hot channel.
Hot channel.
We're going to welcome him in. Jamie, welcome.
Hey, how are you?
Good, man. How are you? Oops. I kicked you right out. Sorry about that. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Lots of life changes going on, but on balance, really, really good stuff. Glad to have you back. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got into kind of your background as a chef last time, and then the weight gain with a lot of things that were going on in life, and then you got on Ozempic and saw a lot of success on Mounjaro. You stalled out. Tell us, Jamie, where you were kind of on your journey when you came on last time, and then give us an update from then to where you're at now.
Well, I was just looking back, and it looks like you said I was on around 2 months ago. Where'd I go? Where'd you go?
I went away. I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm just making you bigger since you're on the narrow, so people can see your smiling face.
So 2 months ago, it was August 16th. I was down 185 pounds. So in the past 2 months, I've lost, what's that? 31 pounds. Am I still here?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
So 30, you've lost 31. Sorry. So before the show, I said, Jamie, here's the deal, man. Last couple episodes, I drop out. It's okay. I'll be back. Just hold the show while I'm gone.
Right.
I'll know if you watch it. So I keep juking him out here, not on purpose. I'm drinking my Mountain Dew. That's what I'm doing.
So,
But you're 30 plus pounds down since you were on 2 months ago.
yeah. So yeah, which is really interesting to be on a weight loss journey. You know, it's one thing to lose 31 pounds in the first 2 months, but to lose 31 pounds 15 months in, it's pretty interesting. So the Rebelsis experiment didn't do anything for me, and that was under the guidance of my endocrinologist. And right after I started that, it really nothing was coming from it. More GLP medication wasn't helping me. So that's when I started to see an obesity doctor, and that's when he told me, you know, it's not doing anything for you. Stop taking it because we don't want to find out if it's going to be too much for you. So I stopped taking the extra GLP. I stopped taking the Rebelsis, and he started me on topiramate. And I don't remember the whole conversation about what the topiramate does, but the whole conversation that we had was like, we're going to find some other medications that will work on different parts of the brain than the GLP medications, you know, that have been known to help with weight loss. So that's where we started with the topiramate.
Like works. So GLP-1s kind of work in your brain one way and in the rest of your body, and then the topiramate kind of works in a different way.
Yeah. So
stacking mechanisms of action, kind of.
Yes. So you know, and he has experience with that. So he's like, "We'll try it." So I started out taking a pretty low dose at night for a couple of weeks, and then I bumped up to I doubled that dose, and I stayed on that dose for a month, and then he added me a low dose in the morning, along with the nighttime, and then I doubled that dose. So now I'm taking 50 milligrams in the morning and 50 milligrams at night. I have noticed, and I'm on 15 milligrams Mounjaro. My weight loss is really kind of weird though. Like I'll go a week and I'll have weight loss, and then it's really not consistent. It's really strange lately. And then I'll think I'm not losing weight, and then I'll have some good weight loss. So it's you know, it's working. What's that? So you know, this week I've been at my lowest for a couple of days now, but not going below it. So and my shot day was on Tuesday, so we're just kind of holding course right now. But overall, you know, the progress has been, you know, really good over the last couple of months. So I'm very happy with the added medicine for sure.
Yeah. So you're going to be so disappointed to hear this, and feel free to give me all the crap. But I took that topiramate one time, and I just didn't like the way that it made me feel. Has it made you feel any sort of way?
Really, yes, it hasn't, you know, and I think I'm really lucky that way. That I've been really lucky that way with the Mounjaro and the Ozempic as well. And historically with medications, that hasn't really been the case for me. I'm usually very sensitive to a lot of medications, so I've been really lucky like that. But I haven't really, maybe a little irritability. If you ask my wife, she'd probably say a lot of irritability. But all in all, like since I take it at night before I go to bed, I don't notice anything, and I haven't really noticed much in the daytime, except every once in a while I get a little bit sleepy.
Okay.
But overall, not bad. But it's definitely the thing that's made the difference in my starting to lose weight again. So it's definitely, if you're at a point where you've been on GLP medications for a while and you're at a legitimate stall for 6-8 weeks like I was, if you're not seeing an obesity doctor, somebody who has other thoughts about, you know, looking at what you're, you know, trying to do, what the total body of what you're looking at, and has other ideas of what you can do medication wise, I think it's a great thing to do, because this isn't the only medication that he's added along with Mounjaro to help people lose weight.
Yeah. And it's interesting because in the clinical trials right now, you see some medications that are stacking GLP-1s with other things that target different mechanisms. So like not in like GLP-1s, we talk about how they work on your incretin hormones, but other medicines that work on different hormones in your body. And so they're just learning how to piece all these things together. And I've talked about, maybe we talked about this last time, but I think we're moving towards a future where people will have really specific treatments, hormonal treatments based upon their specific unique condition. And so I think that that's going to be a really interesting thing. Like we're in some ways kind of guinea pigs at this point, those of us trying to reach, bigger goal weights, more pounds to lose than just people who are getting on it to lose 30 pounds or 40 pounds, people who have, 100 plus pounds to lose or more, to get us all the way down with just medicine, I think is going to take unique combinations. And so in that way, we're kind of guinea pigs. So last time you were here, one of the questions that I asked you was if you thought that medicine was going to get you that whole way there, or if you thought that you would potentially need surgery to get there. And so can you give us a little bit let us know what you were thinking last time. Let us know kind of where you're at now.
At that point, I was kind of on the fence. I originally thought that two things have changed. The amount of weight that I want to lose has changed, which ultimately I feel that surgery is something that I need to do to get to the weight that I want to be at. I think initially I was going to say that I'd be happy being at I always pictured myself, I was very active at 330 pounds because I'm 6'2", and but I was also I was younger. I was at 330 pounds, I was skiing, I was doing all kinds of physical stuff. So in my mind, I thought, I could get that back to 330 pounds with the medicine, but that still puts me I'm still morbidly obese at that point, So I mean, is being morbidly obese a really good goal, Right. So then I started to look, really look into weight loss surgery again, and I realized that the amount of commitment that I've done on the way I've changed my eating really goes hand in hand with the type of weight loss surgery that I want to have. And really put a lot of thought into the fact that weight loss surgery doesn't have to be a last resort.
Yeah.
I don't have to fail at what I'm doing right now or struggle for another couple of years to lose another 100 pounds in order to and then try to have weight loss surgery. I can take take what I've learned on the GLP medications and the changes that I've made in my lifestyle and have the surgery that I want to have, and knowing that the changes that I've made in my eating mentally and physically are gonna allow me to have the success that I want to have with the surgery. And in 12 to 15 months from the time I have surgery, I have the potential to have lost 475 pounds.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah. So it's it's just, if I had started this weight loss journey at, say, the weight I am now, I could obviously, I feel like I would have been able to get to the weight that I want to be at. But the fact that it's just I think maybe over years and years, I might be able to get there, but I don't think it's realistic in any kind of time frame that I want.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I really, So I've had a couple really great doctors on the last couple weeks. So last week we had Dr. Dan on, and Dr. Dan's kind of a YouTube personality. He was on TikTok, lost it. Now he's just pretty much over here on YouTube. But Dr. Dan is an obesity medicine doctor from Canada, and he had a lot of great things to say about what is healthy. And I think he calls what is the word that Dr. Dan uses to describe it? He has a funny little word that he uses, but basically he talks about how we tend to put like the healthiest version of us and we correlate that with weight. But if like achieving a certain weight means that you are giving up things that you can't live without, then is that really ideal for you? And so I really think that plays into it too. Like if you are able to get down to a certain weight with medicines, but then you don't feel like you're going to be living your best life, then it just makes sense to parlay it with surgery or something. And that journey is going to be different for everybody, right? It's just all a matter of like what, from a 360-degree view, like what gives you your best life, like being there for your family. Like it just means something different to everybody. And I also think of a couple of weeks back that we had Dr. Daniel Rosen on, and who's a bariatric surgeon out of New York. And I loved the stuff that he had. He really enlightened me on bariatric surgery, because in my mind, bariatric surgery was for somebody who started over 400 pounds, right? That's just in my mind kind of what it was. And he's like, no, I mean, that's not. It's for, if you can take the risk of rhinoplasty, like a nose job, which has pretty much the same risk to it that bariatric surgery does, then certainly if you're looking to lose, if you need bariatric surgery to get down to a goal weight from, 30 or 40 pounds from where you are, and you and your doctor decide that's where you want to go, then more power to you. And I thought, I never thought of it that way, because this honestly may be something that I would be looking at for myself. I've been able to lose 30 pounds with Mounjaro and keep it off for a year and now I'm diabetic. You're not diabetic. You just steal their medicines. I love how you approach that whole thing too. So yeah, you're not diabetic. You just steal their medicines and make them die. But yeah, I am diabetic. And so I have to look at it from my own angle. Like 30 pounds, would I like to be down more? And I'm on my second week of 15 milligram and my scale's not moving at all on 15 milligrams. They think I've maxed out what Mounjaro is going to do for me from a weight loss standpoint, but it's helping me so much metabolically. My insulin levels are down, my sugars are down, I'm controlling my diabetes, right? Yeah. But it may take weight loss surgery to get me down to 200 pounds where I want to be. I might just be 380. And somebody said, am I supposed to talk louder? Sorry. Is that better? But yeah, I think that for me, if it takes that, I never thought like I would have bariatric surgery to lose 80 pounds, but I might. And I'm open to it if that's what it takes to get there, because I think I want to be around for a long time for my kids. And that when I think about my healthiest me, it's a me that whatever it takes to make me be here at 75 years old, so that I get to see things with my kids that my dad didn't get to see with me. And so, yeah, I think that you're on the right track. And so let's talk about the process a little bit. So when you decided I'm going to go down this bariatric surgery road, what were some of the things that you had to do from a practical standpoint, seeing doctors and getting tests and what, and how has that journey been for you, and how has it trued up with what you thought it would be?
Well, first of all, I did a lot of research as to what kind of surgery that I wanted to have. Because I knew a little bit about a lot of certain things, and when I started to find out a little bit more about certain surgeries, that's when it became more interesting to me. But really, it was surprising that the weight loss on the GLP-1s has really kind of led me to this. It was always in my head that I couldn't handle like only being able to eat eat a smaller amount of food, and then completely eliminating sugar and fake sugar, sugar substitutes from my diet for the last almost 16 months now, and never wanting to eat them again, has made it so like it's encouraged not to eat sugar and stuff, to not eat sugar, when you have weight loss surgery like that. So that's an easy thing for me. So those little things that always weighed on my mind heavily, having surgery, and also knowing that down the road, being able to know how I feel on the GLP medications, if I came to a point where I needed medication to help me with the mental part of it, to go back on to the GLP medications, and also knowing that I have an obesity doctor that I'll be able to work with down the road with, after having bariatric surgery as well, is important to me. As far as the process, it's all about clearance for surgery for me at this point, which I've gone right now. I'm actually done everything that I need to do. Right now, I'm only waiting for the cardiologist to actually send his clearance in. The last thing I did was a stress echo, which I passed. Everything was great. So at some point, he's going to send that clearance in, and then the bariatric nurse will then review my chart, and they'll send all that information. They'll send all that information to the insurance company to get approval, which they have all the stuff in line. So that's not anticipated to be an issue. And then I'll be scheduled for surgery.
Awesome. I'm losing you here for a second. I'll be back just a second. Jamie, if you can hear me, just hang tight.
No problem.
So I'm curious while we're waiting here, and hopefully my computer will cooperate here, but what kind of timeline are you looking at for surgery again? Like, when do you think you'll be able to actually have it done?
I hope, I assume, just based on everything that's going on, not too far after the first of the year, I'd imagine. I don't know what to expect really, because I don't even know.
Okay.
It's like it's being scheduled 4 to 8 weeks from the time that they start the schedule, but I have no idea, and then I have to work around my wife's schedule as well. So, and it's already the middle of October, I'm anticipating sometime at the beginning of the year, even though I'd like to have it sooner.
Sorry.
Right.
I knew it was going to happen again. So frustrating. But yeah, so first of the year ish, just trying to work around schedules and hopefully you'll be able to get it done then. What's the recovery time?
It varies. It's actually the surgeon that I'm going to go to does all his surgeries robotically, which even from laparoscopic, it decreases the recovery time. So it's relatively quick. But it varies from person to person.
Yeah, sure.
But it's like you can't. You're on. You can't eat any solid food for I think it's almost you're a couple weeks on liquids afterwards, and then on soft foods, and then I think it's a month before you're eating like regular food. So that's a little bit different, but it is what it is. But I've actually since researching the surgery, I'm getting to the point where now that I've lost enough weight, I'm actually meeting people that have lost more weight than I need to lose now.
Wow.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's that feel like? That's got to be like something you couldn't have imagined.
Yeah, it's a little bit different for me because it's always like, man, I have to lose more than everybody I always met, even like on these medications and everything. So I'm meeting people that have lost 280, 300 plus pounds in 12 to 15, 16 months after surgery, which is pretty insane.
Wow. So you another question that just kind of popped in my head is that you see a telehealth obesity specialist, right?
Yes.
So how does that whole process work? So you're seeing somebody for telehealth for the obesity. Thank you, Donna, for the super chat. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. How do they kind of coordinate? Because presumably you're going to have that surgery locally where you're at, which is different.
Well, actually, I'm having it 2 hours away because that's where the surgeon is.
Okay. So is that, are you going to be able to like travel and go home pretty easily from that, or you have to recover for a period of time there?
No, I think like the next day, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But then even my primary doctor, they can set me up with a bariatric follow-up as well, because I only have to go back to see the surgeon like one time in person after surgery.
Oh wow.
So that's like not really a big deal.
Okay.
But I'm just most interested in just following everything, doing everything I can to maximize the weight loss, because I've been so committed to everything I've done with the GLPs. Like I want to do everything possible to maximize my weight loss after surgery.
Right.
And then, if when I get to the point where if something slows up or whatever, then I can, address it with the obesity doctor then and go from there.
Okay. And in the chaos of trying to figure out technical difficulties, did you say which surgery you went with?
Duodenal switch.
Okay. All right.
I
think that's the one where it has the highest success of the most weight loss, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Usually it's done for most, and it also people are less likely to regain as well, but it also has the most malabsorption as well. So you're going to need to have the most vitamins for the rest of your life and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the things that interest me is it's a bigger pouch than even sleeve people normally get. The pouches that the doctor does, the pouches are bigger than a normal sleeve person gets.
What do you mean when you say pouches?
Like the stomach that they cut for you is bigger than somebody who has a normal sleeve gastrectomy. So you're able to actually physically eat more food than somebody who has a sleeve.
I got you.
But yet you absorb less than somebody who has a gastric bypass.
Well, because if I understand it right, with the duodenal switch, they take out like a lot of your intestines, don't they?
Yes, all except for like 150 centimeters.
Is that, I mean, just from a human perspective, is that like just a super weird thought to think that you're going to have like 20 feet less of intestines in you?
Yeah, I don't even think about it like that.
You're a pretty like straightforward guy. So
Yeah.
you're probably like, whatever, take whatever it takes. I would think for me, from just a human perspective, I would hyper focus on that. I'd be like, what is it going to feel like physically feel like to not have 20 feet of something in me that is currently in me?
Yeah, but like but that was that was one of the things that was interesting to me about the surgery. So, after some time, after healing, after, some time, that I'll know that I'll be able to, I'll never be able to eat like a giant meal like I could eat now.
Yeah.
But that's the one thing I was never really in my mind I could deal with a gastric bypass, is the fact that you could only eat such a small
Right.
amount, and I could never get past that. And then just the sleeve is just something that's just like for morbid obese people I think now with the GLP medications, you have a chance of more success with a sleeve, especially if you don't let yourself gain the weight back. Like if you were to switch to GLP medications before you were to gain weight back after your initial loss with a sleeve, it seems like a lot of people do well with their initial loss on the sleeve and then tend to gain it back. But if you had access to the GLP medications after your initial loss, that'd be something interesting. But I don't want to have to, I'm just ready to do it, be one and done, and go for the big one and
have it be done with.
And basically, I couldn't tell you, the weight that I want to be at is a weight that I don't think I was at probably before I was a freshman in high school.
Wow. That's wild.
Yeah. So I'm talking about just being able to live, just a completely different life than I've known.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So what you're basically saying is you want to have the surgery and you don't want to screw around with this for the rest of your life. You're hoping that you can do maintenance without a need for a GLP-1 and the duodenal switch you think gives you the best shot at that.
Yeah, but I mean, I might need I very well might need the medication down the road, but and I'm happy to take it. But some people seem to have success with the GLPs just because it slows up everything a little bit, and it helps with just the way your digestion is a little bit. So that interests me. So I want to let the surgery do what it does naturally, because it works.
Yeah.
The surgery works. And then after that fact, just kind of see what happens.
So this is a really interesting conversation, considering a tool that I found this week that was introduced to me. I'm going to talk more about it in the next week, but it talks about your metabolic print, like a fingerprint, right? But for your metabolic system, and it talks about the gut and the brain disconnect and what that looks like for different people, and everybody's body is wired a little bit differently. So I'll share more about that in the coming week or so, and I'm excited to share about that because I think everybody's body is different. Everybody needs a little bit different cocktail of tools in their tool belt to beat such a complex disease, and to make sure that it doesn't, come back. And so I really appreciate you sharing your journey here tonight. One of the things that I wanted to bring up, just kind of on a personal note, is that you, so Jamie has triplet daughters, and one of the things that they do as a family, I love this, is they do crafts. They make little pens. And somebody sent me something similar not too long ago. I don't know if I have it on the desk here still, but tell us a little bit about Triplet Family Crafts.
Oh yeah, they my girl started making these pens with these focal beads and stuff, and in order for them to keep making them, we had to start selling them. So basically, we started selling them, and it's become quite popular. And trying to sell them, end up selling them for pretty much as little as anybody sells them for, just so we can make enough to keep the process going.
Family activity.
Yeah, and then I've been making special ones for the for the Mounjaro community, where we upcycle the Mounjaro pens. We rip the needle part out of them and upcycle them.
So I have a gift for you then. Okay. I was just trying to figure out before the stream, I was live with my members. I pulled all the Mounjaro pens that I have out of a thing. I'm going to mail them to you. Send me your address.
Okay.
Do I sign them and give them away on the channel? People are like, no, that's freaking weird.
I'll send you back a pen to use on your show.
Perfect.
And show for you.
Perfect. So I got a whole bunch of them. So you have to just message me or
appreciate it.
Want me to send them to. But yeah, cool, awesome. So not only if you're on TikTok, a TikToker, go over and check out Triplet Dad of TikTok. He has so like if I see Jamie goes live and I have access to my phone and I can get away with watching a TikTok live wherever I'm at, it's always Jamie. Matter of fact, I've had to do a couple like road trips for work randomly in the last couple of months, and you have been my road trip background noise. And Jamie's lives are so unique because he just I don't know. I don't even know how to define it. You're uniquely Jamie. Nobody else is Jamie. So if you get over to TikTok, you need to follow Triplet Dad. His lives, especially, I'm so entertained by him, and I can't even explain or put my finger on why. I think it's just I like you. I like the way you interact with people, especially when people come in and say stupid stuff. You respond so off the cuff and so quick, and it's always so funny and entertaining.
Because I try to be because I want I like to I learn a lot from people. I share my knowledge of what's going on, but it's what I do is vastly different from the type of live that you do. Yeah. And everybody else does.
Right.
We
get on and we're like, Ozempic is better than Wegovy because of this. If you're having this side effect, take that. And we do that for 4 hours. Jamie comes on and people are like, I'm constipated. He's like, then take a laxative.
Yeah. So it's like, we try to, we'll give you some good advice, but it's just like, we talk about just more of, we always talk of just more of like just the life part of this journey, and everybody comes just and hangs out and stuff, and it's definitely not the beginner's chat.
That's the cool thing. Yeah, right, exactly. That's a good way to put it. And it is more of a lifestyle chat. I think that's because his life is going on in the background of this live. Like his daughters are interacting with him, his wife is interacting him. Usually she's giving him a good foot rub because that's what she does when his.
No, I'm giving her a foot rub.
Okay.
Which is actually what I'm doing right now. Yes.
Right. Obviously. But yeah, no. So definitely check out at Triplet Dad of TikTok. But more than that, check out Triplet Family Crafts, because you got to get your hands on one of the Mounjaro pens. Like the Triplet daughters will lose their activity if you don't check it out.
And tripletfamilycrafts.com as well. If you don't go onto the TikTok shop, you can go to tripletfamilycrafts.com.
Oh yeah, there's many people who just will not go on TikTok. So you said tripletfamilycrafts.com?
Yeah. I should have told you that before. I'm sorry.
All good.
Yeah, we had to do that because a lot of people are afraid of the TikTok for some reason.
Yeah, like everybody isn't stealing your information.
Exactly. Like you can take the credit card number. I'll just get a new one. It's fine.
All right.
Whatever.
Triplet Family Crafts show. Tripletfamilycrafts.com.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So check that out. We'll do this again. I don't know, maybe it's a post-op, or maybe I tell you what, if you're willing to, I think it would be really cool if you came in sometime pre-op when things are getting closer. And I just, like, from a human perspective, because this could be something that I might be doing at some point in the future, I would just be interested, like, how you're feeling, like that's what I'm interested in hearing.
For sure.
We can talk about the tactical things all day, but I definitely want to know closer to it how you're feeling and how your family's holding up. And, anytime anybody has surgery in our family, I know, like, everybody's kind of on edge, and I know, it's not a big deal, but it always is in your immediate world. And so so that I know what to expect if I ever go through it.
For sure.
Yeah, and I know that there are many in the chat who have been through it too. I saw some people sharing earlier that they've had the same surgery, and it's actually a whole nother subculture of the subculture of weight loss is people who have had bariatric surgery, because I think it's a unique club because they deal with unique issues. They understand things that people who haven't gone through the surgery haven't had, and it's kind of a weird blend of the two with the GLP-1s, right? Just life-changing weight loss and all that entails, but then the surgery, having the surgery and what that entails.
Well, that's like my wife. My wife had a sleeve a couple of years before she got pregnant with triplets, and then gained the weight back and some, and now she's down like 95 pounds on Mounjaro.
That is super, super interesting.
Yeah.
One of the things that when I first started Mounjaro, my doctor actually led with, so I did a year of, sorry, there's like trigger words on YouTube, just like there is on TikTok. I did a year of the diet that they put everybody on, the same one that you're on, who's diabetic, right? I did a year of that and I lost 7 pounds, but that's because I yo-yoed on it, I think, for 20 years. And my body was used to it. Because I told him, I said, hey, doc, I'll do it to control my diabetes, but I don't lose weight on it. So I went from 319 to 312 in a year. And maybe I've shared this with you before, but 319 to 312 in a year. And I came back and he goes, I don't know, man. Like there's like 4 or 5 people like this in my group of 1,000 that have done this that just don't lose the weight. And so he's like, I think you need the surgery. I think you need the surgery. And I go, okay, like whatever it takes. Cause as we talked about earlier, my best me is the me that is around for my kids. So if that means you got to slice me up and reassign some things so that I can get to a healthy weight, let's do it. But I looked into it and then I didn't have that kind of coverage on my insurance. So I came back and then he's like, well, there's this new class of medicines called GLP-1s. It's all hormones. And the way he couched it to me, Jamie, is he's like, actually what they find is when you have the surgery that these hormones are restored. And that is why you lose weight ultimately. He's like, obviously you eat less, but as you eat less and the weight comes down, these gut hormones are restored. And he's like, they're just finding ways to give that medicine to you without the need for the surgery. So I was like, let's do that. But a year now later, I'm down 30 pounds. And I think it would have been more if I would have stuck with the 15 from, May on when I was on the 15, but I titrated back because of the migraines. And I'm just now on my second week of 15. The biggest super chat of the night always gets to pick where I inject this tonight. So far, Donna has it. But yeah, I think for me, so it's interesting, to hear that your wife responded so well after surgery to this. I don't know what that means medically, but it's just interesting.
Yeah.
But I think
it kind of reset her.
Yeah, and maybe having the surgery once. Yeah, who knows? But that's just really interesting that she responded so well to the GLP-1. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to me. I think I'm hoping to try retatrutide, the triple G, before the surgery, because I really, if I could get down 80 pounds to 200, I'm really happy at 200 pounds, because I got down with diet after high school to 170 and I looked like sick. That kind of skin. I don't desire to be that little. I don't want to feel and look frail, but 200 pounds, I think 200, 220, somewhere in that region. If retatrutide can't get me there, I'm for sure gonna look at other options. So we'll see. So, well, thanks for sharing, Jamie. I appreciate you coming on tonight. I know it's late where you're at. I know.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I feel bad doing this so late at night, but it's, I got to get my own kids to bed, and it's a whole deal. So it's Central Time, so it's a little bit earlier here. And so, but thank you for coming on. Thank you to Triplet Mom for lending you to me tonight so that she could forego her foot rub, although it sounds like you pulled double duty. So thanks for
no problem.
All right, tripletfamilycrafts.com, at Triplet Dad on TikTok, at Triplet Family Crafts on TikTok. Check him out. Thanks for being here again, Jamie. We'll do it again.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy. Bye-bye.
We lost sound because I'm muted. That is why. So this next episode is going to be Kat Carter from the Plus Sides podcast. That was Jamie, triplet dad of TikTok, who it did just actually have his bariatric surgery. So we'll be interested to check in with Jamie in the next couple of weeks here. Hopefully he'll come back on soon. He said he will come back and check with us after his surgery. So this is Kat Carter from the Plus Sides. Kat gave us some of her time on the stream. She is a great personality, just a really fun follow, really fun person. Was glad to have her on. Still got to get Lydia on and Sabrina on from the Plus Sides, but we've had pretty much all of them by now. So I hope you're hanging in there well. Happy New Year's Eve to you all. We're going to keep the marathon running here with the episode with Kat Carter, episode 38 of On the Pen.
Are you interested in understanding GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro? Then join us on the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code.
Each and every week with each one of you. Thank you so much for being here. If you would, before we get started, please consider sharing this stream somewhere. If you're on Facebook, share it into a group. If you're on YouTube, please share this somewhere on another social media. Just let other people know. Let's get the word out that On the Pen is here, and the wonderful community is here as well. Thank you all for being the best part of this channel. We've got a great show tonight. We've got some news to cover here in the world of GLP-1s. We're going to do all the things we normally do, what's fresh, fake news. But what I'm most excited about is that we've got a member of the Plus Sides podcast. You saw the pre-roll before the show started. The Plus Sides is a great advocacy podcast headed up by Kim Carlos, who's been over here on the pen before, and she's obviously got her cohorts over there. Janine, who's been over here on the pen as well. And Kat Carter is one that I am just getting the chance to meet. I think for the first time. I don't think we got to meet when she was when I was on the Plus Sides. So excited to have her in tonight. Of course, we'll have to get some of the other gals over here, Sabrina and Lydia. Would love to have them sometime as well. But we got Kat here tonight, and I'm so excited to have her tonight. And I think. First of all, I want to say, Tammy, thank you for being a member for 3 months. And I also want to say a special thank you to somebody who just became a member. Let's see, the D word. So thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. If you want to become a member, very, very easy to do. There is a link in the description of this video that'll take you there. If you're on an Android device, they make it even easier. You just click the button that says join. Right? But otherwise, you can catch the link in the description for just $2.99 a month. It helps give back to the work that I do over here at Man on the Mounjaro, all the things that we put together, all the time we put in, and the effort that we put in. So thank you to those who give back in that way. How you doing? How's the chat doing tonight? How is everybody? What were some of your wins for the week? Let's hear some of the things that we had this week that were wins, some of the stuff that was going well for you this week. I just want to hear from you, hear how you're doing. What happened to the theme song? What theme song? I think I was playing it in the background. I ran the Plus Sides thing first off, so I didn't forget it again. So I think it was there, but if it wasn't, sorry about that. So yeah, what are your wins for the week? I want to hear them. We're going to get into the housekeeping part of the night, obviously. Just talk a little bit about the channel, a little bit about what's going on in my world. Housekeeping. You want mint for pillow? What kind of hotel is this? Housekeeping. What's going on this week? So first of all, thank you to those who became new members this week. Really, really appreciate that. Like I said, you're the best part of this channel, and you're why this channel continues to happen, why I'm able to do this show every week and put the time and effort that I do. So thank you for those who value my work enough to become members. I really, really appreciate that. But a couple things, a couple life transitions that I want to just touch on. So I'm off this week in the middle of a career transition. The job that I was at for 10 years ended last week. Just was time to find a new challenge and something that aligned a little bit closer to where my heart and my passion are. So I will be starting work on Monday for a medical supply company. And I'm so excited for that change. But this week has been a very transitional week for me. Just trying to just trying to get a bunch of stuff done before the week starts, the new week starts. So yeah, that transitioning has been happening. Obviously, you know that I've been on the 15 milligram, and I'm going to share a little bit of that a little bit later on in the stream. And then just as always, the biggest super chat of the night gets to choose where this Big Daddy goes, the 15 milligram, right in the jugular. So whoever gives the biggest super chat of the night gets to pick where this goes, and we'll inject at the end of the show. But we got a bunch of stuff to get into tonight. But a lot of times when I have guests on, I like to give guests the opportunity to, if they are down to clown, to come on and do the first part of the show with me. And being that I'm just kind of in the mood to talk to somebody that's not just a camera, I'm going to bring Kat in. Kat's going to do the whole show with me. So if we could, let's give a round of applause in the chat for Kat Carter from the Plus Sides podcast. Kat.
Hi.
How are you?
This is exciting. This is my application for the Man on Mounjaro fan club that I applied, and it looks like I paid my dues, and that's why I'm on the show now. So.
Yeah, absolutely. A hefty sum. I'm so excited to have you here. So you and I did not get a chance to meet when I was on the Plus Sides podcast.
Yeah.
And so I was really excited to bring you in here and get to meet you, because I really have, when I do get the chance to join on some of the lives that y'all do over there, I really enjoy just goofing with you. So I thought
it's really fun. Yeah.
Let's have her come on the show and let's goof on the show.
Yeah.
So,
I was in France, I think, when you
I kicked her out.
You kicked me out.
Yeah, I decided I didn't want you here. You said I went to France and you dropped that flex on me. I haven't been out in months, so I just thought I'd get rid of you. No, but yeah, go on. You were in France.
I was on vacation. No, the reason why we say France, because I was doing butt stuff in France.
Yes.
Making sure I was doing my squats
which we will provide some context around later in the show. But yes, she was in France, and it was a cool night to be on, because it was like they brought me in to do this interview, right? And they're like, we got Rosie. So it was like the night that y'all found out that you were going to do the interview with Rosie. And I think you did it like the next night or shortly thereafter.
Yeah.
So what a journey, y'all. And we'll get into that later. There's just so much to talk about your journey. But what we like to do on this channel is a couple segments typically that we do before we bring the guest on. But we'll do them together tonight. We're going to talk about what's fresh in the world of GLP-1s. So lots of news, right? Lots of news going on. Y'all covered some of this on the podcast last night, or on the live stream that y'all did.
Thanks, Lydia.
Yeah, absolutely. Lydia's awesome. So one of the things, so we got a couple things that I wanted to talk about. So one of the cool things that I think has been happening in the news the last few weeks, like you've heard stories about, like Coca-Cola stock being down, and just different stocks for junk food, Nestle, all these stocks, kind of taking a nosedive. And like some of them are juking and saying, it's GLP-1. I think GLP-1's impact on their business right now has got to be relatively minimal, considering the relatively few people that are on GLP-1s compared to the general population. It's going to get worse. And I think they're starting to see that. And so you see some of these companies starting to pivot. But what makes me most excited is not that people are going to be buying less Kit Kats, but what makes me really excited, all of a sudden my computer decided it's going to just update all of my text messages. That's fun.
Well, Kit Kats are delicious, by the way. Anyway,
Kit Kats are delicious.
Trick-or-treaters every year.
Yes, they are. Reese's peanut butter cups are problematic for me. I'm not a sweet tooth guy, but Reese's peanut butter cups will get me every time. Yeah. I was going to pull something up here. Oh, yeah. Okay. So what gets me really excited is to see some of these stocks taking a big nosedive. And so we'll just get into it real quick. So you've got Dexcom, maker of the continuous glucose monitors, down almost 18% for the year, right? Perhaps they're seeing down the pipeline, maybe fewer people will become diabetic. That's always been my thing. Like when this stupid argument comes up about like, who deserves access to Mounjaro, and is it diabetics or non-diabetics, or, insert any GLP-1 there. And it's like, anybody who can avoid becoming diabetic by fixing what's broken inside them and avoid getting to the point metabolically where the wheels are falling off deserves it. Right.
Yeah. We're on our way to it anyway with obesity. Like it's it's making the perfect storm
Yeah.
to create diabetes. So why don't
Yeah,
we get it off at
absolutely.
the pass?
You
Yeah.
couple that with like the genetics and everything. So Dexcom, I think, makers of the CGM, they're looking at it and going, we may have fewer customers than we anticipated in the future. I think the other thing is, like, as a diabetic myself, I wear a CGM, but Mounjaro does such a good job controlling my glucose. My A1C is good. My 3-1 average. I probably don't need to wear one. So I just think it's interesting to see that one take a nosedive. This is another one. This is Medtronic. So Medtronic, they make a lot of things actually for gastric bypass surgery.
That's interesting. I did not know that. Because I had a girlfriend have a girlfriend that works for Medtronic, and she always said it was heart parts, cardiovascular.
Yeah, so that's what I had thought too, and I actually made a video on this yesterday and put it out. And I said they're a maker of things, cardiac devices like pacemakers and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Obviously, this news about semaglutide and treating heart failure. I can't remember what specific type it was, but they're seeing it. And then Dr. Rosen, I can't remember whether he sent me a message or commented or something. And he's like, yeah, and they make a bunch of bariatric surgery stuff. And so that's an interesting one to see go down. So that one's down almost 17%. Wow. See if I have any other ones. ResMed, that's another one, sleep apnea. They're finding that obstructive sleep apnea is
that's from Mounjaro, right? Where it's helped the studies. They're doing some trials on that. Yeah,
they are doing studies with tirzepatide and sleep apnea as maybe a backdoor way to get people on the medication. But you're just seeing these companies. DaVita was the other one, which I don't know if I have that, but DaVita, they're the company that's franchised all over the country that deal with kidney failure and dialysis and stuff. So you're seeing like all these medical companies that benefit from chronic illnesses that relate so closely to diabetes, and their stocks are crashing. And that, I think it's just looking at it in context of the greater market, which looking at the market for the year, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which is actually up 3%, and these stocks are down 20. And so I just think that's exciting. That's exciting to think of a world with less chronic disease, because we've got to the root of it with obesity. Being able to treat obesity medically is just super exciting.
It renders me speechless, and I'm not very speechless, often, but
Yeah, I mean,
who would a drink? This is my protein powder cocktail.
Protein powder.
Yes.
I think with what makes it so like amazing is like even 5 or 10 years ago, just feeling like obesity was going to win. Like it was always going to be just this industry,
the impending doom. Yeah,
of just like having people on this roller coaster of diet and weight gain and diet and weight gain and diet and weight gain, and just seeing so many companies benefit from that for so long. You're just like, this is just how it's always going to be. But then these medications come along, right?
Yeah. It's also like it's consumption and medical issues. I always looked at it like one commercial is like Nutrisystem, the next commercial is a super stuffed crust, and the next commercial is another diet program, and then no, you're not full enough yet, so let's get a supersized whatever. I always call it, some of the fast food joints made stoner food. Like it was like, is everybody high and just thinks about putting French fries and wrapped in a pizza and a pizzone or something?
Yeah, no, I've had the same conversations over the course of my life. Is like, who is smoking what that is coming up with this stuff?
Especially Taco Bell.
Taco Bell's always got something crazy. It's something wrapped into something, fried into something, wrapped into something. And yeah, I mean, I've actually, before I even had a social media channel, like I would get ads that I would scroll through on Facebook, and one would be literally for like Nutrisystem, and then the next ad would be for like a pizza joint. And I'm not kidding. Like I screenshotted it and I was like, the internet really knows what it's doing here, right?
They're both, because they're both making money off of us. Like,
right.
They're both living very well.
Yeah. Not sad to see them hurting a little bit from all this.
I agree.
Tammy, thank you for the super sticker, and Sue the Dude gave 5 memberships. Thank you so much for giving back to the channel in that way. I really appreciate that. So yeah, seeing some of these chronic disease, these companies that really benefit from
you know, I don't want to make it sound like they're evil. Like people with kidney failure need dialysis, right? So good on them for treating it. But I'm not sad to see them lose their main source of business. They'll figure out a way to stay in business some other way. But you know, I am just thrilled to think of a future where there will be less kidney failure, where there will be less heart disease, where there will be less of these things that take our loved ones way too early, or cause people to live a very low quality of life. Like nobody wants to be on dialysis. So
and the cost of that is, I'm trying to figure out, like, if you weigh the cost of when you become sick like that, that's, I would say, far more expensive than I said subscription, a prescription to Mounjaro or Ozempic. Yeah.
I think the hurdle that we have to climb there, Kat, is that insurance companies view us as somebody they're going to cover for a couple of years, right? It's hard for an insurance company to see an individual patient for the long game play that putting them on a GLP-1 is. And that's where you get a little bit of conflict of interest between what insurance companies are trying to accomplish and what we need to accomplish for our health. And that's just one of those parts of our system that's just, you know, broken. And we could get into the PBMs and everything like that, but we won't go down that rabbit hole.
It's going to be a long night.
Yes, indeed.
We do that.
So another one, Sabrina gave a $4.99 super sticker. Thank you as well
Sabrina.
for that.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. So I know I popped into your live a couple times last night. I wasn't super available, but as I could, I'd pop in for 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And I did know that you were talking about this. I did a video like a week ago on Mounjaro actually being tested on children as young as 6. Now, Kat, I'm interested to hear your perspective on this. What's your gut reaction when you hear that they are testing Mounjaro on 6-year-olds? What's your gut reaction to that?
My first reaction was, are you sure you want to do that? But so it reminds me of, it makes me think of my own personal experience. When we interviewed Dr. Carla, whose specialty was childhood obesity, and both Kim and I were obese children. And I told Dr. Carla, I wonder if it's the Mounjaro, or if I were raised not to be so hyper focused and not so singled out, and bullied for my weight within externally and internally within my family, would things have been different? And so that's what I think of when we started talking about giving your child the quality of life, how impactful being heavy as a child is. So at first, my first gut reaction was like, are you sure you want to do this? But then on the other hand, to give a child, your kids, a different trajectory, and let's say maybe they don't grow up in such a, they're definitely not growing up the same way as Gen X did. So, but if they're not growing up the same way, not growing up with that one element to always, I would say, always check your self-esteem. It always checked me at the door. It always checked. So at first I was on the fence, not really for it, but then, I think I'm coming around to it. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I actually very similar to yours. So my gut reaction. So somebody in the chat said, Clark Kent said that these were 6-year-old diabetics, and that may be, but they're also doing studies on semaglutide and liraglutide, which are the utides from Novo Nordisk. And those studies have been going on for much longer. And those studies are going on for obesity as well. So it's not just diabetes that, you know, for Mounjaro, perhaps it is, but I think ultimately, like you saw, Wegovy was approved for
12 and up.
Yeah, ages 12 and up earlier this year. By the way, thank you for those who are becoming members of the channel. I really appreciate that.
I like that name, Glam Life.
Yeah, that's nice. Glam Life. That works for you. So the what was I just saying? I'm glad I have somebody else here to keep me on track. What was I just saying? I was saying
Wegovy 12 and up.
12 and up, yeah. So you're seeing it, and I think the natural progression is to start it younger. So I had the same reaction as you did. I was like, 6? That's way too young. But you know, the more that I have thought about it, and the more I've gotten a chance to interact with people who have commented on it, because it was a pretty good video, I think. There's a lot of interaction with it over on TikTok anyway. And I appreciated the conversation, because there was everything from that's ridiculous, they should never be doing that, all the way to, gee, I would have loved to have not to have lived a life of ridicule as a child. And so, you know, I can see both sides of it. And, you know, this is clinical trials. It's, you know, people who have raised their hand for their child and said, I want this for my child. And I think that doctors and parents, just like I advocate over here all the time for doctors and patients making the decisions for the health outside of, you know, external influence, right? It should be doctors and patients. It should be PBMs. It shouldn't be insurance companies. It should be doctors and patients. And I think the same kind of goes for doctors and patients and parents. I'm a huge advocate for that too, as a father of 4 kids. Nobody knows what's better for my kids than me. And nobody knows better medically what's good for my kids than their doctor, right? So I'm a huge advocate for that. And these people have raised their hands and said, I want this for my child.
Right.
Diabetic or not. And I think that sometimes that does come out of a place of trying to shield them from trauma. But I also think, like, you could be potentially not only, you know, saving a child from ridicule, you could be saving them from diabetes. You could be saving them from a life of metabolic illness, and you could be extending their life. On the flip side of that coin, we don't know how these medications act long-term. That's what clinical trials are for. So I think that it's important work to be done, because I think if we're going to get at obesity, we have to also understand how obesity is impacted by early childhood. And so I think that'll be important to kind of follow. And I think, you know, am I glad that they're doing it? No, I'm sad that they're doing it, because that's the state of things. But I'm also glad that there are medications out there, that there are doctors, that there are people that are willing to take a risk for medical science so that they could have, you know, a shot at being, you know, healthier adults, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at. I kind of came around on it a little bit. I think that having them, as Matt said, why not let them be saved by long-term illness, saved from long-term illness with obesity and drugs? I totally agree. So, yeah, I think I came around on a little bit, but it was jarring. So, like, first grader,
sixth, yeah, that's first grade. That's kindergarten. That's pretty young.
Yeah, it is.
I remember being heavy then, though. So, you know.
Yeah. Stacy said, do they dose differently for kids? I don't know that we have that information, Stacy, but it's a good question. I would imagine so. I would imagine so. So yeah, that's interesting news, obviously, this week. Thanks for sharing your kind of, I think we just kind of had the same kind of reaction to it. And I think we both kind of came around to the same conclusion too. Okay. So here's another cool story. I've covered this on my channel before, but it's usually been buried in a long live where I'm talking about a lot of things. So I just thought it was worth bringing up this week, is that Pfizer, actually, I'm no fan of Pfizer, but Pfizer has a GLP-1 in the works that is showing to be rival the weight loss of Wegovy and Ozempic, or Wegovy and Mounjaro. And it's a daily pill, so it's like Rybelsus, right? But it's like Eli Lilly's version, which we've talked about on this channel, or Orforglipron. It's a daily oral. This is a prawn as well. It's called Danuglipron, and it is a twice daily oral. And so it is also a non-peptide GLP-1. So all the medications that we take right now that we inject that are GLP-1 medications are peptides. Danuglipron from Pfizer and Orforglipron, both orals from Eli Lilly and Pfizer respectively, are non-peptide. So that makes them a little bit more stable. If anybody in the chat has ever been on Rybelsus, you know that there's a lot of rules about taking Rybelsus. It's kind of like a gremlin, right? Like you can't feed it after 8 p.m. or it turns into a gremlin. So like it's more stable and just can be manufactured so much faster. So when you talk about accessibility, I think that these small molecule orals that are coming from Eli Lilly and Pfizer are low-key huge game changers for accessibility to GLP-1 medications. And I think that is super exciting. So we'll continue to follow Danuglipron and Orforglipron. Not the most glamorous GLP-1s, because they probably won't get all the way up to the weight loss that you're going to see with an injectable. Yeah. But they will offer accessibility in a way that the injectables do not. And I think that that is great. One other cool little note today, I did a video on this, so you gotta love the.
Oh, yeah, I didn't get to read that article
the
yet.
article was written terribly, I think, because a lot of times they like to make politicians look bad. But this was actually a really interesting article because this representative from Arizona is basically saying, like, hey, look over here. There's these medications, and they have the ability to really, really fight the obesity problem in the United States. And he's really looking at it from the perspective of like people's long-term health, but also healthcare costs. And so kind of back to full circle to what we started the conversation with, and chronic diseases and all the comorbidities. This is somebody in Washington who appears to understand it. And also you have somebody brought up to me, the fact that the TROA was Treat and Reduce Obesity Act, which is Medicare coverage for weight loss medications.
Yeah,
that was introduced by a couple of people in Congress as well. And so you have these guys and gals that are starting to see what this can possibly do. And I think that we just have to acknowledge it when we see it. So I think that is a really, really awesome thing to call out. And you know, obviously, if anybody is in politics, is watching this, if we can help you advocate in any way, please reach out. My email is mounjaroman@gmail.com. You can reach out to me on any of the socials. I would love to get in touch with any politician who wants to help raise the flag about this.
No doubt. Yeah.
I think this is a really big way that we can advocate for accessibility. If the people in Washington can see the value in this, not only on an individual level and the ways that these medications can change the lives of their constituents, but just the landscape of healthcare in general in this country and the impact that it could make on healthcare costs overall. I love to see people grabbing onto it at that level, people in leadership. So that is a positive.
Also, like, what can we do? Like, is there a way, like, should we all be calling our local politicians, our local senators and Congress people, women and men? Because I think we're a large enough movement, a large enough community that.
Yeah, I think part of it will be is like a TBD. Like, we do need to be having those conversations more and more, maybe more and more lives that are geared towards, okay, like, how can we really mobilize as a unit? We've been advocating on this channel for the better part of a year for the Treat and Reduce Obesity Act. So going all the way back to like January, February, when it was reintroduced. BJ Davis, who is one of my, he's the King Mounjaro over here on YouTube. I think he was one of the first guys making videos about Mounjaro. Has become a great friend of mine. He has a great Discord channel. You can get there by going to davisdiscord.com, DAVIS discord.com. Great conversation over there. Happens every single day about GLP-1s, and BJ's a great guy. But BJ, Stacy, awesome. Yes, I agree. Call your representatives and get loud. Thank you for the super chat.
Yes, Stacy. Yes.
I think that advocating with your congressman about passing TROA is a huge first step, because if we can get TROA through, if they add obesity coverage to Medicare, that is the first step towards mass adoption in the private sector. So the private sector tends to follow the public sector, and we got to get Medicare on board with this. And I think they will, but they do need to hear from their constituents that we are mad supporters of TROA. And I think so that is one way that on a political level, you can be advocating for the cause, for the movement, for the community. So absolutely. And he had a change.org petition. I don't know if that's still going. I think those have like a time frame on them, but he got a good amount of traction earlier in the year. But I think if we relit that one, I think it would get a lot more traction, because the community has just grown exponentially since then.
You just gave me an idea too. Let me chat with Kim. Kim and Janine on this one.
Kim is a get her done type of gal.
Yes, ma'am. Or sir.
You're not used to having boys on the show. Oh, you guys do. Mostly it's just you gals.
Just the girls. Yeah. It's just
the girls. All right. So let's get into it used to be fake news. Now it's Take Out the Trash Thursday. I'm not really sure what to be calling this anymore, because it's, there's not always fake news, but there's always something that's grinding my gears, in the world of GLP-1 news. So we call it Take Out the Trash Thursday. We'll do that anyway. Let's take out the trash. So one of the things that I've been covering for a few weeks, these aren't my most popular videos over on TikTok and YouTube, but I've been kind of sounding the alarm on it because it makes me very nervous. So if you followed the channel at all, maybe you already know this, so just bear with me for a minute while I explain it. But basically over in Europe, at the distributor level, so we're talking, you have in the supply chain of getting medicine from the manufacturer to into your hand, you have the manufacturer. So in Mounjaro's case, you have Eli Lilly. Then you have wholesale distributors that sell to pharmacies that sell to us. So at the distributor level, they have these imposters that have been going into smaller pharmacies and selling completely fake Ozempic in Ozempic pens, in Ozempic boxes filled with insulin. So people take it, their sugars go down, but it's going down by way of taking insulin. And the danger that I've been telling people is you can end up very, very sick and in the hospital by taking insulin, because hypoglycemia is a real issue with insulin. It's not so much an issue with the GLP-1. A GLP-1 stimulates your beta cells in your pancreas to make more insulin when your blood sugar goes up. But if your sugars are already running low and you shoot a bunch of insulin in your blood, your sugars drop immediately. And so what's happening this week in the news is that you're actually hearing stories of people seizing out and ending up in the hospital. And so this is just something to be aware of. You can go back and watch those videos if you want. They're over here on YouTube and over on TikTok. But check them out because I have shown the difference in what the pens look like. There are some subtle differences that you can tell. One of the main things that you can tell is actually on the little, where the needle part is, the cap kind of comes off. It's like a pen and the cap comes off.
Yeah.
There's number markings on the fake ones. On the real ones, there's no number markings. And it's number markings because that's how insulin syringes are. And I think that's just what they've done is they built this little shell around an insulin syringe. And so very, very dangerous stuff. Please make sure that you've got the legit stuff. Talk to your pharmacy. It's not an issue over here in the United States. These pens have popped up here from people who came from overseas, but to my knowledge, I don't think it has happened in the United States yet, but just give it a week. You know what I'm saying? So just make sure that you're truing up. Like I have all my old Mounjaro pens, right? I take them apart, but I keep them because I'm a hoarder, I guess.
You keep all your pens? I throw
do.
them in the Sharps container. Well, now I use a protein.
I mean, I throw the Sharp part in the Sharp container, but I take them apart. I see Peter Rabbit here is full of Mounjaro pens.
Oh my God. That's amazing.
I don't know why. I feel like they could come in useful someday.
You
So
could probably make something out of it. Maybe you could start
like a wall.
crafting.
Like
You
just
could
a
make
big
bowls,
gaudy necklace of like
furniture. Yeah,
furniture,
like
Mounjaro
makes me
chair,
think of wine corks. You can make a wreath of Mounjaro.
right?
Pens. Yeah.
Drop Christmas lights in them or something. We can figure something out. The point is, I need them. Do not throw them away.
That is so funny.
So we are not, I think, under a great threat of this happening in the United States, but you do just want to make sure that your stuff looks legit, right?
Right.
And so yeah, just be aware that is happening, and it's unfortunate, but anywhere somebody can make a buck. I think the crazy thing is that it was happening at the distributor level. You know, this isn't people buying stuff off of shady websites. It's like I went to my pharmacy with a prescription for a brand name and I walked out with something that wasn't what it was supposed to be. That's just a scary thought.
Whoa.
So yeah.
Something got through.
Yeah. I mean, and they had faked. I mean, they have to fake, sales orders and documentation, and I mean, it's a whole elaborate thing, which I think makes it even more scary. That whoever we're dealing with are like pseudo intelligent people, and so that always makes it a little bit scarier.
Could this be coming? Because I know that Lydia touched on what is it in Belgium? They are cutting off all GLP-1 medications. You can't get them anymore.
Yeah. So they're cutting them off for this has happened in the UK.
and it's kind of spreading throughout the different countries in the UK. But Belgium basically said no Ozempic for people who aren't diabetic. So they're preserving the medication for those who are not diabetic. And that's new to Belgium, but it's not new to the UK. There are other countries who have already done that. But from my understanding is that the pharmacies aren't really complying with that too much.
Okay.
But, it all relates back to the shortage of the medication, and
Right.
they're just prioritizing the medication for the indication that it has. So it's just Ozempic. They're just basically saying, don't give Ozempic to people who aren't diabetics, which, whatever. But I think Novo Nordisk is a whole nother topic of conversation. It's an absolute train wreck of a company. Launching in other markets when they can't even serve the markets that they're in is just
watching it all unfold. Yeah. And then, it's kind of like what not to do.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate because like the shortages in Wegovy led to shortages in Mounjaro because people had to switch. And, I missed the 7.5 and the 12.5 on my dosing up. And that's when I actually lost my weight on Mounjaro, is in the dose escalation. And then for a few weeks on the 15, but then nothing after that. So I lost the opportunity to lose weight because of these shortages. And then you got people bouncing back and forth between doses because I was on the 10, but I can't get the 10 anymore. And I don't want to move up to the 12.5. So I'm moving back to the 7.5.
Yeah.
You got these yo-yo.
Whatever's available. Yeah.
And this isn't how the drug is supposed to be taken. It's not supposed to be taken a yo-yo effect. It's supposed to be a dose escalation, right? So it's unfortunate on a lot of levels, but we're just kind of guinea pigs here. We're along for the ride as they figure out how to make enough medicine to go around. But
the test population.
Exactly. Gladly, though. I'll gladly be the test population here because it is a life-changing medication. So at this point in the show, this is when we usually bring in our hot channel. I don't want to waste an opportunity to roll the bumper because we are going to shift topics to more about you and why you're here. So without further ado, we'll roll the bumper.
Hot channel.
I love your bumpers.
Oh, I have a good time. It's about time to refresh them. I thought maybe that was something I'd get to this week, but it just wasn't meant to be. So Kat Carter at Kat Carter7 on TikTok. Are you on any other social medias besides TikTok?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram. Yeah, Mrs. Kat Carter, MRS. KATCARTER. I also have a baking Instagram. It's Loudmouth Bakes or at Loudmouth Bakes. You can check out my cakes. I just made one today. Just made a dessert cake.
Very nice. What kind of cake?
It was red velvet.
Ooh, yum. That sounds delicious.
Add a little.
So yeah. How? So I want to get into a little bit about your journey. First of all, your journey into GLP-1s, and then your journey into social media. So tell me a little bit about what your journey was to ending up on a GLP-1.
Interesting. You know what? I was how social gets you. I saw ads for Calibrate. I saw ads for Found and all these other weight loss agencies that say, hey, we can use drugs to assist you. And so I tried, I filled out the questionnaires, and this is so funny.
That's so funny.
That's funny.
I'm interrupting you a lot with the fat finger tonight.
I don't care. It's fine. It's so fine.
Just wait till my stream drops out and you have to carry the show for 5 minutes.
So fine.
It's coming. But no, you're saying Found taking the questionnaires.
So I suffer from binge eating disorder. And that I'll come back to that. That's like childhood. So they both said, well, with the binge eating and your weight and what, we can't help you. So here's where we're going to send you. So I actually found a doctor. I'd say it's a generational thing, but it was the first time I'd ever had a primary care physician that asked me if it was okay to talk about my weight because I suffer from binge eating disorder. And she's the bomb. So she suggested Mounjaro to try it. But I have, like Kim and I have suffered from binge eating disorder. I really don't know specifically when it did happen. Like I mentioned earlier, when we interviewed Dr. Carla, I always say, I don't know if it weren't such a fixation of like my family, my mother in particular, that singled me out so much for it. Would I still have that issue? But I think it's maybe like a nature versus nurture, and it kind of created a perfect storm.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure it's because my mom was so highly insecure of her own weight.
Sure. Yeah. These things tend to get passed on generationally, right?
Yeah.
Trauma.
Yeah, absolutely. So it just became a fixation. I'm from a big family, 5 kids, and my mom is a fantastic baker. She was, I don't think she's really able to bake anymore. But she was a fantastic baker. So Mom would make great cakes and cookies and things, and all the kids could have them. But we had to watch little Kathy, or you can't have this cookie, or, and I would, oh yeah, I'll show you. And everybody's done and in bed, I'll sneak upstairs and get my cookies. Damn it. So,
Yeah.
So that was my childhood experience in a nutshell. But I was also very sporty. So I think that saved me a little bit. Basketball, volleyball, track and field. I just liked working out. I like to train. So I've always been in sports. So I was used to it. So I enjoyed it. So as a teenager, I had a little bout with, like, say, bulimia, where I'd figured out that I could binge and then purge a little bit, but purging sucked. But I think exercise purging is a thing too. So I would work out twice a day, several times a day, work out late into the evening. So I did do that as well. So that was just my cycle of eating forever. I don't think I really ever had like a normal relationship with food. The bad stuff was always magical. You understand, I just said magical. And so Kim always gets me on this, but you're a Midwesterner, so you
didn't even register.
You did, yes. I'm so used to it now because Kim will say, you said magical.
Didn't even register.
Yeah. So candy was magical. You know what? This is so funny because I think when I was 4 years old, we went trick-or-treating and I stole my little pumpkin and I sat in the closet and I ate every single piece of candy, every piece of candy. And within like half an hour, it vomited all over the floor. Yeah. 4-year-olds. But
it happens.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So maybe I always wonder if that nature versus nurture.
I mean, just having 4 kids of my own, I can tell you that there's definitely a nature element to it. Like I have some kids that are just more prone to finding all the candy and hiding. And some that, my oldest son, for example, he enjoys a piece of candy, but if he gets a piece of candy, he's going to take it down to his room and he's going to, did I say candy?
I said, ooh, piece of candy.
He's going to take his piece of candy and he's going to put it up on a shelf and he's going to wait for exactly the right moment that he wants to savor that candy and he's going to savor it. But then I have the other ones that I'll be, they'll hide, they'll hide it under their pillow or something. Not necessarily, but you get what I'm saying. I'm exaggerating, but like they would not regulate if they weren't helped to do that. No. So there's definitely a nature element to it, right? And and it changes with the different types of foods too. I mean, but then obviously there's the trauma that comes into it that obviously plays a role as well. I know that for me growing up, fast food was always a treat, and then my parents weren't doing anything wrong. It was just a treat. We had it sometimes, but not a lot. So when I turned 16 and got a job in a car, I was like, I have money, I have a car, I'm eating at the drive-thru. And that's what I did, you know, and I did it all the way until I was overweight. And I've done it into adulthood, you know, so some of those things just follow us, and it wasn't even necessarily trauma, but it's just that nurture. Like you never learned to really regulate things properly. We never had junk food around our house too much either. And like, I'd go to my friend's house and they'd have Doritos and they'd have a snack cupboard. And I was like, what the heck is this?
Yeah.
This
We
is
didn't
like-
have snacks. Yeah.
I felt like I was at Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. I was like all bright-eyed and like, let's eat that whole bag of Doritos. I just never learned to regulate.
But we definitely had the cakes and the cookies and all the delicious sweets that my mom would make. She would blame, it was another story for another day, but she'd always blame my dad for everything. That was life. But you know, actually now that I think about it, my mom used to, I don't want to be bashing, but my mom used to like, just if there was something that you had and in any person, she would narrow in on it and use it to like make you feel bad. Right.
Sure.
I think my dad was a binger because my mom would get on him like, oh, these bags of Snickers, all this damn candy your dad has in the car, and I have to make all this. He eats all these damn sweets, and you know, no self-control. Man has no self-control. And so I think maybe it could have been hereditary. It very well could have been because
it's interesting to think about how much they're learning about that kind of stuff too, like where we're at today versus where we'll be at in 10 or 15 years, to be able to actually identify that stuff and why we're wired or predisposed to certain things, you know, more than others. It'll just be interesting to see kind of where the science leads, because I think there's something to it. You know, there's a nature element to it and there's a nurture element to it. I'm convinced of that. And I think
we always tried like fad diets too. Like I was always trying Slim Fast and always doing some sort of, so that's going to show my age too. Slim Fast. And this is before keto, before Atkins. God, was it Sugar Busters? I was always on every single kind of diet there was.
I always say that I've been on Jenny Craig more times than Mr. Craig. And I've been on all of them too. Like I spent 20 years of my life, like, I'm going to be on this and then I'm going to be off of it. I always say in my lives, like 30 pounds down, 45 up, 30 pounds down, 45 up. And usually that 30 pounds was keto, but you know, it's been everything over the years. It's been Nutrisystem. It's been Weight Watchers. It's been fill in the blank. It's been all of them. Down 30, up 45, down 30, up 45. And my exercise has been the same way, just extreme. But that's one thing where I feel like we're a little bit different. So you have always enjoyed being active. You've always enjoyed working out. Tell me a little bit about how much that plays into your health paradigm.
I feel like now, especially like with Mounjaro, and I'm saying Mounjaro correctly, Kim, because I always say Mounjaro like a good Midwestern
like
gal.
A good Midwesterner.
You betcha.
Mounjaro.
But I feel like I finally sort of I fit the look, so I don't get hit with not now, but like when I used to join gyms and things like that, you'd get hit with buy this diet package, get this fitness, this training program. I don't get really hit with that as much. But I played basketball, volleyball. I did a lot of, and then I just like fitness. So I love, thanks, Lydia. I love, like right now, you know, my spin class is my happy place. You can't, it's a non-negotiable. But it's always been a part of my life. I've always loved fitness. I was an aerobics class girl from the step aerobics days and the low impact, high impact. I can do a grapevine. I got I took the classes on how to teach an aerobics class. Like I know all the counts. Yeah. I fell in love with it. Yes. 80s style. Yes. I was
Richard
just
Simmons style. Where is Richard Simmons? He should come on Man on the Mounjaro.
You know what? I could always think of, was it Nutty Professor in the beginning when Eddie Murphy's going, let's sweat.
Yes.
I'm a pony.
Though that movie was so freaking funny.
Yeah.
I still will watch that every now and again. It cracks me
It's
up.
hilarious. It is hilarious.
But yeah, so you've always been into fitness. You've done about every fitness thing, just like you've done every diet thing. But I think that's really interesting to hear how consistent you've been with the exercise through your whole life. I mean, that's the difference of being passionate about something and not, right? Because to me, exercise has always felt like this obligatory thing that I'm doing as a punishment for the food that I eat. And so, I mean, I'm trying
a bit like that too. Like I would, do the exercise binging.
Yeah. I like the way you said that too, because it's like, okay, now I've got to go run 2 miles or do something. I can totally see where that, mentality would creep in and how it goes right along with, maybe disordered eating. Sorry, I moved my microphone. I probably can't hear me very well.
There's so much disordered eating in the fitness industry. I'm not deep into it at all. I wasn't that super deep into it. I have one older brother and a younger brother, but my older brother used to do the competitive bodybuilding and stuff. So watching that, you could totally see that there's a lot of disordered eating, but I always fancied myself being a plus size fitty. So, but
yeah. So how does that play? So tell me a little bit about what part of you decided I'm going to document this part of my journey on social. I'm going to take this to social media and just put it out there. What was kind of impetus behind that for you?
Kim?
No kidding. So are you
Kim Carlos?
Are you and Kim friends prior to the plus sides or?
Yeah. Okay. We used to work together. I didn't work with her. I worked with her husband on my team when we used to work at it like 10 years ago. It's been 10 years. But she also worked there as well. So that's how I got to know Kim. So Kim and I have been friends for a while.
Very cool.
But yeah, I still thought I was cheating. Like everyone's gonna judge me for taking this, but it started to work. And then Kim just started documenting it, and I just felt like, I can start talking about this too.
Yeah.
Instead of posting cake pictures.
Yeah.
Still do. And stupid, I call it fart jokes or something like that,
Still some fart jokes.
It's always good to have a fart joke, right?
Always, because it's always funny. It doesn't matter. It's a great equalizer.
But Kim, just watching Kim's content, I was like, yeah. And I reached out to her. I said, Kim, you're on Ozempic. I'm on Mounjaro.
Hilarious.
And it, she was so, what'd you say?
I'm on Mounjaro. It's funny how secretive people have to be, because of the fear of the backlash you'll get from people. It's crazy. I mean, it's crazy that people even like give enough brain power to care what somebody else is doing for their health, but it's the world we live in. And to be fair, we are putting it out there on the internet now. So when people come in and say stupid things, I'm like, well, I guess I did put it out there, that this is what I'm doing. And I do know that the world is full of idiots. So it's gonna happen. But so Kim was kind of the impetus behind you deciding to document your journey. And then when she started the plus size, did you join in right away with her, or was there?
I'm down for it. I'm ready for it. So I was a radio jock a long time ago.
No kidding.
Back in my day, in my 20s. I said, yeah, I'll do it. Which is so funny. You're talking about like when you say like bumpers and things like that, the radio speak, it's drops, promos, spots. And so I'm like, what's a bumper?
Yeah. I don't even know if that's the right thing. I feel like I maybe heard it once. So that's what I went with. But my dad was in video production. So that's probably where I heard it growing up. He made commercials and stuff. So maybe it's a thing, maybe it's not. But yeah, well, it's so cool that you were inspired by Kim, because and just how that proliferates, because I'm sure there's somebody out there who's making content now because they were inspired by you. And I think it's just so cool. Like, I think of some of my friends like Pug on Mounjaro, who's now my guy, is getting married tomorrow. So I'm sure he's not in the chat. Shout out to Pug. Give Pug some love in the chat, because he's getting married tomorrow and he's lost over 200 pounds on Mounjaro. And, you know, he said, I was watching your content and I was just like, I should put my story out there. And his story is way different than mine. But just to know that you encourage somebody, and the whole trajectory of his life has changed because of Mounjaro. And so I just think it's awesome that people are being vulnerable and putting themselves out there, A, but B, just like getting over themselves and being like, I don't care that
is the thing. Yeah.
People are going to judge me, because they are. I mean, that's just what people do. They're judgy. And but the flip side of that coin is the excellent community that you get to embrace, which far exceeds you know, the troll that comes by here or there to try to knock you down a peg. So very cool. So tell me about what do you envision for the future of the plus sides? I mean, just dream for a second, because it's so amazing to see what you all have done over there in such a short amount of time. What's the next big thing?
That's so cool. I see like plus sides events.
Cool. Kind of like the Nashville thing. Is that kind of what you're?
Yeah. Or even
ish.
Yeah. Ish. Yes. Yes. I definitely see Kim in advocacy work. Like that definitely
seems like her calling.
Yeah. Most definitely. But yeah, I see events. I see
I thought it would be cool to like have something that was more like a trade show vibe.
I also think maybe a spinoff, like different, like if you're doing, I see a different podcast, like different little. Yeah.
Like the Nashville thing, but like more focused on maybe creator and relationship development. The Nashville thing was cool. I thought that was really cool that they all did that. But like more for people who are more serious about, I'm not saying that they weren't, it just wasn't their focus at this thing, I don't think. But you know,
like educational summits.
Like earlier when we talked about what can we be doing to like actually come together and make an impact beyond just doing a live and explaining to people why Ozempic is inferior to Mounjaro. You know what I'm saying? Like, what can we actually be doing? Who can we be actually talking to, and have it be more of a trade show vibe where like you have an on the pen booth, you have a plus sides booth, and you have also vendors in there. You have, you know, iVeem Health or Found or whomever, and then they come in, and then you get to network with, you know, you invite the local representatives in to come see what you're doing, and like more, I guess more, I don't know what the right word, less social, less of a social gathering and more of a
like a summit, like an educational
summit.
Like
a summit. That's like, I think that would be super cool. And I think that Kim would be just the person to just actually make that happen. So I mean,
that's what I've totally seen, like not just like events like Nashville, but summits, like where you have like seminars, not seminars, what are they? I used to do entertainment summit back in my day. And
that's
we would have
time you said that, by the way. You're making it sound like you're 75.
I'm 47.
Back in my day when I was a radio jockey.
So so those networking summits and seminars where we have all of our plus sides are not professionals, our doctors, our experts, getting together to see what kind of advocacy work we can do, and classes.
Yeah, I think that would be super cool. Well, it's very cool to see what you ladies have been doing over on the plus sides. It's been cool to be able to kind of, I'm frozen. So if you're hearing me right now.
I'm trying to hear you.
Yeah.
It's a good pose. It's a good pose of you, Dave. You're like.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? This is Dave's channel. Hey, everybody. We're still live. Are we still live? Am I on? We're on. So how's everybody doing this evening? I still am the official new member of the Man on Mounjaro fan club. I have my paperwork right here. So get yours. And support the channel. I'm actually a member too, just to let everybody know that I do pay my monthly dues, supporting the channel of Man on Mounjaro. So
I'm back. Thanks for holding.
I was talking to myself.
Good. No, you're talking to like 100 people. So thank you for sticking around. I warned you this would happen. Hey, T's here. Hey, welcome, T. Yeah, thanks for holding it down. But what I was saying is I think it's so cool what y'all have done on the plus sides, what you're continuing to do. You all are just such lovable people over there. Janine was obviously the first one that I met through the channel here. She watched on the pen.
Yeah, Janine, the pro. Wow, I'm learning so much from her.
Yeah, she's awesome. And so then getting connected with Kim and then just watching what you all have done over there. I want to have Lydia on. If Lydia, you're in the chat, Sabrina, I'd love to have both of you on at some point. But just you're doing such great work over there, and I'm so happy for you and the success that you all have had. And what a ride, you know, who would have thought a year ago, because I'm just approaching a year of making videos myself on this, and I never could have imagined what this become. And like I see people like Terrence pop into the live, you know, like just these people, and like it actually, I have an emotional reaction to it. So like, oh, there's Terrence. Like you just see these people pop into your lives, and you may not know them, but more and more of them are creating content of their own now too. So now you can put a face with some of these names. So Terrence, for example, is making some TikTok videos over there. And he works out like literally right in Eli Lilly corporate headquarters shadow every day. So his videos, he's at the Y, he walks out and there's Eli Lilly's building.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, make sure you follow him over on TikTok. I don't think he's on YouTube, but you know, also like just some of the friends that I've made, like Kim, you know, like I'm in a work transition. One of the people that I was calling in the middle of all that was Kim. One of my moderators over here, Sue the Dude, you know, I've called him like 100 times in the last year when I've been dealing with things and need to help working through things. Like, so this has actually become a really amazing part of my life. And I'm sure that you have, you know, some of the same experience as well. And I think it's cool. I didn't realize that you and Kim knew each other prior to the plus side. So that's cool to know that that's kind of how you got connected too. So
yeah, we've been friends with the Carloses, and they know my husband too.
The Carloses.
The Carloses.
So make sure that you get over and follow Kat Carter at Kat Carter 7 on TikTok. She is not on YouTube, correct? Except for the plus sides, which everybody here should already know about. Leslie said she's a mile from Lily, so she's right by Terrence. Hey, Terrence, Leslie, Terrence.
Go walk together. Go.
Yeah, absolutely do it. But yeah, so thank you for being here, Kat. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to seeing. Absolutely. And you're welcome back anytime if you got something you want to talk about. The one thing we didn't get to talk about was the Big Daddy. Let's talk about that for a minute. So we're both on the Big Daddy. Now let me tell you my experience. I was on it back at the beginning of the year. Loved it.
Can you be my daddy?
I was thinking, hey daddy.
Can you be my daddy?
So yes, I wish the 15 was being more of a daddy than it is to me, but it's kind of just being, the last couple of weeks. Like I actually, for the first time in months, I gained 2 pounds last week. I'm like, what the heck? I've been like watching what I'm eating too, and so I don't know what to believe anymore about the dosing schedule or how much I need, or I'm about ready to switch to Ozempic, to be totally honest with you, just to see if it does something more for me.
You might need to, like, you know, jolt your system a little bit. You might be just too accustomed, maybe.
I don't know. Like, so I titrated back to the 5 milligram and then really slowly titrated up. So you would have thought that would have been like, and each dose, when I dosed up that first week, was pretty good, but I never lost any weight. I mean, I still lost all my weight up until like May. And then since May, I haven't lost anything. So my blood sugars are good. Somebody asked, but 2 pounds is, Clark Kent said 2 pounds is a good poop. I'm gonna live off that optimism and hope that I drop 2 pounds like it's hot. But I don't think that's gonna happen. So, but yeah, blood sugars are good. I'm a diabetic, but you all know that my blood sugars are good, so I'm happy with that. But yeah.
But
Anyway,
truly,
how's it treating
harder,
you?
right? It's harder for a diabetic to lose weight too, right? So
It is very hard.
give yourself a little wiggle room.
How do you feel about the 15? How's it treating? Is it being a daddy?
I love Big Daddy.
Love Big Daddy.
I finally feel, I think, the control that everybody talks about. Like with other dosages, I would not really, I couldn't binge, of course, but I could still eat, but I would hit a wall, and that's fine. And that's what helped so far, lose all that weight. But now, I have to be like everybody else, I guess. Now I'm starting to get the control where during the day I'm like, well, I'm hungry, but I don't feel like eating. Or maybe sometimes I just have to take a protein shake or something and that's never happened on any dosage except for 15.
Interesting. And how long have you been on 15?
2 months. I think it's my second month. Yeah.
Okay.
And we always chalk it up to the activity because I weight train and I do spin. So
and you do butt stuff. So it's probably important to add that context too.
We do butt stuff. Doing butt stuff. Okay, here he is.
So explain to us what you mean by butt stuff and what everybody in the chat means when they reference.
Yeah, they're like, what are you talking about? And it's not dirty. So the Ozempic butt and people talking about gaining Mounjaro butt. So you're losing so much weight and you don't have your butt anymore. Well, my perspective is we don't get Ozempic or Mounjaro butt because we work out. We do squats and we do butt stuff. We do, or I do. You use your bands, weights, squats, everything. That I posted on my Cat Carter 7 TikTok. I just did a routine. Yes. Did I post it yesterday? I posted it yesterday. So just whatever I'm doing in addition at home or sometimes at my desk at work. Where's my bands? There you go. I just had it.
You got desk bands?
I have desk bands. Oh, here it is. Yep. I'm gonna put it around my legs and you just sit and your legs go like this. So
I don't think my legs can do that.
one leg, and then your leg and so that at least you're just working your hips, you know.
It's so important. I wish that I could go back 5 years ago and tell myself sitting in a desk for 8 hours a day, just do something. I think that's been a major contributor to my health issues. I'm not even just going to say overweight. I just mean my health issues.
Yeah.
Sitting so much. And I'm a firm believer that an object at rest tends to stay at rest, and that includes people.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you are sitting, that becomes your body's natural inclination, right? And it's so funny because your body has energy, because I sit down and I jiggle my legs like a crazy person for 8 hours at my desk. It's like my body wants to.
That tap.
Yeah.
Just that's so funny because Kim's husband, John, does that. I remember when I worked with him, I was like, John, and he'd be tapping his knees like,
yep.
What are you doing? Yeah.
Exactly. I'm always finding something to do with my extremities. I think it's my body's way of being like, dude, get up, please.
Yeah.
So
and the benefit of like working from home now is I can get up and walk in and out. But sometimes I just get stuck and sit there. But
it's probably a little bit easier to be intentional about it.
Just take your bands and do this with your arms. I focus on the butt stuff, but I do upper body too. But
just a random side note, my new boss texted me and he's like, do you want a sit down desk or a stand up desk? And I was like, stand up.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have a stand up desk, which I think is gonna be helpful at to keep me from just sitting for 8 hours a day. So I think that's gonna be good.
You can I'm glad one. This one goes up and down. It's just like a little topper that you put on your desk and just goes up and down.
Gotcha. Yeah, that would be good too. Well, I'm glad that the 15 is 15ing for you, and I hope that it continues to 15 for a very, very long time. I think, the dosing schedule is weird. Some people lose all their weight on 2.5 or 5, and some people just don't get the kind of, benefit until they get to the higher doses. And so I hope that it continues to work really well for you for a really long time.
Yeah.
And I hope that you'll come back sometime and share more about your journey. In the meantime,
Good. Don't make any promises. Like I'll be here all the time. Hey,
you know where to find me. Make sure that you find Kat on TikTok at Kat Carter 7, on Instagram at
down there, Mrs. Kat Carter.
Mrs. Kat Carter.
See, I didn't think I was not doing all of this when I made all these social handles. They should probably have some uniformity to them, but
But when you just kind of get into it by accident,
yeah, and you get inspired by your friend.
Your friend,
Like,
Kimbo.
oh wow,
Kimbo. Yeah, so awesome. So thank you for being here. And let me know if you want to come back. If there's ever anything, if there's something you're like, oh, I wish we would have talked about that, just let me know. Come back. We'll have you on again.
Yeah.
But thank you for being here. Thank you for doing this 2 nights in a row, double duty. So they did a live last night over on the Plus Sides. They're doing that on Wednesday nights now, correct?
Yes, on Wednesday nights we do Plus Size live. Sometimes I cook, sometimes I do butt stuff. It just depends.
Whatever she's doing, it's entertaining. I promise you that. Well, thank you for being here, Kat. It was so nice to meet you, and so nice of you to give some of your time to the stream tonight. So thanks for being here.
Nice to virtually meet you, fellow Midwesterner.
That's right. Have a good night, Kat. Thanks.
Every time I jump on here, I'm muted. I have to remember that. I just we've got company over, so now it's going to be harder for me to get in here and update between the videos. But just wanted to let you all know that that was Kat Carter from the Plus Size. All the Plus Size gals have been great to get to know. If you're wondering what's going on here, well, thank you for being here. First of all, hit that like, hit that bell, hit that sub if you're watching, to make sure that other people can see this. But this is really just a rundown, a marathon of the last 10 or 12 episodes of On the Pen, to take us to the new year, just to kind of remember where we've come from, who all we've talked to. It's just been a really great journey. We're going to keep moving right along tonight, and we're going to jump into the 1-year anniversary actually of my journey. It was 1 year, actually not of the journey, but On the Pen. This was episode 40 of the show. And let's see here if I can find it. I need a producer. Let's see here. Hey, if you're new here, also put an N in the chat next to your name. Let me know that you're new here. This is the 1 year. So yeah, this is a 1 year anniversary.
Understanding
Jump in,
GLP-1 medications
watch
like
the 1 year
Ozempic,
anniversary.
Wegovy, or Mounjaro?
Few
Then
weeks
join
back.
us on the Plus Size,
If you
Cracking
missed
the
it.
Obesity Code,
And
the
so
groundbreaking
stick around.
podcast
I don't
helping
know,
people
I'll be in the
change their
comments
lives
in and
one
out.
episode at a
I don't know
time.
if I'll be
The
able to
Plus
get
Size podcast is
on every time we transition, but when I am, I will jump on and say hello. I'll try to be in the chat a little bit as well. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the best part of the channel. And I'll catch you after a while. Enjoy the 1 year anniversary, episode 40 of On the Pen.
GLP-1 Mounjaro TikTok community. Real people who face the challenges of obesity-related diseases and disorders and discovered the incredible plus sides of GLP-1 medications. Our episodes are filled with heartwarming stories, laughter, and moments of triumph. You'll connect with our amazing community members who are reclaiming their health and experiencing their fullest lives. Are you ready to embark on a journey of discovery and empowerment? Tune in to the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, and together we'll change the narrative around obesity and end the stigma. Subscribe now on YouTube or your favorite podcast platform and join our incredible community. Let's celebrate the plus sides of life together. The Plus Sides Podcast, because every story deserves to be heard, every life deserves to shine, and everyone deserves access to expert knowledge and medication. The Plus Sides Podcast. You're not alone. It's not your fault.
Alive on the moon. Jaro, it's on the Penalime. With your host David Knapp.
Thank you, Clap Track, and happy Thursday night. I'm Dave Knapp, man on the Mounjaro. That's why I'm here. You are on the pen. Mounjaro, Wegovy, Saxenda, Victoza, Trulicity, Zepbound. That pen. That's why you're here. And we're all here to learn more about the medications that we're on, the issues that we face, and more than anything, we are here to experience the community that is only experienced if you are part of On the Pen. So if you are new here, put an N in the chat next to your name. Let me know that you're new here. I would love to hear from you because you are the best part of what I do here at Man on the Mounjaro. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you are doing well. Elizabeth is new, and I am so glad that you're here tonight, Elizabeth. Thank you for being here. Caius is not only new, but a member, so bonus points to Caius for becoming a member. Thank you for being here, buddy. So good to have you here. Tonight is a very special episode of On the Pen Live. Why is it special? What makes this episode special? Well, something that we've been waiting for months and months and months. That Pug is here. Welcome, buddy. Is the obesity indication of Mounjaro for weight loss. It's called Zepbound, and it's here. And we're going to talk all about it tonight. We're going to talk all about all the things. So whatever questions that you have, make sure that you save them for the question portion of the show. I happened to have a very special day yesterday. Yesterday was overshadowed by the breaking news from Eli Lilly on the release of tirzepatide Mounjaro for obesity, now called Zepbound, which we told you about a long time ago on this channel. I can't take ultimate credit for it. It actually initially came from Dr. Michael Albert, but I had been doing some hypothesizing for about a month based upon different patents that were held, and then Dr. Albert came out with the thing Zepbound that he found. So we've been talking about that for a while. So what an exciting thing for those who are struggling with obesity that it has been released. I would expect that it will be available in pharmacies in about 6 to 8 weeks. But we'll get more into those questions that you may have. But yeah, it was my 1 year Mounjaro anniversary. So on my 1 year Mounjaro anniversary, Mounjaro was approved for weight loss, and it's called Zepbound, and it's here. Dr. Caius with the $25 super chat on YouTube. Thank you so much for that gift. I so appreciate that. If Dr. Caius is new here to the On the Pen Lives, the largest super chat of the night always gets to pick where this bad girl goes. The 15 milligram, and I'm ready for it this week. So yeah, it's good to have you here. If you are new here, again, put an N in the chat next to your name. I love to welcome the new people. This is a really exciting stream, but because not only are we going to talk about, the exciting release of tirzepatide for weight loss, which will absolutely listen here. If you're here and you know nothing about Zepbound, you know nothing about GLP-1s, you know nothing about Mounjaro, stay right here. Stay right here, because what you don't even understand right now, and you will hopefully by the end of this stream, is that your life is about to change. If you have struggled with obesity, metabolic syndrome, if you have just been left scratching your head because the diet industry has failed you, your metabolically just so predispositioned to go back to a set point weight, listen, help is here, because we've always addressed obesity as a moral failing, an issue of willpower. And let me tell you, I will be the first to stand up and say nobody has tried harder to control their weight, to lose weight in their entire life over the course of their lifespan than me. And I'm sure that resonates with you. Every year, lose 30, gain 45, lose 30, gain 45. And I did that until I wasn't able to lose weight anymore, no matter how hard I tried. And we'll get into my story in a little bit here. Amy, thank you for being here. And thank you also for the 1999 super sticker on YouTube. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, if you're here and you're new to tirzepatide and you are just here to learn exactly what this is all about, I'm so glad that you're here. And I hope that you have brought questions with you, because we are here to answer all the questions. So first of all, I just want to say welcome. I have been in a very reflective mood over the last couple of weeks, because thinking about 1 year on the moon, right? On the Mounjaro, man on the Mounjaro. That's my handle here. I think about 1 year on the moon, and I think, 1 year ago, I was given a prescription for a medicine. And a year later, I have a community. We have a community. This is special. What's happening here at On the Pen is special, and it's unique, and it's rare. And I'm so happy that those of you who have found me have become a part of what we're doing here. I see that the plus size is in the house. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. It is just an absolutely special community. And I never would have thought, when I was handed that prescription a year ago, what my life would look like today. And it's all because of all of you. And so I'm here to share tonight a little bit and be a little bit reflective about my 1 year anniversary on tirzepatide, which is Zepbound. It's the same thing. Mounjaro, tirzepatide, they're interchangeable. They are the same medication. It's just that one now is approved for weight loss indication, for the treatment of chronic weight management and obesity, and one is for diabetes. And diabetes is the story of how I got here. So forgive me while I indulge my story a little bit. Oh, thank you, Kimbo. Appreciate that. My story is what got me here. So I'm going to share a little bit about that, even though I haven't before. Sabrina, oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you very much for the gifts. I appreciate the gifts tonight. Thank you. You're warming my heart up. So 1 year ago is when I started Mounjaro, but exactly 1 year prior to that was about my diagnosis of type 2 diabetes. And I told my doctor I was willing to try anything. And he said, well, what you got to do is you got to do keto. Raina, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the gifts tonight. I said, I'm willing to try anything. He said, well, you don't have to go on medicine, but if you don't go on medicine, if I'm not going to put you on metformin, if I'm not going to put you on insulin, I'm going to put you on keto. So I started keto, and I said, Doc, I love you, and I know that you care about me, but keto doesn't work for me. But because I understand diabetes, I understand that excess carbohydrates in the diet put a tax on your pancreas. I'll give it a try, and we'll see what happens. After 1 year, my blood sugars were in check, back to pretty normal levels, but my weight went from 319 to 312. I lost 7 pounds in a year on strict keto. And guys, I wear a glucose monitor that my doctor can see. So there's no cheating. If you eat carbs and you're a diabetic, you're not fooling your glucose monitor. So after 1 year, I lost 7 pounds on keto. And I'm not here to knock keto, because I think it works for a lot of people. But for me, it didn't help. And I told him I felt like something was broken inside me. I couldn't lose weight no matter what I tried, no matter what regimen that I did that I could try to incorporate into my very busy life. I could not lose the weight. And over that year, I was doing some resistance training. I could not cut the weight. So it got to a year, and he said, you're one of these anomalies, and I think that it's time for you to look at bariatric surgery. And I said, okay, doc, let's do it. I'll look at bariatric surgery, like anything that I can do. Thank you for the gifts on TikTok, by the way. Pug and Stacy, thank you so much for the gifts. That's so kind of you. But yeah, ended up looking into bariatric surgery, but it wasn't covered on my insurance. I'm going to lose you here for a second here, YouTube. I will. Anyways, I had a year of being on keto. Sorry about that. Thanks for bearing with me. Every week, it never fails. It always happens. So anyways, yeah, as Pug said, I stalled on the 5 milligram. Isn't that apropos? So yeah, the frustrating thing, Clokey, is I just got a new computer. This is the new computer. And it never fails that in the middle of these streams, it does that. I don't know why it does that. And like I had this old Mac and it was really good. It's just that the camera was terrible on it because it was like a 2015 Mac. And so I updated to a 2022 iMac, and every time it stalls. So this is always fun. So anyways, thank you for sticking with me. The story I was telling was about how I wasn't able to get bariatric surgery because I didn't have coverage for it. And so my doctor said, well, there's these things called GLP-1 medications and they're hard to get, but since you're diabetic, you might be able to get it. So to make a long story short, I get on Mounjaro, right? And I learn everything there is to learn about it. And I come to YouTube and there's just sort of a deficit of information. There's a lot of really great content creators documenting their journey, but nobody covering the information that I was interested in. How does this work in the body? Why does it work for diabetics? Why do you lose weight on it? How does it control your sugars? Like all that kind of information that I was interested in. And so as I started to read and learn about this, I was like, this is really amazing. These medications could change people's lives. This could change everything for people. This could change everything in the economy. This could change so much. Why aren't people talking about that part of it? And so that's what this channel sought to do, right? And we've been doing it now for a year. And so I've started covering the Eli Lilly earnings calls. Like, who covers earnings calls for the medicine that they're on? Nobody, right? So, but we've been doing that for a year now, and now it's a whole thing. There's all sorts of content creators following the Eli Lilly earnings calls, which is great. Why is that great? Because it's information, and people care about information. And the more we can be educated on this stuff, the better. So if you're new to tirzepatide because of Zepbound coming out and you're here, just know that you came to the right place, because we are all about, at Man on the Mounjaro, we are all about information, getting really good information in a really timely manner out to this community, which is just unmatched. I love this community. I'm so thankful for you. After 1 year, I may only be down 30 pounds, but I've gained like 20,000 friends. And so thank you for this year. It is something to celebrate. It's changed my life in more ways than I can even count, right? It's brought my diabetes into remission. It's allowed me to lose 30 pounds for the first time in my life and not gain back 45 in that same time frame, right? I've never been able to lose 30 pounds in a year and keep it off. For me, that's a major victory. But if Eli Lilly is listening, I'm ready for the 20, the 25, and the 30 milligrams. So I know you're trying that in trials. Why don't you just weave me into that trial? So I am so thankful for this community. I know, Donna with a $49.99 super sticker. She is hell-bent on making sure that she gets to pick where this injection goes every week. Thank you so much for that super generous super sticker, Donna. That is so sweet of you. Thank you for being such a great supporter of this channel and of the work that I do here. So thank you. So you all have just become an indispensable part of my journey, and whatever medicine that I end up on, love you too, Donna. Thank you. Whatever medicine I end up on, because I really do, what we cover on this channel is all of the medicines that are coming out. Because guess what? This medication that just came out, Zepbound, you're going to take it. It's going to change your life. But for some of you, it won't do as much as it does for the person next to you. And that's okay. There's other medications in the pipeline. And I hope that also, if you're tuning in because you're a troll and you think that this is just the next way that overweight people are looking for an easy, cheap way out, know that it's not that either. That mentality is a broken mentality, because you don't understand that obesity is a biological issue that causes havoc on somebody's metabolic system. And once that havoc is created, it doesn't matter that your motivation and your willpower and your effort is there. There's broken biology that stands in the way of you getting back to any sort of sense of normal. And so for many, many people, they require that broken biology to be fixed. And that's what this class of medication does. All these medications are under the umbrella of incretin mimetics. Incretin hormones are hormones that are made in your gut. They're responsible for delaying gastric emptying. So they slow down your digestion. They act in the pleasure reward centers in your brain, which have been quieted down because of the gut brain connection has been metabolically dysregulated. It restores that so that we can feel full. For the first time in my life, when I got on Mounjaro, I started to feel what it meant to feel full and not have to clean a plate. It helps to stimulate your pancreas to make more insulin when you need it. It's insulin on demand. It helps to control your blood sugars. It regulates the amount of sugar that your liver makes, because when you have metabolic disorder, a lot of times your liver is making sugar in overdrive. So even though you're not eating sugar, your liver is able to produce it and your sugars run high. You create insulin, and excess insulin in the body makes a very difficult environment for weight loss. So these medications, if you're here just to troll, understand that there's broken biology that these medications fix. And for the first time, those who struggle with obesity have the ability to address the broken biology piece. We've been done trying the willpower thing. We've been done trying keto, calorie restriction, intermittent fasting. We've tried all the things. And it isn't a lack of willpower. It is complete and utter frustration at what we're finding is broken biology. So that's what these medications are. Mounjaro has been out for weight loss, or for type 2 diabetes, for about 1.5 years. It just received designation for the treatment of chronic weight management. And Now it is called a different name for that indication. That name is called Zepbound, and Zepbound is going to hit the market probably in the next 6 to 8 weeks. Within that time frame, it should be available that's Zepbound right there. And you can see how close that looks to the Mounjaro, because it's the same thing. It's literally the exact same thing. It should be available in pharmacies within this next 6 to 8 weeks. It might not hit your formularies right away. The important thing, if you follow this channel since the beginning, you know that we've been talking about this for almost a year now, how important it is to talk to your benefits coordinator at your job, your boss, your human resources person, to make sure that obesity coverage is added to your health insurance plan, because without obesity coverage, you may not be able to get any sort of discount off of the list price, which is the next thing that I want to talk about on the stream tonight. Thank you for those who are giving gifts on TikTok. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat over here, Donna, on YouTube as well. What I want to get into is a little bit about the coupon, the copay savings card, right? So let's talk about it a little bit. Let's see here. I need a producer. Screen share. If you want to be a producer for the show, send an email to mounjaroman@gmail.com, please. So Zepbound, you can get there. I think you can get there just by typing in zepbound.com. But if you go to zepbound.lilly.com, which is where I'm here, this is the landing page for the medicine now, right? And if you scroll way down, you're going to get to a little spot here that talks about there's so many pop-ups on this dang website. It's annoying. All lawyer gobbledygook. Okay, so the copay savings card, right? So very similar to the savings card that exists right now for the diabetic version, right? So basically, you can get a 1 month or a 3 month fill for $25 and when you start to read the fine print, that's if you have commercial coverage for Zepbound. So you have to have obesity coverage. You have to have Zepbound on the formulary. So those are the two kind of boxes that you have to check. It's got to be on the formulary. You have to have obesity coverage. But if that checks the boxes, then basically what this manufacturer savings card does is it says, no matter what your copay is, this card will make it so you only pay $25, and that's for either a 30-day supply or a 90-day supply. So hot tip, ask your doctor for a 90-day supply. So then the next question that people typically have about the copay savings cards is, well, what if I don't have coverage? Well, they are covering some of it if you don't, about 50% if you don't have it. So if you have commercial insurance, right? So if you have insurance through your employer, you're going to get a coupon, a copay savings card. Again, this is zepbound.lilly.com. You're going to get a coupon that will cover half the cost. It'll take the cost down to about $550 a month, because it's around $1,100, like a 1,063, what it doesn't even matter. It's around $1,100 a month. This copay savings card, if you have employer insurance, it'll cover all but $550. So if you don't have obesity coverage, or if it's not on your formulary, you're only going to pay $550 a month. And you may say, that's an insane amount of money. I can't afford that. And I realize that for some people, that is still going to be an unattainable price. And I'm sorry. But if you're going to whine and fuss about it and fuss about the system, just know that you're fussing and whining about the system that gave you the very drug that you are asking for. This didn't come from some other country. This came from the United States of America. It came from our broken system, and you don't have to like it, but it is the system that it came from. And I'm sorry that you can't afford it, but I hope that someday you're able to get insurance that will. And that's why we all need to be advocating for things like the Treat and Reduce Obesity Act. And we'll get into how that affects our folks on government insurance. But we need to be advocating for that, because once it's added to Medicare, then a lot of times the private sector will follow and add that stuff as a standard of care for people. So the Treat and Reduce Obesity Act. Make sure that you contact your congressman and make sure that you ask them to be supporting that. So the next question that people tend to ask about the coupons is, what if I have Medicare or TRICARE or Medigap or Medicaid or Medicare Part D or Champus? Okay, so it covers that. You're automatically not eligible for the copay savings card. And I don't understand why that is, but it's always excluded from these programs. And I think it has to do with how these government programs pay for their scripts. So just know that it doesn't cover you. So then, the question is, will it cover tirzepatide for weight loss? The answer is no, because Medicare doesn't cover obesity coverage, and that's where the Treat and Reduce Obesity Act comes in, where some of our legislators are advocating to have the Treat and Reduce Obesity Act go through so that they will add obesity medication to these programs, Medicare specifically. So if they add that, that would be a huge win. So make sure that if you fall under somebody who's using Medicare and you want access to tirzepatide, you need to be talking to your congressman and blowing them up about passing the Treat and Reduce Obesity Act. If you're diabetic, Mounjaro, again, which is the same exact thing as Zepbound, I can't say that enough. It's the same exact thing as Zepbound, Mounjaro is, and that's what we've been talking about here for over a year. Zepbound, Mounjaro, Zepbound. So it's the same thing. Okay. If you're diabetic, some of those Medicare supplemental prescription coverages do cover Mounjaro. So if you're diabetic, you're in luck, unfortunately. Right. So that is the coupon, the copay savings card. A couple other things maybe to add to that too is, some people took umbrance with the fact that I said you won't pay more than $25. And that's 100% true if you fall into the criteria that I just laid out. The only caveat is there are some caps to that, and I really don't want to bore you all with that, but go to lily.zepbound.com and you can kind of see that there's a maximum benefit to these copay savings cards. So you got to know what your copay is and know that if your copay is huge, there is a maximum advantage that this is going to give you, and that annual is $7,319. For those of you who are paying the 50/50, that should cover you for the full 12 months. But on the $25 end of it, there is a maximum savings of, it looks like $1,800 per calendar year. But just go through and read all of this here for the terms and the conditions. But just know that if you have insurance and there is obesity coverage and that Zepbound is on the formulary, which should start happening in the next couple of weeks, that you should be able to get it for $25. So some of the questions. Now I'll open the floor for questions. There are a couple questions that I think are worth answering right off the top. So somebody said, I'm on Mounjaro and I don't have diabetes. Should I switch to Zepbound? I would say if your insurance is covering it and your doctor is writing scripts for Mounjaro now, I would say status quo for now, because first of all, Zepbound isn't even available yet in the pharmacies, and it will be a couple of weeks. It'll probably be 4 to 6 weeks before I would imagine Zepbound starts to hit the shelves at pharmacies. But I would say stick with the status quo for now and talk to your doctor about what your doctor thinks is the best to do. It's the same exact medication. So if the status quo is working, I don't see any reason to upset the apple cart. Somebody asked about, do I foresee Mounjaro and Zepbound having the same supply issues that Wegovy and Ozempic have? And I would 100% say, no, I don't. I think there will be shortages and it will be hard for Lilly to keep up, because this will be the most popular medication of all time, more than likely. You think about how many people have obesity. You think about how these medications are helping people and how they're almost covering the spread on the difference between bariatric surgery and, taking these medications. And I just think it's going to be massive. And so I think it's going to be hard for them, but they've got multiple plants coming online. They've got third-party vendors coming online in a way that Novo Nordisk just didn't. Novo Nordisk was not prepared for the demand for Wegovy and Ozempic. And also what you're going to see over the next year is next year, the 50 milligram of Rybelsus, which is an oral form of semaglutide, is going to come online. That will rival Wegovy's weight loss. So you're going to have a pill form, which is way easier to produce. So that's going to increase accessibility. Hopefully they can get a weight loss indication for Rybelsus. So I don't think that they'll have the same issues, but I think it's going to be similar to this year, where you're going to have intermittent outages in different doses. I think they're probably primed and ready for the 2.5 and the 5, but there was so much dose skipping around by doctors with the Mounjaro and people jumping from Ozempic and Wegovy over to Mounjaro that I think that created a lot of chaos. So hopefully they figured that out with their algorithms, and the very, very smart people that they pay a lot of money to know that kind of thing. Questions, other questions, put a Q in front of your question so that I can identify it as a question. If you have more questions about the rollout of the copay savings card for tirzepatide, which is Zepbound. If you have any other questions about the medicine or how it works, I'm not a doctor, not a medical provider. I'm just a guy on YouTube and TikTok, Facebook and Twitter that has learned everything that there is to possibly learn about as a layperson, somebody who actually takes the medication. I'm a patient tonight. Donna, with her $49.99 super chat, will be choosing where I inject this unless somebody outdoes her. But thank you, Donna, for that. Somebody said, can I just explain the coupon? The best thing I can tell you is if you go to zepbound.lilly.com and scroll down, it explains everything there. I just explained it on the chat, so afterwards you can rewind it and check that out. But for the sake of everybody who's been here, I'll just say you can rewind it and check that out on YouTube on demand. When did I know it was time to move up? Well, as a type 2 diabetic, I just followed the titration schedule, and I had to skip a couple doses because I tolerated it well, and they were out of the doses. But what I would say generally for people is it needs to be a conversation for with your doctor about when to move up and when not to move up. But I say for weight loss, as long as the dose you're on is working for you, I don't see any reason to move up. Ring every dose out for as much as it'll give you, and then climb the ladder slowly. Because once you get to the top of the ladder, so to speak, there's nowhere to go. And that whole analogy was brought to you in part by Dr. Daniel Rosen, who is a terrific follow on TikTok. When is it being released? In the next 4 to 6 weeks, I expect it to be on the shelves at pharmacies. Mia Bella says, do you think Mounjaro will come out with a new coupon after the current one expires? I absolutely do. I think they'll continue a savings card program for diabetics for sure. But I think access and coverage on the diabetic side has gotten so much better. I don't think there's a ton of diabetics who are paying a ton of money for Mounjaro. What is the cost for a 4-week supply? Great question. So a 4-week supply of Zepbound, which is the weight loss version, is only $1,050, around $1,100, right? Which is actually cheaper on average than the price point of the diabetic version, which rings in around $1,200, typically on average. Some places have it for lower. Has Lilly offered any guidance for obese children? Well, it's being tested currently. It is being tested in, I can't remember whether Mounjaro is being tested in diabetic children or also obese children, but I do know that semaglutide and liraglutide, which are other similar acting medications, are being tested in obese children as young as 6 years old. Brent, welcome back. Have I covered the fact that they actually defined a maintenance dose recommended in the prescriber guide? No, I haven't, Brent. Do tell. Yeah, so Sue said, Dave, the $500 coupon. Yeah, I did cover that a few minutes ago. So basically, if you are not covered by your insurance, if you have commercial insurance, right? So not government insurance or not uninsured, there's a coupon that you'll be able to take advantage of where you'll only pay about $550 a month. I know I said only, and some people are going to flip about that, but it is what it is. You don't have to love the system, but it is what it is. It's the same system that gave us this medication. So can't really argue too much about that, can you? Let's see here. Do I think diabetics and highly insulin resistant longer, higher doses to lose weight? Yes, I do. So the question is, do I think that diabetics and people who are really insulin resistant are more like immune to the positive effects, aka weight loss. I 100% do, and that actually rings true in some of the Surmount trials that just came out. Diabetics lose slower on all GLP-1s across the board. The clinical trials show you that, and I would extrapolate that out to people who are insulin resistant, but that's just my own personal opinion. It's in the prescriber diet. 15, 10, and 5 are the recommended maintenance doses, and that makes sense. That makes sense because the intermittent doses are just an escalation dose. So yeah, great information, Brent. I'm going to pin that comment. Thank you for that, buddy. Brent has a great men's Facebook group for weight loss medication. It's in the prescriber guide for tirzepatide for weight loss, which is Zepbound, and it says that the 5, 10, and 15 are approved for the recommended doses for maintenance. So excellent. Do I foresee commercial insurance getting on board with obesity coverage? 100% that I do. Yes. And I think that this is a great play by Eli Lilly to come in under the price of Wegovy. Mounjaro for weight loss, Zepbound, is actually $300 cheaper almost than Wegovy is. And Mounjaro is a better and more superior drug. So I think that was brilliant by Eli Lilly because it's going to get more payers on board with Mounjaro, tirzepatide. Sorry, I'm going to just say Mounjaro. That's how it's going to be, but with Zepbound specifically. So I think that's excellent. Monday, Ali switched from Ozempic 2.0 to Mounjaro 7.5. Lost 53 since April and was stalled. Do you think I'll see a difference? Yeah, I do, Ali, because Mounjaro is superior in both weight loss and A1C control to Ozempic. So I think you're going to continue to see a little bit of progress. That would be my estimation. Especially since 7.5 is only halfway up the ladder for Mounjaro. So if you don't lose much at 7.5, you got 10, 12.5, and 15 to go to. A lot of diabetics require that 15 to get there, but we'll see for you. That may not be the case. Again, we talked about squeezing every dose for what you can get out of it. Thank you again to everybody who's given gifts tonight. Thank you also to those who have liked, comment, and shared. This is just an encouragement to make sure you hit that like, hit that bell, and hit that sub on YouTube if you're new to YouTube. I really appreciate the shares and the likes and the comments, but especially the subscribes. And then over here on TikTok, make sure that you're hitting that love button. And then make sure that you're sharing this somewhere with people who might find it helpful. Also follow the live creator. Yeah, a 7.5 seemed to be a sweet spot for a lot of people. So that's a little tip and trick for those of you who may just be starting Zepbound, is that the 7.5 dose seemed to be a magical dose for a lot of people. But my best advice to you is to not dose up until you stop losing weight on that dose for like a month. I wouldn't even talk to my doc. Again, my personal opinion would be that I wouldn't talk to my doctor about dosing up until I stopped losing weight for like a month. And I didn't change anything. I didn't increase my calories or reduce my movement. I just didn't lose any on that dose. I would think about dosing up. Yeah. Any other questions tonight? I'm happy to answer them. I'm so grateful for you all being here with me tonight. Thank you for those who have followed my channel. Thank you for those who have given gifts. I really appreciate it. We'll be wrapping the stream up here in a couple minutes, unless we get a few more questions tonight. Really, really, really appreciate it. Amy, thank you for the gifts, and thank you for the super chats on some of the videos this week. Sue the Dude just gifted 5 memberships on YouTube. Thanks, buddy. And I hope the beneficiaries are thankful too. Thank you for doing that, bud. Thank you for those who are members of the channel over on YouTube. Just a quick plug to become a member. It's only $2.99 a month, and it's a great way to get back to the work that I do. If you find what I do helpful at all, just know that I put a crap ton of work into this, into learning everything there is to learn about these medications. And for $2.99 a month, you can just say, hey, here's a cup of coffee for the work that you do. And it's so, so appreciated. And on TikTok, you can do the same thing by this thing up here, the star thing. If you just click that star thing when it pops up there, a few bucks a month, kick my way and just support the work that I do. Thank you for everybody who does that. Yeah, so any other questions, put a Q in front of it if it is a question. Dexter says, if insurance covers Wegovy, what are the odds Zepbound will also be covered? I think 100%. I think that's part of the reason that Eli Lilly came in under the price of Wegovy, is because, of course, if it's cheaper than Wegovy and they're predicting that Novo Nordisk can't keep up, right? I think that what you're going to see is all the payers will go, yeah, of course, if we're covering Wegovy at $1,300, of course we'll cover Zepbound at $1,100. So I think that that's absolutely something you'll see. And I think that was why they made that play, to make it, because if you listen to the earnings calls, which we always recap on this channel, another plug to follow this channel, then you would know that they have said actually out loud on their earnings calls that they expect it to be more expensive than Wegovy because it's a better drug. But I think given the shortages and the challenge of getting the payers to come on board, meaning the insurance companies, how could the insurance companies say no if they're already approving Wegovy and then Mounjaro or Zepbound is out and it's cheaper? They can't really say no to that, right? Dr. Caius, thank you for another $27 super chat. I appreciate it. And I think that puts you in the lead now for the shot. So I think you'll get to choose the shot when I combine those things. I think you're over $50 tonight. So thank you for that. Really, really, really appreciate the gifts tonight. Thank you so much. Just checking for any other questions. Mimi, how are you tonight? Make sure you get over and follow Mimi's channel. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome for keeping you informed. Yeah, that's my pleasure. It's sort of what I do at this point. Hey, Matt's here tonight. Here, Wegovy is going to buy Zepbound and put their labels on it and pass it off as Wegovy. No, that's just the insulin. Did you all hear about this, Matt? I think it was Matt that flipped me a video that, or maybe it was Sue. I think it was Sue now that I think about it. But Novo Nordisk is going to be stopping manufacturing some of their insulin, which is interesting because I've had some users in the last couple of weeks be like, I can't get any of my, actually, I think it was some doctors who are like, my patients can't get their insulin from their Novo Nordisk insulin. And it sounds like they're going to stop making it. So that's interesting development. Sue the Dude said that he hopes that the pill forms come out when he hits maintenance. And I think that that's kind of what they're thinking for orforglipron, is that it will make an excellent maintenance dose for people. And, you know, it won't have the same weight loss, but it'll be easier to manufacture and hopefully a lot cheaper. But if you look at Rybelsus is just as expensive as Mounjaro is, which is crazy. Novo Nordisk is going to have to rethink their game because their game is slipping. Sean said, I really thought Lilly would dose up at a different rate than Mounjaro. Yeah, nope. The clinical trials didn't show us that. And if you've followed a couple videos, I know, Sean, you follow my channel really closely, and I appreciate it. A couple videos, again, I did a video about how there are some clinical trials now that Lilly has acknowledged that they're testing higher doses, but it's on diabetics. So I think you'll see higher doses in Mounjaro before you do Zepbound. But I think the diabetics need the higher doses. I think you're going to see that most people who are not diabetic, some of them don't even need more than 2.5. I think about Amy Dene, who's a great creator who got absolutely unfairly treated over here. But she's not diabetic, and I think she lost all her weight, like 60 pounds or something, on the 2.5. And you see that a lot with people who are not diabetic, where the lower doses are all they need. But for me, like, I'm pretty sure I could slam 15 every day and not bat an eye. And I mean that in all sincerity. I'm not speaking in hyperbole. I really think that I could take one of these a day, and I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it just doesn't do a whole lot for me. But it does wonders for my A1C, and it's a great medication. It's just, it hits different if you're diabetic. That's the point that I'm trying to make. You think you can switch from Wegovy to Zepbound if BMI is about 25? I don't know. The BMI at 27 with a comorbidity is typically the FDA requirement. 30 without a comorbidity. So I don't know about that. It's going to be between you and your doctor. Any other questions tonight that I can answer? Folly Beach, welcome back. Thank you for those who are members tonight. So great to have you here tonight. If you got approved for Mounjaro for weight loss for a year, would you switch to Zepbound? Yeah, I covered that earlier. Diabetics keep cursing you out. I don't know why. I would just, if I were you, I'd just tease them back and say, yep, I'm stealing diabetic medications. That's what I do. And just move on. Ain't worth it. But I wouldn't switch to Zepbound if it, like I covered this a little bit earlier in the stream. I just said if you're on Mounjaro for weight loss and you're not diabetic and it's status quo, you know, you have access. I don't know what your specific insurance information is. So since I don't know that, I would say why upset the apple cart? All right, here's a plug that I'm going to do. All right, everybody listen up. I didn't know whether I was going to do this on the stream, but I am. So there is a Facebook group called Zepbound for Weight Loss. Zepbound for Weight Loss. Make sure you go over and join that group and share it with somebody on Facebook. Zepbound for Weight Loss is going to be a great resource for anybody starting tirzepatide for weight loss. I'm going to keep the scammers out as best I can so that it'll be a clean group. But Zepbound for Weight Loss, while you're over there, find Man on the Mounjaro, give it a like. Thank you for those who have given gifts tonight. Brent said something, so we'll give that a little attention because Brent always has something good to say. If you're not type 2 and have a Mounjaro PA, you should be prepared for insurance to audit those PAs and potentially revoke them. They can. Get prepared now if this is you. That is great advice, Brent. Yeah, we need to have you on sometime, Brent. Let me know if you're interested in coming on and rapping sometime. I'd love to have you on the show. But Brent has another really good Facebook group. It is, I can't remember the name of it. You can throw it in the chat and I'll pin it. There you go. That's Brent's Facebook group, it's an awesome group. So yeah, that's the men's Facebook group. So anyways, yeah, no shame. You share with your patients. Yeah, we're trying to take the shame out of all things GLP-1. There is no shame in fixing what is biologically broken. Sherry said, where do you get the coupon? You get it at zepbound.lilly.com. You can sign up for that and you'll get it when it comes out. Well, thank you for the gifts tonight. I've got this and Dr. Caius, I think at $52 on the super chats tonight, just barely outdid Donna, who was on a really good streak here for like a month. But Dr. Caius, if you're still in the house, you can choose where I inject this tonight in one of the pre-approved injection sites. Would also accept jugular or forehead. Right arm, he says. Okay, so we'll take that in the right arm tonight. I got a CGM there, so I'm going to have to work around that, but that's okay. So yeah, I really appreciate everyone being here tonight. What a fun stream this was. And you know, the last couple ones have been a little different because I haven't had guests on. So thank you for bearing with me and all that. We're gonna all right, the deed is done. Thank you, Dr. Caius, for the super chats tonight. Thank you for being a member as well. I appreciate it. I do the bottom of my arm. I do it the same way that I do put my glucose monitor on. So my glucose monitor doesn't require me to have a partner to do it. So the way that the glucose monitor tells me to do it is the same way that I do. I just kind of flex like this and then just come up underneath it. But please consult your instruction pamphlet. So yes, this is a great stream. I really appreciate you all. Just a reflective few weeks for me with the big transition in life. To be honest with you, the transitions that I've made career-wise, the things that are happening with this channel, none of it happens without you all. You all, no matter where this thing goes, I don't know where it's going. It seems like it just continues to go and go and go. And it is such a special thing that's going on here at On the Pen with Man on the Mounjaro and with all of you. Thank you for being a part of it with me for a year. It has been such a great journey. Between TikTok and YouTube, there are over 20,000 of you strong. And I just so appreciate that you all choose to do this with me every week. And for all of you who are members, thank you for being members. You're the best part of what I do here at Man on the Mounjaro because you make it possible. On TikTok, if you want to become a member, you can click that up there. But it's better over on YouTube. I'm just going to be straight up with you. So if you want to find my YouTube, click the link in the description of my channel. You can click the YouTube. Go over there and become a member. Cheryl says, love you, losers. And yeah, Everybody's losers here. That's what makes us all winners. Appreciate all of you. Thanks for being the best part of what I do, Brent. Thanks for the great contributions tonight. Thank you for the super chats tonight. We had some. That was the 1 year anniversary episode, and we're moving right along to episode 41. Hope you're all doing well tonight. Thank you for being here. If you have hung out with me all day for the entire 8 hours, thank you for being here. So like I said, we're going to jump into the episode with Pug. And so we got 2 Pugs in a row. So Pug in prime time tonight. The first one is where Pug came on and visited with me on the pen. And the second one right after that will be Pug and AJ talking about their new gig over at Heavy Hitters. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Thank you for being here again tonight. Happy New Year to you. We are just basically marathoning all the episodes of On the Pen. Here's episode 41 with Pug.
Are you interested in understanding GLP-1 medication?
Assuming I set everything up correctly, you can become a member for just $2.99 a month. We really, really appreciate that. Then you get access to custom emojis like you're seeing in the chat right now. And you get access to custom live streams that we do. Like I was live with the members before the show. Some special videos that I post that are members only. Things of that sort, but mostly it just sort of supports the work that I do, right? So thank you for giving back in that way if you do. Little thing we like to do every night on the Pen Live. This happens every Thursday night. So if you haven't been here before, every Thursday night I take my injection. That's injection night. So every night, Thursday night on the Pen Live, the biggest super chat of the night gets to choose where I inject this medication. Because for me, it doesn't matter where it goes. It does about the same thing. So if you want to choose, the biggest super chat of the night gets to choose where I inject that medication. We've got a great show tonight. I'm so excited to tell you that Pug, the one and only Pug on Mounjaro, is here tonight to share more about his journey, the struggle that he's been on, and really the success that he's had. He has had the year to end all years. He has had so much success, not only on Mounjaro, just in life, and he's here to share about that tonight. So we'll bring him in a little while, and he'll share a little bit about his journey. So happy to welcome Pug back for a second time on the moon. Let me see that Pug emoji in the chat. That's right. That's right. He's got his own emoji. He's a big deal over here. So we're so excited to have Ibrahim over here tonight to share a little bit about his story. And yeah, just an update on the Puggers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So good to have you here. Thank you for being here tonight. We've got a great show for you. We're going to talk a little bit about just some things that are going on in my world. But before we do that, I always like to roll the bumper. Housekeeping. You want mint for pillow? What kind of hotel is this? So tonight we're going to talk a little bit about my life. So I'm 2 weeks into a new job, which has been so exciting. It's breathed new life into me to have a new job. Have you ever started something new and just had it kind of breathe new life into you? I was in the same position for 10 years with another company. Had a great run there, but it was time to switch it up. Started this new company. Now I'm selling x-ray equipment to chiropractors and vets and hospitals. So I am just like kind of drinking from a fire hose, trying to learn everything there is about a totally new industry. And it's just breathing new life into me. And then also this job gets me one step closer to my passion, which is healthcare. Who knew? But you know, this journey and this channel and all of you, this community has really helped me to kind of understand where my passion is and learn more about myself. So thank you all for that. If you're new here, put an N in the chat next to your name. Let me know that you're new here. Thank you to all of you who are here that are not new. I would like you to just take a moment to hit the like button, hit that like. And then if you haven't already, hit the bell and hit the sub. That's what we do on YouTube. Hit that like, hit that bell, and hit that sub. The like is going to help other people see this, and it tells the algorithm that this is worth watching. The share is going to show it to somebody specifically that follows you. And the bell is going to give you a notification for every time that I go live, upload a video, etc., right? Todd Jones is new. Welcome to the channel, Todd. It's good to have you here. Love to have new visitors every week. Seems like we've got some new visitors. So thank you for being here, Todd. Really, really appreciate it. Let me know not only what that you're new here, but it's always good to hear what medication you're on or what brought you here as well. So
that's kind of what's new. Like I started this new job a couple weeks ago. Before I started this job, I was having really bad lower back pain, and this is just a random thing I'm throwing out there, right? Two things that might help you if you're having back pain. I had never considered a chiropractor. It just wasn't on my radar. I wasn't in the camp of people who think it's like voodoo or nonsense. I just never went to one because I didn't grow up going to a chiropractor. But I'm telling you, this back pain had me in bed the week before I was supposed to start my new job. I'm like, I got to do something. Chiropractors must know how to pop something or twist something or make something feel better back there. So I went to a chiropractor. And let me tell you, a couple days after my first adjustment, I had a couple that first week. That pain has not returned. But prior to, so there's a plug for chiropractic, right? And it's funny because now every week I find myself in a chiropractic office, about 10 or 12 chiropractic offices per week, right? Because of the x-ray equipment, right? So I love the chiropractor. Here's a little plug for chiropractic. Maybe I'll have to do some chiropractic videos because I am a believer. It gave me exactly what I needed, the relief that I needed. So I was chiro curious, and now I am full on chiro. So anyway, before I went to the chiropractor, I found this stuff, and you probably all heard of it. Like anybody who has, pain, this is probably not going to be new for you, but for me, I found this stuff called BioFreeze. Not an endorsement. They don't pay me anything. They should, because I'm mentioning them. But BioFreeze. If you have pain anywhere on your body, I highly recommend BioFreeze. It does something magical to help alleviate pain. Obviously, you got to keep reapplying it. So you'll want to eventually go to a chiropractor or a doctor if you've got chronic pain. But anyway, that's what's going on in my world. So I just thought I'd share that with you in case anybody's in pain. BioFreeze is a great product. Maybe I should probably, when I go back through this video after it posts, maybe I'll set a link in the description to BioFreeze. So check the description of the video for that later on. But chiropractic, BioFreeze, hopefully that helps somebody tonight. Wanted to share a little bit about that in the opening segment of housekeeping. Again, members, you can become a member for $2.99 a month. Links in the description. And the biggest super chat of the night gets to choose where I inject this bad girl. All right. So now that housekeeping's out of the way, we always like to talk on this channel every week. We do segments, right? So for those who are new, hey, James, hey, good to have you here, buddy. For those who, does it smell? Yes, it does smell. It smells strongly like menthol, right? That's sort of the magic, right? But when you're in pain, it could smell like a skunk and I'd be just fine with it. The pain is gone. But it doesn't. I actually think that it's like Vicks Vapor Rub is really kind of what it reminds me of. All right, so we do segments. That's kind of how we break the show up. And every week we talk about what's fresh in the world of GLP-1s. And this week is no different. So we're going to talk about what's fresh. Lots of news this past week. Obviously, the biggest news last week was the approval of Mounjaro for weight loss. We know that it's going to be called Zepbound, right? We got some mileage out of guessing what it might be called. Zepbound was one of them that we threw out. So yeah, Zepbound was the name. It was approved by the FDA. It will probably hit the market. I'm going to guess first week, second week of December. You'll see it hit the market in some areas. And so I think that it is also, going to be probably hard to find in certain areas as it rolls out. Like bigger markets are probably going to get it first. But that's when I would expect people to start having the pens in their hands is that first, second week of December. Right. So I got a pretty good track record of gauging how this stuff's going to go. So that's what I would expect. But Zepbound was obviously approved. But there's just been some, continuation outside of the Zepbound news. There's been some really cool information that has come out. And I just want to shout out again, Matt, a follower of this channel, Sue the Dude, Clark, Clokey. You all are always sending me the news, and it makes my life, especially if I started this new job, like I wouldn't be able to stay on top of this stuff if it wasn't for especially those four are always sending me the latest and greatest information. Sometimes I've seen it, but most times I haven't. And so special shout out to Cloakster, to Clark Kent, to Sue the Dude, and to Matt for all the great information that they feed me throughout the week. So these were some of the highlights for the week that I found. And so let's let's just get into what we got this week. These were the things that I found most informative. Hang tight. My monitor is going, so hopefully you can probably still hear me now. But so there's a couple of stories that have come out this week that I think have been super, super, super awesome, especially as it relates to retatrutide. Now, retatrutide is the triple G, right? It is the GLP-1 plus glucagon plus GIP, right? So it's Mounjaro plus another mechanism of action. And it's in clinical trials right now. But this is amazing news here. So basically, what they found was in these trials is how retatrutide helps to basically eradicate early stage of fatty liver disease. So fatty liver disease, for those of you who don't know, when you start to become metabolically dysregulated, your liver actually starts to store fat deposits in it. So your liver grows, it gets fat, right? And this can lead to all sorts of dysregulation because your liver is a very obviously important part of your metabolic system. So as your liver gets fatter and fatter, that can ultimately lead to a condition called NASH because that fat starts to cause scarring, right? And then the scarring that's caused by NASH can ultimately lead to cirrhosis. So cirrhosis used to be just for raging alcoholics would get, they just destroy their liver with alcohol. But people are now destroying their liver with fat. And it starts with fatty liver. That's the early stage. And it can progress all the way to cirrhosis. So what retatrutide is doing is it took people with 5% or greater fat, that's what's considered fatty liver, 5% greater fat in their liver. And in this trial, it was able to reduce by, I think it was 93%. It was in the 90 percentile. So over 9 out of 10 people completely reversed their fatty liver on retatrutide. Let that sink in. I mean, they were able to completely reverse fatty liver with retatrutide. 9 out of 10 people on retatrutide, the upper doses. So that was some really positive information to come out this week. I mean, the news for the whole class of medications, because I think that any good news about any number of GLP-1, even though these have extra mechanisms of action, these incretin class hormone treatments, anything that's good is good for the entire class of medicine. So whether you're on Trulicity or Saxenda, Victoza, Wegovy, Ozempic, Mounjaro, good news that comes out about any of them, probably there's some benefit, although with the various different versions of these GLP-1s, you may have better responses for these specific items. But anything that one drug is doing is probably, you can extrapolate that across the whole class of medications and say it's doing something good for you in that regard. So tirzepatide, there's also studies being done on fatty liver. So there's going to be continuation of really, really good news coming out about this. This is just one of those things I'm excited about. Retatrutide, y'all know I've been excited about it. I've been talking about it for a year before anybody was talking about retatrutide, and before anybody was pronouncing it retatrutide, we had retatrutide. So just some, y'all know it's a favorite topic of mine. So obviously we're going to cover it. Continuing on in the good news, excuse me. Eli Lilly looking at expanding into $1 billion plant in Germany. This is on the German and French border. So when you talk about the anti-Lilly, which is Novo Nordisk, who is opening in new markets and they can't even serve the markets that they're in. Just as a quick aside, this is my analogy for Novo Nordisk. Now, somebody in the chat or somebody in my comments was like, Novo Nordisk is the leader in endo therapies and GLP-1s. Yeah, I do. But they were the first to the party, right? And now it's 7:00 and they're stumbling around drunk and everybody's showing up and they're going, ooh, they have a problem. That's not very fun. And so Eli Lilly comes along as the adult in the room and they, come in with a little bit of swagger and they say, we're going to do this party right. And so, Eli Lilly is kind of the anti-Novo Nordisk in that while they prepared to expand in different markets by offering the single-dose vials overseas, but now they're also expanding their European operations to the tune of $1 billion investment into expanding their manufacturing in Germany. So I think that's really, really, really good news. Ray is new. Welcome to the stream, Ray. Good to have new people always. So yeah, that's just really good news when you talk about the supply chain, when you talk about being able to keep up with the new indication. Even Europe now has acknowledged, I think, tirzepatide for the treatment of chronic weight management. So you're going to see this thing blow up worldwide. Staying on top of the supply chain is going to be really important for Eli Lilly, not only for Mounjaro, but in the future for retatrutide. So they're looking way out ahead. If you followed my conference call recap of the Q3 earnings call this past, it was like 3 weeks ago. One of the quotes that I had from that specific call was, I believe it was Dave Ricks, the CEO, but it may have been somebody else. They basically said, we're doing everything humanly possible to expand production. So, I mean, I don't know, like, I just appreciated that quote because it's like, you can't use stronger language than that. We're doing everything humanly possible to expand manufacturing. And I think that has been evidenced in everything that they've done along the way. So that's super, super, super cool. Sabrina, thank you for the super sticker tonight, or super chat tonight. I also I'm so thankful for the community. So it is my honor to bring information to the community 100%. Thank you, Sabrina, for doing that. I really, really appreciate it. And right now you're in the lead. So as of right now, you get to choose where this bad girl goes. So yeah, that's some really good news in the world of GLP-1s for this week. We're going to keep trucking right along to the next segment. If you're a fan of the show, let me know in the chat with the emojis what comes next. What is the next segment that we do at On the Pen? We've got housekeeping. We've got what's fresh. And then you're seeing some emojis pop up in the chat, no doubt, because it's Take Out the Trash Thursday. So I don't know if I told you, I maybe told the members last week that one of the cool parts about my new job is that I'm learning everything about this industry from the guy who's been in the position that I'm stepping into for the last 7 years. So who gets to start a new job and spend a couple months with the guy who did his job for the 7 years preceding? That is a huge gift, step into any job. But one of the super cool, Sue the Dude just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for adding to the family, Sue. I really, really appreciate you doing that. And seems like every week you do. If you're a member of this channel, you probably owe it to Sue. So please give Sue some love in the chat. So yeah, I think that one of the very, very, very cool things, sorry, this comment here that I'm seeing from Natalie just kind of threw me. She said that she's loving the study from Wegovy on helping the future heart attacks and stroke with people with high blood pressure. That's you. You don't want a second heart attack. Yeah. So the information coming out about GLP-1s, semaglutide specifically in the STEP trials. Is that what they're called? I think it's the STEP trials about people with heart failure are just absolutely, absolutely amazing. See, let me get back on my train of thought here. We were doing fake news. Sorry, this is a little plug for needing a producer to roll the credits for me because I forget where I'm at. So one of the cool things that I get to do is I get to travel around the state with this guy, and I get to learn my new position from this guy. But he was also a drug rep for over 30 years. He was a drug rep. So he knows all of the ins and outs, and he and I have been going back and forth, and I've got some really good content coming up because of some really cool insight that he's given me, which I'm so excited for. There's going to be a really, really good video coming up this week. It's going to be great. And super helpful, and it may actually save lives, which is the coolest part. But I got to get all my ducks in a row on it, and we'll release it. But this was from him this week. So he was looking into an article about GLP-1s, and he said, now this doesn't sound like what you said. This article from People Magazine. Okay, in the world of like, come on, man. People Magazine in this article basically said that Ozempic is known by its active ingredient, which is semaglutide and tirzepatide. Okay, so Ozempic is not tirzepatide. Tirzepatide is Mounjaro and Zepbound. Semaglutide is Ozempic, Wegovy, and Rybelsus, right? So I just thought like that is to be published in the People Magazine And to be saying that Ozempic is semaglutide and tirzepatide is just an unnecessary, like, how do you miss that? In a world of Chat GPT, how do you miss something so rudimentary in the world of GLP-1? So that's our fake news this week. Let me know what you think about it in that chat. Hey, Abby's here tonight. Hey, good to have you here, Abby. Good to see you. We got some old friends here tonight, so it's good to have you all here. Hey, if you're enjoying this stream, put it in the chat. Also, share this and like it. Just hit that like button right now for me if you would. Help to get the word out on this stream. So we talked about housekeeping. We talked about what's fresh. And we talked about the fake news. That only leaves us with one thing left to do. And it is the main thing. The main event of this show. Every week we have a hot channel on the show. And there are no channels hotter than this one. I'm so excited. First, we're going to roll the bumper. Then we're going to bring in this week's hot channel, which is Ibrahim Mounjaro.
Hot channel.
Ibrahim Mounjaro, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me, guys. I miss everyone on YouTube and everything. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, guys.
He's even got his little TikTok mic. Do you see that?
I got it, guys.
He's legit now. Totally legit. Dude, it is so good to have you here. I'm so excited to catch up with you. It was like the middle of the summer, I think, that you were on last. And like I thought you had peaked then. And because I'm not sure that you were engaged then, but it was like life was just good for Pug. And how much better can it get? Well, it turns out a lot better. Dude, why don't you give us an update on what has happened in your life since the last time you were on the show?
Well, I think at that time, I was only down maybe like 100 pounds, 120 pounds, something like that.
Only.
So now I'm down 253 pounds. I'm just weighing about a pound or two for like about a week. So that doesn't matter to me. But ever since then, I really focused on, of course, my life and just my output on life. And of course, just like everyone else, love is extremely big and it's important. And
did I lose Pug? I don't know if I lost Pug.
It's fine. So I was just looking around and I found someone and we just hit it off, and she never judged me for the way that I was. She didn't really know about the past at the time, but of course I let her know a little into the relationship about my past. And she never said anything bad or ever looked down on me, and we just pushed forward, and now we're married.
Wow. What does your wife think about you being a big TikTok star?
She likes it.
Look out, y'all. We're going to have a whole litter of little pugs running around doing videos. Can't wait.
Yeah, but it's, I get a lot of love, of course, from YouTube and from, of course, the new family at TikTok. And I couldn't be happier. And just like you and many of the other streamers and people that the content creators are out there, we're doing this to help everyone out and to show our past, because everyone's past is different. What works for me may not work for you. Like I say all the time, because it's the honest truth. But you have to take bits and pieces of everyone that's in this community and just try to better yourself.
Absolutely, man. And like, nobody has been more successful, honestly. Like, I don't know that anybody has been more successful from a strictly a weight loss standpoint, but also just turning your life around standpoint. When I think about the first couple of videos that I saw from you, versus the videos that I see from you now, and it's like you're a whole new person. You've gained confidence. I mean, you've gotten your life back. That's something that I say a lot on this channel, is like, that's these medicines. What people don't understand from the outside looking in is that they're not giving people one thing. They're giving people their entire lives back. And I think that your story is the perfect encapsulation of that. Tell us a little bit, Pug, about like so the specifics of the medicine. So like as you've been on the medication since February, right?
Yeah, February 21st was my first actual dose.
So and you were actually like me diagnosed diabetic, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So that, you like me, you had the good fortune of being diabetic, so you've had good steady access to Mounjaro. You had a couple hiccups in the supply chain being able to get it, but tell us about your dosing schedule. What does that actually look like for you?
Well, my dosing schedule, I started off as 2.5, then went to 5, and then the 7.5 was on back order, so they put me to 10, and then the 12.5 was on back order, so I went to the 15, and then the 15 and the 12.5 were on back order, so I went to the 10, and then everything else was on back order, so I went to the I think at that point the 10 became available for like a week, so I went back on the 10, and then the 15, and then the 7.5 again, and then they put me in maintenance.
Okay, so
I've been
what?
like, so I never had I tell people at the time. People always ask me, "Well, what dose do you lose weight on?" I said every single one.
Yeah,
every single one. Didn't matter. It didn't matter because every day I wake up and I do the best. I try to do the best that I can every day. Doesn't matter what I'm on. The medication helps, and like I say all the time, the medicine is. I say Mounjaro is a seed, right? But you still need the soil, you still need the water, you still need the sunlight. You need everything in order for the seed to grow into a beautiful tree. And that's the way we all need to realize that this medicine, it's a godsend, absolutely. But you got to put forth the effort. If you don't put forth the effort, you're never going to let that tree grow.
Yeah, dude, that's poetic. I can tell that you've been doing some lives because you got that down pat. That is that is awesome.
Practice.
Awesome and so true. It's a tool, right? But it's a tool, especially for those who are diabetic, to get metabolically regulated properly, to create an environment that's a little bit more conducive to the weight loss. So you lost on every dose. So I'm curious, like, one of the things that we talk about on this channel a lot is like camp out on the dose that you're on. If you're losing weight, like don't move up. Did that conversation ever happen with your doctor, or was it just like, you've been through this dose for a month, so now move up because that's what the papers say?
When I started, you knew how the supply chain was, so I just tried to grab everything I could.
Yeah, right.
What was available? If I had to go up 1, down 1, up 2, down 2, whatever it was at the time, I had to grab it. But the thing is, if you guys, just like Dave said, if you guys feel comfortable at one level, don't go up until you're ready. Me, I didn't care because I knew my body could take it. You know your body, so you have to trust in your body. If your body tells you no, go down. If it says yes, go up. It's only you that's gonna know. The doctors are gonna. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but you know your body more than anything else, guys. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. It's we were talking about this before we came on live. It's just so interesting how different people's bodies respond to the medication. Because I'm always like, dude, if the 2.5 is working and you're losing weight, don't move up. But I'm like you, where like I didn't really get affected by the side effects so much, so it was like time to move up, so I moved up. Yeah. But my recommendation for people, as you start, because there's a lot of people going to be watching this that are just starting Zepbound, right? And so I think it's a good time to pause and say Zepbound and Mounjaro are the exact same thing. It's just that the FDA goes, yeah, you can use it for weight loss now. And Lilly goes, okay, but for weight loss, we want to call it Zepbound. But it's the same medication. It's in the same pens. It's going to have a little bit different look to the label, but the pen is going to look the same with the cap on the end, and it's the same doses and everything.
Different sticker. Oh, it is a
different sticker. Yeah, it's a different sticker. But my recommendation to folks who are watching is, if a dose is working for you, there's no reason to hurry up and get to the next dose. You're not going to just lose more weight magically. You want to actually ring out each dose for the amount. Pug is an anomaly, and I'm an anomaly. We're like two ends of the spectrum. Pug is a super responder to this medication. And that might not even be exactly fair, because he might respond better to this drug, but he's also working his absolute tail off in a way that I never have on this medication. But it is going to hit different for different people, depending on your biology, depending on your genetics, and ring out the dose for as much weight loss as you can get from that dose as humanly possible. And then talk to your doctor about moving up, because once you get to the 15, there's nowhere to go. And if you've lost all your weight, or if you haven't lost all your weight and you've been on the 15 and you stall, there's no going to 17.5 or 20 yet. So ring the doses out, because not everybody's going to respond exactly like how Pug did. And not everybody is going to have the bandwidth to work as hard as Pug did. And I just got to say, for the sake of mentioning it, that I haven't met a single person. T works this hard too, probably. Right. But Terrence is earlier on in his journey. Dude, nobody works harder than Pug.
Is Terrence here? Because I can't see he was in here.
He was earlier, yeah.
T's doing great. You know, me and Terrence, we talk a lot, because he was on a big stall, and he got in contact through Dave. He got in contact with me. He says, "Hey, I watched some of your videos. I like it, and I'm at the time it was like 450 pounds, give or take." Oh, there's Big T. And he called me. I gave him my phone number. I was like, "Dude, just call me. Let's talk. I'll talk you through it. We'll see what we do to try to get you down." And ever since then, he's been rocking it. He was at 401 the other day. I'm pretty sure he's probably under that right now. I don't know. I haven't asked them. But Terrence is doing great, guys. And that's the thing that I wanted to kind of bring up today is make sure that you guys are following people that are on the same path as you, because everyone's different. You want to try to keep the path kind of someone that has your type of body type, your lifestyle, and try to see what they're doing is working. If it doesn't work, you could definitely try a different one, but that's what I would suggest.
Yeah, that's good advice, to follow people who seem to respond similar to you, because the spectrum is so wide. I think a lot of people expect to get on a GLP-1, and because they've heard so much good press, or they've followed certain creators, that they just expect that the medicine is going to do the work. Mm-hmm. And I think the outside world, like people who will never touch Mounjaro because they don't need help losing weight, they're not overweight, that's kind of how they view this too, is like, this is the easy way out. It's a cop out. And they don't understand that, like, dude, the people who have really, really seen the major progress, like you've got a video every day, sweating, working it. And this is just a tool, just like the treadmill is, right?
Absolutely.
So, you know, it does do things metabolically for people who are metabolically broken. And we've covered that extensively on this channel, so I won't go into it tonight. But suffice it all to say that this is not a quick fix or an easy fix. It is an aid or a tool, just like anything else in your weight loss journey. So following people who respond to it similarly is really, really helpful.
And if I could say, is with this drug, of course, it's going to help you, not drug, medication. It's going to help you lose weight, but you have to be mentally strong. You have to be emotionally strong. If you're not mentally and emotionally strong, it's not going to work. You have to be mentally and emotionally strong. A lot of the times people get on this and just want it as a quick fix. It's not a quick fix. You have to fix your brain first. If you fix your brain first, your body's going to adjust. You're not going to have all the food noise. Once you guys get to a point in this journey, you're going to realize your brain's going to be clear, especially now that you have enough time now to think about food, not to think about what am I going to have for lunch, what I'm going to have for dinner, what I'm going to have for a snack, what I'm going to eat tomorrow. Now that you're not thinking that, you're going to have a lot more time to think about, what am I going to do to fix it? What am I going to do to fix myself? What am I going to do to fix my family? What am I going to do to fix anything? Now you have time to think about the real things and not just the food. Yeah. So you use the time, the time that you have now to fix yourself, fix your brain, fix your thought process.
Really good advice, dude. One of the things that we've talked a lot about over here is the fact that the journey with obesity and defeating obesity or fighting back against obesity is a journey of the mind, the body, and the spirit, right? And Mounjaro, tirzepatide, Ozempic, Wegovy, Saxenda, Victoza, Trulicity, Mounjaro, Zepbound, they address part of the body element, right? When there's something that's dysregulated, like GLP-1 hormone, or in Mounjaro's case, GLP-1 and GIP, which are hormones that are dysregulated in your body. If you're obese, metabolically ill, chances are you need more of that because you don't produce as much of it or enough of it compared to the average person. But it's just one facet. And I think that's kind of what Pug is saying here is like, you've got to do the mind and body and spirit work all together. You can't just do the body or do the mind or just do one element of it and expect to see the amount of success that somebody like Pug has had. So really, really great advice from Pug tonight about just, the holistic view of what weight loss looks like. So this isn't an easy fix. It's not a cop-out. Some people are going to take it and they're never going to be hungry and they're not going to eat and they're going to lose a bunch of weight. But that's not how it's supposed to be done. It's not a healthy way to do it. But it's also not most people's story with this either, right? Some people, that's their story. That's not most people.
Absolutely. If you put in the hard work, it's gonna work out. And you got to think, I like to tell people this, it's not a stall. Don't consider it stalls. What I like to call it, slow downs. You're just slowing down. You're not stalling. Stalling means you're stuck in the middle of the road and you're done. No, you're coming to a little traffic jam. You're going to figure out how to fix the little car accident. Once that car accident clears, press the accelerator, you're going to go. You're not going to stall out. Don't call it a stall. Stall is bad. It's like when you calling someone like morbidly obese. When a suicide, people used to call me that. It's like, what am I, damn rhinoceros? Like, no, I'm a human being. Just call me fat. Don't call me morbidly obese. But there's different ways to say certain things. But
the language element of it matters. And I think, to your point about stalling, I think that a lot of people confuse what a stall is. So it's like, first of all, if you're losing a bunch of weight, right, you get to the end of a month and you're 20 pounds lighter, you require fewer calories. So if you're on, say, an 1,800 calorie diet and you've been losing 20 pounds a month and all of a sudden you're not, it's because you don't require the same amount of calories as you did when you were 20 pounds heavier. So that's an element to consider. The other element to consider is you require more movement also. So like if you were used to a certain amount of movement and a certain amount of calories, that's not going to stay the same month to month as you go down on the scale. It's going to require more to see the same amount of results. So that's not necessarily the medicine. So it's like not time to look at dosing up on the medicine until you've really, I think, truly evaluated what have I done differently this month that I did than last month, since I'm 10 pounds lighter or 15 pounds or 20 pounds lighter or even 5 pounds lighter, because it depends on your own biology and your own progress and all that. So I like what you're saying about it's not always necessarily a stall or even a great way to look at it. It's a slowdown because it is a mental game, right? So if you call it a stall, you almost make yourself a victim and kind of go into woe is me mode instead of like, what can I actually change or do to keep plugging forward?
And this is kind of jumping piggybacking off of that too, is a lot of people when they get into slowdowns, what do they try to do? They try to tighten down the screw, right? They get a screwdriver, try to tighten it down. But eventually what happens if you over tighten the screw? The head's going to snap off and now you're screwed. You're not going to know what you changed. You're not going to know anything. So you have to start again, drilling it back out and hitting another thing to put another screw in. So don't change too much. If you're slowing down, do one thing at a time and see if that changes. Don't do one, then another one. You're not going to know what fixed your problem.
That's good advice. Good advice from a dude who's doing it. Absolutely doing it. So you said that your doctor has moved you into maintenance. So that's going to be a big question for a lot of people who have been on the pen for a while, who have reached their goals. What did your doctor recommend for maintenance?
Well, realistically, my doctor disappeared off this planet and I couldn't find where the hell she went, but she put 6 months of 10 milligram. But, you know, at this point, I, even with the 10 milligram, I eat enough calories, I eat enough fat, I eat enough protein where I stay full and I don't really have that much food noise. I do get it every once in a while. You know, the other day I was driving, I was like, damn, you know what sounds good right now? A nice burrito. But no, I didn't stop there to get a burrito. No, I just kept driving. But those are the things when no one likes to hear that word, willpower, but that's something that we're going to always have to have in the back of our heads. All the hard work that we put in, all the sleepless nights from the insomnia from this thing, you know, all the constipation people deal with. And you're gonna give it up because you just want 5 minutes of pleasure, just because you want to. Oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. It's up to you. Your success is your success. Your failures are your failures. So just take responsibility for both.
Yeah, I think to kind of piggyback on what you're saying there, I like the idea of owning your successors or your failures. I like the idea in general of owning your behavior, right? Because I think sometimes the arguments about obesity can go to one extreme or the other, just like every conversation in our society. It's like you're either in this camp or you're in this camp, right? When usually the truth lies somewhere in the middle, but everybody's so polarized that they can't have an adult conversation. So I like the idea of both camps where there's broken biology that has to be fixed for a lot of people. Not everybody, right? These medications aren't for everybody, but there are people with broken biology, myself being one of them, you being another, diabetics, people who are metabolically sick, people with chronic obesity, most of them are going to need something to help fix broken biology, but that's not everything. The behavior is part of it too, right? So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The truth is somewhere in the middle where the way that we behave matters. So I like the idea of owning your behavior. But one of the videos that I did tonight, and I threw it up on TikTok, was I'm seeing so many people now hit maintenance with Mounjaro, like all at once. And I think it's just a timeline thing. It's when Mounjaro came out, when people got access to it, and how long it's taken people to get on average to their goal weight. And so I'm seeing more and more people hit their goal weight, which is awesome. And like, I love to see people having such really great success with these medications, with their lifestyle modifications, etc. But one of the messages that I want to get out, and I'm just going to reiterate it tonight here on the stream, is that I think it's really important for all of us to know that our value and our worth, your value and your worth, is not tied to your success or to your failure, right? I think a lot of times we do both, right? If we fail, we beat ourselves up, and that's a big challenge with obesity. Like, I've failed at this, I ate this, and now I'm going to go into this spiral of shame and just compound bad decision on bad decision because I feel bad about myself, right? That's one end of the spectrum. But the other end of the spectrum is getting to a point where you've reached your goals and you almost, I don't know if regret's the right word, but like, look on your past self with disdain. And I think it's very important for people who are just getting started on this journey, who are looking at themselves in the mirror. They don't like what they see. They're ashamed of what they see. I just think it's important for you to know, if you're that person, that you have value, you have worth, you are here for a purpose, regardless of your successes or your failures in your health journey. You have value at 400 pounds, 600 pounds, 800 pounds versus 100 pounds, 150 pounds, 200 pounds. You have value and you have worth. I just think that that's an important thing to note for people who are just getting started and for people who are reaching maintenance.
And also too, even though I'm down 252 pounds, when I look in the mirror, I still see kind of my old self. And those are things you're gonna fight this battle for a long time. You're gonna see the loose skin. You're gonna see things that they're gonna upset you. But you just got to know every day that you're doing the best that you can. You look in the mirror and say, you know what, today I did the best I could today.
No matter where you are in your journey,
absolutely,
you have value, purpose, and worth.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter if you weigh 800 pounds or 150 pounds. You have value and worth. And I just think like, I don't know. I just like sometimes I just get a message in my soul, a word, right? You go to church. I've got a word from the Spirit. Like I just got to share it.
Help me. Lord, help me.
But I got a word. And I just feel like, a lot of people need to hear that. I feel like not only do the people who are just starting and feeling terrible about their self and terrible about where they're at and where they've allowed their bodies to get, right? But also the people who have gotten there, who have arrived. Because imagine tomorrow, for some people it won't matter, but the clinical trials say that if the medicine goes away, a lot of the weight comes back for a lot of people. And I don't think for you work so hard. I can't imagine a world where that would happen. But for a lot of people, I think it will or could. And does that make that person, if they were to backslide, does that make them less valuable as humans? No. And I just feel like it's important. It's just important to say, because I feel like there's somebody watching our videos at any given time, because like, especially on TikTok, you know, a video might get tens of thousands of views. And I just feel like it's a message that needs to be just kind of reiterated at this point as people are reaching maintenance. And at the same time, Zepbound's coming out. So you got new people starting. So you got both things happening. You got some people who have had access to Mounjaro reaching maintenance. And you got some people who have Zepbound just looking at getting started. And no matter where you are on that spectrum, I just feel like it needs to be preached. You have value and you have worth. And it doesn't matter where you are on your journey. And so I appreciate you coming here and sharing a little bit more about your journey and where you're at. Tell us, is there anything else that we haven't covered tonight about your journey specifically that you wanted to make sure you talked about tonight?
No, I mean, we caught up on a lot of the things there, but, you know, kind of catching on the last thing that you said is realistically we're the first wave of the new type of medicine. Right. Of course, there's Trulicity and all the old ones, which they're ancient. Those are the dinosaurs. Okay. But the new, we're the first wave. So you have to kind of think we're responsible for the next wave of people that are coming in to show them what we did that worked, what we didn't, and what worked for us and what didn't work for us.
Right.
And say is, you know, try to take someone under your wing and be like, hey, you know, let's do this together. Like with Terrence, you know, give me a call. Let's do this. And a lot of people message me, and I'm more than happy. And I'm pretty sure you do the same thing and help them along their journey, because I was there. You were there. You know, we're all here to help out each other in this community. And that's the best thing about this community. It doesn't matter if it's TikTok, if it's YouTube, or anything else. We're in this together, guys. Love each other. Don't hate on each other. Love each other.
Right. And that's been your message from the get-go. I mean, that's one part of your videos that hasn't changed from the first video you did with the tropical background and headphones on. Everything you've always said is about love and camaraderie and togetherness. And dude, I love how much you have blown up on TikTok.
I actually I'm an affiliate now for Zappy Health. So that's something I got to look into.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to talk more about that. That's awesome. But I love that more people are seeing your story and hearing your message, because you're a good soul, dude. And I knew that from the first video that I saw of yours. And even though I haven't been able to offer you good advice about how to lose, somebody was in the members only live stream before this I think it was Clark, was asking me like, what do we do about eating around the holidays? And I was like, dude, you know, I'm still fat. You don't want to ask me. You don't want to ask me eating advice. Ask me about news. Ask me what's happening in the clinical trials, but don't ask me what to eat, because I'm still trying to figure that out. But
I'm still fat. You're doing good, man. That's the thing. This medicine is helping you fix yourself, and your sugars are down. Oh, I understand you're not dropping the weight, but like I said, you're gonna have to tighten the screw somewhere and figure out where the issue is, Soda.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I tell you right now, it's not keto. because I've gained weight in the last 3 weeks. So I don't know what it is. I'm going to the doctor tomorrow. I think that one of the things that I'm going to try to do is maybe switch to semaglutide. There's a lot of people that go semaglutide to tirzepatide. But I don't know. It may, for me, to be honest with you, I'm getting more and more resigned. Not resigned. I'm warming to the idea of having some sort of bariatric surgery. And I think it just may require that, because I'm not willing to eat less than 1,800 calories a day. I think that's beyond that. I don't want to starve myself. Like, that's no way to live. So if I have to live overweight and eat 1,800 calories a day, I just will. I want to enjoy life.
Tell us about Business Pug.
You should have sent me a picture. Let me see if I can shoot. Text me a picture right quick.
All right, text you a picture.
Yeah. But yeah, then I can throw it up on the screen. But yeah, I just, so if having bariatric surgery makes it so that I can eat 1,200 calories a day and feel satiated and full. It's just that I don't. I mean, every now and again, Mounjaro has given me that as I've titrated up, but like, I have nowhere to go. So it's just, yeah, I'm getting closer to kind of accepting that may be an avenue for me. And I think that having Dr. Daniel Rosen on, who is, one of the leading bariatric surgeons in New York City, who was super informative about bariatric surgery. I'd love to have him on again. But they go back and check out that episode if you haven't. That was a really good episode, and I learned a lot. There's been a couple episodes where I've had people on that I just geek out, like Dr. Dan and then Dr. Daniel Rosen. But yeah, all right, let me check it out. I'm gonna try to pull this up here. Oh, darn it!
Don't worry, I had a picture. Good picture.
Hey, right now I just wanted to. Oh, that's such a cute picture. I want to just give a quick plug. If y'all are on Facebook, I've got a new group called Zepbound for Weight Loss. So if you are on Facebook, please hop on over to Facebook and check out Zepbound for Weight Loss. I would love to have you as a member of that Facebook group. Are you on Facebook, Pug?
Yeah, my name's Abraham Pumbaa. Actually, no, I switched it back. It's Abraham Marquez. But okay. I'm on the Mounjaro one, but I'll go on the Zepbound one.
Zepbound for Weight Loss. Yeah, that's. Oh, it's a HEIC, and it doesn't like HEICs. Shoot.
Well, I had to put my real name on there because of the whole visa process. I don't want to have Abraham Pumbaa Marquez or Puga Mounjaro.
Yeah, I got you.
That.
No dice Pumbaa.
No Pumbaa here.
No, I Pumbaa. Let's see here. I can do a screen share here. It wouldn't let me upload it because StreamYard got to get its game right with a couple things. StreamYard really frustrates me for a few reasons. Being able to upload videos from your iPhone and pictures from your iPhone is like chief on the list here. But let me see if I can present my screen. I can share my screen at least. Maybe not.
Just make sure you don't put that screensaver. Your wife will get mad.
That would just be really awkward for everybody involved. David is my screensaver for work, and people would come up and like, "Who is that?" It's my buddy and his wife. Oh, at my new job. Like, so he's a weirdo.
You're that guy.
Yeah.
You're that guy.
I don't even know who that guy is, but I definitely don't want to be him. Oh, darn it. This ticks me off. There's no good way for me to share it, Pug. I don't know if you have any options to share it because it's a HEIC file. Won't let me upload it to StreamYard.
Easy. Follow me on TikTok. I have videos.
There you go.
I'm on YouTube as well. I don't know. I don't know about StreamYard, man.
Yeah. I'm trying, folks, but it ain't letting me. So we'll get a pick up somehow. But yeah, give Pug a follow over on TikTok, and then just dude, he's got some shorts with videos of her and stuff. So just make sure you get over there and check them out. So,
and then if you guys have any questions or just anything, just you can ask me or ask Dave or ask anyone in this community. We'll be more than happy to help you. But again, make sure you're following the right people. That's all I could say. There's a lot of people are in this for the good things, and just like anything else, there's some people in this for the bad things. So just make sure you follow the right people that you believe that you could believe in.
I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I can share this. Hold on.
Está muy feliz, tenemos flores, las flores de Sakura y tenemos a los Pogs.
Those special made.
Mayor, aquí está. Por aquí la familia.
She had everything set up. She set it all up.
Y estoy muy feliz de tener a mi esposo. Le estoy haciendo un video para que él lo pueda ver después y que no se dé cuenta de lo que le voy a decir en este video hasta que él lo vea. Abraham Márquez, te amo.
Abraham Márquez. That part.
Hoy es muy especial. Estamos en la boda de Nauri.
That was it.
I got today is a special day. That's about it. In your name. So yeah, there. I should have thought about that 10 minutes ago. But yeah, good stuff. So Pug, thank you so much for being here. Pug, here's a quick plug for Pug. Pug, you're also going to be on the plus sides. They do the over on the plus sides. We roll a little thing before the show. He's going to be on the plus sides. When can I see over there?
Night. So after everyone stuffs their face with turkey and stuff, just you could watch us in the following week once he burnt some of that off.
There you go. There you go.
But you know, I love all you guys, and I want to say I appreciate both communities. You guys are awesome. You guys keep all of us going. You guys keep us focused, and that's something truthful that I love both communities, and I wouldn't be here without you guys.
I can say the same thing for myself. I was just telling the members before we went live. I feel the same exact way. I wouldn't be sustaining my desire and willpower to power through if it wasn't for the community. So they're all great. Absolutely. So Clark has a question.
What do we got there?
What is the plan for next week? Still doing Thursday? Yeah. Good question. I'm going to take the week off. I'm going to take the week off next week. So thank you for that setup, because I would have forgot to mention it. But yeah, I'll be taking Thanksgiving off. Be with your family. If y'all want to be here and, when I get the community together, I'll probably play an old episode. Maybe I'll put a poll out for the members this week about which on the pen episode that I should roll for next week.
Pug number one.
Maybe I'll just do that. I'll just roll Pug's episodes one after the other.
Pug number one.
But yeah, we'll do a poll and see what episode, and we'll roll an old on the pen next week. Maybe we should roll the first one. That would be kind of fun too. But yeah, we'll do that next week, and we'll roll it same bat time, same bat channel. We'll roll an old on the pen, and we'll take a little poll on which episode we should run. So, but dude, thank you for being here. Thank you for giving me, vote for Pug, vote for Pedro. Yeah, so thank you for being here, buddy. I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate your encouragement to the community. You just brought such a tremendous value and encouragement to the community. There's so many out there that just your story is just so inspiring, and you have a personality that's magnetic and people enjoy you. So thank you for being here and sharing a little bit more of your journey tonight with me and with the community. And we'll do it again. Okay, buddy?
Absolutely. I'm ready for number 3. And
we're ready for a little Pug. So you get busy on that, and I'll get busy on that.
I'll definitely try my best.
Get it. Get it. All right, amigo.
We love you guys.
All right.
Are you interested in understanding GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro? Then join us on the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, the groundbreaking podcast helping people change their lives one episode at a time. The Plus Sides podcast is a disruptor. We're breaking down barriers, smashing stereotypes, and sharing inspiring stories that'll leave you feeling informed and empowered. Join us every week to learn from doctors who are specialists around GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro. They'll provide you with science and facts to validate these incredible stories. But that's not all. We'll also bring you the voices of the GLP-1 Mounjaro TikTok community, real people who face the challenges of obesity-related diseases and disorders and discovered the incredible plus sides of GLP-1 medications. Our episodes are filled with heartwarming stories, laughter, and moments of triumph. You'll connect with our amazing community members who are reclaiming their health and experiencing their fullest lives. Are you ready to embark on a journey of discovery and empowerment? Tune in to the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, and together we'll change the narrative around obesity and end the stigma. Subscribe now on YouTube or your favorite podcast platform and join our incredible community. Let's celebrate the plus sides of life together. The Plus Sides Podcast, because every story deserves to be heard, every life deserves to shine, and everyone deserves access to expert knowledge and medication. The Plus Sides Podcast. You're not alone. It's not your fault.
Alive on the Moon, Mounjaro, it's on the Penline, with your host David Knapp.
Thank you, Clap Track, and happy Thanksgiving Thursday. I hope you're all doing well tonight. I hope that you all had a chance to celebrate all the things that we have to be thankful for in this great country. I hope that you enjoyed yourself. I hope that you found yourself in a reflective mood and thankful and grateful for all the great blessings that you have. With that said, we didn't plan on doing a show tonight, but things happen. There comes a time in every man's life when he looks at himself in the mirror and he says, it's time to let the son take the Porsche to prom night. And that's exactly what's happening tonight. Daddy's handing over the keys to little baby Pug Jr. And Pug will be our first guest host on the Pen. So without further ado, this is Pug's show.
Hey everyone, and don't worry, Dad, I'll make sure to return the Porsche with no scratches. I don't know about anything else, but no scratches. I'm going to use up all the gas. Well, hopefully everyone is going to having a great Thanksgiving. There's so many things to be so thankful for when it came down to everyone's journey. And we all start somewhere. We all started somewhere bad. Now we're making ourselves better, one day at a time. I want you guys to meet someone. He's a very, very strong man. He's been through a lot. His name is AJ. Slim boy. No, sorry, big boy to slim boy. I'm going to bring him to the stage, guys.
What's up, Pug?
Not much, AJ. How you doing, brother?
No, I'm doing great, man. Just want to thank Dave for giving us this opportunity.
Absolutely. And it's an honor. It's an honor to be hosting or co-host or hosting, but also to have you here, man. And not many people know who you are, especially being from the TikTok community. And of course, I'm part of both the YouTube and the TikTok community. And once I started following you, I saw what you've been through, your inspiration, the people that you deal with. I was like, I need to get to know this guy a lot more. But let's let everyone else know about you. So tell us about yourself. What got you started? What was the problem?
So I originally have dealt with weight loss or weight gain my whole life. I've been as high as 493, as low as 320 before my previous weight journey. And my weight journey this time started at 466. I had gained a bunch of weight back off of a different weight loss journey that I had done, where I had I could barely move. I was about 466. I was having some back and neck issues, and so basically what it was is the weight was crushing my spine in my neck and my back and everything. So I thought the right idea would be to go to a chiropractor. So I went to a chiropractor, and when that chiropractor seen what was wrong with my neck, he thought he could fix it, and instead he made it worse. I immediately, of course, the doctors, after they fixed my neck, so I go in for surgery. I do some. I'm gonna be honest with you. I went 3 weeks without walking very well, and there's a lot to it. I went to my primary doctor. My primary doctor just thought I was low on iron because he seen me as an obese person. He didn't see me as somebody that would have broken my neck.
Yeah. Did you have to use a cart or anything, or because you said you had issues walking?
So I was holding on to like walls. I was tripping. Okay. I was falling. I was having issues getting up. I had one issue where this was after I went to my primary, after he let me walk out of his office, stumble out of his office. So I tripped at work, and I had to have two of my very strong coworkers pick my 466-pound butt up. And so they picked me up, and I'm like, so I thought it was just maybe I had like tweaked my back or something like that. So I went and I sat at home all weekend, and Sunday night I fell again, and this time I couldn't get up. I was in front of my wife, I was in front of my kids, and I cried for about an hour on the floor. And she wanted to call the squad a lot, and I was like, no, we're not calling the squad because I'm too prideful of a person for that. So I cried some more, and then I grit, and I, like with my arms, basically picked myself up onto the couch somehow. I don't know how I did it. Being honest with you, I still, to this day, like, there's a lot to my story, and that's one of the things I don't know how I did it. Like you just figure it out. Like you just do it.
Being that size, man, I understand. There's one time I pulled my back, and same thing. I couldn't get off my bed. I was in my bed for about 2-3 days, and I couldn't get out. My girl at the time couldn't lift me, so I had to wait it out and for the pain to go away. And that's when it really hits you when you're that big. I completely understand, and some people in our community, they understand as well.
Yeah. So the next day I go to the emergency room. They figure out that I crushed my C6. They put me into surgery. I come out of it. I'm doing really well. I'm starting my weight loss journey again. I'm walking. I'm doing really well. And I trip over a rug at work, and I hit my head again, and I crushed my C7. So then they have to do another surgery to fix all that, which they wouldn't have found out. I wouldn't have known I did that if it wasn't for the after scan, like, cause they like check you after you, like so many months after your first surgery to make sure everything healed right and everything like that.
Make sure nothing got fused incorrect or things like that.
Right. So I wouldn't have known that. And he was like, "What'd you do?" And the doctor was like, "What'd you do?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Everything I did's all messed up, and you crushed your C7 somehow." And I'm like, I don't know. So they fixed all that. I go into a super deep depression, and I just.
So at that point, how much weight prior to your second neck injury? How much weight were you down? Did you say you started at 460 something?
I was down. So I was 466. I was down like 30 pounds.
Okay.
And then that happened and right back up. Like, I mean, like it wasn't even like, it was like that, like I can lose weight fast, but I can gain weight just as fast, if not faster. So a lot of people don't understand that. They're like, "Oh no, like, what are you talking about?" Like, I can gain 20 pounds in a week without even thinking about it. Like, if I really went off rails, 20 pounds would be nothing for me. So,
and that's what a lot of people don't understand, especially us our size. We don't know if we're gaining weight like that. Like for me, for example, and you as well, right now that you're at your current weight. At our current weights, if I was to gain 20 pounds, I won't tell. I couldn't be able to tell. If it wasn't for a scale, I'm not gonna be able to tell. Not at all.
No, that's one of the reasons I still weigh myself every day, no matter what. Like, because I don't want that scare, you know what I mean? Of being of not knowing, So,
50 pounds, you're gonna be 50 pounds up, and you're like, I don't feel a difference. But a regular person, they gain 5 pounds and they get a little pooch in their stomach. Oh my God, I'm getting fat. With us, we won't know until we get 50 pounds,
Right.
Once the shirts are too tight.
And it happens super fast. So I go into that deep depression, which I think a lot of us do. I didn't think I was gonna, because it didn't heal fast this time. It didn't, like, I wasn't able to bounce back as fast. My neck hurt, my back hurt, my legs hurt, everything was hurting. And so fast forwarding a little bit, because that was like February, March. I don't start.
What? Not this year, but last
2023. Yeah.
Okay.
So, right? No, 2022. 2022. Yeah. So, so August, I tell myself, you need to start in the gym. So I started August 1st. And then by that time I jumped on TikTok, and I was like, I was watching a lot of weight loss people on TikTok, because that's what I was trying to get to my point to. And I was like, I need to make an accountability video for my friends and my family. And so I make one. And then I'm like, I'm going to update this every week. So I update it. I start updating every week. The end of August, my weight had fluctuated like this. If you watch those first few videos I made, I think the first week I lost like 23 pounds.
Oh, wow.
And this is like just calories in, calories out, exercising, right? Like, of course, a lot of it's water weight. Let's be honest. That's
hey, but it doesn't matter where the heck it came from, as long as it's off.
Because the second week, I'm like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I gained 10 of it back, or something like that. It was like it was just because right. Oh yeah. And plus I wasn't understanding the nutrition side of this yet. I still didn't. Still at almost 4 years old, didn't understand what eating was affecting me that hard. And so I tell my wife, it's at the end of August, and I tell my wife, I'm like hurting, bro. I made like a list of what was hurting on my phone in the gym one night. I was like, my feet were hurting, my back was hurting, watching people stare at me was hurting me. Like, because people were staring, and they were just
absolutely. And
so,
we're human. They're human. Everyone is judgmental, especially when I first started the gym. It was the same thing. I felt like everyone was looking at me. Maybe they weren't, but in my head, they were looking at me like, "Oh, look, this guy's not going to make it. This guy's not going to make it.
Yeah, he's going to quit. This is a New Year's resolution, or he's going to quit.
Yeah, he's going to quit.
Yeah, and so So I told my wife, I was like, hey, you know, you try to back up a little bit. The year before, MJ was new. And I told my wife, my wife told me about it. And so I asked my primary doctor, I was like, hey, can you get me on this? And he's like, no, I'm not putting you on that. Why? And I was like, well, why? He's like, no, we don't know anything about it. And I was like, all right,
Wow.
So the same guy that let me walk out of his office with a broken neck. So I decided, so August, I'm like, hey, she's like, we're going to try a new primary doctor. Most amazing lady I've ever met in my life. She's amazing. She helped me so much, like on the doctor side of things. But I walk into her office, we start talking, I tell her, you know, my weight's fluctuating. I was like, what about this Mounjaro stuff? And she's like, yeah, we put you on it. I was like, just like that? She's like, oh yeah, no, we got you. You got this. You know, I had all the proper criteria for it to be on it. And he was like, no, I think this will help you a lot. So the same week that I see her, my wife tells me that there's a personal trainer that wants that has like a transformation program.
Okay.
And he never had somebody 400 pounds, and he wants somebody over 400 pounds. And his name is Big Pent, and he's a power lifter by trade, and he has his own gym. And her friend that I knew, Felina, very good friends, very the amazing person that she is doctor, you know. And so I was like, well, I trust her. I was like, so I call him, and I'm hesitant. I don't know the guy, you know. I was like, man, I really don't know who this. And he's like, listen, he said, you're over 400 pounds. I said, yeah. He's like,
there you go.
He's like, all right, come in. He's like, come into my office, let's talk. And I was like, I don't know.
Let's have a chat. He's like, let's have a chat.
Yeah, no, he's like, come talk to me. Because I was like, I can't do what you guys do in your gym. It's a powerlifting gym. So and he's like, no, I want you come talk to me. And so I go talk to him. Well, I go talk to him, and I tell him, you know, and he's like, we're gonna do this, and this, and we're gonna do it. He's like, come day after Labor Day is the first day of the season. Come with a shirt, a tank top.
Was it white? Because you can't wear it after Labor Day.
It was red. So yeah, no, it definitely wasn't white. It was red. It's the shirt. So it's all my before pictures are me in this shirt, and it's the tank top that I have.
Oh yeah, the one on your TikTok.
To me, it's like the most epic shirt now for me, because it's like huge on me. You know, it's like it's like a skirt at this point, if not bigger than a skirt. You know, so
what size shirt was it? Do you remember?
So it's a 6.
Okay.
It's a 6XL. And so I still have that one, and I still have 2 Reebok shirts that I refuse to get rid of because they're like my epic. These are my shirts. They're comfortable for me. So when people talk about not getting rid of their bigger clothes, it's the only things I've kept so far. I don't see me getting rid of them ever, but you know, I think
have to keep something.
I think I'm gonna hang them up in my home gym eventually.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. So
as a flag.
As like a flag. You know, as a hey, I beat obesity flag.
Oh, okay. I think you're gonna put out a flagpole.
Yeah, no.
And wave it around.
You never know. Maybe. Just be like, woo,
yeah.
Beat obesity, you know, like. So we do that. So the doctor put me on MJ. I start his program, and so I update like my mentality on TikTok, but I don't update.
Whoa.
I don't update. What's up, Dave? I don't update
That's Dad making sure he didn't crash his Porsche.
Right. Just checking on you, making sure you're not in the back seat.
Get out of the back seat.
So they go, so he's like, I don't want you to update your weight for 8 weeks. Don't update your weight. And I was like, cool. So I pull up that first day and I call my wife and I tell her, I'm like,
that's the shirt, guys.
Yeah, that's the shirt. It's crazy. It's an insane shirt, but so I call my wife and like, at this time I'd cried about 1,000,000 times and I'm not a crier, guys. I'm not an emotional person, but I wasn't walking, I wasn't doing very well. And I tell my wife, I'm like, I can't do this. And she's like, yes, you can. She's like, because this is the 5th time I've lost over 100 pounds. So like I said, I'm very good at losing weight. I'm very good at gaining weight too. Mm-hmm. This time it wasn't working though. Like the old things that I was doing, calories in, calorie out, wasn't working for me. And I've never been below 300 pounds ever, So I tell my wife I can't do it. And she tells me, yes, you can. I believe in you. And so I bawl. And I still get emotional thinking about this. God dang it. Because she believed in me when I didn't even believe in myself, so I walk into this gym and Pug, when I tell you I walk into this gym and they treat me like family, like I was so nervous because I didn't know anybody from Adam and they tell me that, I get there and first thing we got to do is so stupid. We got to push a Jeep up a hill. And so as a group, there's this guy named Tony who's over 400 pounds there, and there's 2 guys that I'd seen their transformation. This guy named Iggy and this guy named Pat, and it's us and another girl named Amber, and we had to push this stupid Jeep up the hill, and it was just like it sucked, man. It was the worst day ever. I just remember it as being horrible, man. Like it was hot and pushing this Jeep up the hill, but like the whole time, dude, like Iggy, Pat, this guy Kent, Big Kent was like, you can do this, man. You got this. Let's go. Keep going. Keep pushing. I mean, I call it a hill. My wife calls it like a slant because it's just not like, that day it felt like a hill. But more of like
it's heavy, the gravity, brother.
And honestly, all we did was push the Jeep up a hill, up this slant, and me and Tony. So Tony started at 433. I started at 442 with Ken, and we go back and forth with each other, and like the whole time we're like feeding off of each other and like pushing each other, and like Iggy, Pat, Tony, they all just in Big Camp, man. They all just become like my family now, man. It's like
you build stronger relationships through pain and struggle. Absolutely, it's the brotherhood.
Oh, 100%. And like, Tony's doing really good now. Tony's he's about to. I know he's about to cuss that being under 300 pound mark finally, but he's like. Now he does like powerlifting meets and like so he squats over 500 pounds, deadlifts over 500 pounds. The dude's like a beast in the gym and like and then like all the other guys, they do powerlifting meets and they all like look really good and like we're just kind of like a big family now. And like there's people that come in and out every season because it's only 8 weeks, and they come in and out every season and it's like you cheer these people on.
So from where you started, when you started doing the working out, this after your second neck surgery, to now, how much weight have you lost?
I've lost 230 pounds. So that's 3 pounds away of being half the man I was.
Half the man you used to be. I say that all the time when people ask me about me.
Right. from the time I broke my neck, because I count the time I broke my neck. I don't count that high weight 493. So it's kind of, I mean, it's kind of cool. It's there, but like, you know, it was a different journey and it was a different age.
What was the best? A lot of people ask this all the time. What was your best dose?
7.5.
7.5.
I did one box of 10, but I did most of my stuff on 7.5. The only reason I went to 10 is because, let's be honest, I thought I was losing my coupon. So
no, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
So a lot of people are like, hey, if you like get your dose and then get like another box, like dose up, then they'll give you another box. And I did that. Come to find out, I didn't need to do that at all. But I actually went the whole month of December last year without having anything. I lost like 30 or 40 pounds in December last year. Like, I think so this is, and this may be a little bit different narrative than a lot of other people who have been on this, but I don't plan on being on it the rest of my life. Like, I always took it as like a tool that I wanted to use to come off of it. And
you're not diabetic, right?
No. No, I was very pre-diabetic. All my levels were like right there. One cupcake away, and I probably would have been, to be honest with you. And I have like all the like nerve issues in my feet, my legs, and all that stuff. I have all those.
The little needles.
All the time. Yeah. I still do. I thought it was going to go away. Obviously, it doesn't. So
yeah, I still get my right fat toe every once in a while. I have to stand up and like scratch it. It's from the inside. I feel it. It goes doof, doof, doof.
People don't understand. Like, I'll take my shoe off at work and like scratch my foot, and they're all like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Why you got your shoe off at work?" I'm like, y'all just don't get, like, it just like, it's a different pain and a different scratch. If I don't scratch, it's
like, it's not even like on the surface, it's inside.
Yeah.
And that's, no matter how much you scratch, it doesn't work. You're just trying to move the nerve. So it kind of like, okay, kickstart.
100%.
Yeah. And it's something that you said is it's great, because a lot of people think you have to go up to lose weight. You have to go up to 15 as fast as possible. Look at AJ. He's stuck at 7.5 for most of his journey, and he's down. He's down. Me, I went through the whole thing because I'm diabetic, and it's helping me, of course, control my blood sugar. My blood sugar is perfect. I had to go get my blood work. It's going to be hopefully under 5, because I was 5.1, so I'm pretty sure I'm in the 4s. But
yeah, you're there.
Yeah, I'm there. But it's something that a lot of people always ask us, especially on the TikTok side, when we get that information. What was the best dosage? Oh, you had to go up to 15, and you got to stay at 15. It's like, not everyone's body's different. If your body could do great on 5, which not many people do, but if you do, stick with a 5, 7.5, 10, whatever you feel is the best dosage. A lot of people don't realize, especially if you're not diabetic, if you go up to 15, your blood sugar is going to be way under control, and it is going to cause issues. So you don't have to go to 15, guys. If your body is not taking it, don't stick to 15. Don't do 12.5. Stick with 10, 7.5.
For sure.
Whatever works for you.
2.5 was working for me. 5 was working for me. The only reason I went up is because my doctor told me to at first.
Mm-hmm.
And then she like backed off all of a sudden. I thought I was going to go straight to 15 like everybody else has said.
Yeah.
So I started, and eventually I started, making more TikToks and doing stuff like that, doing transformation videos, talking to more people on TikTok and about it. And like, I never moved injection sites either. I always did.
What?
I did one time. I did like the leg or the arm. I can't even remember what it was.
Where do you shoot up? In your tummy?
What?
Where do you shoot it up? Your stomach?
Yeah, my stomach all the time.
Boom.
If I do it. So, and like, for people that don't know, like, now I'm pretty much at a point where I only take it once a month. And it's probably in my head that I need to take it at this point. I take 5. like is what I have. Because I still have a couple boxes left because I started like I was worried about losing the coupon and I was worried about losing like any coverage of it at all and gaining the weight back. So I went into like hypertensive mode like May. I started doing shots every 2 weeks. And then eventually, like, I don't know, I think probably 2 months ago, I just started doing it once a month. And I was like, you know, I just really thought that I still need it, but I don't know if I still need it. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, it's something that you feel like you're going to rely on, and that's something too that eventually, if I have to stay on, I have to stay on this, but eventually I want to get off of it. I want to get to a point where I transition over to just being normal. But again, that's something that's going to take some time for me to get to that point.
I think our bodies have to change, if that makes any sense. Because you know, like just like we can gain the weight back, if we keep the weight off for multiple years, your body starts changing towards that, you keeping that weight off, and you can't gain the weight back as fast as like I do right now. So
the fat cells kind of lose its memory. But it kind of what I wanted to say too was with the two, everyone asks this question as well. This is a big question I'm pretty sure you get as well.
Right.
Is what kind of piggybacking on what we said before on what was the dosage you lost all your weight on? I tell them every single dose, every dose, because we do the correct things. We do what's good for our bodies. We're putting in a little extra effort to, for the working out, the gym, water, everything.
The whole way I eat, the water, the way I sleep now. I'm a
important.
Firm believer of 6 to 8 hours, no matter what. But yeah, no, definitely. If you guys see me up on TikTok at like 1 a.m., it's because I just can't sleep. That's just how it is. But I normally try not to be up at 1 a.m. So
yeah, and it's something that I always like to tell people, because people think this medicine is going to do everything for them. This medicine is a tool, guys. So you got to make sure you guys have to take advantage of the tool, the medicine, and do your effort, do your part. And that's something that me and AJ got together, and we're going to start a podcast. And what the podcast is going to be called Heavy Hitters, GLP, Fitness, and Lifestyle. That's something that I truly believe in, AJ believes in, and many other people believe in. And it's something that I feel is very important for the community to know, that with the GLPs, you have to have fitness and you got to change your lifestyle. The lifestyle comes with your mentality, your emotions, more than anything else. If you can't, you have to fix this first before you start dropping weight.
Yeah. And that's a great point, is you have to be in that mindset. You have to want this. And I'm not saying that people that aren't losing don't want it. I'm saying, though, we just need to make sure that we're taking the right steps to go. Like, some people aren't going to get as lucky as me, and I understand that. Like, I got very lucky with the people that are in my life, finding my personal trainer, all that stuff, finding the gym, that stuff. But you can walk to the next mailbox and back. Or you could
pump your arms up.
Maybe you can walk around, the living room. Walk around the living room until you can't, and then sit down on a chair, and then walk, and then get up in a little bit and walk again. It's just some of the suggestions that I make, because I know, and to my heart, the people that have mobility issues that are 400, 500, 600 pounds, those are the people that are, to me, are heavy on my heart. Don't get me wrong, everybody's important, but those people I really want to, relate to and try to help as much as possible, because
that's us. That was us.
Yeah.
Like you had that. You had the support, everyone around you. I didn't. So I came from the different side where I had to do it myself, which it works either way. If you have the support, take it. And if you don't, just realize you have to be your own support. You got to take care of your stuff. You're responsible for everything that you do. And that's something where me and AJ, are gonna do what we can to help out the community. Of course, the male side, female side, it doesn't matter. We're all in this thing together, and we're gonna show what works for us, or what works for Pug, what works for AJ, and we're gonna do this thing together, guys. We're gonna do this thing together. We're gonna come out in front,
and we're gonna talk a lot about like the mental side of the thing, because the mental side is probably the hardest part.
Absolutely.
There's still days where I think, I'm not doing the best I can and I should do better. And even being in the best shape of my life, because I know I am right now, I know that I still think I'm a failure half the time. And so that's going to be a part of the journey also that we need to talk about. That I don't think we talk about enough.
Yeah. It's all a friendly competition. I'm sorry, AJ, that I beat you.
Hey, you know what? It's so I was like, hold up. How much did you lose? Like when you said that, because I knew I was like number one. I'd never even heard of you up until a few months ago, and I was like, nah, this dude ain't beating me. I was like, there ain't no way. And then there's another guy, Kevin, that I think is pretty much is about to beat me too, which is fine. You guys can have those records. I just just know
we're smashing scales. That's why on the logo we're smashing scales, and that's something that everyone would be happy to do. Is smash the scales, smash them.
Yeah, and that's great. There's something I say. This is probably so cliche. I say this all the time. Like your self-worth is not in that scale. Your weight does not define you, and that's where we're going to get to, guys. Is we're going to get to the defining state of defining who we are without that scale, without people looking at us in a bad, poorly manner, and trying to be the best versions of ourselves. So it's a little cliche, but I love it. So
it's perfect. It's a perfect thing to say, because a lot of people think, well, I have to get down this weight in order for me to look good and this and that. It's no. You can look fantastic, but if you're not okay up here, what does it matter? Don't be a horrible person.
Yeah.
Be a thoughtful person. It doesn't matter what you are. Yeah. Be a thoughtful, caring person. And if you look better, that's even better. But still,
I don't know about you, but I thought weight loss was going to fix everything, and if it didn't, and it probably has just as many problems, if not more, being the size that I am now, which is crazy to me. I thought like, oh, I get under 300 pounds, I'm going to be perfect. Everything's going to be perfect. My life's going to be perfect. And it brings up other problems, which you don't think that's going to happen, but it does. So,
but that's something that we're going to have to talk about. And because we're all humans, we all have different things going on, we all have different issues, but ultimately we're going through the same process.
Yeah, I know a lot of people think that way. Oh, if I was only this way, it would be perfect. What we got to think of is, if I was healthy, getting to a healthy state is the most important. There's not like an ideal weight for you. It's being healthy is the most important part.
Absolutely.
So that's my main goal. That's my main goal, is to help as many people as possible get to a healthy state. And if you're watching this and you don't take GLP-1s or you want to lose weight the old-fashioned way, calories in, calories out, whatever you want to do, it bariatric. We're here to support everybody, and I've always been that way.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, we are on the GLP-1 train, which is a choo-choo train right now. Yeah. But we definitely want to support everybody, no matter how they want to lose weight. So
yeah. Well, thank you, AJ, for coming on.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a lot more details about the channel here within the next few weeks. We're gonna try to work out everything, get a date set up, and of course everyone will be notified. But if you can, please tell wrong one. Which area? There we go. Tell everyone your TikTok handle.
So my TikTok.
Are you interested in understanding GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro? Then join us on the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, the groundbreaking podcast helping people change their lives one episode at a time. The Plus Sides podcast is a disruptor. We're breaking down barriers, smashing stereotypes, and sharing inspiring stories that'll leave you feeling informed and empowered. Join us every week to learn from doctors who are specialists around GLP-1 medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro. They'll provide you with science and facts to validate these incredible stories. But that's not all. We'll also bring you the voices of the GLP-1 Mounjaro TikTok community, real people who face the challenges of obesity-related diseases and disorders and discovered the incredible plus sides of GLP-1 medications. Our episodes are filled with heartwarming stories, laughter, and moments of triumph. You'll connect with our amazing community members who are reclaiming their health and experiencing their fullest lives. Are you ready to embark on a journey of discovery and empowerment? Tune in to the Plus Sides, Cracking the Obesity Code, and together we'll change the narrative around obesity and end the stigma. Subscribe now on YouTube or your favorite podcast platform and join our incredible community. Let's celebrate the plus sides of life together. The Plus Sides Podcast, because every story deserves to be heard, every life deserves to shine, and everyone deserves access to expert knowledge and medication. The Plus Sides Podcast. You're not alone. It's not your fault.
Alive on the Moon, Mounjaro, it's on the Penline, with your host David Knapp.
Thank you, Claptrack, and happy Thursday night. Welcome to On the Pen Live. I'm Dave Knapp, man of the Mounjaro. That's why I'm here. You are on the pen. Wegovy, Saxenda, Victoza, Trulicity, Ozempic, Mounjaro, Zepbound. That is why you're here. And we're all here for the community to share our experiences with GLP-1 medications, to share our experiences with the issues that we faced, diabetes, obesity, metabolic disorder. We're here to do it in community. And you, if I might say so myself, are the best community out there. Thank you for being here. If you're new here, put an N in the chat next to your name. Let me know that you're new here. I'd love to welcome you by name. Like I said, I'm Dave Knapp, man on the Mounjaro, really man on the Ozempic for a couple weeks now. I have been sharing my experience on Ozempic and put that all into a playlist today for you. So you can follow that. I gave an update today. First, to the members of the channel. The members are folks who come in here to the community. They see what we're doing here. They believe in it, and they put their money where their mouth is. And for $2.99 a month, they become members. They get access to special emojis. They get access to custom videos before they drop sometimes, and all for $2.99 a month, which gives back to the work that I do and helps me to do things like buy neon signs that say On the Pen. And build a little studio out with, we're just looking more legit now. I like that. And I do that thanks to the members. So if you would like to become a member, you can do that. Like Sue, the dude who has been a member and a moderator for 10 months. You can do that by clicking the link in the description of this video. And I am so thankful to those of you who have chosen to do that. You make this happen. So excited for the show tonight. We've got a great show tonight with an awesome guest that doesn't get any better than the guest we have tonight. Chrissy G is in the house. Let me know in the chat if you're excited to hear back from Chrissy G. It has been a while since we've heard an update from her. So happy and thrilled that she was willing to come on the show this week. So we're going to run through our normal deal here. Well, we'll talk about what's fresh in the world of GLP-1s. We'll talk about fake news in the world of GLP-1s. And then we will have our hot channel tonight, which is Chrissy G. who is back on the pen. So she'll be sharing some of her story tonight. Also, the biggest super chat of the night gets to choose where I put 1 milligram of Ozempic, which will make it 2 milligrams for the day. I definitely want that second dose today. So we're going to do 2 milligrams for the day. So whoever gives the biggest super chat of the night gets to choose where that injection goes. So yeah, I'm excited for that. Ozempic, man on the Ozempic. It has been quite the journey for me. And so before I get too involved in what that journey's been like, we're going to just go through a little bit of housekeeping. Housekeeping. You want mint for pillow? What kind of hotel is this? The housekeeping of the week. Hopefully, some of you have been receiving some packages from your boy this week. Those of you who joined a couple of weeks ago, we did a giveaway to the members of the channel. So thank you for being members. And as a way to give back during this holiday season, we gave away some fun prizes. And so if you won and you got back to me with where to send them, you should have received those this week. So thank you for those who participated in that. Thank you for the members of the channel, and I hope that you're enjoying those. If you got your package, let me know it in the chat. I see, I think a couple people mentioned that earlier, so I'm glad that you got those. I think life is short. I think maybe all up in the comments as well. So glad you got those. So Ozempic, let's talk. I did an update today, like I said. So if you'd like to check out my journey so far on Ozempic and get the full rundown, you can check out that video. Thank you for the super chat, AJ. I really, really appreciate that. Dave, CEO on the pen. Let's raise the super chat stakes. Yeah, hey, thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely. The super chats are what make this thing happen. Super chats and membership. So thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, you get the full rundown there. Honestly, the appetite suppression for me, the delayed gastric emptying is a game changer with semaglutide. I never thought I would be saying this. I was hopeful that when I made the switch that I would get a little bit more in the way of appetite suppression than I ever did really with Mounjaro. And so far, that's been the case. I think there was a little bit of a honeymoon with it. Thank you, Sue the Dude, for gifting a membership. Really appreciate that. Somebody else, welcome to the club. The suppression is better. So somebody asked me in the comments, it was Mark, I think, earlier today about glucose control and asked if I could share that information, and I will. So I've been on Ozempic for 2 months now, or 2 weeks now, sorry, 2 weeks. And it seems about the same. I got to say, there's been some Christmas parties and things like that really are, probably impacting the amount of sugar that I consume, or not necessarily sugar, because I've never been real big on sugar, but carbohydrates in general. So it's not going to be the greatest representation probably of, the drug, but, I'm at, I don't even know if you're going to be able to see that, but 111 is about the average for the last 2 weeks. The last 7 days and the last 2 weeks, 111 is the average glucose. And prior to that, with 15 milligrams of Mounjaro, I was running at 107. So 107 was like where I was at. So I'm 4 points higher, which is pretty negligible. So if it's doing about the same thing, I did notice maybe that my morning, so when you're diabetic, you sometimes have this thing, it's called the dawn phenomenon, which is just a rise in your blood glucose in the morning. It's kind of your liver is producing some sugar to get you ready for the day. I think I have more of that effect with semaglutide than I did with tirzepatide. So perhaps tirzepatide was a little bit superior for me in the glucose control, keeping the spikes down. But I'm happy so far with Ozempic. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to take that second dose of 1 milligram tonight. It's a 2 milligram prescription. I've been kind of spacing it out throughout the week, but I wanted to get 2 full milligrams in a day. So I started the day with 1 milligram. I'll end the day with 1 milligram. So far, the biggest super chat of the night is AJ, who's got it at $9.99. So we'll do that a little bit later. Somebody also asked me about the waning effect of tirzepatide at the different dosage levels for their blood glucose. So they asked, even if I'm still losing a little bit of weight on the 5 milligrams, if my blood sugars are creeping up, should I talk to my doctor about increasing my dose? And absolutely, I would. If your sugars are becoming less controlled on a certain dose and you're still losing weight, let's remember, for those of you who are diabetic, it is doing 2 things for us. And so if your sugars are creeping up to a level that you're uncomfortable with and you're only on the 5 milligrams, you got a lot more of the ladder to climb. So I would definitely be talking to my doctor about that if I were you. But that is, again, just me. It's not medical advice. It's just what I would do if I were in those same shoes. So
those are the few things that I wanted to address tonight in the housekeeping segment of the show. I want to get right into the news because there's some really good news. There's a lot of different things I could have covered tonight for the news, but tonight, for the purpose of tonight's show, we're going to cover the Senate hearings from today. So I hope if y'all knew about those, I did a video earlier in the week or perhaps last week. So what's fresh tonight is some of the information that came out of the Senate hearings. This is a story of about how Bernie Sanders was sticking it to big food. So very interesting committee hearing today. So this was the committee that is headed up by Senator Bernie Sanders, independent from, where is he from? Vermont? Somewhere up in the Northeast. I can't remember which state Bernie's from. But he heads up the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. And really what they wanted to tackle today was the massive increase in type 2 diabetes and the massive increase in obesity and how the two correlate and what we can do about bringing those numbers down and having fewer people developing these diseases, what maybe is causing that, and what we can do to increase accessibility. So this is by no means an indictment on anybody's politics. I'm not personally one who's found myself agreeing that often with Bernie Sanders, but I got to tell you, watching the hearings today was fascinating in light of everything that I have learned about these medications, about insurance companies. It was just a fascinating conversation, and I'll kind of give my take on it towards the end of this, but I just wanted to throw out some of the reasons, the numbers behind the reason that they did want to have these hearings today. So they wanted to answer the following three questions in this hearing today. So that's why we've seen such a huge increase in type 2 diabetes over the last 50 years, how that's impacting our healthcare system, and how do we make treatments more available for people without bankrupting Medicare and Medicaid in the process, right? They threw out a statistic that if they were to open up Medicare to GLP-1 medications, it would add something in the ballpark of $27 billion to the tab for Medicare in a given year. So they wanted to really dive into what is the reason for obesity, what about our diet, what about the way that we're marketed to is contributing to that. So it's a very fascinating conversation. 35 million people in the United States have type 2 diabetes. And according to the American Diabetes Association, this represents a $413 billion tab on the economy. And that is up 27% in the last 6 years. A very unsustainable pace when you talk about the cost of healthcare and treating type 2 diabetes. 90% of those with diabetes are obesity. You may have heard of diabesity, which is kind of the two can go hand in hand. People are genetically going to be predisposed to it, but obesity is a huge contributing factor to those who develop type 2 diabetes. Since 1970s, childhood obesity has tripled. 1 in 5 kids and 40% of adults are obese, fall in the obese category. And they are predicting a 700% increase in the next 40 years in childhood obesity unless we intervene. And this is according to the CDC. So all very interesting information. Now, what was some of the most interesting information? And for Bernie Sanders' part at the beginning of it, it really harkened back to the days where they were grilling the CEOs of Philip Morris and how they were marketing cigarettes to children and tobacco products to children. And they actually talked about how a lot of tobacco's holdings, big tobacco's holdings, was also in big food, and how many of those marketing tactics were just super, transposed into their food products. So the marketing that they were using for cigarettes and the way that they were making it more appealing to the masses, including children, was just moved over into food.
and also the concoctions, the recipes for the foods, more refined carbohydrates, more sugar, especially when we talk about sugary beverages for children. So just obviously all things that contribute to diabetes and diabesity, especially in children. And so one of the big things that Bernie is lobbying for is to basically ban marketing of junk food to children, and to he highlighted the fact that there's $14 billion spent on marketing junk food, however they define that, junk food, a year, and $2 billion of that is directly marketed to children. So banning those ads to children. It talked about the massive amounts of junk food ads that children see on Disney and Nickelodeon, and the programming that, interesting that they call it programming, right? The programming that they put out for children. So yeah, all very interesting conversation. Where it got to how do we actually make these medications and these treatments more affordable? Because I think there's two kind of conversations here. One is how do we regulate big business so that they're not taking advantage of vulnerable people and vulnerable populations, including children and minorities? That's a separate conversation, in my opinion, to the accessibility of the treatments, the GLP-1 treatments, because lots of conversation took place around not only type 2 diabetes, but type 1 diabetes. And we're learning the GLP-1 medications, that early intervention with type 1 diabetes helps to preserve beta cell function in type 1 diabetics. So this is all great. These medications are great, but they're not great if people have access to them. And this is where I really felt like the conversation, at least for the first part of it, was really missing the mark, because it seemed like a lot of shade was thrown at big pharma, as if they were the only ones to go after when we're talking about accessibility and affordability of the medicines. And in my experience and what I've learned, that's just not true. It's just not true. What's happening is the PBMs, the middleman, the literal middleman, is controlling what medications go on their formularies by basically offering a pay-to-play scheme, basically legal corruption, pay-to-play to get the medicines on the formulary. So oftentimes PBMs, who are the ones that determine the formularies, are getting 10, 20, 30% kickbacks on the cost of a medication just to put it on the formulary. That's where the waste is. That's where people are getting screwed, because you can come after big pharma and take away their incentive to make money on these medications, but that just stifles innovation. The innovation is what brought us the very drugs that our senators are sitting around a table arguing, how do we increase access to these? So without them, there's no drugs to even argue about as far as treatments go. But these PBMs must be put in check. These insurance companies, who are oftentimes becoming these PBMs, need to be put in check. That's why there was some really great news out of New Jersey this week, where legislation was passed for PBM reform. And there's more things coming, some of it out of this committee with different members of this committee in the Senate, but TBD, right? I mean, so much of the insurance companies, the lobby that goes along with it, have these politicians in their pockets, and it's very, very difficult and hard to imagine that we'll see real reform. But if we want to go after the price of medications, we have to go after the PBMs. The PBMs are the ones that are causing so much inaccessibility to these medicines, both by gatekeeping the formularies, but by increasing the cost of these medications by the way that they structure their deals with big pharmaceutical companies. And what do they actually do? What value are they actually providing to us? Besides getting in between us and our doctors. I had a conversation with CVS Caremark 2 weeks ago when I was trying to get a prior authorization for a diabetes medication. I have a well-documented case of type 2 diabetes. And I called them and I said, what is going on? Why can't I get access to my medication? It's been 2 weeks. Well, we have this process to make sure that you're getting access to the right medication for your treatment. I said, excuse me, you're not a doctor. You're a PBM.
My doctor is my doctor. He's the one who decides what medication is best for me, not you. And she tried to argue with me. I was like, listen, you and I are going to have to agree to disagree on this, but this is nonsense. And this is just one story of one guy who's diabetic. I've heard stories from people who work for PBMs who have anonymously reached out to me and told me that they've had to tell people with cancer, old ladies with cancer, that they're not going to be able to get the treatment that they want because basically it was being gatekept by the PBM. The PBMs need to be dealt with. If there's one thing right under the Treat and Reduce Obesity Act that we can be advocating for when it comes to accessibility and affordability of these medications, it is PBM reform. And we need to start getting loud about PBM reform. So that's what's fresh. There's more to cover on that. And perhaps I'll do a separate video for the sake of time on these hearings, because there was a lot of experts that came on that had a lot of really interesting things to say. And kudos also, I just do want to give a shout out to Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas, who actually did bring PBM reform into the conversation in a very meaningful and impactful way, I thought. And he talked about how baked within the drug act that they're putting together, that they're trying to delink the administration fees from the PBMs to the cost of the drugs. So that would help, separate the cost of a medication. So very, very interesting, very interesting thing to follow today. And that is what's fresh. So Sue the Dude is telling me that I need to read Trish's comment. So I try to scroll up and see how far am I scrolling up here. Apparently Trish is a type 2 diabetic who lost access to Mounjaro. I'm not seeing the comment, but if Trish is still here and wants to put that back in the chat. BJ, welcome to the stream. Hey, if you're new here, welcome. It's good to have you all here. Put an N in the chat next to your name. Let me know that you're new here. I'd like to welcome you by name. But yeah, if Trish wants to put that, unless he's talking about Patricia Burkham. Sorry, yeah, I'm not seeing that, Sue. Maybe they can put that back in the chat and we'll come back to it. I want to keep moving through the show here because we've got awesome guests and I don't want to burn too much time before that, but we're going to talk about the fake news of the week. So let's take out the trash. We already talked about what's fresh. I just wanted to roll the bumper again. Let's actually take out the trash. So let's take out the trash. Let's talk about Oprah. Y'all want to talk about Oprah? So I did a video earlier this week, maybe it was even last week, about some reporting. It turned out that it was pretty disingenuous reporting. It was basically a red carpet week for The Color Purple. And Oprah was part of that. And she came out and she was looking not like a 70-year-old woman. She was in very good shape, and just, turned a lot of heads, and there was a lot of articles written about it. And interestingly, the articles that were written about it were all kind of saying the same thing, that Oprah was saying that she thought GLP-1 medications were the easy way out. I did a quick video about it. No big deal. I don't really focus too much on celebrities and what celebrities think. Matter of fact, I don't really care what any celebrities think. But I thought it was interesting given her platform and given that she is heavily invested, or was at least at one time heavily invested in Weight Watchers. So I thought, I want people to understand that it doesn't matter what Oprah or any celebrity does, says, or thinks about GLP-1s. What matters is what you think about your own journey and whether those tools could be used to effectively help you. And so, I just made a quick video about that. Interestingly enough, it came out yesterday. She responded, I think probably because of all the bad press that she got from these articles. And basically they were disingenuously quoting something that she said back from her panel that she did, where our buddy Lee from Lee Fits In, right? At Lee Fits In over here on YouTube. He's on TikTok as well. He was on the pen just a few weeks ago. He was part of that panel. And he said right away, no, that's what she said when she was doing that panel. And she actually said, in the context she said, when I first found out about them, I thought that they were the easy way out. Obviously, she's changed her tune on that because she came out this week in response to those articles and said, no, that's not true. I'm actually on a GLP-1 for maintenance. So very interesting. Oprah's on the pen. Good for Oprah. And I think good for her for sharing it. She didn't have to share that. She didn't owe it to anybody to share it. I think that it is helpful for anybody with a platform to echo what we've been saying on here, whether it's me, other creators like Chrissy, or any of the content creators in the GLP-1 space, Kim from over on the plus sides also jumps out. Like, there should be no shame in treating what's metabolically broken. That's what these medications do. So much science has evolved. Justin, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you here. Appreciate you being here over on Facebook. But yeah, anybody who can echo that message that there should be no shame in treating what's biologically broken. And people who struggle with obesity, metabolic issues, we're just fixing something that's broken. And there should be no shame in that, regardless of what Oprah says or anybody, or even what I say. But we here on the pen, and our friends like Chrissy and Kim and Mindy, and all of the creators over here on YouTube and on TikTok that talk about this stuff on a daily basis. Janine, we'll keep harping on it too. There's no shame in fixing what's metabolically broken. Donna, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you here, sweetheart. I hope you're doing well. Merry Christmas to you. So yeah, that's what I have to say about that. The fake news really is just that she didn't actually say that she thought GLP-1s were the easy way out. She said that when she first found out about them, she thought that, but she is indeed on the pen. So that's the news for this week. Justin says, it sucks to be addicted to something you have to partake in order to live. Yeah, that is definitely a interesting dichotomy, right? When you talk about things like addiction to food and things like that. So welcome. Glad you're here. So yeah, we want to move on because we've got a great guest tonight. So we're going to bring her into the stream. Tonight, we are excited to welcome in the Hot Channel. She's been here before. She's here again. We're going to welcome in
Hot Channel.
Chrissy, welcome to the stream. Oh, let me take that thing off my face. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. It's awesome to have you back. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being so chill about last week when I had to change plans. So good to have you back.
Of course. Yes, I'm happy to be here. Let me adjust this because I see half my head's missing off the screen there. Let's see if that's better. There we go.
Pretty Christmas tree.
Thank you.
It's my favorite time of year.
Mine too. Love it. Absolutely love it. Well, I'm really happy that you invited me back on your channel. I'm really happy to be here. I've been MIA on my own channel for a while. It's just I've had like creator's block. I haven't really had a lot to update on, and so it's just been I've been away for a while, and I hate it because I miss the conversation among our community. And so I'm just happy to be here and appreciative that you had me on your channel tonight.
Oh, my pleasure. You've got an open invitation, and when I mentioned it a couple weeks ago, I know people were excited to have you back in here. Hey, if you are excited that Chrissy G is here tonight, put it in the chat. Let her know that you're excited to have her here. So I'm so thrilled that you wanted to come back. So thrilled that you're making content again. The GLP-1 space on YouTube is better when you're making content. So I'm glad. We're glad to have you back on behalf of everybody who, like me, I could have a creator block or whatever you called it there. But I have so many people that just send me stuff. They're like, do a video on this, do a video on that. Okay. So if that helps me through those times, because people are like, here, do this. So I settle a bet. Okay. So, or not a bet, but like I started a new job. I've been driving around with this guy. Really interesting guy, actually. He sold diabetes medication for like 30 years. And so we've been able to talk about all sorts of interesting things. But he is one of those people who is avid. A Christmas tree does not go up until Thanksgiving night. How early does Chrissy G put her tree up?
A week before Thanksgiving.
I love it.
Yes.
To me, Christmas is like Halloween to March 1st.
Exactly.
Like the tree is going to be up. The lights are going to be up. Can Christmas season actually be too long? In my book, no.
No, and I'm already like, I'm gonna be so sad. I have this almost the same tree at work. I did the same color scheme and everything, and it calms me so much. It just warms the space, and it just makes me feel so good. Like I could have the most stressful day at work, and I'm like staring at my tree, and I'm like, you're so pretty. Like I don't want you to come down. So it's not even Christmas yet, and I'm already like, no, I don't want it to come down. So.
I think you and my wife are wired a lot alike in that way, because she feels the same way about our tree. And I do too. Like the way she decorated it's just so pretty. It's like, it's very feminine, but it's just very pretty.
and it just makes the whole house feel so homey and cozy.
Mhm.
And she actually like threw out the tree, not in like a tacky way, but just like runs 1 or 2 strands of lights that subtly twinkle, right? So like the tree is mostly just solid, the solid color like on your tree, but just there's a few in there that just will kind of twinkle. And it's just like, I don't know, it's so peaceful. You can't
Exactly.
like why would you just put that between Thanksgiving night and Christmas? I don't agree with that at all. Can't be too long. So tell us a little. So you took a little bit of a hiatus, and I think part of that was you stopped taking GLP-1, right, for a little bit. So tell us a little bit about what that was about, and then what ultimately had you looking back towards Mounjaro.
So my doctor initially wanted me to get down to 175, and I was like, you're crazy and all that good stuff when I was at the 240 mark. And so I got down to 185, as everyone that's followed my journey knows. So I lost just about 60 pounds at that point. And for a while, as many of us have done at some point in our journeys, when we kind of fluctuate the same 2 or 3 pounds and we're just kind of steadily in that range, I ended up at 185. I got all the way down to 178, but I quickly stabilized and maintained at 185. And so I was kind of like, you know what? I think I got this. I've learned portion control through my journey. I know about how much I should be eating to be able to sustain my weight. And so I said, let's, it was a big debate, and I talked and vented a lot about it on my channel. Like, I didn't know if I was really ready to get off, because you get into that, like, I need it. It becomes an addiction, and you feel like, what's going to happen when I come off these medications? And, the terrifying thought of potentially regaining the weight that you work so hard to come off, because I know some people think we're cheating by doing this, or we're taking the easy way out by doing this, but we're absolutely not. It still requires work. It's not some magic shot that just melts your fat. Like, that is not how that works. And so it still requires a lot of patience, a lot of dedication, learning how to eat better, learning portion control. It's not easy. And so I finally made the decision to say, you know what, I'm tired. I'm tired of chasing the medication. I'm tired of fighting, the humiliation of going to your doctor and feeling like you're a failure because you need to stay on this medication and all that. Like, it's just a lot of emotions. And that's why I said it's been an emotional roller coaster through the entire journey. And so the first 2 weeks were the hardest, because at that point I'm feeling like just anxiety, just like everything I'm eating, I'm like, oh my God, like, I'm going to gain the weight. I'm going to, so the first 2 weeks were awful. And then, I slowly start to gain a pound here, gain a pound there, and I'm starting to freak out. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting closer to 190. Like, I was so happy being in the 180s for so long. And now I'm starting to get closer to the 190s. And I got all the way to 194 when I was like, that's enough. Like, I'm getting close to 200 at this point. And I vowed that I would never see the 200s again. I was like, I never want to be in the 200s again. So I sought out a nurse practitioner, who then prescribed me back on Mounjaro. And like I said, my insurance covered it. And so I got back on it. And so it didn't come off as easy as it did the first time. But granted that when I first started this journey, I was at 241 pounds or so.
You had a lot more to lose.
Right. So it was a lot easier. So cutting down a little bit made a big difference, versus now I'm at 194. So I'm not as heavy as I was in the beginning. So I want to say the first month back on it, I think I only lost about 4 pounds. And now I'm on the tail end of the second month, and I've lost another about 6 pounds, because I've lost a total of 11 in just almost 2 months. It's been just about 7 weeks that I've been on it again. So it wasn't too bad. It just wasn't as fast as it was, but it's still pretty good. The biggest difference, though, while I was on that 3-month break, is that the hunger comes back with a vengeance. And it's because you forget what that satiety feels like. Like, you forget that on the injection, even if I were to get hungry, there was no way I could consume so many calories, because I immediately get full. I get full after a few bites. So even if I'm hungry and I choose to eat, I would get full very quickly, versus when you're not on the medication, you're hungry, but you can eat, and you want to eat till you feel satisfied. And that's where the issue for me, the biggest issue for me, was not being on it, is that portion control just goes right out the window when you're still hungry after a few bites. You want to feel full, you want to feel satisfied. And so that was the biggest problem for me. And that's what's scary, because I know that at some point, just like I mentioned, again, I'm having issues with the insurance wanting to cover Mounjaro, because my nurse practitioner now is claiming that they got slapped on the hand by the FDA and they do not want to push Mounjaro for non-diabetics, because now they've got Zepbound. And so that's what they need to push, for us who are not type 2 diabetics. And so I'm going in circles now trying to figure out how to access Zepbound and how to get the coupon, because every time I go to sign the HIPAA form, it tells me error occurred, and I've already gone 3 or 4 times to the website on different days, and it still pulls up error, so I can't even download the coupon at this point.
Have you tried a different browser, like changing the browser?
No, I guess I haven't. I'm always on Google, so I haven't.
I mean to do a video about this, because I probably heard from 5 or 6 different people in different spots. Quick little plug for I have a Facebook group now. It's Zepbound for weight loss. But I've had several people in that group tell me that once they switched browsers, they had no issue. And I think it was Chrome that the people were having issues with. So just not
Okay.
to interrupt
No,
you,
good. I'm glad to hear that, because it's frustrating me. Like, what do you mean error? And so I'm definitely going to jump on the computer and try it first thing tomorrow. So yeah, so that's where I'm at now. And of course my doctor is offering it in office, and he's like, don't worry though, if your insurance doesn't cover it, I offer it in office and you come in weekly. And I'm like, what a hassle to have to come in weekly to your office to get an injection that I'm already been doing on my own for so long. And so that's frustrating, because it's all about the dollar signs for everybody at this point. And the desperation of us people who are mortified of gaining the weight, and you're almost willing to put yourself in this vulnerable state just to be able to maintain a weight loss or to keep losing weight. It's just terrible.
I 100% agree. And I think somebody said it best. This is not me saying this. This is somebody else that said it. I wish I remembered who I could attribute it to. But they said when things like what you just explained happen, and people are trying to capitalize on people's desperation, whatever that looks like. And I'm not even saying that this doctor necessarily is that, but there's definitely those out there who are. And it feels for people who have obesity, who have been suckered in by everything that we could spend money on that might help us to lose weight and actually finally get to where we want to be health-wise, only to have it not be the answer. It's like we're being victimized all over again and exploited all over again, when people are just seizing on an opportunity to take advantage of people. And it just feels gross. And it feels especially gross when it comes from doctors, because doctors are, take an oath to do no harm. And when you're taking advantage of people in a vulnerable position like that, like, is it really doing no harm? And I don't know. Again, not an indictment on that doctor, but there are those out there who are, and it feels gross. One question that I had, as you're talking about getting back on Mounjaro, so you were off for what, a couple months, right?
About 3 months. Yep.
3 months. Okay. So what dose did you jump back in at?
7.5.
Okay. It's interesting. There's a lot of people that I am seeing that are doing that maybe were on Mounjaro, lost access in June when the coupon changed, probably wrote out their 3 months that they stocked up on in June. So they've been out for a couple of months, and now they're trying Zepbound, and doctors are often jumping them in at that 7.5 dose. I'm also seeing a lot of people who are switching from Wegovy or Ozempic, where doctors are putting them on that 7.5 dose. And it seems to be, anecdotally, it seems to be a really good spot for people to jump in on. So you've responded to it. You said like a little bit slower, but it sounds like you are responding to it, which is very encouraging, because I'm sure it would be super discouraging to go on a 3-month hiatus, to feel all that anxiety that you would feel about just going off it and be like, can I do this? Is this going to be successful? To realize that you probably need it again, but then to be afraid of it not working. That would be a huge fear of mine if I would have been in that boat.
And I'm sorry, you guys, my bird's going to start talking with me, because as soon as I start talking, he wants to conversate with me. But so I apologize for that. But yes, that was, so I was hoping that they weren't going to want to bump me all the way to the beginning, because I felt like my body's already been on it. I didn't feel like I needed to go back, and I let the doctor know, or the nurse practitioner, like, hey, I think I'll be fine on 7.5. And they were like, that's fine if you think you'll be okay on it. If you're not and you feel extremely sick or whatnot on it, then let us know and we'll bump you back down. But no, I came back on the 7.5. I always said that the 10 milligram was my favorite dose. That's where I ended. I think I ended on that one. No, I ended on the 7.5 because I weaned myself down from 7.5 and stopped. So going back onto the 7.5 was great, but the hunger suppression wasn't extreme like it was when I started my journey fresh, that my body was like, what is this? I've never had this crack in my body before. And it was like shocking. And when I initially went on the 2.5, but it did help right away. Like immediately the hunger suppression was there. And I was just like, oh my God, it's just incredible, right? Because we almost forget, when you stay on these medications for so long, you almost forget what it felt like to be hungry all the time. And you feel like this is the new norm. And then when you get thrown off of it and it comes back and you're like, oh my God, like what a difference. Because, like my mom's been on it for over a year and she's lost over 120 pounds at this point. I mean, people don't recognize her anymore. She's literally half the person she was a year ago. And she'll tell me all the time, oh, it's not the medication anymore. It's me. I learned, I eat very little now. And I'm like, no, Mom, you don't understand. And she's on the 15 milligram. And I'm like, you think that it's you putting in all the effort, but in reality, this medication is still giving you that boost. And I can guarantee you, if you came off of it, you'd start regaining, just because your body starts to want to eat a little bit more. So yes, she's done well. She's been able to maintain, and she's down to 128 now, which is crazy. She weighed that in her 20s, and she's now, 59. And so she's over the moon. She's happy because she's just feeling the best she's ever felt. And she can't believe she's in size 3s now again, like if she was a teenager again. And so she's ecstatic, but she forgets, right? She feels like, no, this is normal. This is me putting in the effort. And I'm like, yeah, a big portion of it is you putting the effort, because obviously you've changed your habits. You're eating a lot less than you were at 245 pounds. But at the same token, you forget that it's not the norm. And the moment that you do come off, it becomes hard, because you've got to eat very little to sustain 128 pounds, so that's the biggest factor.
Yeah. So I want to dovetail on what you're saying a little bit, and help provide, again, it's the way a different doctor, a friend of mine, explained it to me. But when you talk about the feeling of hunger that you have and you kind of get used to it, or the feeling of appetite suppression or lack of hunger that you feel on these medications. And there's definitely a spectrum of how people feel, because, not everybody responds to the same way. But when you talk about GLP-1, the most prominent of the incretin hormones, they're released in your body when you eat. They're released in response to food in your digestive system. But GLP-1 in its natural form lasts for a very short amount of time. These mimic GLP-1, but they last for a week. Or, the half-life is 5 days for this, and it's 3 days for this, right? So much longer, where it's just, hours, minutes and hours that GLP-1 lasts in your body. So it actually is making you feel the same way as you eat as it does when you eat. And so when obviously you have a bunch of that in your system and then you remove it, you're going to be more hungry and you're going to consume more calories. And I'm glad you explained all that, because I was going to ask you that very question. Like, what do you think the weight gain ultimately came from? Do you think that it was that you're actually eating more than you were? And I was glad to hear that you are, because I think that's what everybody says, is like, you teach yourself good habits, you'll come off the medication and you'll just be eating less, because that's what you'll be doing. I'm like, that is pretty pie in the sky. There's going to be some people that I think are going to be able to do that. But like Eli Lilly just released trial data on tirzepatide. And guess what? Most people, if they come off it, they gain it back, or at least a good portion, maybe not all of it, but a good portion of it. And I think it's regardless of people's, again, their willpower or anything like that. It's hormonal.
So I completely agree. And so in the beginning, and a lot of my journey, and we should, right? The point of this medication is to learn better habits. It is to learn portion control, because unfortunately we think that, because I always felt like I'm not overeating. I don't overeat. I'm not eating 2 hamburgers and a whole pizza by myself, because that's what you think that a person that weighs 500, 600 pounds is doing, right? That they're eating excessive amount of food. I always felt like I usually skip breakfast, and for lunch I have, maybe if I do get fast food, it would be just your normal burger, fries, and a drink, and a diet drink, because I don't drink calories, right? And so I'd rather eat them. And then for dinner, I have whatever it is that I cook, which is to me a normal portion. But then when, in the grand scheme of things, when you learn what you should really be eating for your height and your, being a female or male, whatever it may be, it's a lot less than we're programmed to think that we can eat, because like you said, you see the commercials of what you think a normal lunch should be or what a normal typical dinner should be, but it's not. It's usually half of that portion or a fourth of that portion. And that's where we don't realize that we're overeating. And yes, for many people, it is hormonal or PCOS or diabetes. There's a lot of different things that contribute to why people gain or lose differently, right? But for me, my case personally, it's all about portion control. And one of my biggest focus was always, because people ask me, well, what do you do to what are you eating different, or are you eating healthy 80% of the time and then goofing off 20? I never really changed. I am eating a lot healthier. Obviously, I'm not eating the same way I did before these medications. But even then, I didn't cut any food groups out, because that's why Weight Watchers was a bit of a success for me at one point, because they don't really cut any one food group. And for me, I didn't want to do keto because I love fruit. At the end of the day, I love to eat fruits. And when I did keto for 2 months, I was miserable because I was like, I really miss pineapple. I miss mangoes. I miss peaches. Like, I love eating those things. And I didn't want to live a lifestyle where I felt punished for eating what would be considered a healthier option, right? And so that didn't work for me. And so I always told people, don't go into an extreme diet while you're on this medication, because when you come off this medication, if you do eventually, and you go back to your old eating habits, the weight's going to come on just as fast as if not faster. And so me being off of it for 3 months and only gaining 9 pounds over the course of that 3 months wasn't too bad. It wasn't great, but it's because I increased the portions, not the calorie and not the type of food, right? It wasn't because, oh, now she's eating burgers and pizza. That wasn't the case. I was eating the same. The problem is that before, I was completely satisfied with a small piece of chicken breast with a few broccoli florets and a bite of mac and cheese or something. Now it's like I can eat 2 pieces of chicken breast, all my mac and cheese and the broccoli, And so that was the biggest difference for me. It wasn't so much that I'm eating unhealthy or anything like that. It was just that I could eat more. And so unfortunately, that's again that hunger, right? You don't have that same slow emptying of your stomach where it feels empty all the time. I was going to the restroom. I know TMI, but we all talk about this, right? On Mounjaro, It's like I can go 4 or 5 days without going. And when I was off of it for those 3 months, it was nice. I was going every day. My stomach was emptying as it should. And so, so I was always hungry.
Yeah. So I like that you brought that topic up, because I was talking to you before we started how I switched to Ozempic. And really, I felt like the 15 milligram for me, it gave me some really good appetite suppression at first, but I really didn't lose any weight on the 15 milligram. I lost my weight on the way up to the 15 milligram. And then the 15 milligram just helped me keep that 30 pounds off. But I never felt the delayed gastric emptying. I never felt it in bowel movements. I never saw it on my CGM. Like, I would eat and my sugars would go up. So I was like, that's just doesn't happen for me. And I think that's an essential part of the appetite suppression. So interestingly, and you've been on semaglutide, right?
Yes.
Can you start there?
Yes, 3 months.
So for me, what's interesting is, even though people tend to lose more weight and have fewer side effects on Mounjaro, which is Zepbound, Zepbound, for those of you who are just tuning in and new to this. I feel the delayed emptying. I eat and my stomach stays full for a long time. Like, I can feel it in my stomach, and that's a new sensation for me. So just interesting to me that semaglutide is actually working better in that department for me. Can you speak a little bit to what your experience was? Because there's a lot of people who are moving from Wegovy. Again, Wegovy is Ozempic with a different name, just like Mounjaro is Zepbound with a different name. Can you tell everybody what your experience was, like what your experience was on Ozempic and then on Mounjaro, and what the difference that you felt was?
So I think for most people that started on a tirzepatide and are moving back down into a semaglutide, I think it's a little more difficult because I feel like Mounjaro is a little bit stronger. But if you start somewhere, then and you want to start, before your body gets used to it, I would suggest a semaglutide, because I started on that. And in those 3 months that I was on it, I was losing a consistent 10 to 11 pounds a month on that. So that's why I always tell people, you can still lose just as much weight on a semaglutide as you could on a tirzepatide. Like, don't let that make you feel like, oh, it's not going to work, or I'm not going to be able to lose the weight on it, because you can successfully lose it. Many people, before Mounjaro was even talked about or existed, right? Many people would talk about, I had diabetes friends who would be like, oh, I've been on this new medication and I lost 15 pounds in a month. And I'd be like, what medication? And they're like, oh, it's a diabetes med. Back then we didn't know. Nobody knew that this was a weight loss drug, or that people were using it for weight loss, right? But I knew a few diabetics who were on it, who were talking about how they were losing weight on it. Now, once I moved into Mounjaro, we did that only because of the coupon. Like, my doctor was like, hey, there's this new medication coming out. It's not even out yet, but it's fixing to come out. And because of that, they're offering a coupon. He's like, it's even better because not only does it have that GLP, but it has that GIP, which is basically a double punch for the hunger suppression portion of it and whatnot. And so that's the only reason why I switched. It wasn't because Ozempic wasn't working for me or anything like that. It was just because, okay, I'm paying $125 a month for the compound semaglutide, and now I can pay for this better medication for $25 a month. And so that's why we made the switch early on. And then I consistently lost 10 pounds or so the first month and 2 of Mounjaro, and then it started kind of weaning off. And I'm glad you mentioned that about how you didn't lose extreme amount of weight on 15 milligram, because that's another thing that I feel like people early on want to hurry up and titrate, because there's been this misconception of the higher the dose, the more you lose, right? And I know a lot of people who have lost a majority of their weight on the lower doses. Debbie at my office lost, I think she's at 50 pounds about, and she's never even titrated from the 5. She's been on the 5 the entire time. And then you have people like my mom, who's a diabetic, had high blood pressure, cholesterol, all that. And she wanted to hurry up and get to that 15, but she's lost 120 pounds, like I said. And people, say, well, I'm diabetic, so I can't lose it as fast. But I think it has a lot to do with also how much effort, because like my mom's been on it less time than I have, because she jumped on the bandwagon after I was on it for about 3 months, and she's like, oh, wait a minute, you're thinner than I am now. And I've never been thinner than my mom. I've always been much heavier than my mom. And she saw that I was successfully losing weight, and she's like, well, I'm diabetic, I should be able to get on this medication that you're on if it's for diabetes. And I was like, well, ask your doctor about it. And so she got on it and immediately started noticing a difference. And she surpassed me early. I stopped at 60 and she just kept flying, way past me. And she has diabetes and stuff. So I think, but she's a lot more conscious than I am. She eats a lot less than I do. And she always had a better metabolism than I did, because I always told my mom, if I ate like you ate, I'd be 400 pounds. Like she liked her chocolate, And so she has better metabolism, so she's able to lose it easily. Then we had like my cousin Erica, who's also a diabetic, who got kicked off of Mounjaro because her insurance wouldn't cover it. And then I feel sorry for people like her, because I'm like, you really need the medication. And how is it possible that you are type 2 diabetic and you can't have accessibility to a medication that you need, or that, would help you? So it's all over the place. But it does require effort. And that's why I say it's not the easy way out for anyone. It still requires some effort and some dedication, because I have some coworkers who were on Mounjaro and lost the initial 10, 15 pounds, but they want to eat like normal. They still want to eat the same portions, and, so they don't lose the weight that other people tend to lose on these medications. So no, I think go ahead.
Well, one of the things that I was going to ask you is because I'm trying to true up what you're saying when you say try harder, because you say you didn't change the foods you ate, you just ate less, right? So what constitutes trying harder? Because to me, it's like how good the medication works for you or not. Because I've kind of been in the same camp with you, Christy. Like I did diet culture for 20 years and it got me to 320 pounds. And so really with this medication, what I was looking for was I don't want to do anything dramatic because I want to be able to sustain a life that is balanced. Like I want to be able to enjoy the foods that I want, and I want to be able to enjoy them in the amount that is appropriate for my body that allows me to be at a healthy weight. So what do you think when you say the people who aren't trying, they're eating too much, they're eating the wrong foods? What's your opinion about that?
I think it's a combination of both, right? Because when I was losing the bulk of my weight, I was trying to add more steps to my day. We all know we were on Stride Kick for a while, and we were kind of competing, and I was adding a lot more exercise. I was being more strict on my portions. I was trying not to eat if I didn't have to. And now I'm a lot more relaxed, right? Like, yes, I'm cutting back, but obviously not enough to keep losing weight because I kind of stay stuck here, right? And so I noticed that the weeks that I lose a little bit more are the weeks that I'm stricter on my diet. And that's why I say this is me personally, though, because I don't have anything else. We tested all my hormones, blood work, and all that. Everything else is fine. So for me, it really is portion control. So when I try harder to minimize my portion, some weeks I tend to lose more of those weeks. Like my mom, she eats like a bird. Like we go out to eat now and I'm like, Mom, seriously? She orders an appetizer and we'll pick at the appetizer. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like you, I want to be able to enjoy the meals that I want to enjoy. Like I don't want to feel like I'm just picking a few things off my plate and then like, okay, I'm done for the day. Like, no, I want to at least be able to enjoy somewhat I don't want to feel like I'm deprived because like you said, that's what created that binge eating culture, right? Like that's what I did all my life. Like I would starve myself and then I would binge eat because I wanted everything that I was telling myself I couldn't have. And that's why I said, no, you know what, with this medication, because it's helping me so much with my portion and being able to stop eating when I'm full, I'm going to not cut down that way because I knew that the moment I didn't have access to the medication, I wasn't going to be able to have, what do you call it? Willpower that, people say it's because you need willpower. Well, yeah, willpower is easy when you're not hungry. It's easy to say no when you're not hungry. But guess what? When you're starving and you're driving to work in the morning and there's a McDonald's and a Dunkin' Donuts and a Starbucks at every corner, like it's hard to be like, yeah, no, not going to stop there today. I'm going to go to work and have my coffee with a skinny girl. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Like you have to mentally fight this urge every day. And when I'm not hungry, I don't think about it. I'm driving past all these places, no care in the world. But when you're like your intestines are eating each other, it's hard. It's hard not to deviate and eat what you're not supposed to.
Yeah. That's interesting. I think, the journey is unique to every individual, and what's going to be successful in the long-term TBD. I think I kept waiting for, the thing I said about Mounjaro for the longest time is that it allowed me to eat normal people food, normal people portions, and feel normal people full. And I still truly feel that way. It's just like the weight loss stopped at 30 pounds. And I've never been about doing anything dramatic on this specific journey with these medications because I've done dramatic. It doesn't work. Mm-mm. And so I guess like for me, I just needed more than Mounjaro was offering from I guess I need to eat 1,200 calories a day, but like I can't do that that's not living to me. One of the interesting things that I heard, and again, I think that's biologic. Like you said, your mom can eat a certain way and you're like, I'd be 400 pounds. That's the case. And I think that one of the things that I've really enjoyed from Dr. Dan, I don't know if you know who Dr. Dan is, but he's a doctor,
on
pharmacist.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Is he on TikTok?
He's on TikTok. He's on YouTube too. So he was on the show like a couple of months ago, and he's like, I can't remember how he phrased it, but he's like, basically the bottom line of what he was saying is like, it's not just about hitting a weight. It's about hitting a weight and like being from a 360-degree view, your happiest version of you. And your happiest version of you might not be the version of you that can't eat a carbohydrate.
Right.
It just might. It's like you might be your ideal weight, but you feel miserable and deprived all the time. And like you're punishing yourself. Like, is that actually happiness? Is that actually fulfillment? And so I just thought like that's the greatest way to look at it. And I think that that's the way that you're looking at it. I think there's a way that I'm looking at it. I just think that one of these days we're going to understand why these medications hit different for people, you know, and it's the same reason, same thing, like why somebody can eat a certain way and not gain weight. And like you or I look at a donut and our face gets 2 times the size that it was yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Like, just even from day to day, I swear to God, like some days I'm like, why does my face look like I'm 10 pounds fatter today? You know, and I'll look back and I'll be like, I must have like looked at a donut or something. I don't know. But someday we'll understand all that. Until we do, I think, you know, it's just great to be in community, because one of the things that you know, the GLP-1 journey has given me is just like a longevity, like a long-term commitment to finding what it takes to be healthy. But in the meantime, I haven't felt like I've been scratching and clawing my way there. And that's a huge gift because, you know, even though I've kind of ticked back up a few pounds in weight, the Ozempic's got it going back in the other direction again, until like some folks were saying in the chat, until there are better options available, like retatrutide. There's a bunch of utides in the pipeline, right? And so someday we're going to get access to other ones that are more powerful. Like there's another one. I can't remember. There's so many in my brain anymore from reading everything that I've read, but there's some where people have lost more weight than Mounjaro in half the time. And those will be here. And some of us are going to need those. And at the end of the day, some of us, maybe myself included, might end up needing bariatric surgery to get to where we need to be. But in the meantime, it's so great to do it in community. I know you have a great community. If you are all or not following Chrissy, let me see if I have a banner that I can scroll. She's obviously over here on YouTube. Most of you are probably going to be well aware of that and already follow her content. But you're at The Real Chrissy G, right? And
Yes.
Are you at The Real Chrissy G everywhere, or what are your main call outs?
I think I'm at The Real Chrissy G on both here, YouTube and Instagram and Threads, which I haven't really got into. I started my account, but it seems like a lot. And then, or maybe I'm just getting old and I feel like, oh my God, it's too much. And then on TikTok, I'm Chrissy G Life with Me on TikTok. So
awesome. Yeah, sometime we'll have to do a TikTok live together. That would be fun too. Do you ever do a TikTok live?
I used to do TikTok live all the time. That's actually where I started doing lives before I even did lives on YouTube. And I started growing my channel there. And then I don't know, I've been in this rut and I don't know why. I think it's because, like I said, I have creator's block, and I'm like, I was actually going to ask my community, like, let's do a Q&A, right? Because I get asked a lot of the same questions, which I'm sure you do too, all the time. It's usually the same questions, but because I haven't put any fresh content, I'm like, it would probably be a good time to address a lot of the common questions that we get all the time on this journey. So, and we've been on it for so long now, right, that we can speak to a lot of what's going on. And so I'm excited. I'm probably going to work on that soon, but so yeah, it's just I'm glad that you're doing well on Ozempic. I'm glad that you're sharing that, because it's important, right? A lot of people that are having to go back to Ozempic or Wegovy or whatnot are feeling discouraged, and I say absolutely not, because as you said, it may work better for you. There may be something different in the chemical makeup of Ozempic that may work better for you than Mounjaro. So I'm glad that you're sharing that, and I'm glad that you're doing well on that. And so, but yes, I mean, overall, I think even outside and for whatever reason, I don't know if it's because my channel is growing a little bit more all of a sudden, but I'm getting a lot of negative comments, like people, you know, saying, oh, you're willing to risk your, you know, your health and cancer. And, you know, there's just a lot of that lately. And I'm just like, you know, but the sun causes cancer, right? So what am I supposed to do? Walk in a bubble outside? The air that we breathe causes cancer. And like my mom, you know, people make the comment, they'll ask her, what's wrong? Are you sick? You know, what's going on? Do you have cancer or something? And I'm like, people are so mean. Like, she's the happiest she's ever been. And people were like, what's wrong, when they see her, you know, after. And so, and I'm glad that you mentioned the bariatric surgery, because that's another thing that there's people that I know who have had surgery who my mom has now surpassed them in the same amount of time. She's lost more on this medication, and they're kind of looking at her like, are you kidding me? Like, I went and paid $20,000 and I lost 50 pounds, and you're over here paying $25 a month for a medication and you lost 120. How is this possible? So my cousin, I convinced her to get on the medication before she was considering surgery also. But yes, as you said, right, whatever it is that works for you. And like you said, it's not going to work the same for everybody. I couldn't believe it worked for me, because I'm one of those people that I buy everything that works for everyone else, but it never works for me. And so when I got on this medication and it worked so well, because I get a lot of people who are like, well, I don't feel any suppression on the 2.5. And I did immediately. And so I'm like, be patient, it'll come. Maybe once you get up to a higher dose, you'll get that suppression. And then you have the people on the other scale, right, that are like, I'm puking my brains out. And so it just works different for everyone, right? And like you said, I mean, it just depends. So I'm just happy that Ozempic is working for you. And for those who feel discouraged because they've been kicked off of, tirzepatide and having to move over to semaglutide, I mean, don't let that discourage you. Like, give it an opportunity, have that positive outlook, because that will help you get through your journey.
Absolutely. Great advice. Well, thank you for being here, Christy. We'll have to do it again sometime. Your eyelashes are on point tonight. I don't expect you to say the same to me. It's like, how are we going to top the last time you were on? I was like, I was like, there's no way to top doing makeup other than doing it again. And I think that was a one-time shot for me. But we're glad you're back. On behalf of everybody, I know we're glad you're back to making content. I think, like I said, the community is better when people like you who are OGs have been doing it. And thank you also for sharing your journey, being honest about your journey, because there's people that need to know, like, you might need the medication to keep it off. Like, that's okay. Obesity is a chronic disease. And for most people, it's a treatment, not a cure. Just getting the weight off doesn't fix the broken biology. It doesn't fix the broken metabolism. So for most people, it's going to require a long-term treatment. But that said, I think your story is really important too. And I just really appreciate you sharing with the community your experience too. And we'll regroup in a couple months and do it again.
Of course. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for everyone in the comments who's saying hello. I was trying to keep up as I was here, but thank you for everyone who joined us, who joined in tonight to watch our live. And thank you so much. Like I said, I'm humbled for you having me on your show, and I appreciate it. And I always have a lot of fun when we talk, and it's nice. So thank you.
Totally. Good catching up. You have a Merry Christmas. It's great to see you.
You too. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Happy New Year, everyone. Sorry, this is like the fifth time I've done it muted. Happy New Year, everyone, to our East Coast friends. Really, really appreciate this. I can't wait for what the next year holds for me, for you, and for this community. It's going to be a good one. There's going to be more of us next year. It's amazing. Thank you for those who have stuck around for a very, very long time. Now that we are officially in 2024 on the East Coast, our last On the Pen for the night going to be last week's episode with Brent Tuggle. Brent is in the chat currently. So Brent was talking about how he's left 40% of his body weight in 2023, which is an absolute amazing feat. He not only lent some of his time to the stream last week, but he has lent a good deal of his time to helping moderate my Facebook group Zepbound for weight loss. And so thank you to Brent for the time he puts in over there and all he has contributed to the community in that way, as well as his men's Facebook group. And thank him also for his time that he gave to the stream last week. We're going to enjoy that episode one more time, the last one of the night. Happy New Year to our friends on the East Coast. I'm so looking forward to 2024 and to spending it all with you. Cheers. Happy New Year.
Then join us on the plus sides, cracking the obesity code, the ground
on the Pen Live that we ever did. I streamed that. I don't know if any of you caught that this week, but a great show. Michelle Hess is going to come back and join us sometime, hopefully in January as well. We had a great conversation with her last year, several on the pens, and so it's been a while. We want to catch up with her. And so tonight, for tonight's show, I just want to say thank you for being here. Some of you have been here that entire year. Our guest, Brent, he's been around on, as a member of the channel, part of the On the Pen community for a year now. I know so many of you who are in here now have also been around for the whole journey. So what a year it's been. I'm very thankful for you all. Thank you for being a part of what we do here. So tonight, we've got Brent in here. Brent's lost over 100 pounds on Mounjaro, and just an awesome story. Somebody who's in maintenance now on GLP-1 medication. So if you are at or nearing maintenance and you have questions, it's going to be a great show for you tonight. And he's just a really methodical, logical guy who likes to look at numbers. And so he's got a lot of interesting insights to share as far as his journey goes. So I'm excited to hear from him tonight. If you are new here tonight, I would love to hear from you. If you're new, put an N in the chat next to your name. Let me know that you're new here, because we'd love to welcome you by name. We always love it when we have new members and visitors to the channel. So thank you all for being here tonight. Would love to hear from you and know what medication that you're on. Let's get into a little bit of housekeeping before we get this show rolling tonight. Hopefully this doesn't set off the echo bomb again.
Housekeeping.
You want mint for pillow? So, housekeeping. So, like I said, we've hit a year. We had our year mark last week. What a year it's been. On the Pen, this show has just become a real staple in the community of GLP-1 users, and you all have made it great. And so, as I was saying in the members only chat before here, I would be remiss to mention how great the community is without giving a special shout out to Sue the Dude, who moderates here and does such a great job keeping the chat rolling every week. And so many of you are members because Sue the Dude has gifted so many memberships. So thank you, Sue the Dude. Special shout out to you. You are definitely a super special part of this community, along with all of you. But Sue the Dude, special hat tip, because he's in every single live that we do. Really spurring on great conversation in the chat. Brandon is new on his second week as Zepbound. Welcome. Good to have you here, Brandon. Thanks for being here. It's good to have you here. Make sure that you have any questions tonight for myself or for Brent. Put an N in the chat next to your name. Let me know that you're new here, but then put a Q in front of your question so that we know you have a question. We can get back to that a little bit later on. If you're new, like Brandon, you might just want a little bit of background. I'm Dave Knapp, man on the Mounjaro. I've been on Mounjaro for a year. I have lost 30 pounds. It's been the first time in my adult life. Steve, welcome to Technophile. I thought that was a new name as well. So I did a year on Mounjaro, lost 30 pounds for the first time in my obese life. I was able to lose 30 pounds in a year and not gain back 45. So that's a win. But I did plateau and I kind of leveled out. So now I am on Ozempic, the 2 milligram dose. And one of the things that we do on this channel is every night, the largest super chat of the night gets to choose where I inject this bad girl. So 2 milligrams going in tonight. So if you are the biggest super chat of the night, you'll be able to tell me where to inject this bad girl. But, in my GLP-1 exploits, I've developed a pretty good community, both here on YouTube. We're almost to 6,000. So make sure that if you're new here, you hit that subscribe button to help us get to our goal of hitting 6,000. It'd be amazing if we could hit that before the end of the year, but that's a pretty lofty goal. But if anybody who's new is watching this could hit that subscribe button, we can get a little bit closer. So one of the things that I did about 6 months ago is I jumped over to TikTok as well. And on TikTok, we're near 20,000 followers. So I hear from a lot of people on a weekly basis. Between all the different social media channels I have, we're close to 30,000 followers. And so I hear just from a lot of people. So when you ask, like, who is this dude and what does he have to offer? Well, I hear from a lot of people. So if you are just starting, especially as a journey with a GLP-1 medication like Zepbound, Mounjaro, Ozempic, Wegovy, Saxenda, Victoza, Trulicity, Any of those medications, they all kind of fall into a similar class of medications that act on incretin hormones. These are hormones that are oftentimes dysregulated in your gut if you're obese or have any metabolic sickness. If you're just starting, there isn't going to be much that you're going to deal with that I haven't also talked to somebody else who's dealt with the same thing. So we come in here, we share the news about what's going on in the world of GLP-1s. We debunk some of the things that are going around that are bunk news in the world of GLP-1s. And we just have a great time. And we do it all while usually inviting a special guest on the show. So that's what we do on The Pen. We do that every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Central Time. This is our 46th episode of the show. So that's what we do here if you're new. So just to kind of give you a background of what we do. So that's kind of what's going on in the world of this channel here. Of course, on a personal note, I've been on Ozempic here close to a month here. It is, it's another week in the Knapp household of strep. So we got that going for us too. So it's just, I feel like we can't catch a break health-wise around here sometimes. But we're hoping to all be kind of over the hump by the time Christmas rolls around so that we can all enjoy each other. Charlie Johnson is, are you new here, Charlie? 245 to 165. That is amazing. Wow. So very good. If you're new here, let me know that you're new here. It sounds good to have extra voices, new voices. I know that there's more people coming into the community via Zetbound. So welcome, Charlie. And to the other folks who said that they were new tonight, including, let's see, who else did I miss? Hey, Freedom Variants here. Welcome, Freedom. Yeah, I got to scroll up too far. You know who you are. I already said hey to you. Welcome to the newbies. So yeah, with that said, let's get right into the second part of our show where we like to talk about what's fresh in the world of GLP-1 medications. There's a lot to talk about tonight, but we're only going to zero in on a couple of things because we want to have plenty of time to talk to Brent. So let's get right into what's fresh. So some interesting things going on in the world of GLP-1s tonight. I had them all queued up, and then I had to kill my browser, so I lost all my all of the tabs that I had. But I think we can still kind of get the gist here. Give me 1 second. So Eli Lilly, basically invested another nearly $500 million in an AI company called Fauna. And this is a really interesting company to have invested in because they use AI, but they have a specific focus in their AI as far as identifying potential new molecules that they could use to treat chronic disease, specifically the diseases of obesity and diabetes. Now, the really interesting thing about this specific company is they actually study specifically animals that hibernate. And they're looking at specific patterns, specific molecules that these animals make, these hibernating animals make, that can maybe be replicated to help treat chronic disease. So when Eli Lilly said on their last conference call, if you follow my channel, you'll kind of get a flavor for the fact that that's some of the stuff we follow here, is what they say on these conference calls. These earnings calls tell us a lot about what these companies are going to be doing in the future. And I just think that's an exciting thing to follow. So we cover all that. They said they're going to turn over every stone as it relates to obesity and diabetes research until the data that they come up with tells them to stop turning stones over. And so this is really interesting because studying animals that hibernate is just, and infusing that with AI and what you can learn, I just think we're just at I've said this for a year now, we're at the advent, I think, of what pharmacological drugs can do to help treat metabolic sickness like obesity and diabetes. And it's just amazing to see what these companies are developing and researching. And so it'll be really fun to follow, and we'll continue to do it on this channel. But Eli Lilly investing another $500 million into an AI company that can help them study specifically hibernating animals and how those animals might lead us to some breakthroughs in diabetes and obesity. Very, very fascinating stuff. Another topic that I wanted to talk about, and I want to get some interaction from y'all, and I will make sure that we get back to the questions. Sue the Dude, I don't know if you have the ability to maybe text me any questions that you see in the chat so that I can make sure that we get back to them. or Brent if you want to make a note. But is anybody actually considering going off the medication for the holidays? Brent's getting them, so we're all good. Thanks, Brent. Is anybody actually considering suspending their use of GLP-1 medications for the holidays? Now, I read an article about this earlier this week. I think it was sent to me by Matt. The last article, by the way, was compliments of Sue the Dude. So just credit where credit's due. Thank you for feeding me this information, guys. But this is just fascinating to me. The idea of people actually going off a GLP-1 medication, you're taking it for weight loss to help you, reset your behaviors, and you want to go off the medication so that you can overeat. I don't help me understand that. That to me has me scratching my head, and also honestly, a little bit jealous of people who take the medication and actually have that level of appetite suppression where they just feel like they cannot eat. I can't imagine that. I just can't imagine. I didn't experience it on Mounjaro. I haven't experienced it on Ozempic. And it's just fascinating, but it's happening in large enough numbers that major media outlets are reporting on it because people are making videos about this. So I think that's just fascinating. I can't imagine many in this community are planning on doing that. I haven't heard from anybody who's planning on doing that, but in no way would I consider suspending a treatment that is helping to fix me biologically just so that I can revert to old patterns of behavior. I think that whole mentality just kind of feeds back into this toxic view of obesity that has been propagated throughout society in general, that it is a disease, not a disease, but rather a condition of behaviors rather than something that's there's stuff metabolically and biologically going on. So fascinating. I'm not hearing from anybody that you're actually planning on doing that. So I'm glad to hear that from this community. I just think that was absurd. One of the things that I want to get into here before we bring Brent on is some fake news. And we covered this on our channel, but it's starting to get more serious. And I'm glad that we've covered it on this channel. So this won't be new news to you necessarily. But some news that broke this week, I think, is worthy of covering. And this falls under the category of taking out the trash because this is something that we got to be aware of. So this week, actually I think it was just today or yesterday, news broke from the FDA that the fake bootleg Ozempic pens that have been popping up in Europe are now popping up here in the United States. And again, this is happening at the pharmacy level. So at the pharmacy level, what we're seeing fake bootleg Ozempic pens, and they're typically filled with insulin glargine, not Ozempic, which can be a very, very dangerous condition because what insulin does is it drives your blood sugars into the ground, and super low blood sugars can actually kill people. This is serious, serious business. GLP-1s stimulate your pancreas, the beta cells in your pancreas, to make more insulin when you need it. But actual artificial insulin just drives your blood sugar into the ground. And so there's actually been cases in the European Union of people who have actually died from this. They've gone into super hypoglycemia and lost their lives. It is very dangerous. So a couple things that I want to make sure that we cover on the stream tonight is what some identifiers are. So when you look at your Ozempic pen, notice there are no markings on there. There's no numbers, no nothing. On these fake pens, you'll see numbers like you would on a normal syringe, right? And that's because these are actually Lantus pens. They're pens made by Sanofi that are actually insulin pens. And what they do is they remove the labels. They're little blue pens. They look kind of similar. They'll remove the label and put an Ozempic label on it, but it's literally just their insulin in there. One of the big key identifiers, you see the color of this? Now this is 2 Ozempic pens here. The color of this plunger is gray. On the bootleg ones, you'll see that the color of the plunger is actually purple. So if you don't have a gray plunger on the end, you know that you're dealing with a potential bootleg version of the medication. The other telltale sign, again, is going to be any markings here. That's just clear. It's just a clear glass. There's no markings on it whatsoever. If there are markings on that, you need to contact not only your pharmacy right away, because it would have been your pharmacy that's been duped into buying the bootleg medications. But also I would contact your authorities. I would actually contact the FDA directly and tell them that you've gotten a hold of this. This is a very dangerous and scary situation. So I want you all to be informed. I'm working on getting a hold of a water pen. That's what drug reps actually give to endocrinologists to teach people how to inject this insulin. I'm hoping to get, and if you are an endocrinologist, know an endocrinologist, or you are a doctor and you work and you have access to be able to get one of these water pens to me. Again, there's no medicine in them at all. I'd like to be able to show the difference on screen for people. This is a very serious situation. This is happening in the United States now. And we knew it was just a matter of time. And to be honest, guys, it's just a matter of time before we see the same thing happen with the Mounjaro pens, to be totally honest with you. You've got the single dose vials now. Those will be very easy for people to dupe. And we're just looking at a really scary time. And so we want to stay informed here. So we're going to be staying on top of this story, continuing to stay on top of the story. That's why it's very important to make sure that you hit that like, hit that bell, hit that subscribe to the content that I make here, because we stay on top of all this stuff on this channel. And I hope that you will stay informed on this, especially if you are somebody who is on Ozempic. So that's what I got for fake news this week. I hope you're doing well. I hope we've got, I know that we've got some questions in the chat, so I'm eager to bring Brent in and talk about his journey, talk about how he got here, how he got on Mounjaro, where he's at now on his journey, talk a little bit about his involvement in these Facebook groups. And so, you know that we don't bring a guest into the show without running our hot channel bumper. So we're going to roll that bumper and we're going to bring Brent in.
Hot channel.
Brent, welcome to the stream. How are you tonight, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you, Dave?
Good, man. It's nice to finally meet you face to face.
Yeah.
And just very publicly, I want to thank you for the work that you've put into the Zepbound for Weight Loss group over on Facebook. You've been a wealth of information there, and not only to the group, but to me as I'm setting this up and trying my darndest to keep all the scammers out, because we know that scammers on Facebook are about a dime a dozen.
At least, maybe a dime at 2 dozen. There's a lot.
Seriously. And they're getting craftier and craftier, the things that they figure out how to kind of weasel their way into a group. So yeah. So thank you for being here. Thank you for not only giving your time to the Facebook groups in the form of moderating, but also to this stream tonight. And you've been a follower of this channel for, like I said earlier, I aired the first episode of On the Pen Live, and I was rewatching the chat just to see the names in there. Of course, Sue the Dude was there, but Brent Tuggle right in there. So thank you for being a member of this channel too for a year now. We really, really appreciate you being a part of this community and everything you've contributed in that way as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to be a part of all of them. I've told friends and other people I meet plenty of times that I'm just happy to share. And if I can help anybody else either have the same success or feel as good as I feel now after having gone through this journey, right? Like, why would I not do that?
Yeah, it's hard not to become an evangelist. Now, these medications are changing different people in different ways. They're addressing, people with different metabolic issues, different ways. But I think we can all agree that they've changed lives, changed our lives. And so it's hard not to become an evangelist of these medications and what they can do if you've struggled for a long time, like you and I have.
Yeah.
And I want to get into specifically your journey. Like what actually brought you, first of all, like where did you start weight wise? What led you to the GLP-1 journey?
Yeah. So I started about it was a little over a year ago, October 3rd, 2022 was when I started a diet. I, like many of us or all of us, have been on many diets before, had lost a lot of weight, gained it all back. And I would always come back to just about 300 pounds. I think it was 294.9 when I started this time. Right. And it would always come back to that marker. And I think probably many of us know that we have that mark that our body is happy with. And once we get there, that's kind of where we stay. Now I think there's a lot of reasons for that, metabolically, with things that were broken that make that happen. So anyway, I started a journey, started a diet, and it was, I went about 3 weeks doing some of the things I had done before, eating less, maybe try to move more, fix bad habits and all that. And I got about 3 weeks into it. I felt like I was on a very unsustainable path. Like I was doing the diet, but I could just tell like I wasn't going to be able to stick to it like I needed to and what have you. And so I kind of took a minute to think about like, why is this time going to be any different than all the other times that I've eaten less and exercised more and lost weight and then gained it all back? And it didn't take me very long to figure out that it wasn't going to be any different. It was going to be the same result. I was going to go through all this effort and the bad days and the good days and whatever it was of that diet, and then gain it back at some period of time later. There's no reason to say I won't gain it back now, but I feel pretty confident that I'm not going to because of what I've done. So after that 3 weeks, I decided like, what could I do different? What's wrong? What's broken? Why does it always come back? And so I decided to look through a little different lens of like, maybe I have a disease. Maybe there's something like physically wrong in my body that causes this to happen. And so I started investigating like GLP-1s. I knew I wasn't diabetic. It's a miracle I wasn't. It runs in my family on both sides, my mom and my dad's side of the family. So it's just a miracle that I didn't have diabetes. So I started investigating it, and I had a physical at the beginning of October, right when I started this journey. And the doctor I had, he was a new doctor. The doctor I had previously had left the practice, and they gave me somebody new. I brought it up to him, and I pretty quickly got and I can go into this a little more later, an opinion I have about doctors, but I pretty quickly got the like, well, I've done that with people before and they didn't like it, and so I don't like it.
So just to hit pause real quick.
Yeah.
So you talked to your doctor about GLP-1s. How did you find out about them to begin with? Is it just that you're a researcher?
My mom, honestly, my mom takes Ozempic for diabetic reasons, and so I was familiar with what they were, but I hadn't like really dug into their like use for weight loss, right? And I think even my mom had mentioned to me that like Mounjaro was a new thing and that people were taking it for dieting, and so that was when I just started like hitting up Google and doing the searches, looking at all.
This was roughly on the timeline. Roughly when?
Mid-October of 2022. So Mounjaro had probably been out, maybe 4 months by then. It wasn't around July.
It came out in June.
Yeah, right? Yeah, June. Yeah. So June, about 4 months it had been out on the market. So the original golden ticket coupon was still a thing then when I was starting and what have you. I can talk later. I was very blessed to have great insurance that covered Mounjaro for me the whole time that I've been on it and so forth. So I didn't have to wrangle the coupons and stuff so much that a lot of people had to go through. But anyway, the doctor I had, he was kind of like, yeah, I don't like those people I prescribed them to, they had nausea and this, that, and the other, and it didn't work. And so I just don't think it's a thing. But I know a nutritionist that you could talk to. I'm like, oh, whatever, I've done all that before. And, it didn't work out. And that told me all I needed to know about this provider and our future relationship.
When you're like me or like so many people in the stream here, and you've dieted for 20 years off and on, it's not a problem of not knowing.
Right.
Not knowing
Exactly.
nutritionally what the right thing to do is.
Exactly.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, absolutely. Please do. And so I went out and I found a provider that was on board. Now I was also fortunate through my work. We have kind of a online concierge health service, and I found a provider there that's just been an amazing healthcare partner with me. And I stress the word partner and what you need to find in a doctor. So we had some really candid conversations the first time we met about what my goals were and how I wanted to do them, and if they were able to be on board with me in that journey and what have you. And turns out they were, and it's been great.
Awesome.
So So yeah, so that was October. So it was right around, I think it was around October 20th or 21st, something like that, when I took my first 2.5 milligram shot of Mounjaro. Been on it ever since. I went roughly a month, like one box on each dose, kind of titrated up. This
So
was
you
back
kind
in
of
the time.
You followed the Lilly dosing schedule, 2.5
Yeah.
per month, 5, 7.5. So
Yeah.
did you have any problems with the finding the doses, or were you able to just click through them each month?
Not too bad. I was just getting ready to say, I think 5 milligram I was on for a month, maybe 2 months on 5, because I couldn't get 7.5 when I needed to in that schedule.
So you did the smart thing and you camped out on the lower doses. That's what I wish I would have done. So I did the opposite, Brent Tuggle. I couldn't get to 7.5, so I jumped to 10. And then when I couldn't get to 12.5, I jumped to 15. So I missed all the opportunity at those lower doses to lose and jumped right to the 15.
Yeah. So yeah, I titrated up through them. I did eventually get to 15. I think I did. I don't remember if I did 3 months or 4 months. I should look it up because I do have it recorded when I took what shots. But I was on it for at least 3 months, and then started working my way back down, actually, because I was nearing. By the time I had finished the 3 months on 15, I was nearing what I wanted to be my kind of goal weight, and so I started working backwards. I guess. I don't know if we want to talk now about maintenance or later, but that's where I got. Trying to think. Well, so I want to go back a little bit more in my journey here, right? So I started the Mounjaro, and I was specifically looking at the GLP-1 to fix what I mentioned, fixing being a systemic problem, being obesity, primarily in my case, being driven by insulin resistance.
Did you have your insulin levels checked? How did you
I
know
didn't have
resistance?
Yeah. So number one, like, kind of, if you know, when you know enough people who are diabetic in your life, in your family, and what it is, you just know. I did not get my insulin tested. I do lots of blood work. So what I actually used was you can like roughly estimate if you're insulin resistant with the ratio of your triglycerides to your HDL cholesterol, believe it or not. There's a lot of studies about that. Now, it's also a very strong predictor of cardiac health and risk factor, but it's highly correlated to insulin resistance also. There's some other factors to it, but anyway, that's just how I used to decide it. My doctor agreed with me, and I had the blood work recently from the physical I'd had, and so we didn't like dive into like get a strict insulin resistance diagnosis because I could get the meds and didn't need it. But anyhow, started taking the meds, started having great success right away. A lot of people I see asking now are starting Zepbound. It's like, well, when should I feel this? I took the shot this morning and I don't feel anything yet. It takes a little bit, right? Like it's a titrating dose, but by the first week that I was on it, I lost maybe a pound or pound and a half, and it probably took 3 or 4 days, halfway through that week before I kind of had the like, oh, I kind of feel a little fuller now and what have you, right? And it starts working up. And it really wasn't until I got on to 5 milligram that it was like when you took a shot the next day, you knew you were on Mounjaro. Like, you feel bad, but you knew you were on it. Or in my case.
Sure.
I really was blessed to never really have any side effect problems at all. I never experienced any nausea too much on 15. 15 packed a wallop. There's no doubt when I moved up to 15 from 12.5 that it was there. But I never was like sick or had to miss work or stay in bed or anything like that for it. I never had any of the either constipation or opposite problems a lot of people experience. I think one reason for that is I'm a really strong proponent of probiotics and taking them. If you search me up anywhere in any of these Facebook groups, you'll see me talk about probiotics.
I can probably pick your brain on a completely unrelated matter. My kids have been pumped full of antibiotics for the last 3 months because of strep. And like all of them, like this has got to just be ravaging their body. So
it does. It obliterates them. Yeah.
I'd love to know what I could be doing for them to help rebuild what the antibiotics are taking away. But
Yep. I will send a podcast your way that will explain it to you in no uncertain terms.
Awesome.
But you're absolutely right. When you take an antibiotic by that, it just obliterates your gut biome. Why this is important, right? And I didn't even realize this until recently. There's actually studies they've done with mice. Now, mice and humans aren't completely equal, right? But they've been able to take a mouse that was obese and a mouse that's lean and normal, and be able to obliterate that, take their gut biomes out, take samples from them, obliterate their gut biomes, and transplant them across, right? Put the bacteria, the gut biome from the obese mouse and the lean one, and vice versa. And guess what? They switch being obese and lean.
Wow.
It's crazy. There are specific strains of bacteria that you can take as a probiotic that actually enhance GLP-1 secretion in your body. The chemicals that those bacteria put off bind to the L cells in your gut, which is where the GLP-1 is secreted from, and they stimulate that secretion. So there's a huge component of the gut biome to obesity and other things too. So anyhow, off of my step stool there, but let's just say that was kind of the next part I took after Mounjaro, right? Was trying to optimize and look at my gut health and take it seriously. This whole journey, I took this iterative, data-driven approach to things, right? I would try to look at a problem, try to fix it, optimize it, and only work on that problem until I thought I had it fixed or optimized, and then move on to see like what else was next. And so I moved through a lot of things, right? I found vitamins that were deficient, specifically vitamin D was really low, and vitamin D is hugely important in our bodies. It's a prohormone, so it
Were
helps.
you ever tested for fatty liver?
I was not tested specifically for fatty liver.
Do you think you had it?
I don't know. I don't think so, but it's possible. I say I don't think so because like my ALT and AST readings were always relatively low, and those will tend to get elevated when you have fatty liver and some of the other things. But it's possible.
So
right?
for what it's worth, I had fatty liver that was diagnosed not by a high ALT or AST, but by a CT scan that was done for kidney stones. And one of the hallmarks, as I understand it, for fatty liver is really low vitamin D. So
it's possible.
There's a couple questions, Brent, because you're like, whew, you're bringing the heat tonight. You got a lot of information, and it's bringing a lot of questions, which is awesome. So one of the questions that somebody had was going back to the insulin, because I think the insulin resistance thing, I don't think can be understated, right? My opinion about insulin resistance is that insulin resistance should be what we actually call prediabetes. Like we should have standardized testing for it. If you're insulin resistant, you're pre-diabetic. And then when the A1C starts to creep up, you're full diabetic. And then maybe like a stage 2 or stage 3 diabetic beyond there, because insulin resistance is something that isn't tested for in most people. They test your A1C and go, you're not diabetic, as if as if everybody who's not diabetic is created equally. And it's just not the case. So there's several ways that you can test for this. One of them is you can just have your insulin levels, your fasting insulin levels checked, which is going to give you a good idea of whether you're insulin resistant or not. Or it's going to tell you if your liver is making glucose out of control, which is another hallmark of fatty liver, right? Another thing that GLP-1s actually work on, reducing the amount of glucose that your liver makes, which requires less insulin on a baseline. But what can you tell everybody specifically what that ratio of which triglycerides to cholesterol? Can you spell that out a little bit?
Yeah. It was triglycerides to HDL. Let me just double check my sheet here to make sure, but I'm sure it's HDL. Triglyceride to HDL ratio, right? So I was like over 2 on that when I started.
So triglycerides.
Yeah.
Your triglyceride number
Yeah.
over your
HDL.
number.
So
And
an
that
optimal, so an optimal number for that is less than 1. 1 or less is a really great number for that. I was over 2. I think in general terms, like 3 is considered like pretty bad. Like definitely insulin resistant, definitely higher risk for heart disease. I don't know if it's high risk. I think it's over 3. I think it's high risk for heart disease. Anyone can look this up. It's simplifying. You'll find dozens of studies about this. So yeah, that's it.
I'm sure I spelled triglycerides. There's probably a Y in there, but
it is. Yeah. You're right. You spelled it wrong, but that's the right ratio.
I need a producer and a spell
Yeah.
checker. But okay, yeah. So triglycerides over HDL, that ratio should be less than 1. If it's over 1, you're dealing with some level of insulin resistance more than likely.
Well, creeping that way, right? At least I think probably over 2, you can pretty safely say you've got some level of insulin resistance, and when you get up to 3, yeah. But this is all, of course, my non-doctor, non-medical opinion. So
Right. None of this is medical advice. It's just a couple dopes talking on YouTube.
Yeah.
So yeah, awesome. So, and then another question that somebody had too on that topic was, do you have a specific probiotic that you recommend? A brand?
I do. Well, I do. Well, I guess a couple, right? So, and I want to make sure I get this right. So I'm going to open it up here. So, because I'm just switching
I'll
right
put up
now.
another banner and spell it horribly wrong.
Yeah. So I've taken for at least since last January or so, I took a product it's called Seed, SEED. You can't buy it on the shelf. They ship it to you. I won't lie. It's not cheap. It's around $50 a month. But it's a good high quality probiotic. It has a lot of strains in it.
Like
just
seed?
like
seeds?
Yeah. Seed like you would grow. SEED. I have just switched, and I don't have my new bottle yet, but I'm switching to a company. The company is called Pendulum, PENDULUM, and I'm specifically switching to one that's called Pendulum Metabolic Daily. It has some very specific strains of bacteria in it that work to help with GLP-1 support, that work to help with glucose control and some other stuff. They have another very high-end probiotic. It's very expensive that actually is proven to lower blood sugar, believe it or not, through the activity of the bacteria. Anybody's welcome to go read about it. It's really interesting. I'm convinced. I'm sold. I'm switching to it. So
awesome. Thoughts on berberine while we're at it?
You know what?
I did a video like 6 months ago, a short on YouTube. It is my most viewed short that I have. I think it's in the 20,000s that it's been viewed.
Wow.
For YouTube for me is like crazy. But basically I just was like, hey, for those of you reading all the hype that berberine is nature's Ozempic, it's not. And don't just take it blindly, think it is, because there are certain side effects. And in that video, I mentioned the FDA's name, and I'm telling you, I've never got more hate on a single video. I love it though, because it gets tons of interaction. But what are your thoughts on berberine?
Yeah, so I have an unopened bottle of it in my cabinet. So at one point I ordered some, I was ordering some of the other supplements I take at the time, and I think they were having a sale, and I'd been reading about it, of course. And so I got some, but I never took it. And the main reason I didn't take it, I wasn't scared to take it or what have you. It was just, but as I mentioned earlier, like when I make a change about something, I make that change for a couple of weeks and I work on measuring it and understanding if it's helping or not helping. And I was in the middle of some other changes and had another one planned. And so I just wasn't ready to start berberine yet. And I just got to where I just didn't think I needed it. So I just never tried it or started it.
So here's my take on berberine. In my cursory studies of it, and I have taken berberine, I took it before I took metformin. And I would say that berberin's effects on the body are more similar to metformin than they are to GLP-1. GLP-1 and metformin have a similar mechanism of action in that metformin's main way of driving down your blood sugar is by reducing the amount of sugar made in your liver. And GLP-1s do that as well. It's just that GLP-1s do a lot of other things as well that metformin doesn't, including, well, metformin like turned my guts inside out. It was terrible.
It's pretty rough. Yeah.
Berberin wasn't bad that way. So it's like a less harsh thing, but it also wasn't as effective as berberin. So if you're hearing that berberin is nature's Ozempic, it's not. It's just not. The other thing that I hear too, and I'd be interested to hear your take on this. I hear so much lately, like, oh, just drink some olive oil. It'll naturally produce GLP-1. And I'm like, there are foods that produce GLP-1. GLP-1 is a response, a hormone that's released in response to eating. The thing about GLP-1, the natural hormone that differentiates it from an analog like Ozempic is Ozempic lasts a week. GLP-1 lasts minutes.
Right.
So that's
right.
the difference, right? So yeah, you could probably drink some olive oil and stimulate some GLP production. That's going to last a few minutes, but you're going to have to drink a lot of olive oil to get it to last a week, like Ozempic. So
it'd be good for your LDL cholesterol, I guess.
Right. So anyways, I appreciate
but that's a good point too. Like getting back to this probiotic I was talking about, right? Like talking about, like, I in no way expect or anticipate that to be like a replacement for these medicines. It's just if you're taking a probiotic, take one that supports the goals you have, right? And if it supports GLP-1, great. Maybe you get a little bit more, but it's not like this is going to be an analog of taking Mounjaro or Zepbound, right? Yeah.
There is no substitute, people.
Right.
There are supplements, but not substitutes.
Yeah.
Super, super cool. I think what you were just talking about was how adding things in incrementally to improve your results is a really good segue into one of the things that you've shared on the men's Facebook group that I found the most fascinating and that is your use of AI as a tool to track what you're doing. Can you just, I mean, we don't need to belabor it, but can you just like talk a little bit about how you've used AI as a tool? Presumably the ChatGPT or Bard or whatever you're using to kind of help you track and keep and graph this information.
Yeah. So I keep pretty meticulous track of all these things that I've been working on, right? If you read my sayings, right, I have lots of little mantras, right? One of them I have is if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And so when I'm making all these changes, I find a way to measure it. I try to make it quantitative, some way that I can measure weight or heart rate or whatever it is, right? Something that I can track with some kind of tracker on my body. And I keep track of those in different spreadsheets and what have you. Whatever data that I can correlate with those things, times of day, day of the week, whatever it is, I keep track of it. The way I've used AI and some of this is to point some AI tools at my sets of data and essentially tell it to tell me what's interesting here, right? This is a really powerful thing that AI can do, is it can cross correlate the data in so many ways so fast that it can draw out insights that could take you forever to try and put together looking at all this stuff. And so without a doubt, some of it's junk, right? It's going to correlate things that are meaningless, but it finds some interesting things. So one of the things I keep track of every time I give myself a shot of Mounjaro, I keep track of where I give it to myself at. Is it in my left thigh, my right thigh, right stomach, side of my stomach, left side of my stomach, this, that, and the other. I can pretty definitively show in my data that my left thigh by far and above is the most effective place for me to take a shot of Mounjaro. By about a half a pound a week over week, I would lose.
I have heard anecdotally from people who do not track this, who just pay attention cognitively, that the left side of their body responds better. So immediately my mind goes to, are you left-handed or are you right-handed?
Yeah, I'm right-handed, but my left thigh is better. I have no idea, right? This is my thought process on it, right? Because I go to the science side of it, right? So I expect that the fat that I'm injecting into in that area is of a particular density and a particular density of capillaries and blood vessels and things there that cause it to diffuse and do its thing in a more efficient way than it does in the other places that are in my body. That's what I expect is really the reason.
So,
yeah, I think it's just everybody's probably different. I'll be really clear, like any of the things that I say I'm doing, like they work for me and me specifically, and I have no idea if they work for anybody else. Probably not.
There are
maybe partially or
there's
to some
no
degree,
super chats tonight, and I can definitively tell you if they're not, I will be injecting into the left thigh.
There you go. There you go. But when I saw that, like it was also like an aha moment of like, yeah, that totally makes sense, because I've always felt like when I gave it in my left thigh that I had stronger effects that week. So that's something I saw. I'm trying to think of the other things that I saw with my AI analysis that was interesting. Gosh. I don't know. That was certainly one of the most interesting ones. Should try and know. I've got all kinds of spreadsheets open on my desktop here. I should look. Let's see what was there. Oh, I could see, and this wouldn't have been hard to find without AI, but correlating the amount of weight I lost per dose over like the same given period of time, right? So 7.5 was the most weight I lost per like time, same period of time that I was on the dose, if you will.
If I had to guess, just based upon my anecdotal interactions with people, that would be that the 7.5 dose is universally the same, the people's favorite dose. Which
I think
it was a dose that I skipped.
Yeah, well, I don't think it has as much to do with the quantity of medicine as much as it has to do with I was about, roughly 3 to 4 months into my journey, and that's about the time your body like really gets in a happy place, right?
Yeah,
and all the things are starting to work.
Several months of the drug in your system.
Yeah. So,
You've started to correct some things metabolically by that time. Yeah. So for sure.
Yeah. So I don't think there's anything particularly correlative in that, or maybe it's a lot more anecdotal, really. But for me, that was the strongest dose. But you could map that out. So that was fun. I put together some nice monthly trends and what have you. Overall, I averaged over the whole period 1.7 pounds a week, week over week. The whole time I was losing. The biggest week ever was 5 pounds. Worst week ever was a 3 pound gain.
Weeks that you didn't lose any weight?
Yeah, I did. Now, most of the time, one of them, I was on a vacation. Somebody mentioned you were just talking about skipping for vacation. Last Christmas, I did skip, but not because I wanted to overeat, because we went on a cruise for Christmas. I didn't want to try and travel with it and everything else. So my strategy, though, was that I took a shot. I moved my shot day a little bit, so I took a shot the day we left home to go on the cruise, so that I could have as much for as long as I could have through there, right? So I went like an extra period of time where I skipped there, and but the long story short was I went on a cruise, had a great Christmas cruise. I enjoyed what I wanted to enjoy. I never really felt like I overate. I think when I got home, I had gained 3 pounds, and I think I lost it in 4 days, right? It was salt and water from just eating prepared foods and what have you.
Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of times people don't understand how much that affects the weight fluctuation. It's the water retention. So many people, like, especially if you're here and you just started Zepbound and you lose 5 or 7 or 8 pounds in the first week, just know that that's more than likely water weight that you're shedding. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to lose that amount of fat in a week. That's a massive caloric deficit, but don't expect that if you lose 5, 6, 7 pounds in a week, that's going to be the norm, or be frustrated the second week when you lose 0. It all kind of evens out. One of the questions that Dink Donk had was she's thinking about injecting into her thighs, but they're fatty. Do you think that makes a difference? She either said they're not fatty or they are fatty. I can't remember. She does not have fatty thighs. Would that be wasted on her?
I don't know. So you know, you can look at the little drawings that Lily shows you on where you should do the injections on your thighs. I inject towards the inside of my thighs. If you were looking at my down the top of like my right leg, or we'll use my left leg since I said that. If you were looking down through the top of my left leg, I would inject at about the 2 o'clock position, right? A little bit to the inside, off of the top. I think about everybody has a little bit of fat on the inside of their thighs, right? That's you've got to be really, really low body fat percentage to not have some fat on the inside of your thighs, because bodies just keep it there. So
awesome. I think this is a really good transition to maintenance, and to talk a little bit about what maintenance has looked like for you, and maybe kind of, I think, the process that you've kind of honed in to find what you can do without gaining weight, but also to keep from losing additional weight.
Yeah. So maintenance for me has been really since the 1st of September. By the way, somebody posted a question. I'll answer it now. It was about, how did you pick a goal weight? I'll be really clear. I did not pick a goal weight until I was down under 220. If I picked 185 pounds as a goal weight when I was 295, it would have seemed insurmountable. It would have seemed so far away, you were never going to get there. So my goal was just to lose some weight every week until I finally got down to about 220. And I'm like, now I need to start planning, right? I do need to pick a goal weight so I can decide how I'm going to handle my medication and how I'm going to go to maintenance. So I waited a long time to pick a goal weight. Once I did get there, though, and started on my way, what my doctor and I decided to do was just start either titrating down the dose or extending the dose period, right? And so I wanted to do the extended dose period and titrate down, but over a longer period of time. And so I do right now I'm doing about every 12 days. I started at 10 days on a shot. It was just I'll call it a kind of, in the wind, like, let's go with 2 times the half-life and see how that works out. And so I went for 10 days, and 10 days was doing okay. And so I'm like, well, let's try like 12 on this next one. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now, is doing 12 days. I'm doing 10 milligram right now. I have 7.5 in stock, if you want to say that, but I don't know. I've still got 10 left too. So it's working. I'm maintaining within, I've been within plus or minus like 1.2 pounds of my goal weight since September. And I've been on work trips and all these other things. So, by the way, what makes me successful in that, right? You have to make changes to your diet and your habits and stuff the whole time you're on this medicine. It's not magic. It helped me by letting my body do the things it's supposed to do. But, I did still diet, if you will. It wasn't a strict calorie counting, macro counting, all those kinds of things. What I primarily did was try to eat less than 20 grams of added sugar per day in any one day, and skew towards more protein than carbohydrates. But I certainly ate carbohydrates. I did try to make them be and I always get it backwards, whether it's low glycemic or high glycemic, but the good carbs, right? Like, excuse me, low glycemic index carbs, oatmeals and whatever. Other thing I started doing here in maintenance, excuse me, was I started wearing a CGM. And I mentioned I'm not diabetic, but I also mentioned why it's important to have a healthcare partner in your doctor. And so I went to my doctor and said, hey, I'd like to wear a CGM. And by the way, you have to have a prescription to wear a CGM in the US because it's considered a medical device. So the FDA requires a prescription for it. And I said, and she's like, well, you're not diabetic. And I said, I know, but I want to understand how different foods affect my body's insulin and glucose response and what happens, right? And, again, I'm blessed with amazing insurance as a non-diabetic. They cover CGMs for me. So, so I've been wearing a CGM for probably a couple of months now. I've made a few changes in habits. Interestingly for me, and they say everybody's different, right? And they are. I can get a twice as high glucose spike from eating a white hamburger bun than I can from eating a cookie. which seems crazy, but different foods affect different people differently. And so you kind of need to understand those things, right? Because I've also learned that like instead of eating a white hamburger bun, I could eat a couple pieces of wheat bread of a particular kind that I eat all the time, and I won't even spike over 100 on glucose when I do that. So like when you can learn another crazy thing, the order you eat your food in, right? If you sit down and eat the same plate of food of vegetables and meat and starch in a different order, you'll have a totally different glucose response. And so doing those experiments, changing those habits, those are things that become sustainable and allow you to go through maintenance and come off of maintenance and be successful for the rest of your life after these things, right? So
two things that I've learned as a diabetic on the heels of what you just said is that if I eat protein first in a meal, it really levels out the insulin spike. I get to eat a steak, and if I eat my baked potato secondly, my insulin or my blood sugar does this. But if I eat the potato first, it does this.
Okay.
The other thing is even, you got to be careful with this on a GLP-1 because it slows gastric emptying, and this stuff can cause issues for certain people sometimes anyway. But Metamucil. If I eat if I drink Metamucil 15 minutes before I eat, Metamucil, when you mix it up, if you let it sit in a cup, it becomes very gelatinous, right? So if you drink it right away, drink it quick, that's what it does in your stomach. And so then the food that you eat is coated in that as it moves through your digestive tract. And it just helps, especially if you're eating refined carbohydrates, to add some of the fiber to slow the digestion down a little bit so you don't get quite the bump. You're looking to not do this. And that's what a CGM really helps, because if you do this, you require a big surge of insulin. It's very hard on your pancreas. And then you have large amounts of insulin floating around in your blood, which makes it an environment to weight loss very difficult. Insulin's number one job is to pack away energy. It's weight gain is insulin's number one job. So if you have an environment in your body that is loaded down with insulin, it's a very difficult environment to lose weight in. And that's what these GLP-1s help. And that's why including a diet that is cognizant of the fact that insulin invoking foods are going to be probably an impediment to weight loss is just something good to keep in mind.
it is. And I'll say the last part of maintenance, right? There's a very big mental aspect to when you enter maintenance too, right? Because you suddenly need to eat 800 or maybe 1,000 calories a day more than you're used to eating, right? Or it was in my case, because I was eating I tried to eat a 600 to 800 calorie a day deficit when I was dieting if I could. And sometimes on these meds, right, it's hard not to eat a deficit that big when you're full and just can't get those calories in. But to maintain your weight and not lose, right, you have to add those calories back. You certainly don't want to do that all in one day. Like, okay, it's maintenance day and I'm all of a sudden going to eat 1,000 more calories every day from here on out. So I took kind of a slow ramp approach to that, right? Trying to intentionally add a couple of 100 calories back a day for a week and then adding some more. But it's a mental fight of like, I'm eating too much. This is not good. I'm gonna gain weight from this, right? Like you have to be really cognizant of what you're doing to not keep losing weight while you're on these meds and be where you want to be. And I mean, I also started working out and have a trainer and all that kind of stuff now too. And so I'm trying to put muscle on as much as I can because muscle burns calories and fat does not. So the extent that I can build more muscle is that much more support I can have for not gaining weight again in the future, right? So.
Absolutely. Lots of things to consider. I'm so far off from maintenance that it's not something that gets covered on this channel a lot, but I'm really glad to have you in here and talking about it, because there's a lot of people who have been following me now for a year and they've had the good fortune of having the experience on GLP-1 that you have, where you say sometimes it's hard to get in your calories. That's never been something that I've struggled with on a GLP-1. Minimal appetite suppression with Ozempic maybe. So with Mounjaro, I felt like it was just less food noise, like you were just hungry less often. But when I ate, I could typically eat without being uncomfortable. I would feel full, which was a new sensation to me. But with Ozempic, it seems to be that it just slows the digestion down so much more that once I do eat, I just feel full for a very long time. So it's interesting to hear other people's experiences on it. I've always kind of like been grasping for the next, like I'm really excited for some of these newer generation medicines to come out because I want to experience that feeling where you take the medicine and you're like, I can't imagine eating 1,200 calories. It just hits different for different people. But I appreciate you giving that perspective tonight because I know there's so many people who are there. And even in the members live chat before we started, there were questions like, oh, I've got so many questions about maintenance. And I'm just thinking, oh, you're talking to the wrong guy. But I'm glad that we had you on to talk a little bit about that tonight. There's other topics that we could get into, Brent, too. I think for the sake of time tonight, we'll have to put them on pause. But I would love to have you back sometime to talk about insurance, to talk about how to have the right conversations with your employers. Because, again, we are at that time where we should be having those conversations with our employers. Actually, probably going back the last couple of months, but it's never the wrong time to go to your employer and have those conversations about, especially employers who are big on diversity, equity, and inclusion, about the importance of adding obesity coverage to their health plan. And, an employer who is serious about that will take that conversation seriously and not just brush you off. So knowing more how to equip people about how to have those conversations would be great, as well as how to kind of navigate issues with insurance. But for the sake of time, we'll just put a pin in that one for another time. But
Absolutely.
I really, really appreciate you coming on tonight and sharing with the chat. I know, I can't see the people in the chat, but I can just envision their eyes all glued to the screen tonight, and less so in the chat, because I think it's just been such a engaging conversation tonight. So thanks for bringing that in.
Can I have 30 more seconds?
All the time you want.
No, just there was a question earlier from Brandon about changing your injection day, and I said I would answer it in the chat. So I've changed my injection day several times. It's pretty easy to do. The easiest way to do it is just to do it one day early each week, like at 6 days instead of 7 days if you're on a 7-day schedule. I think the Lilly official documentation says as long as it's been 5 days, you can take it. That's the way I always did it, was I would just take it 1 day or 2 days early to move it back. So sometimes it might take you a couple of weeks or 3 weeks to get to the day of the week you want. But that's a very easy way to do it. And then I'll say for me, and many people I've talked to, Thursday is perfect shot day because that gives it like 24 hours to get ramped up and in the good effect for going into the weekend when we often have less structured days and it's easier to get out of whack. That's why I moved my shot days from Mondays to Thursdays, because at the beginning of the week, if it was going to wear off by Saturday and Sunday, that was worse than wearing off on like a Wednesday when you have structure in your day to help support you. So
absolutely. Plus On the Pen is on Thursday nights, and that's when I take my shot. So we'll just do it together.
Yeah.
So awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here, Brent. Thank you for all the work you're doing over in the men's group, and then also in our group, the Zepbound for Weight Loss group. Just a wealth of information. And so thank you for all that you provided to the community at large, whether it's communicating over there and now over here on the Pen. Would love to have you back sometime to talk about some of those other topics. And honestly, it never hurts to have some of these conversations again, just about maintenance and tracking. And I think you've really done it the right way. I think you've given some really great advice tonight. So thank you for being here and lending some of your time to the channel.